From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Fabulous Celebrities.
Holmes, all I see in this warehouse are these large crates of heavy machinery. Dash it, what are we doing here in the dead of night, anyway? What are we looking for?
A killer, Watson.
A killer?
Precisely. At any moment now, Watson, that pile of crates is toppling down toward us. Look out!
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the great Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Mr. Harris, good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Hard at work on your memoirs, I see.
I am indeed, Mr. Harris. At the moment, I've just finished a rather extraordinary adventure in which Holmes, after experiencing great threat of personal danger, finally trapped a dangerous killer who for many days had terrorized London.
Sounds interesting, Dr. Watson. What's this case called?
My friend Holmes always referred to it as the adventure of the fabulous celebrities. Before I relate it to you, Mr. Harris, suppose you give our audience a word on that celebrated product, Clippercraft clothes.
Certainly. When it comes to quality, there are certain identification marks you can always trust. For example, the sterling mark on fine silver and the Clippercraft label sewn in the lining of truly fine clothes. Both symbols of superior quality and value. Clippercraft clothes are produced in historic New England by craftsmen with a tradition as proud as that which built and sailed the Yankee clipper ships to rule the seven seas. Make it your custom always to look for the Clippercraft label, the wheel of a Clippercraft ship. You'll find it in Clippercraft's remarkably expensive-looking topcoats and overcoats, priced at only $40 to $47.50. You'll discover it in Clippercraft's sensational new zipper-lining topcoat, one of the smartest Clippercraft-style ideas that ever stretched your hard-earned dollars. Yes, when it comes to quality, compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of the fabulous celebrities?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in the year 1901, a year when Holmes was at the very pinnacle of success. By the turn of the century, as you know, the name of Sherlock Holmes was famous in every corner of the civilized world, and people stared at him whenever he walked out of our quarters at Baker Street. And then, very suddenly, it became very dangerous to be a celebrated person in the city of London. In the short space of 3 weeks, 4 persons of great prominence were struck down by a mysterious assassin. And finally, in great desperation, Inspector Lestrade asked us to appear at Scotland Yard.
Mr. Holmes, you understand Scotland Yard's conducting its own investigation of these baffling murders.
Oh, quite, Inspector Lestrade. Quite.
In due time, of course, we should no doubt trap this peculiar assassin. However, knowing your taste for the unusual and admitting that you have some talent in these matters...
Coming from you, Inspector, I consider that a great compliment.
It is indeed. We've never been reluctant to give the official police a hand in these unusual matters, eh, Holmes?
No, Watson, we have not. Now then, Inspector.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Let us review the facts. A mysterious and deadly killer is roaming the metropolis of London. His special victims are persons of great prominence. In the last 3 weeks, he's assassinated a great English beauty, a champion heavyweight pugilist, a world-famous astronomer, and a famous admiral.
Yes, and every one of them a likely candidate for any Hall of Fame.
Quite, Watson, quite. But to continue, Inspector, in each case, the celebrated victims' valuables were not taken from their corpses. In short, we may deduce that those important people were murdered for some other motive rather than money.
That is correct, Mr. Holmes. But we have found no clue, no trace.
Exactly, Inspector Lestrade. You found no clue, no trace. You have let the trail go cold, and we must make a fresh start. Come, Watson.
Where to, Holmes?
Baker Street, my dear fellow, Baker Street. To think, to plan, to use the tools of logic. Assuming, of course, that we are fortunate enough to find a cab in this foul weather.
By Jove, Holmes, we're in luck. There's a cab at the curb right here on Derby Street. You can just make it out in this beastly fog.
Yes, Watson. Hello there. Hello, cab!
Well, he's seen us. I must say I anticipated a dreary and chilly wait. It's rather surprising. That cab driver, he's driving his horses straight... Holmes, he's trying to run us down! Look out! Holmes, are you all right?
Yes, Watson, I'm quite all right. Just managed to get out of the way of those horses.
Yes, but that driver, what the deuce was he trying to do?
Obvious, my dear Watson. He was trying to kill me.
Oh, thank heaven, Holmes, we're finally here at Baker Street. I've had a feeling that some kind of danger was stalking us through this wretched fog.
Yes, quite, Watson. As for myself, I am aware of the danger, not as a mere presentiment, but as an actual fact.
What do you mean?
The driver of the carriage on Derby Street. He might very well be the assassin we seek. Remember, Watson, I am a person of some renown and am therefore vulnerable to his rather peculiar taste for victims. But here's our door.
Yes. What we need now, Holmes, is a good fire. Holmes! The top of the steps outside our flat.
There's someone lurking there. I can see a shadow. Quick, Watson, down. Down there!
Holmes, are you...
I'm all right. Bullet just grazed my neck, went through the collar of my greatcoat. Quick, up the stairs, after him.
Well, Holmes, the beggar went up the stairs onto the roof. I lost him in the fog, curse it. Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
Do you think this assassin
is the same who has accounted for the others? Yes, I most certainly think he is. The driver of that carriage and the man lurking in our hallway are one and the same.
Well, Holmes, you've got to be careful. He's made 2 attempts on your life in one night. The beggar may try still again.
Undoubtedly he will, Watson. It seems that for the moment the hunter becomes the hunted. But I hope to reverse that order in a very short time.
Dash it, Holmes, I must say you're rather matter-of-fact about this whole thing.
Quite, Watson. I'm thoroughly aware that my personal existence is in great jeopardy. But I cannot allow any emotion on this score to cloud my reason. The assassin who seeks my life is a very cool fellow, and I must meet him on his own ground. But the hour is late, Watson. There'll be time enough tomorrow to deal with my assailant. Watson! Watson, wake up!
What is it? Holmes, what the devil?
We seem to have a nocturnal visitor.
Oh.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes, for the love of heaven, let me in. Better have your pistol ready, Watson.
Yes, I'm all ready, Holmes. Wonder what the deuce the beggar wants. 3 o'clock in the morning.
We shall soon see, my dear fellow.
Why, it's Sir Hartley Ames, Governor of the Bank of England.
Mr. Holmes, shut the door, quick.
By Jove, he's got a gash across his cheek.
Yes, Dr. Watson. An assassin attacked me with a knife near my home. Just grazed me. But it's not serious. The bleeding stopped. Mr. Holmes, I came straight here.
Pray be seated, Sir Hartley. Rest yourself.
Oh, thank you.
Now then, you say you were attacked?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, yes. I couldn't get a glimpse of him in the fog, but I think the fellow followed me to your very door.
Interesting. Very.
Then, Holmes, it must be the same fellow.
Undoubtedly, Watson. The killer is abroad tonight pursuing his strange custom of hunting illustrious persons, such as Sir Hartley.
How does it happen, Sir Hartley, that you didn't go to the official police?
Oh, impossible, Dr. Watson. That could mean only disaster. The financial structure of the empire is based on delicate factors. If it became known that my life was in jeopardy, it might cause a panic on the exchange, a run on the bank.
Sir Hartley is quite right, Watson.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, what shall I do?
At the moment, there's but one thing to do, Sir Hartley. Dr. Watson and I will escort you to your home, and when you get there, lock your door and bolt your windows, and under no circumstances leave unless I summon you.
Well, Holmes, now that we've seen Sir Hartley safely under lock and key, we can look forward to a night's sleep, eh? Good Lord, it's 5 in the morning.
Yes, Watson, it's good to be back at Baker Street.
Yes, especially in view of this beastly weather. The fog has turned to rain. Holmes, someone's coming our way.
Yes.
Begging your pardon, gentlemen, which one of you is Sherlock Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, indeed. So you are the great Holmes, the world's most famous detective.
Look here, old man.
Please, Watson. Now then, sir, state your business.
Oh, my dear Mr. Holmes, I have no business. It's just that I wanted a look at you. It isn't often a poor man like myself can stand face to face with a great person like yourself. No, indeed. It isn't often. I must say you look exactly like your photographs. Exactly.
Thank you. I am flattered. And now, my good man, if you've had your fill of staring at me, we should like to enter our quarters.
Oh, no offense, Mr. Holmes, no offense at all. It's just that I'll be able to tell my friends I've talked with the great Holmes.
The cheek of the fellow, Holmes. The infernal impudence of the bounder.
Watson,
Eh?
did you notice that old man's coat and shoes?
Why, no.
Interesting. Very.
Holmes, what in blazes are you talking about?
First, Watson, the man's coat was hardly wet, yet it's raining.
Yes, I know.
Second, certain areas of his boots seem to be waterproofed. The rain dampened the leather only in splotches.
Well, what of it?
I merely mention these as elementary observations, Watson, which may or may not prove significant. But, for the first time, I believe I see a glimmer of light in this very intriguing adventure.
Well, Dr. Watson, so far it's been quite a story.
Yes, Mr. Harris. And I might add that events thereafter shaped themselves with dizzying speed. I shall relate to you the second half of this remarkable adventure after you tell your audience some remarkable facts about Clippercraft clothes.
They are remarkable indeed, Dr. Watson. When I describe the qualities of Clippercraft clothes to you, I myself sometimes think that Clippercraft values seem too good to be true. But Clippercraft fabrics are actually as luxurious as they are long on wear. And the superior talent of Clippercraft experts shows up admirably in the smart hang of your jacket, the comfortable, roomy fit of your Clippercraft suit. It's when you check all these superb features against the amazingly low price for suits bearing the Clippercraft label that you realize Clippercraft values are nothing short of sensational. Only $40 and $45. Why, even a pure worsted suit with the Clippercraft label costs only $45. Yes, you save plenty, because more than 1,200 independent stores throughout America have concentrated their vast purchasing power to make these great Clippercraft values possible. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, topcoats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34, Broadway at 34. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the fabulous celebrity.
Yes, Mr. Harris, I was. On the evening after our encounter with the strange old man, a note was thrust under our door. It carried the waxen seal of the Bank of England, and its signer was Sir Hartley Ames. It was an urgent message from Sir Hartley, bidding us to meet him that night at a warehouse he owned at Irongate Wharf, near London Bridge. The note said simply that Sir Hartley had some new and vital information on the assassin, and he wished to transmit this information to us. I was watching my friend's face as he finished reading the letter, and I saw his eyes narrow. Then quickly, Holmes examined the seal through his magnifying glass.
Aha!
What is it?
My dear Watson, this seal of the Bank of England is a forgery.
A forgery?
Precisely. A devilishly clever piece of work, a fine imitation. The forgery, nevertheless,
Then the letter.
is bogus, obviously.
Well, then it's a trap. Someone is trying to lure us to that warehouse.
Quite.
Well, then we better hurry to Sir Hartley's and warn him.
I fear it's too late, Watson. I'm willing to wager that Sir Hartley has in some similar manner been lured from his home. I'm willing to wager further that he is at the warehouse.
Yes, but Holmes, if it's a trap, surely we're not going.
On the contrary, we are. Perhaps, Watson, we can spring the killer's trap without savoring the cheese.
The warehouse is a dark and chilly place. Must say. Deserted.
And if I were you there, Watson, it only seems deserted. I have a feeling we're being watched.
Tell you the truth, so do I. Walking up this corridor between these huge piles of machinery.
Yes, marine machinery. Sir Hartley Ames, among other things, owns a steamship liner.
Holmes,
What is it?
I just kicked something.
What was it?
Something soft. It felt like...
A body?
Yes.
Quick, Watson, a match.
Here you are, Holmes. Good heavens. It's Sir Hartley Ames.
Yes, shot through the heart. And note, Watson, there is a flake of paraffin in his left nostril. A significant detail, I might add.
Yes, but hold on. What are you doing?
A quick search of Sir Hartley's pockets. I have an idea that... Aha!
What is it, Holmes?
A note, Watson. A forged note from myself to Sir Hartley asking him to meet us here.
So that's how Sir Hartley was lured from his home.
Precisely. You remember I gave him strict orders not to move unless he heard from me.
Yes,
Watson, that pile of crates just above it is toppling down. Look out! Up! Watson, are you all right?
Yes, Holmes,
There goes the killer. He's running toward the rear entrance.
Halt, you blackguard! Halt! Casted, Holmes, the beggar got away from us again.
He did indeed, Watson.
I must confess, Holmes, I'm not the hand with a pistol I was at my wand. You know, time and age dim a man's eye, I'm afraid. I saw the bounder's shadow moving along the fence behind the warehouse here. I saw him go through the rear gate. Yet I missed him all the way.
Come, Watson, don't be too upset. Our quarry sought to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but he managed to down only 1. Moreover, in his escape, he's unwittingly given us some valuable information. It is significant that he did not hurdle that low fence, but chose the long way to the gate, even though you were firing at him.
I confess, Holmes, I
Don't you, Watson? Come, man, come. The conclusion is elementary. At any rate, I'm becoming rather tired of being stalked by this assassin. I know who he is, and it's high time we closed with him.
You know who he is?
I do indeed. More than that, I know where I can find him.
Where?
In a large brick building on Marylebone Road, just east of Baker Street and only a few doors from our own room.
Yes, but that brick building is...
Precisely, Watson. It houses that famous London museum, Madame Tussauds Waxworks.
What in blazes, Holmes, would the killer be doing at Madame Tussauds Waxworks?
Suppose we go there and find out, Watson.
You mean tomorrow morning?
On the contrary, Watson. I mean, tonight. All right, Watson, close that window gently.
Right, Holmes. I suppose you're aware we're breaking and entering.
My dear Watson, I cannot quibble with legal technicalities at this moment. Come, let us inspect this museum.
Oh, it's an eerie place at night, I must say. All these wax figures standing around. They look juicy lifelike now. Look, Holmes. Here's Napoleon Bonaparte. Julius Caesar, Oliver Cromwell. Holmes. Wait, it's...
Yes, Watson, a new wax effigy of Sir Hartley Ames made within the last 10 minutes. The waxen face is still warm to the touch, and the scar from the assassin's knife still shows.
And the killer made a mold of Sir Hartley's face as he lay dead in the warehouse.
Precisely, Watson. You recall the flake of paraffin we found in Sir Hartley's nostril, and... Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
There's light under that door.
So there is.
She'll come to grips with our quarry very soon now. Keep your pistol at the ready and follow me.
There's no one in here, Holmes?
True. Seems to be a small workshop.
Yes. Holmes, good Lord. Look at that waxen statue.
Yes. You recognize it, Watson?
Well, it's a waxen image of you, Holmes.
It is indeed. Made by a master artist. Our friend the assassin getting in a little preliminary work before he did away with me. I do think the nose is a little too aquiline and the face rather thin, but... Watson, get back against the wall. The killer's coming back into his workshop.
But Holmes, who is it?
Obvious. The strange old man we met on the pavement at the entrance to Baker Street. Be ready when he comes in, Watson.
Right. Stand where you are!
What? And don't reach for that knife, my dear fellow. I assure you, Dr. Watson will not hesitate to blow your head off at the slightest provocation.
That's all. You've caught me, Mr. Holmes. You've finally caught old Lafleur.
I have indeed, and I assure you that you'll be hung for your crimes in very short order.
It doesn't matter, Mr. Holmes. Nothing matters. Let them hang me now. Let them hang old Lafleur, the greatest artist in wax the world has ever known.
In heaven's name, Lafleur, Why did you commit these terrible murders?
Dr. Watson, I am an artist, a great artist. I, Lafleur, who studied under the great Marie Tussauds. But I am old and sick, and I have not long to live. The museum was about to retire me, but I didn't want to retire. I still had work to do. There are great men and women still living, worthy of recognition in Madame Tussauds waxwork. I wanted to carve their images in wax for posterity, but I had so little time, and the museum would not allow me to immortalize them until they were dead.
So you took matters in your own hands.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I couldn't wait for them to die, so I had to kill them myself. You, Mr. Holmes, you were to be my greatest triumph. I had already begun work on you, and reserved a favored place for you here in the museum, next to Napoleon.
Holmes, now we have delivered our assassin to Inspector Lestrade, I still don't see how you detected old Lafleur and how you traced him to Madame Tussauds.
Obvious, my dear Watson. First of all, I knew the killer was an old man. Remember, he was not agile enough to climb over that low fence in the rear of the warehouse even when he was under fire. Then, too, Watson, you recall the time we met old Lafleur in the rain in front of our rooms here?
Yes?
His coat was only slightly wet. That indicated he walked but a short distance, and Madame Tussauds is only a few steps from here. But his boots gave him away, Watson.
Yes, how?
They were waterproof in some spots and wet in others. That meant that his boots were spotched with drippings of wax, Watson, the material of his profession. The forgery of the wax seal of the Bank of England and, of course, the flake of paraffin we found in Sir Hartley's nostril were added evidence. There is only one question left unanswered in my mind, Watson.
Yes? What's that, Holmes?
I wonder how I would have looked in wax, standing next to Napoleon.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was an exciting adventure indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I thought you'd find it interesting. However, I might add that Holmes never got his wish. Madame Tussauds' waxworks burned down in March of 1925, and all the Napoleonic relics were destroyed.
I see. And, Doctor, what adventure will you have for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the Bloomsbury Ballad. It concerns a punch ticket, an empty coal scuttle, and a sentimental song.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Felton. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Bloomsbury Ballad. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of London Tower.
Holmes, the official police have been swarming through the Tower of London here for 2 days, and they've found nothing.
That is because they've met their match, Watson. The thief who engineered this extraordinary crime is a man worthy of my own metal.
Yes, but where is he? How did he escape from the tower?
He didn't, Watson.
Oh, but that's absurd, Holmes. He can't still be here.
Can't he, Watson? Listen to that.
Holmes, the killer. He is here, and he's struck again.
Yes, quick. Down these stairs. After him.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Hard at work on your memoirs as usual, I see. Well, which one is it this time?
Well, tonight, Mr. Harris, I'm able to reveal for the first time an extraordinary adventure, the details of which for many years were shrouded in official secrecy. It is only recently, and by dint of constant appeal to Scotland Yard and Downing Street itself, that I was given permission finally to reveal the facts of this case.
Well, now you've stirred my curiosity, Dr. Watson. What is this story called?
I call it The Adventure of London Tower, and I promise you an interesting evening. But now, Mr. Harris, I know you have an interesting story to give us on Clippercraft clothes.
Interesting indeed, Dr. Watson. And, Madam, I'm about to tell our listeners about sensational values in men's clothing.
Well, Mr. Harris, my husband says that a really good suit costs him a small fortune.
Well, obviously, your husband hasn't heard about those luxurious suits that bear the famous Clippercraft label and cost only $40 and $45.
Not really.
Mm-hmm. And what's more, even the superb worsted suits with the famous Clippercraft label cost only $45.
Well, I don't mean to be inquisitive, but...
Oh, you want to know how Clippercraft does it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, more than 1,200 fine independent stores from coast to coast concentrate their immense purchasing power for fabulous savings in production and distribution. Naturally, those savings are passed down to you.
Yes, but I have to be convinced.
Well, you can convince yourself just by comparing Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of London Tower?
Well, Mr. Harris, it was one of those cases which, if Holmes had not lived to solve it, might have dealt a shattering blow to the empire itself. Holmes and I first became aware of an extraordinary crisis when we were roused from our beds early one morning by a personage no less than the Prime Minister himself, Lord Bellinger. But the chain of events had already started the afternoon before, when a beefeater guide named Wilkes led a party of sightseers through the Wakefield Tower, which, as you know, is one of the many towers which go to make up that great conglomeration of buildings called the Tower of London.
And there you've seen them, ladies and gentlemen. The fabulous crown jewels worth £5 million. The imperial state crown, the Queen's consort crown, the anointing spoon, the King's scepter with the Star of Africa, largest cut diamond in the world, the uncut ruby in the crown, given to the Black Prince by Pedro the Cruel and worn by Henry at Agincourt. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the White Tower. Now, on our way, we'll pass the outer ward, the yeoman jailer's house, and... one moment, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I seem to have a straggler back there in the treasure room. Beg pardon, sir.
What is it, Guide?
Why, what are you doing back here? Why haven't you come along with the others?
Oh, just admiring the crown jewels here under this iron-barred case.
That's as maybe, sir, but we can't allow any of the sightseers to lag behind. Not here, anyhow. Rules, you know.
Yes, of course. I quite understand, Guide. It's just that I cannot take my eyes from these jewels. Look at them shine. The symbols of empire, the pride of kings and the joy of queens. They're beautiful. Beautiful.
in.
Yeoman Albert Hodgkins of the Tower Guard reporting, Major.
Oh, yes, Hodgkins. At ease.
Yes.
Hodgkins, as Major of London Tower and Chief Constable, I seem to be having trouble with my yeoman warders lately. Let me see. You stand watch over the crown jewels with Yeoman Wilson, do you not?
Yes.
Quite. But it seems that Wilson is ill and confined to his quarters. I shall therefore assign another man to stand guard with you.
And who will that be, Major Markham?
A new man to the Yeoman of the Guard, Hodgkins. His name is Digby, and he comes to us with an excellent military record. He'll report directly to you at the treasure room tonight.
Very good, sir.
And, Hodgkins, one more thing.
Yes, Major?
This man Digby was shot up a bit in the Afghan war. They did some rather crude surgery to his face. I'm counting on you to exhibit no particular reaction. You understand?
Of course, Major.
Very good. That'll be all, Hodgkins.
So these are the crown jewels, eh, Hodgkins?
That's them, all right, Digby.
Blimey. I was in His Majesty's service a long time, but I never stood a watch like this. Now, what's this here crown?
That's Sir Edward's crown, made for the coronation of Charles II.
And this big diamond?
Oh, that's the Koh-i-Noor diamond. Used to belong to the Rajah of Lahore, that did. They're going to bring it to Windsor Castle.
Oh, are they, Hodgkins?
I said they were, didn't I?
That's where you're wrong.
What do you mean?
This Hodgkins. No! No!
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, you will forgive me if I've interrupted your slumber in the dead of night like this, but the magnitude of this crime, the immediate need of investigation...
Quite, Lord Bellinger. Dr. Watson and I are at your service.
So, Your Lordship, Holmes and I never expected a personal visit of the Prime Minister of England to our humble quarters here at Baker Street.
Yes, Dr. Watson. In the ordinary course of events, I should have summoned you to Downing Street, but there is no time to waste. There is a terrible urgency to this whole fantastic affair.
Oh, I should say so. Crown jewels stolen from the Tower of London, Tower Guard murdered. By Jove, what cheek. No one's ever tried that before.
On the contrary, Watson, they have. In the reign of Charles II, an Irishman named Thomas Blood purloined the jewels and almost succeeded in getting them out of London before he was apprehended. But enough of that. Lord Bellinger, a question or two, if you please.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Is the government yet aware of this loss?
Only the highest circles. The royal family has been notified and the inner cabinet. We are striving to keep the affair a secret as long as possible. You must understand why.
Quite.
Well, the crown jewels are priceless.
They are indeed, Dr. Watson, and more than in just a material sense. Indeed, they are the symbols of empire. They hold our far-flung dominions and colonies together. I need not tell you the shattering impact of this news, both at home and abroad. Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Lord Bellinger.
I beg of you, indeed I plead with you to lend your great talents to this affair. If your genius has ever burned brightly, let it burn now. The crown jewels must be recovered at any cost.
You may rest assured, sir, that we shall leave no stone unturned. Now then, as I understand it, the official police have been notified.
Yes, Scotland Yard was notified immediately and threw a cordon around the whole tower. The tower wardens have locked all gates and entries. No one can enter and no one can leave. All gates have been sealed.
Good.
I might add that all personnel has been sworn to secrecy so as not to foment public unrest.
I see. Watson?
Yes, Holmes?
You'd better get dressed and be off to the Tower of London at once. So you're Overbury, the chief warder.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Major Markham, the chief constable, asked me to conduct Dr. Watson and yourself to the treasure room the moment you arrived.
Nothing's been disturbed, Overbury?
No, Dr. Watson, nothing. We left the corpse of poor Hodgkins just as it was. Here we are.
Holmes, this poor chap was stabbed.
Yes, Watson.
The blade was driven home by a powerful blow. Pierced the heart wall.
Yes, true, Watson, true. But at the moment, I'm more interested in this smashed display case. Note the way one of the bars was filed through and bent back. Interesting.
What's interesting, sir?
The thief, if I recall the articles exhibited here, took an amazingly large number of these valuables. They must have been difficult to hide and bulky to carry. Overbury.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
What time this morning did you discover the theft?
Why, about 4 o'clock, sir.
What did you do after that?
I immediately ordered the alarm and notified Major Markham. He was just finishing his bath.
Bath? Well, Watson, there's nothing more to be seen here. Now then, Overbury.
Yes, sir.
Be good enough to take us to the Chief Constable, Major Markham.
Yes, sir. Come with me, gentlemen. The Major is occupying temporary quarters just over the water gate.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, we're at our wits' end here at the Tower. It's incredible, gentlemen, incredible that a thief could loot the crown jewels and escape from the Tower as pretty as you please.
What makes you think he escaped, Major Markham?
Oh, come now, Holmes. You don't think the beggar's still hiding somewhere in the Tower area with half of Scotland Yard and all the garrison swarming about the premises?
My dear Watson, I prefer to remain skeptical until I have all the facts at hand. The Tower embraces a large area.
True, Mr. Holmes, true. But I assure you, we've searched every nook and corner of the Tower area. We've gone through the White Tower, the Bloody Tower, the Beauchamp, and Wakefield Tower, where the treasure room itself is located. And not a sign of the thief.
Seems to me we must resign ourselves to the fact that the burglar may be miles away by now, Holmes.
Yes, perhaps, Watson, perhaps. Major Markham, a question.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
It's obvious that this new yeoman guard you employed, this man Digby, is responsible for this fantastic crime.
Undoubtedly.
I presume you examined his credentials before you took him on.
Certainly. They seem quite in order. A good military record and honorable discharge.
Forged, no doubt.
No doubt. However, we do have a clue.
Indeed?
What clue?
The man's face. It was bloated, blotched, kind of dead chalk white and puffy in appearance. Indeed, I found it very unpleasant to look at.
Well, Joe Holmes, if we ever come across the beggar, he should be easy to identify.
Be sure, Watson, if we ever come across him. This vandal is a man of some parts, my dear fellow. He executes the most fabulous crime of the century, vanishes into thin air, disappears through stone masonry, so to speak, and all without a trace. Major Markham.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
I should like to question the Tower guides at once. Now then, Wilkes, your duty is to take sightseers through the treasure room in Wakefield Tower.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. And I might say that I noticed one mighty suspicious bloke among the crowds yesterday afternoon.
Indeed?
What do you mean, Wilkes?
Why, Dr. Watson, this here gentleman was loitering around the crown jewels. I had to go back and get him to move on. The fella couldn't tear himself away. But there was something about him, a look about him.
What kind of look?
Well, he had a high, bald forehead and a big, thin nose and a thin face, like a knife almost, and a big, drooping moustache.
Wilkes, one moment. This man's eyes, what color were they?
Oh, Holmes, what the devil...
Please, Watson. Try to think, Wilkes. What color were this man's eyes?
Why, they were blue, Mr. Holmes, and the eyelids drooped a little.
Watson, it's he. I'm sure of it.
Dash it all, Holmes, who?
I prefer not to mention his name until I'm sure beyond all reasonable doubt. But he's certainly capable of a fantastic plot like this, and the high stakes are much to his liking. Watson, if this man is indeed our quarry, this genius of crime, it'll take a near miracle to recover those crown jewels and restore them to their rightful place.
Well, Dr. Watson, so far it's been some adventure.
Yes, Mr. Harris. I consider it unique among my memoirs.
Yes, unique. Say, you've given me just the word I need when it comes to Clippercraft clothes, Dr. Watson. Now, getting back to your husband, madam.
Yes, I've got to be getting back to him, but, well, how do we distinguish a genuine Clippercraft?
Well, how do you determine that silver is sterling? By the mark of sterling, of course. No suit or coat is a genuine Clippercraft unless it bears the renowned Clippercraft label. That Clippercraft label is your proof of quality and value.
But what about Clippercraft coats, Mr. Harris?
Truly expensive-looking Clippercraft top coats and overcoats are the sensation of the nation at only $40 to $47.50. And speaking of sensations, just wait till your husband sees Clippercraft's handsome new zipper-lining top coats.
Where can we shop for these wonderful Clippercraft clothes?
In your very own community at the friendly independent store that sells Clippercraft clothes.
Well, if they look as good as you make them sound.
They really do. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of London Tower.
Yes, Mr. Harris, I was. As Holmes continued to question the beefeater guide sharply, I saw that Holmes's face was like a mask. His gray eyes narrowed, and I knew he was straining every one of his brilliant faculties to trap and finally bring to heel the mysterious and formidable criminal of London Tower. Finally, as Holmes and I were ascending the steps between the Bloody Tower and the guardhouse, Holmes said,
Watson, it's my considered opinion, after a careful examination of the facts, that the crown jewels are still somewhere here in the tower.
What?
Precisely. And I'm positive that the thief is still in the tower as well.
Well, Holmes, for once I must disagree with you. Why, the official police have been swarming through the whole tower area for days.
True. But even if they find the thief, they'll never recognize him.
Oh, dash it, Holmes, what are you driving at? The chief constable of the tower, Major Markham, clearly identified the bogus garden killer Digby as having a bloated, puffy, white face.
Quite. But it's the thin-faced man with the cold blue eyes, the tourist with the drooping moustache, who's the key to this extraordinary affair.
Oh, perhaps, Holmes. At this point, my dear Holmes, I'm thoroughly confused. As to the jewels themselves, you said they're still in the tower.
And with good reason, Watson. You observed that several of the heavy pieces, crowns, scepters, maces, and so forth, were missing from the glass display case.
Yes, but what of it?
The thief would need a large bag, indeed a sack, to carry those bulky items. It's doubtful whether he could have slipped by the outer garrison guard without being examined.
Holmes, what was that?
Just a minute, Watson. Listen.
Holmes, a scream. It came from the armory room. Someone's running.
Quick, Watson. The killer. He struck again.
Holmes, it's the Chief Warder, Overbury.
Yes.
He's dead. Stabbed through the body.
Yes, quite. But note this suit of armor. It's been tipped from its standing position in the wall and fallen to the stone floor. That was the metallic sound we heard.
But I don't understand.
Uh-huh.
What is it, Holmes? What are you picking up from the floor?
Observe, Watson.
Whether it's a diamond.
Exactly. It broke off from one of the crown pieces, no doubt, when this suit of armor crashed to the floor.
Then, Holmes, the thief concealed the crown jewels in this hollow suit of armor.
Precisely. It's obvious that he was surprised in the act of recovering his loot by the chief warder here.
Then the crown jewels are still in the tower, Holmes. The garrison is guarding every gate and entrance.
Quite.
So that...
Our man has a very real problem of getting the valuables out of the tower. And therein, Watson, lies our hope of success.
Holmes, should we rouse the tower garrison? The killer was here just a moment ago.
No, my dear fellow, it'd be quite useless. The tower's a very large place, and if I know our man, he'll be much too clever to leave himself exposed for very long. Come, Watson.
Where to, Holmes?
We had better notify the chief constable of this new tragedy.
Oh, Major Markham doesn't seem to be in, Holmes. Doors ajar.
In that case, suppose we go in and wait. Rather an impressive view from this barred window here, don't you think, Watson?
Yes, Holmes.
We seem to be just above the outer wall, and the River Thames just beyond the wall. I must say, however, I find this panorama rather depressing. These grey towers, Watson, have hidden many a shriek of torture. Many a royal prisoner has languished in its dungeons. Many others came through the traitor's gate and thence to the headsman's axe. Hello, what's this?
Holmes, what are you...
Watson, note the bars on this window. Here, near the base.
Well, they've been partially filed through.
Precisely, and for a very good reason. It might be well to make a detailed study of this room while... Uh-huh.
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson, observe. On this wash basin...
Oh, dash it, Holmes. I don't see anything.
Don't you, Watson? Use your eyes. Here is a tiny globule of paraffin, not much larger than the head of a pin.
Paraffin?
Quite.
Well, what of it?
Everything, Watson, everything. This tiny globule of paraffin is the hinge of this entire case. It clarifies the riddle of the bogus guard Digby.
Holmes, what the devil are you talking about?
Obvious, my dear fellow, obvious.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Oh, Major Markham, we're just waiting for you.
Major, I trust that you are aware that your chief warder, Overbury, has just been murdered.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I am. One of my men found his body in the armory room. We are thoroughly combing the various towers at this moment, and we've doubled the guard at all gates and entrances.
Excellent, Major, excellent. But you must go even further than that. The crown jewels are still somewhere in London Tower.
What? You're sure of that, Mr. Holmes?
I am indeed. The killer had hidden his loot in a suit of armor in the armory room. He was surprised by Overbury, the chief warder, and murdered him. No doubt our thief has hidden the loot elsewhere.
Yes, but Holmes, how is he going to get it out of the tower? Every gate and entrance is guarded.
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. Perhaps we can tree our quarry by closing in with a rigid room-by-room search. You have the personnel to conduct this kind of search, Major Markham?
Of course. And I shall order it to begin immediately.
Excellent. Come, Watson.
Where to, Holmes?
First, to Baker Street. There's a bit of research I must do there, specifically on a certain new discovery in Vienna. After that, we shall go to Downing Street. It's high time we gave the Prime Minister a report on our findings.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I have left an emergency meeting of the inner cabinet to see you, and I pray that you have good news.
Be of good cheer, Lord Bellinger. We've made considerable progress. I'm almost positive of the identity of the vandal who stole the jewels.
Ah, but the jewels, the crown jewels, where are they? It is imperative that they be recovered soon, Mr. Holmes. Already rumors are sweeping London. The news has somehow leaked out, in spite of the fact that the newspapers have not printed a word of the story. The Foreign Secretary and the Home Secretary are in a state of agitation, not to mention the Bank of England itself. We must find the crown jewels, Mr. Holmes, and soon we must.
Patience, Lord Bellinger, patience. If I'm not wrong in my analysis of events yet to come, we shall close this case and recover the crown jewels tonight.
Tonight, Holmes? You mean you know where they're hidden?
No, but I expect someone else will find them for me. And when he does, you and I will be waiting to receive them.
You mean inside the tower?
On the contrary, Watson. I mean outside the tower.
Oh, it's 2 o'clock, Holmes.
Yes.
Why the deuce are we standing outside this tower? No one can get in or out without being challenged by a guard. Anyway, it's cold enough out here by the river wall to chill the marrow of a man's bones. Why this tower watch in the dead of night?
Because, Watson, I expect the purloiner of the crown jewels to put in an appearance at any moment. Like the cornered fox, the hounds close in, and he must break away before it's too late.
But, dash it, I don't understand her.
Watson.
Eh? What is it?
Look at that window, high in the tower.
Oh, there's a man crawling through the window. Under that small rampart.
Yes, and note, there's a bag slung over his shoulder.
Yes, you're right, her. But the deuce is...
Watson, quick, shrink back into the shadow here.
What is the point?
Someone just lit a match over there at the far end of the river wall. Obviously a signal.
You mean he's a Confederate?
He is indeed, and more than that. He's the brains behind this extraordinary coup. One of the cruelest and most brilliant criminals of a generation, Colonel Sebastian Moran.
What? Colonel Moran? But look, Holmes, on the rampart. He's flinging the sack out into the river.
Yes.
It's landed in the water.
Yes, sir. Watson, look over there at Colonel Moran. He has a rifle.
Yes, he's pointing it at the man up there. He's been hit. He's falling, Holmes.
Quick, Watson, after him. Halt, Moran!
Oh! Holmes, he's raising his gun.
Quick, your revolver. Good shot, Watson. You winged him in the arm. He dropped his gun.
Halt, Moran! He's running along the river wall. Oh, I missed him, curse it. There's this darkness here. Holmes is going to dive into the Thames from the wall. There he goes! Well, Holmes, I'm afraid Colonel Moran made good his escape.
Yes, Watson swam underwater, no doubt, and escaped in the darkness. Man has a charmed life. Well, here we are at the spot where the sack was flung into the river from the tower window.
There's that heavy sack. How can we possibly...
When they drag the Thames for it, Watson, I have no doubt they'll find the sack filled to the brim with the crown jewels of England.
By Jove! So the man in the tower...
Was Major Markham, obviously.
Major Markham?
Yes.
He murdered Hodgkins and the chief warder and stole the crown jewels.
He did indeed. But he was only a secondary factor, an accomplice. It was the fertile brain of Colonel Sebastian Moran which hatched this clever scheme.
And Moran shot Markham because he didn't want to share in the spoil.
Precisely. Once Markham had delivered the crown jewels, Colonel Moran had no further use for him. Dropping the bag through the window was obviously a method for getting the loot out of the guarded tower. It'd be easy enough later for Colonel Moran to recover the sack with grappling irons.
Oh, Dashiell Holmes, I confess I'm confused. The villain, as I understood it, was a bogus guard named Digby. The blotchy, puffed-up white face.
Precisely, Watson. But Digby and Major Markham were one and the same man.
What?
An ingenious trick of double identity. You remember the globule of paraffin we found in Markham's quarters?
Oh, yes.
It came from a hypodermic needle, a new medical technique recently discovered in Vienna. By injecting hot paraffin into the face, it's possible to change the facial contours and the shape of the features completely.
The deuce, you say?
Thus, Markham transformed himself to a puffy, white-faced guard and dubbed himself Digby. He came out of his office, killed Hodgkins, stole the crown jewels and hid them. Then he returned to his quarters and took a hot bath at the rather unusual hour of 4 o'clock in the morning.
Holmes, you mean the hot bath?
Quite. The paraffin oozes out of the pores when subjected to warm vapor and hot water. And by this method, Digby became Markham again.
And all the while, the official police were looking for a puffy, white-faced man.
Yes, it's no wonder they didn't find him, since he never really existed.
Holmes, I must congratulate you on a brilliant piece of work. Well, I suppose now we shall inform the Prime Minister that the crown jewels lie at this spot, the bottom of the Thames, and can easily be recovered. Eh?
Exactly. But for myself, the case is not yet closed.
Oh. What do you mean, Holmes?
Colonel Sebastian Moran is still at large. But someday we shall meet again. And next time, Watson, I promise you we shall settle our account for good.
And did Holmes settle that account finally, Dr. Watson?
He did indeed, Mr. Harris. He finally brought Moran down in another adventure, the case of the empty house. I might add that Colonel Sebastian Moran was considered the best rifle shot in India, and his feat in shooting Major Markham off that tower rampart was an exceptional bit of marksmanship.
Well, Dr. Watson, it's certainly been an exciting case. And now, can you tell us something about next week's story?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the famous adventure of the Speckled Band. It concerns an iron safe, a whistle in the night, and a bed that couldn't be moved.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelton. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Speckled Band. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, you'll hear Behind the Front Page. For non-stop service to Jacksonville, call Eastern Airlines. Fly to Jacksonville non-stop in 3 hours and 11 minutes. For immediate reservations, call Eastern Airlines. This is WOR, New York.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast, presents Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Red Death.
Come, Watson, we're off to the docks.
Right you are, Holmes.
Not a word to a soul about where we're going. That applies to you also, Mr. Edwards.
I shall be absolutely mum, Mr. Holmes.
The silence is not so much in your interest as in that of good people of London. Can you conceive of anything more likely to start a horrible panic than the knowledge that tonight a pyromaniac runs amok in the city's streets?
You owe it to yourself to look your best, even in the crushing heat of summer. And that's precisely why you should choose a Clippercraft summer suit. When you wear a Clippercraft suit of special, lightweight construction, you keep cool because millions of tiny woven windows afford such perfect ventilation. You look cool, too, because Clippercraft suits are so perfectly tailored, they retain their crispness long after other suits are heat-crumpled and saggy. From every angle, a Clippercraft summer suit is a fine investment. For only $33.75 to $42.50, your Clippercraft suit will be envied by men who pay much more. Clippercraft is one of the greatest values in America because you benefit from the economies of the unique Clippercraft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power. So look better, feel better, and save money. Look for the Clippercraft label. Dr. Watson, what did you mean when you gave tonight's memoir the title of The Adventure of the Red Death?
Well, it was a type of death criminally administered by a certain gentleman in our story, Mr. Harris. The adventure began at a waterfront cafe by the London docks, which extend from the Tower Bridge to beyond North Woolwich, mile upon mile of quays, warehouses, great basins that are bursting with shipping from the farthest corners of the earth. At the West India docks, there was a cafe called the Smiling Duchess. It was frequented by men of all the seven seas. In the back room, the owner, Peter Nichols, sat by a huge oaken table in the flickering candlelight, talking to a very attractive young lady named Vicky, who was employed there as a waitress.
Is he here, Vicky?
Yes, Peter. Waiting just outside that door.
Have much trouble bringing him here?
Oh, we acted up now and then. Oh, it's to be expected. He's come from a home for the criminally insane, you know.
Bring him in.
Come in, Captain West.
I don't remember this place. Was I ever here before?
Now, easy, Captain, easy. Sit down.
I don't remember you either. Or this girl. Why was I brought here? The doctors won't ask more questions, will they?
No, you're out of that place, you see. Now, sit down. I'm Peter Nichols. You remember old Peter, the Smiling Duchess now, don't you?
Oh, you certainly remember me, don't you? No man that comes here forgets Vicky.
I think, Captain, it was just a few years ago. Every time your ship docked here in London, you'd stop by for a swig of rum.
Peter Nichols. Oh, yes. Now I know you.
You're out of the insane asylum, Christopher West. Can you understand that? Now, listen to me. You're free. We got you out. Me and Vicky.
You did?
We needed you. We needed your talent. So Vicky spoke with a guard at the asylum. I gave her money. She used her charms. The guard let you out and turned you over to her.
Ah, I see. I was confused. It happened so quickly. I'd fallen asleep in a cell. The guard woke me up.
You're going to enjoy yourself now, Christopher West, the way you like to. We're going to find whatever equipment you need, and you're going to start fires for us.
Yes, a fire. They wouldn't let me. Most people won't admit the satisfaction, you know, but I do. Did you ever see how a man's eyes light up when he sees a fire? I want to see things burn, the flames eating away at the guts of the building till it's a black hulk. Where? When do we start the fire?
Soon enough.
Why do you want me to start it? Do you like to see things burn? Do you love the flames as I do?
Yes, Captain West. That's why. There's a warehouse nearby on Cuba Street by the Southwest India Dock Pier. I want to see it burn. That's why we took you out of that awful hospital.
I am grateful for that. They wouldn't let me start fires. And when I can't, there's pressure in my head. I can't stand it.
We need you. You can start fires so quickly, so easily, so surely. And no one will know.
When?
Tonight, Captain West. Tonight! You have the equipment, Captain West?
Yes, Peter. I'm ready.
Go on. We'll meet you back at the inn.
Good. At the inn.
Go on, Captain. Start the fire. That's it.
Now hide behind these bales, Vicky. I'll watch him. Wait. Shadow's disappearing, see? In the dark there? Now, wait. There, the flames. See them?
Yes, they're spreading quickly.
A marvelous idea of mine, eh, Vicky? West doesn't know what we'll do now while the fire's blazing. If they suspect arson, they'll chase him, not us. We can always deny having anything to do with him if he talks. He's legally insane. Irresponsible.
Flames. They're furious now. We better leave. We've our part of the job to do now.
Come on.
Your name is Edwards, sir?
George Edwards, Mr. Holmes. I'm the director of the Hampton County Hospital for the Criminally Insane.
Are you a physician, sir?
No, Dr. Watson. Mine is a political post, which is why I've come here to Baker Street, Mr. Holmes.
Just why have you come here?
A patient has escaped. Terribly dangerous man. Captain Christopher West, a pyromaniac. He's been responsible for the destruction of millions of pounds worth of property, the hospitalization of hundreds of fire victims, and the death of a considerable number of others.
Yes, I see. Why haven't you adopted the ordinary procedure and alarmed the police?
If I were to tell the police, Mr. Holmes, there'd be investigation. My political opponents would charge me with incompetence, and I'd lose my post. You must find this maniac. Will you, Mr. Holmes?
Can you describe this Captain West?
I brought our file card, his portrait and characteristics.
Yes. Intriguing. The circumstances of his escape, Mr. Edwards, you've looked into that, I presume?
I have, Mr. Holmes. A guard was careless. He left the cell door open. West must have stolen down the hallway and then over the wall.
Well, is it a simple matter to climb over your protective wall?
Are you gentlemen implying that I've been lax?
Well, it's curious, sir, that an escape from a home for the insane, which should be child's play, a glance in the wrong direction by the guard, and the entire city of London's menaced. Curious juxtaposition of facts, Mr. Edwards.
Your juxtaposition, Mr. Holmes?
Come, Watson, a cab. We're off to the docks.
Why the docks, Holmes?
Because of this dossier I've read about Captain West. He was a sea captain with a great passenger ship. He was ordered to retire by his firm. He refused. When the firm insisted, he became furious. He desired revenge. He set fire to their ships as they lay in the docks.
Yes, but I don't see...
He found there was an immense satisfaction in creating fires. He became a pyromaniac. Always in the area of the sea. Always a fire that threatened a harbor and the ships at anchor there. We're off to the docks, Watson, and Mr. Edwards. Not a word to a soul.
I shall be absolutely mum, Mr. Holmes.
The silence is not so much in your interest as in that of the good people of London. Can you conceive of anything more likely to start a panic than the fact that tonight a pyromaniac runs amok in the city's streets?
One of America's proudest traditions is the saga of the staunch clipper ships. These wonderful vessels established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Today, quality is identified in finer men's suits by the Clippercraft label, symbol of quality and economy, guarantee of finest tailoring and choicest materials. The fine independent local merchant who sells Clippercraft clothes invites you to inspect his great collection of lightweight Clippercraft suits at only $33.75 to $42.50. Compare them with suits costing many dollars more, and you'll agree that never before has there been such value in lightweight summer fabrics, such value in style and workmanship. Undoubtedly, Clippercraft clothes represent one of America's greatest clothing values. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were dashing to the docks of London to find Christopher West, the escaped pyromaniac.
Yes, so we were, Mr. Harris. That night our carriage raced across the cobblestones by the edge of the water. As the silhouettes of countless ships passed to our right, London's fabulous docks flew past. The giant granaries, the endless acres of bales and packing boxes, the crates of wool and ivory, the pungent odors of oil and coffee. Spices. Well, Holmes, you know as well as I do that London's docks are 45 miles long. How shall we find this Captain West?
He's already announced his whereabouts, Watson.
He has?
Smoke. See it? Curling up toward the sky from that warehouse on Cuba Street.
Well, Jove, he's been here, and at work, too.
Evidently the fire's been extinguished. We shall steal into this warehouse and see what we may see. Stop here, driver. Step down, Watson.
Yes, all right.
Keep the change, driver, and wait here. Now, let us hope that this smoldering ruin's been abandoned except for a watchman or two. Then we may examine this warehouse without incompetent meddling from the police. Careful, Watson, it'll be extremely dangerous.
Yes, rotting wood, loose beams, this blasted smoke.
Yes, keep your handkerchief over your mouth. We shall proceed very quietly into this wreckage. Slowly, carefully. The maniac may be hiding here.
Well, we've searched extensively, Holmes. Any clues?
I can confirm, Watson, that this fire is of incendiary origin. Most likely, therefore, the work of Christopher West.
How can you confirm it?
By those dark stains upon the floor.
They look like ink.
Quite. In carrying his bottle of ink, West spilled a few drops accidentally as he ran.
But why ink, Holmes?
This ink, Watson, is the type frequently employed for marking purposes at a laundry.
Well, I must confess I'm more mystified than ever.
Certain laundry inks, Watson, contain a compound that may be made highly explosive, so much so that they'll ignite themselves. Of course, assisted by bits of cotton and sawdust or paper, they'll soon create a considerable blaze. This is an empty warehouse. It's most unlikely that laundry ink would be found here unless it were brought in by a saboteur.
Look, Holmes, through the window. Another fire.
Run, Watson. You must reach that fire. Unless we make haste, we shall never find Christopher West.
Well, there goes the last of the firemen, Holmes. They've managed to extinguish the second blaze. There'll probably be a third shortly.
Yes. Watson, doesn't the geography of these two gutted warehouses strike you as fascinating?
The geography, Holmes?
Yes. Think of their positions. Then of the fact that both were deserted before the blaze began.
Where does that lead you, Holmes?
Close to the solution, Watson.
Then you know where Christopher West can be found?
Not just yet, but that may be determined quickly.
Yes, but how?
By my retiring to the King Neptune, which is a popular tavern nearby, for a glass of beer.
What the devil, Holmes? Hundreds of persons may be trapped and burned alive in the next few hours because this pyromaniac is scurrying about, fiendishly starting fires. You're retiring to a tavern, a glass of beer?
Oh, I've no use for the stuff, I assure you. It'll offend my taste. My preference for wine and for a certain vintage cannot be satisfied, however, at the King Neptune. Therefore, I must drink beer. Wait by our carriage, Watson. I shall rejoin you shortly with the exact site of Christopher West's next attempt.
We're doing well, Captain West. very well tonight.
I'm proud of my work, Peter. Did you see the last warehouse? Like a great candle in the sky.
Let him start another fire, Peter. Just one more. We need one more.
That's foolish, Vicky. The fires so far will appear to be accidents. At least till we've taken care of our end of this business.
We haven't enough, Peter. I want a bit more.
A third fire'd be too much. You're greedy. You should be content.
Greedy, am I? After all these years as a grubby waitress, putting up with anything those drunken sailors did just to sell another glass of beer? Oh, no, Peter. You've a fine idea we're going to see it through for all it's worth.
Greed's been the ruin of more than one, Vicky.
Will you let him start one more fire? If not for yourself, then for me. Oh, Peter, we can go away together. You, do want to be with me, don't you?
All right. Then we get out. Out of London, out of England.
That's it. Do you know where the next fire should be?
I do. Come, Captain.
There should be more fires, Peter. Many more. No, I'm like an artist who hasn't finished an exquisite painting.
Now, this way. Quietly and hurry. There we are, Captain. That warehouse.
I see it.
How will you start this one?
This candle and this bucket of lime. Both will leave no trace. They'll be destroyed. I take the candle so, and with one delicate stroke, the magnificence of a great fire is born. The lime is clever of me, eh, Vicky? Kerosene leaves an odor. It'd make them suspicious. Not lime, though.
Go on, West. We'll see you after. Come on, Vicky.
I'm with you, Peter.
Now I do it again. I'll step into the warehouse. Just lift this window and climb in. And now, Christopher West, that wonderful moment again. That moment before you start the fire. You're alone, free, no one to disturb you. The match.
Who's there?
The watchman. I'll wait behind this post.
I said who's there? Here I heard you.
You break my neck! Shut up! If you make a sound, I'll break your neck. I can snap it like this. I'm going to start a fire and you won't stop me. You won't live to see that they take me back. I won't go back. I won't start the fire the way I planned, though. I have a much better idea. I'll start it with you. I can hold you and put the candle to your clothes. There. Clothes are burning, see? Soon the flames will reach deeper. Your face, your eyes, your hair. Burn!
Stand away from that watchman. Your coat, Watson. Take it off. Smother those flames. I'll keep an eye on West.
Right, Holmes. My coat. I'll put out the flames here.
Mercy of God, thank you, thank you.
Don't attempt to run off, Captain West.
But I just wanted to...
The watchman all right, Watson?
Yes, Holmes, yes.
Who are you?
I am Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. John Watson. The gentleman before you is Christopher West, an escaped pyromaniac.
Glory be.
We shall return you to the Hampton Hospital, Captain West.
No, I'll never go back.
You won't have to go back. This revolver in my hand makes sure of that.
Peter Nichols.
Now, don't reach for the revolver in your coat, Dr. Watson. Just stand where you are. You too, Mr. Holmes?
You were just in time, Peter.
Yes, so I was, Vicky. Come along, Captain. We'll go. All of us.
Holmes, he'll kill us.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. I'm a mite too wise for that. You see, if I know if they ever catch up with me, I'll serve time. But I won't hang for murder.
You'll serve time, Peter Nichols, for robbing the warehouses adjacent to those where you had West start the fires. Perhaps the robberies haven't been discovered yet, eh? The silks, the perfume, the furs you plan to take during this third fire?
They'll have to catch me first, Mr. Holmes. Come on, Captain. Vicky. Let's get out of here fast.
Run, Vicky. Run.
Right behind you.
Don't try to follow us.
Let's go after them, Holmes.
Don't budge, Watson. He might change his mind and shoot. Just wait. Wait. Now, Watson, your revolver. Take it. If they want to play hide-and-seek in and out of these countless crates and bales along these docks, we'll play their game.
I'm exhausted, Holmes. My leg. See any sign of them?
I saw a glimpse of Vicky's coloured dress off to the left by the gangways of the wine vaults.
Well, let's go in.
Very quietly, Watson. They may be concealing themselves behind a stack of wine barrels. I could swear I saw Vicky.
Think the three of them are there?
Yes.
Shall we look?
No, they might be waiting for us to do just that. Then they'd pounce upon us. Now, we'll take a chance.
What do you mean, Holmes?
Fire in that direction.
Yes, right. Oh, fine. It's gushing from the barrels where I shot. But Peter, the captain, the girl, no sign of them?
Oh, yes, you got them.
How can you be sure?
Look there. Spattered on the base of the barrels, Watson. Blood.
Well, Holmes, before you light your pipe and relax into one of your typical Baker Street reveries, from which I do not dare to disturb you, tell me, how did you know Christopher West would be at the particular warehouse where you found him?
Will you recall, Watson, my mentioning the geography of the burnt warehouses?
Yes, I do.
I observed that although each was empty, each was also directly beside another warehouse which contained priceless merchandise.
Go on.
It occurred to me that this was a maneuver whereby someone, Peter Nichols as it developed, had deliberately freed Captain West and set him loose to start fires. Peter, who was an old hand at the wharves, must have known the West case and the merchandise. The fire, you see, distracted the police. And during the excitement, Peter and Vicky would sneak into the adjacent warehouse and help themselves.
Aha, I see. But how did you know exactly which warehouse would be next?
Well, you recall I left you to visit the King Neptune Tavern. By drinking a beer with the seamen there, it was a simple matter to listen to their eternal gossip and to determine which warehouse had recently received a shipment of highly priced goods. That indicated the spot where West would most probably strike next.
Bless you, Holmes. Why do these things seem so utterly obvious after you've explained them?
Because weak minds are like a microscope, magnifying trifling things, but unable to receive the larger ones. However, for your humble servant, elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary.
Well, Dr. Watson, the Red Death was a gripping adventure. What became of Edwards, the director of the asylum?
Well, he was innocent enough, Mr. Harris. He discharged the guard bribed by Vicky. Peter and Vicky, of course, received long prison sentences. And Christopher West was safely returned to the hospital.
Well, Dr. Watson, you know, usually at this time I ask you what you've planned for next week, and we look forward eagerly to another exciting adventure with you and Mr. Holmes. But I'm very sorry to say that we've reached the end of our current series, Doctor.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Harris. Someone is with us again. Time for all of us to go scooting off on our vacations. So I regret that we shan't be together for a while.
Well, we'll be waiting for you, Dr. Watson. These evenings with you and Holmes have been most enjoyable.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harris. And our thanks also to the makers of Clippercraft clothes. May I wish you and yours a pleasant summer holiday?
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you the last in the current series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories were based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by John Stanley and Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. And this is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light.
It's light as leather.
Smart.
It's smart as leather.
And wear.
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
WOR, New York, 710 on your dial.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet.
Quick, Watson, the test tube.
Here you are, Holmes.
Now, we pour this solution in the contents of this beaker and... Aha! You see the cloudy white precipitate?
I do indeed. What does it mean, Holmes?
Death, Watson. The slow, creeping, and malicious death.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Well, I see you're just adding your signature to a new memoir.
Yes, Mr. Harris. This particular adventure took my friend Holmes and me out of London for a few days to the historic English shrine of learning, Cambridge University.
Sounds interesting, Dr. Watson. What's this adventure called?
I call it The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet, Mr. Harris. As soon as you have regaled our audience on the merits of Clipper Craft clothes, I shall be very happy to recount it to you.
Spring, as they say, is just round the corner. That means you're going to want to celebrate with a new spring suit. It's like a tonic for that worn-out winter feeling. And you can get it without spending a fortune in a Clipper Craft suit. Because the new Clipper Craft suits for spring are styled to make you look your best. Broad-shouldered, trim-waisted, the athletic look. And the price for all this super tailoring and workmanship is as welcome as spring itself. You pay only $45 for a pure worsted Clipper Craft suit. And if you shop around and compare values, you'll find your Clipper Craft suit has all the workmanship, the new pattern effects, and the quality materials of suits costing many dollars more. And while you're choosing your Clipper Craft suit, take a look at Clipper Craft top coats in all wool, gabardine, or covert. Only $40 to $47.50. Yes, Clipper Craft clothes make you feel like a million, look like a million, and still leave you money to spare. And now, Dr. Watson, what about The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet?
As I said, Mr. Harris, it began at Cambridge, seat of one of Britain's greatest universities. A quiet place of mellow buildings and green lawns. And specifically, it began in the area of Keyes College, the medical college of the university. Holmes and I became involved because of my old friendship with Ashley Webb, professor of anatomy at that college. But actually, the story began at the home of Dr. Charles Stanhope of the medical faculty, who at the moment was engaged in a violent quarrel with his wife.
I tell you, Alicia, you've got to stop seeing so much of Professor Webb. The whole university is beginning to talk about it, and the faculty, too.
Oh, they are they? Well, let me tell you something, my dear Charles. There is nothing between Ashley and myself.
Oh, so it's Ashley now, is it? Alicia, for the last time, I forbid you to see Professor Webb.
Oh, you do you? Well, I shall see him all I please. He's a fine man, and I'll not let you dictate to me. I'll leave you first.
You don't mean that, my dear.
Oh, yes, I do. That frightens you, doesn't it, Charles? You're very clever, dear boy. You married money. But if I leave you, who'll pay your gambling debts in London?
Alicia!
They'll sack you from the faculty when they find out about your debts, won't they, Charles? You'll be ruined, disgraced. And if I leave you, I'll change my will, naturally. You won't get a shilling. Well, Charles, now are you going to be nice to me?
Oh, Very well, Alicia.
Thank you, darling. And since I'm going to have a few things to say around here from now on, there's one wish I want you to attend to immediately.
Yes?
I want you to discharge that new valet of yours, Briggs.
Discharge Briggs? But why?
I simply cannot stand the sight of the fellow. He acts so furtive, and he looks pale and ill. Get rid of him at once, Charles.
Your bath is ready, Dr. Stanhope.
Oh, Briggs, never mind the bath. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir?
My wife thinks you look pale, ill. You're feeling well enough?
Why, I think so, sir.
Do you ever have pains in your chest?
Well, sometimes, sir.
From observing your eyes and the pallor of your skin, it could be symptoms of...
Of what,
Dr. Stanhope.
Oh, it's probably nothing, Briggs, nothing at all. Still, we can't be too careful, can we? Suppose we step in my laboratory while I give you a complete physical examination. All right, Briggs. You may put on your shirt now.
Dr. Stanhope, what is it, sir?
I'm sorry, Briggs. Terribly sorry. But you've got only a few months to live.
A few months?
A year at the most.
Dr. Stanhope, you're sure?
Positive. My examination has been conclusive. It's your heart, Briggs. There's a severe weakness in the heart wall. An aneurysm, we call it.
A few months to live.
I'm sorry.
A few months walking a tightrope. Never know what moment will be the last. Waiting to die in your sleep, maybe. Wondering whether you'll drop dead in the street. Oh, Dr. Stanhope, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Well, for one thing, Briggs, I promise you there won't be any pain. I'll give you a special medicine for that. As for the few months of life you have, I would suggest that you live.
Live? How?
To the full, Briggs. Have the things you could never afford before. Wine, women, and song. Wear the best clothes, go to the theaters, the music halls. Live a lifetime in a few months.
Who's there? Who's in my room? No. No!
So they're holding you here at the police station? The charge of murdering Alicia Stanhope. Eh, Webb?
Yes, John. And believe me, I'm grateful that you should remember our old professional friendship and brought Mr. Holmes here to Cambridge.
Professor Webb, I must say that on the evidence it would appear that you are guilty and that we're wasting our time.
Holmes!
However, let us review the facts. Alicia Stanhope was found murdered in your home last night, while her husband, Dr. Stanhope, was presumably traveling on the continent.
Yes. Yes, that is true, Mr. Holmes. I had gone out for a long walk, and when I came home, she was there. The police believe... Well, they believe I stabbed her in an amorous quarrel.
But they lie, I tell you, they lie! I must confine myself to a healthy skepticism, my dear Professor. At least until I'm able to interrogate Dr. Stanhope, who I understand is hastening back to England from the continent. Come, Watson.
Yes, Holmes? Where?
To the home of Professor Webb here. The official police have not yet removed the body, and I should like to form my own conclusions. Observe, Watson. Alicia Stanhope was stabbed 3 times in the region of the heart. Doesn't that convey anything to you?
I cannot say it does.
Oh, come, man. You're being obtuse. It's like a signpost on an open road.
Holmes, you mean you know who the murderer is?
Not exactly, Watson, but I know who he is not.
Eh? But...
Observe again, my dear fellow. Although Alicia Stanhope was presumably stabbed on this couch, there's no sign of blood on the covering.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Quite. A most peculiar phenomenon, Watson. Now, suppose we explore the garden adjacent to this room. Look, Watson. There are footprints here in the soil of the garden. Note how they go down into that steep gully and disappear in the underbrush.
Yes, Holmes. There seem to be 2 sets of footprints. One going toward the window, one moving away.
Quite. And they prove, Watson, that the killer carried the dead woman into Professor Webb's house and left her there.
How'd you know that?
Oh, it's elementary, my dear fellow. The tracks leading to the window are of a deeper imprint. Hence, the killer was carrying a heavy burden. On the return journey, as you see, the footprints are lighter. Therefore, he had been relieved of his burden.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Yes.
Oh, what is it, Holmes?
This gully proceeds in the rear of several houses along the street here. And I shouldn't be surprised if one of them belongs to Dr. Charles Stanhope.
Holmes, I hope you realize we're breaking and entering Dr. Stanhope's premises.
I cannot be concerned with legal quibbling now, Watson. It's obvious now that Alicia Stanhope must have been murdered here,
carried out to the garden, down along the gully, and from there into Professor Webb's house.
Rather a restless corpse, I must say. Oh, there seems to be a small servant room here.
Yes. It's been vacated very recently.
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson, the spoon on this shelf. It's covered with a light film of what seems to be some medical preparation. And it proves beyond all doubt that someone was here last night.
How'd you know that?
Because the film on the spoon is still fresh and damp. It hasn't had a chance to evaporate.
Someone's just come in.
What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
We might address the same question to you, sir.
Oh, you might, eh? Well, it just happens I am Dr. Charles Stanhope, and this is my house.
Well, Dr. Watson, this is certainly an exciting adventure. And what happened after that?
I shall be delighted to reveal the rest of the story to you, Mr. Harris, as soon as you've told our audience some pertinent facts regarding Clippercraft clothes.
You know, men, good style doesn't have to cost you a lot of money. You can be the best-dressed man in any crowd and stay within your budget when you buy Clippercraft clothes. A new spring Clippercraft worsted suit at $45, or a Clippercraft topcoat from $40 to $47.50 has the styling and the quality that you usually expect only in clothes that cost many dollars more. Now, that's because more than 1,200 friendly independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power to make Clippercraft's amazing values possible. In Clippercraft clothes, you get all the quality workmanship traditional of New England. New England, the home of the famous Clipper ships, from which Clippercraft clothes take their name. And Clippercraft clothes are sold by established businessmen whose business it is to give you honest value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the unfortunate Valet.
So I was, Mr. Harris, so I was. Dr. Stanhope had come into his house with his baggage, and he was stained with the dust of travel. But when we introduced ourselves, he immediately abandoned his idea of turning us over to the local police and became more tractable. He explained that he'd only just that moment returned from his trip to the continent, that he had not yet seen the body of his wife, but he was quite sure as to her murder.
It was Professor Webb, Mr. Holmes. Ashley Webb. He killed her. It couldn't have been anyone else. He was mad about her, wanted her to leave me, and he killed her when she refused.
Then, Dr. Stanhope, how does it happen that your wife, Alicia, was found at Professor Webb's house?
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure that he had some power over her. Blackmail, possibly. Perhaps Alicia had to go to his house. Perhaps she had no choice. I don't know.
I'm afraid, Dr. Stanhope, this affair will provide a holiday for the gossip mongers.
Dr. Stanhope, a question.
Yes?
Were there any servants on the premises while you were abroad?
Well, no. I did have a valet named Briggs, but he left my service a week ago.
May we ask why?
Well, he was in ill health, Dr. Watson. Very bad heart condition. A severe aneurysm, in fact. Poor fellow had only a few months to live.
I see. And where might we find this fellow, Briggs?
I believe you can find him at the Carlton Hotel in London.
Well, Holmes, I confess I'm puzzled.
Indeed? Why, Watson?
Well, we telegraphed the customs at Dover, found that Dr. Stanhope did not pass through until this morning.
Yes?
Therefore, he couldn't have murdered his wife last night back in Cambridge. Well, I hate to say it, Holmes.
But you think Professor Webb might be guilty after all?
Oh, yes.
Rubbish.
Eh?
A single glance at the corpse was sufficient to exonerate Professor Webb.
Yes, but how?
Remember, the killer plunged the blade into the victim's body 3 times in the area of the heart. But, Watson, consider that Webb is a professor of anatomy. If he were the assassin, he'd obviously know how to find the heart with one swift blow.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Quite. But
How can a valet live in splendor at a first-class hotel like the Carlton? And secondly, how could a man with a severe heart aneurysm carry a heavy body along a strenuous path, up and down a steep gully?
Yes, Elmer. More champagne, dearie.
Thank you, Jackie. Don't
Nothing
mind if I
like
do.
the old bubbly, is there?
Right.
Ah, the old bubbly makes a man forget. That's what it does. Well, drink up, Selma. Drink up.
Oh, Briggsy, you're a real sporting gentleman.
Think so?
I should say, a real top. The suite at the Carlton and dinner and squab at the cafe and all the champagne there is.
And plenty more bubbly where that come from. All the champagne you can drink, dearie. You and me are going to do a lot of living, we are. You'll have pretty frocks, and we'll go to the races and the music halls and live like royalty. Come on, drink up more of the bubbly.
Briggsy, someone's coming over to our table.
Who?
Well, I don't know, a couple of men.
I beg your pardon. Your name is Briggs?
That's right. And who may you be?
This is Dr. Watson, and my name is Sherlock Holmes.
What? Sherlock Holmes? What do you want?
Briggs, we understand that you were valet to Dr. Charles Stanhope. As you no doubt know, his wife has been murdered. We should like to ask you a few questions.
Would you? Would you indeed? Well, I don't know nothing, see? I give up my post with the Stanhopes a week ago. And as for a nib's good riddance, I says.
Now, look here, Briggs.
Watson.
Yes, sir?
Suppose we question this fellow another time. He seems to be in no condition to make sober answers at the moment.
Well, Holmes, we didn't seem to find out much from this Briggs fellow.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, we did.
What do you mean?
Our friend Briggs, my dear fellow, happens to be an ex-convict.
Eh? How'd you know that?
Oh, it's elementary, Watson. The pallor of his face was characteristic of long confinement. And his hands proved the point even more.
His hands?
Yes, the kind of scarred hands any convict might acquire in the jute workshop of a prison. And speaking of prisons, Watson,
yes?
Our next step is to find which institution harbored Briggs as its guest. And after that, it would be most interesting to examine the fellow's medical record. Watson, look here. An interesting medical report. Very.
What do you mean?
According to the physician's report here at Newgate Prison, there's nothing wrong with Briggs's heart. Note, the report is marked excellent, and this is as recent as 6 months ago when Briggs was released.
Yes, but that doesn't make sense.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, it does. You had the spoon we found in the servants' quarters at the Stanhope house? The spoon with a film of medicine on it?
Yes, I wrapped it in a piece of paper, put it in my pocket. But what now, Holmes?
Back to Baker Street. Back to Baker Street to conduct a chemical experiment. Quick, Watson, the test tube.
Here you are, Holmes.
Now, we pour this solution in the contents of this beaker and... You see this cloudy white precipitate?
Yes, I do indeed. What does it mean, Holmes?
Death, Watson. A slow, creeping, and malicious death. Quick, my dear fellow, get your hat. We must get to the Carlton Hotel at once.
The Carlton?
Precisely, to have another talk with a valet called Briggs. Well, Briggs, there's the evidence as I've related it to you. You murdered Alicia Stanhope at the instigation of her husband, Charles.
You still deny it, Briggs?
Deny it? No. Why should I? You got me dead to rights. And what do I care? I'm going to die anyway soon. I got a bad heart, I have. And I'll cheat the hangman's noose before it's time.
Briggs, I'm afraid you've been played for a fool.
Huh? Yes, your heart's in excellent condition. As strong as an ox.
That's a lie.
Not according to an examination given you by the Newgate prison physician not 6 months ago.
But, Dr. Stanhope, it's his diagnosis.
He duped you and deceived you, Briggs. He lied to you about your heart, bribed you with money, and used you as a tool. You thought that with a severe heart condition you had nothing to lose. But you were wrong.
Stanhope! So, he lied to me. He lied.
You carried Alicia Stanhope's body from your house to Professor Webb's up and down a steep gully. A fatal effort for a man with your alleged condition. That led me to question the diagnosis from the start.
And I could have lived, a free man, without murder on my hands. And Stanhope, he even gave me medicine for my heart.
Exactly, but that medicine happened to be a slow and insidious poison, Briggs. Stanhope wanted to get rid of you after you'd done your work. And you would have died soon, just as he promised.
I see.
Holmes, look out! He's got a
Don't
revolver!
move, either of you. Don't try anything. You're not going to take me in. Not yet. Not until I keep an appointment with a certain gentleman. He just come to London from Cambridge. And I know you'll be glad to see me.
Oh, Briggs, Why, what on earth...
Hello, Stanhope.
What the devil? You're carrying a revolver.
You've got a bad heart, Briggs. Remember what you told me, Doctor? With a straight face, too, remember? I'm sorry, Briggs. It's bad news. You've got but a few months to live.
Now, Briggs...
You
listen.
lied to me. You cheated me. Made me kill for your dirty money. The £1,000 you gave me. And then you tried to poison me with your medicine. Didn't you, Doctor?
Now, wait a minute.
Hey, get away from that desk. Don't reach for that gun. Not me. But I still got time to send you to... I'll make sure of it. Remember, Doctor, you told me I didn't have long to live. You're right. You're right. But this time, it's better this way than dangling on the end of a rope.
Briggs! Briggs!
I saw him coming here, Watson. But those shots were...
Holmes. Good Lord. They're both dead.
Yes, Watson. We're too late. But note how justice has been done. They both have a bullet through the heart.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was certainly an unusual adventure.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Oh, I almost forgot one thing.
Yes, Dr. Watson?
A subsequent investigation of Dr. Stanhope's background revealed that he was not entitled to practice medicine at all. He had cleverly kept this secret for many years.
I see. But now, what about next week's case, Dr. Watson?
Well, next week I shall relate to you the adventure of the elusive agent. It concerns an interrupted honeymoon, the odor of a rare tobacco, and a strange new British invention which made a dramatic appearance during World War I.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stadley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. The Red Cross is always ready, always there. You too can act and help through the Red Cross 1949 Fund. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Elusive Agent. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Bruce-Partington Plan.
It's just midnight, Holmes. Yes. And our quarry Watson should be coming through that door at any moment. Better have your service revolver at the ready. I'm fully prepared, Holmes. Good. Holmes, the signal. Yes. 2 knocks on the door. Our friend has arrived. He has indeed. Now, spring the trap. Stand aside, Watson. What are you going to do, Holmes? I'm going to unlock the door and introduce you to a murderer.
Well, Dr. Watson, I see you're hard at work on your memoirs as usual. What adventure are you working on tonight?
I call it The Adventure of the Bruce-Partington Plans, Mr. Harris. Incidentally, did you know that Holmes had a brother, Mycroft Holmes?
Mycroft Holmes? No, I didn't.
I met him for the first time in this adventure. A great man, Mycroft Holmes, as prominent in his own sphere as my comrade was in his. And he appeared at a time when the fate of the Empire hung in the balance. But first, Mr. Harris, I know that you have something to say about Clipper Craft clothes.
I have, Dr. Watson. 37 long years of making fine clothes are behind Clipper Craft. And the new fall suits show it. They're superbly cut of fine, long-wearing materials and tailored with details found only in the most expensively priced clothes. Yet you pay only $40 and $47.50. And here's the reason why. More than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores from coast to coast have concentrated their huge buying power to really bring down your high cost of living. You enjoy the savings when you buy Clipper Craft at your local Clipper Craft store, the store you can trust. You enjoy friendly, courteous service, too, from the local store in your community that really knows how to please you. Try on your favorite style in Clipper Craft's extra long-wearing worsted suits at only $47.50. Why, you just can't beat Clipper Craft's values in suits, top coats, and sport coats. Compare Clipper Craft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what's this adventure of the Bruce-Partington plans all about? What are the plans?
All in good time, my dear Mr. Harris, all in good time. If my memory does not fail me, this adventure began in November of 1895. A dense yellow fog had settled down over London, so that from our windows at Baker Street it was impossible to see the loom of the opposite houses. It was on this white shrouded night that a cab came out of the mist and stopped just outside of Woolwich Arsenal. A woman descended and paid off the driver.
There you are, cabby.
I say...
Oh, why, you...
But I, Viola, Cadogan.
Oh, Cadogan, darling. Oh, it's impossible to recognize anyone in this beastly fog. I was afraid that some stranger was trying to... But it is you,
Well, of course it's I, Violet. Now, will you stop chattering?
Cadogan.
Oh, forgive me, darling. Nerves. On edge, I'm afraid I...
What's the matter, darling?
Matter?
Oh, something's worrying you. You're nervous, upset. You seem afraid of something. What is it, Cadogan?
It's nothing.
You've never worked this late at the Arsenal before, Cadogan. We'll be fortunate if we get to the theatre at all.
Theatre? Oh, I am sorry, Violet. I can't make it tonight.
Can't make it? But, Cadogan, we've tickets for the theatre and...
But something's come up, something urgent. Violet, you had better take a cab. Go home.
Cadogan, why do you keep staring at the Arsenal? For heaven's sake, darling, what's this all about?
I can't tell you.
Not even your own fiancé?
No.
I see.
I know, darling, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I don't trust you, but this is extremely confidential. A matter of state of government. And unless I... Violet,
Yes?
look over there. You see a man in a bowler hat and a waterproof just coming out of the entrance?
Why, yes, but what...
I've got to follow him. I can't afford to lose him.
But Duggan, what...
Goodbye, Violet.
Where to, sir?
Follow that cab just ahead. Don't lose it in the fog.
Let's a rum go in this pea soup, Governor. Might as well ask a
There's a
bloke.
quid in it if you hang on.
Hop in, Governor. We'll have to be quick. That's a short trip, Governor. There's your coach there in front of Woolwich Station. Your bloke we need to take the underground, seems like.
Here you are, cabby. Ticket clock.
Yes, sir.
Did a gentleman in a bowler hat and waterproof just come through the passenger tunnel here?
Yes, sir. Just ahead of you. Bought a ticket and just stepped aboard that train.
Quick, give me a ticket.
Where to, sir?
Anywhere. The station for London Bridge. Only hurry or I'll miss that train.
Yes, sir.
Say your brother Mycroft will arrive here at Baker Street in half an hour, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. I'm in receipt of an urgent telegram from Mycroft. He's coming straight from his government office at Whitehall to seek my counsel on a most serious matter.
Indeed? On what serious matter?
The Cadogan West affair.
The Cadogan West? What's that?
Well, read the newspapers, Watson. If you peruse the Daily Telegraph there on the chair, you'd find that last night a junior government clerk named Cadogan West met his fiancée, a Miss Violet Westbury, for an evening at the theatre.
Well, I mean to say, what of it?
With no explanation whatever, he darted off into the fog in pursuit of some mysterious quarry. And early this morning, he was found dead.
You mean murdered?
Precisely, Watson. His lifeless body was found lying in a tunnel of the underground a few feet from the track just beyond Aldgate Station.
Good Lord.
Curiously enough, there was no railway ticket found on him.
You consider that significant, Holmes?
Quite. But even more significant is the fact that my brother Mycroft seems to have taken an intense personal interest in this case. You know, Watson, my brother Mycroft has a unique and confidential status in the inner cabinet and enjoys the counsel of both the Prime Minister and the Queen in delicate matters of empire.
Then why is he so concerned with the death of an obscure junior clerk?
Patience, my dear Watson, patience. I'm a criminologist, not a clairvoyant. Only Mycroft can answer that question.
My dear Sherlock, I have never seen the Prime Minister so upset. And the Admiralty is in a state of near panic. As for myself, in view of the present delicate situation in Siam, it is most awkward that I leave the office for a moment.
Then let us arrive at the kernel of this affair at once, Mycroft. Why is Whitehall so concerned about the death of Cadogan West, a minor clerk?
Because the fate of England, and indeed the Empire itself, may hinge upon a quick and early solution of this regrettable affair.
Good heavens, sir. As serious as that, is it?
Indeed, Dr. Watson.
Pray continue, Mycroft.
You have heard of the Bruce-Partington plans.
Vaguely.
Some plans concerning a new nautical machine, are they not?
Specifically, gentlemen, they are the designs for a new and revolutionary nautical craft called the submarine, which can be propelled underwater.
Submarine, huh? Extraordinary. Dash it, Holmes, the next thing you know, they'll conjure up some devilish scheme to fly through the air.
Please do not interrupt, Watson. Proceed, Mycroft.
Last night, the Bruce-Partington papers, 10 of them in all, disappeared from a vault in Woolwich Arsenal.
Aha. And was this vault easily accessible?
No. Those plans were the most jealously guarded of all government secrets. Only 3 men had keys to the vault.
Their names?
Sir James Walter, the government expert and official guardian of the plans, who's fallen gravely ill over this matter, the senior clerk, Mr. Sidney Johnson, and Cadogan West, the junior clerk.
Go on.
But when the body of young West was discovered, 7 of the papers were found on his person. The other 3 papers, the vital, important ones, were missing. Naturally, the newspapers did not carry this information.
Interesting, Mycroft. Very.
Perhaps young West stole the plans, offered them for sale to some foreign power, and later was murdered for his pains.
Perhaps, Dr. Watson. At any rate, we fear the worst. Sherlock, you see the consequences of all this?
Naturally. If some foreign power gains possession of the Bruce-Partington data, the sea power of Britain might well suffer a mortal blow.
Exactly. Sherlock, you must drop everything and devote your talents to this. Those papers must be recovered. This mystery must be solved at any cost.
Very well. Under the circumstances, we'd better begin at once. Come, Watson, we'll be off.
Where to, Holmes?
To Woolwich Arsenal. I should like a few words with this senior clerk, Mr. Sidney Johnson. You say the key to that vault never left your possession last night, Mr. Johnson?
That is correct, Mr. Holmes. That is entirely correct.
And you left Woolwich Arsenal here at 5 o'clock?
I did. I most certainly did. I left at closing time as usual.
Young Cadogan West also possessed the key, did he not, Mr. Johnson?
He did, Dr. Watson. Both he and Sir James Walter are superior.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir?
Do you think Cadogan West stole the Bruce-Partington papers from the vault?
I make no accusation, Mr. Holmes.
But, my dear sir, you must have an opinion.
I repeat, I make no accusation. And I cannot account for young West's actions. I can only say that he was unreliable, headstrong, and eternally complaining about his small remuneration here.
I see. Now then, Mr. Johnson, before we leave, I should like to have a look at those plans.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, but that's impossible.
Indeed? Why?
Because the originals were stolen.
The originals, eh? Very interesting, Mr. Johnson. Quite. This puts a new aspect on the matter. Come, Watson, we must pay a visit to Sir James Walter's home at once, the third and last owner of a key to this ransacked vault.
But Mycroft has informed us, Holmes, that Sir James is gravely ill.
True, but his brother, Colonel Valentine Walter, who's always been very close to Sir James, may be able to provide us with some necessary information.
Well, Holmes, I must confess I'm completely confused.
Are you indeed, Watson?
Yes, we seem to be no nearer to a solution than
On the contrary, my dear fellow, we are.
We are?
We are indeed. It's true, every fresh advance we've made only reveals a fresh ridge beyond. And yet we've certainly made some appreciable progress. Note first that the original plans were stolen instead of being copied.
Yes, but what was...
Note, too, that no railway ticket was found on the body of young Cadogan West, who was presumably thrown from a metropolitan train. Oh, there's Sir James Walter's house, Watson, at the end of the lane.
Look here, Holmes. Sir James has been a high authority in the government for 20 years. He's unimpeachable, absolutely.
Perhaps, but one cannot weave a cloth without first picking up all the threads. Watson.
A shot, Holmes?
Yes.
And it came from Sir James's house.
Quick, cabby. Get us to that house with all possible speed. Open up. Open the door.
Someone's coming, Holmes.
What is it? What? Colonel Valentine Walter?
Yes, what do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. Watson.
We, heard a shot a moment ago, Colonel. We were on our way to see Sir James.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
What do you mean? Come out with it, man. What do you mean?
My brother, Sir James, just shot himself.
You just won't believe your eyes when you read the Clippercraft price tag. Just $40.47.50. Here are truly fine suits at prices that really fit your budget. Because Clippercraft gives you way above average quality at way below average cost. Fine fabrics that assure long wear. Skillful tailoring by experts with long years of experience. That's why they're the favorite of many millions of men throughout America. The unique Clippercraft plan brings you these amazing values. More than 1,200 fine stores from coast to coast participate in this plan. Combine their vast purchasing power to effect savings in production and distribution. This project keeps Clippercraft's great tailoring plants busy 12 months a year, and naturally brings operating expenses down to a minimum. The savings go to you. Yes, Clippercraft suits are truly remarkable values at only $40.47.50. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, let's return to our story, Dr. Watson. Well, Mr. Harris, we entered Sir James Walter's house and found him dead, a revolver by his side. Colonel Valentine was greatly grief-stricken and explained that since the Bruce-Partington plans were Sir James's responsibility, his brother had killed himself over the scandal of their loss. At any rate, Holmes and I didn't linger long. Time was passing swiftly. The fate of the Empire was possibly in the balance.
What did you do next, Dr. Watson?
We approached the Underground Railway authorities. A ticket seller at Woolwich Station had indeed seen young Cadogan West in hot pursuit and testified that young West bought a ticket for London Bridge. After that, Mr. Hodkins, the railway superintendent, led us to the spot in the tunnel where the body had been found.
So this point in the tunnel is just beyond Aldgate Station, Mr. Hodkins?
That's correct, Mr. Holmes.
But it appears that young West had a ticket only as far as London Bridge. There was no ticket for Aldgate found on his body. How do you account for that, Mr. Hodkins?
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. I don't understand why he stayed in the train as far as Aldgate after passing London Bridge.
Quite. Young West did not have a ticket for Aldgate. Therefore, he was not in the train.
What?
Moreover, he was bruised only on the head, not on the body. And no blood was found on the spot where he fell. That would indicate he was killed before he entered the tunnel.
Holmes, you say young West was not even in the train?
I infer, Watson, that he was on the train, but not in it.
On the train, but not... Dash it all, I must be obtuse, but it's all confoundedly unclear to me.
I agree with Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes. I make no sense of it.
Fortunate circumstance, gentlemen. There's one of our metropolitan trains coming into this tunnel. It will serve to illustrate my theory perfectly.
Better step back against the tunnel wall, gentlemen.
All right, you are. Thank you.
Note, Watson, the train is on a straight track and it proceeds smoothly and steadily. Aha, now the train's moving around this curve. Did you notice how it shook and swayed as it rounded the curve, Watson?
Yes, Holmes, I did. But what the devil difference does that make as far as Cadogan West is
concerned? An immense difference, my dear fellow. It proves that Cadogan West's dead body was riding on the roof of a railway carriage here in the tunnel.
What's that, Mr. Holmes? You mean to say someone placed the corpse on the roof?
I do indeed, Mr. Hodkins. The corpse rode for a considerable distance. But when it reached this point, the rocking and jolting on the train threw it to the ground. Yet there were no bruises on the body, which is natural enough. Dead bodies do not bruise.
Good heavens, it seems incredible.
Mr. Hodkins, is there a point farther on from Aldgate here where the trains pause before they proceed?
Why, yes, Mr. Holmes, but...
Please answer my question.
Well, there's a point in the tunnel at Kensington where the metropolitan trains stop for the signal.
Kensington, eh? Excellent, Mr. Hodkins, excellent. Come, Watson, we've work to do at Whitehall.
Whitehall?
Precisely. I'm in urgent need of some vital information from my brother Mycroft.
Sherlock, you asked me for a list of foreign agents known to have residences in London at present. I have a highly confidential list here.
Capital, Mycroft. I have a very simple query to make.
Yes?
Do any of these foreign agents live in or near Kensington?
Only one, but he's out of the country at present.
His name and address?
Hugo Oberstein, 13 Caulfield Gardens, Kensington.
Aha.
Holmes, by what line of deduction?
All in good time, my dear Watson, all in good time.
Sherlock, is there any progress? The Admiralty is in urgent emergency meeting with the Prime Minister, and at this very moment, my presence is awaited by the inner cabinet.
Be of good heart, Mycroft. We're relentlessly pursuing our quarry, and we can hope to hold him in his lair in a very short time.
Oh, then I have no alternative but to rely on you, Sherlock. I wish you all success in this matter. And now, if you'll excuse me...
Of course. Watson, we'd better proceed to Baker Street at once.
Baker Street?
Right. We'll need a jemmy, a dark lantern, a chisel, and your trusty service revolver.
And after that, Holmes?
After that, a visit to 13 Caulfield Gardens, Kensington. Well, here we are, Watson. 13 Caulfield Gardens. The home of our foreign agent, Mr. Hugo Oberstein.
It's pitch dark inside, Holmes.
Yes. Our friend is no doubt on the continent at this moment. Come, Watson, let's try the door. We've some prowling to do. It's locked as I expected. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
You have your service revolver handy?
At the ready.
Good. Keep a sharp eye out. Get back against the wall, Watson. Quick, someone's approaching.
Holmes, the police. The bobby on his beach, Watson.
That's it. There he goes. Close, Watson.
Yes, altogether too close. You must realize this is illegal, Holmes.
Of course. Lestrade and his official police would frown on this procedure. But the stakes are too high and time too short to quibble about legalities now. Step to one side a moment, Watson. Keep your revolver handy. I'm going to jemmy the lower door. There we are, Watson. Now, let's go in.
Holmes, what's that?
A Metropolitan train, Watson. The tunnel's just at the back of this building. And if I'm not wrong, the train will come to a stop here. Ah, just as I thought. Now, the window. This must be the window. Quick, Watson, the lantern.
Right you are, Holmes.
Now we'll raise the window and have a look. Observe here on the windowsill, Watson.
Good Lord. Bloodstains.
Quite. Duggan West was led here and murdered.
Yes, but my dear Holmes, how was he placed on top of that railroad carriage?
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary. You've only to use your eyes. Look below. You'll note that there is a flight of stone steps leading down from the house to that passageway. But that passageway is in reality the roof of the railway tunnel. You'll observe also that there's a large ventilating window in the roof of that tunnel. If you look carefully, you'll see the top of a railway carriage as it waits the signal to proceed, just under that ventilating window.
Ah, yes, I see. In brief, the murderers carried the body of young West down the stairs and thrust it through the ventilating tunnel window upon the roof of a waiting carriage. Then the train simply moved off through the tunnel with its passenger riding the roof.
Precisely, Watson.
Holmes, I must compliment you on the brilliance of your deduction back at Aldgate Station.
Nothing but logic, my dear Watson. Simple logic. Without a ticket, young West couldn't have journeyed inside the carriage. Therefore, he must have journeyed outside. Come, Watson, there's no time to lose.
What next, Holmes?
A thorough search of the premises. Watson, look here. In Oberstein's cash box on his desk.
What is it, Holmes?
A series of notices from the agony column of the Daily Telegraph. All signed by one Pierrot. Apparently a communication from Oberstein to a confederate.
What do they say?
I'll read the most recent. Monday night after 9. 2 taps. Only ourselves. Do not be suspicious. Payment in hard cash when goods delivered. Pierrot.
I must say, Holmes, I'm not quite clear.
I am. Watson, tomorrow morning I'll want you to visit the advertising office of the Daily Telegraph. And later on, we shall pay a return visit to these premises.
Just 12 o'clock, Holmes.
Yes. Our quarry should be here at any moment to save on our trap, Watson.
Oh, here's a copy of the ad I inserted this morning, Holmes. Listen. Tonight, 12, same place, 2 taps, most vitally important, your own safety at stake, Pierrot. He would have certainly seen it.
What? Listen.
2 taps on the door. The signal.
Yes. He's here. Better have your service revolver ready, Watson.
I'm prepared, Holmes.
Good. One moment, Colonel Walter.
Colonel Walter?
I'm going to unlock the door, Watson.
Oberstein, what the devil does this notice in the Telegraph mean?
Means the game's up, Colonel Walter. No, don't move. I warn you, Dr. Watson's an excellent shot.
Yes, And under circumstances such as these, sir, I assure you I should not hesitate to use my service revolver.
I don't know what all this is about, Mr. Holmes. There's been some mistake. I came here merely to visit Mr. Oberstein.
In response to a notice in the agony column of the Daily Telegraph. Eh, my dear Colonel?
Yes, a notice we wrote ourselves.
You wrote it?
We did indeed.
But then you know?
Everything, my dear Colonel. We know that young Cadogan West saw you open the vault at Woolwich Arsenal with a key you duplicated from your brother's key.
But how?
Elementary, my dear Colonel. The thief had to be an outsider without time, opportunity, or skill to copy the originals. Therefore, he was first to purloin the original plans themselves. An examination of Sir James's key on his watch chain as he lay dead in your house revealed to me a thin, waxen coat on the metal. Hence, the key had been copied. And finally, your appearance here automatically indicts you.
I see. And I suppose you know everything else.
I do. Young West followed you on the Underground to London Bridge. When he left the train, the collector took his ticket at the gate there. Hence, no ticket was found on his person. Then he followed you halfway across London to Caulfield Gardens, Kensington. You became aware that he was following you, and you and Oberstein contrived to murder him. Then you lowered him through the roof of the tunnel outside this window and onto the railway carriage.
An ingenious way to get rid of a corpse, Colonel. Treason was not enough for you. You had to stain your hands with murder.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I need money. I need money desperately. And the Bruce-Partington plans, they were the only answer.
Where are the 3 missing papers now?
Hugo Oberstein has them in Paris. He intends to sell them to the highest bidder among the foreign powers. If I could make but some small amends for my treachery.
You can.
How, Mr. Holmes? Tell me how.
You will write to Oberstein immediately. Tell him there is another paper you found, and without it, the 3 he now possesses are useless. Tell him to return at once with the 3 papers intact. Is that clear?
Yes.
Very well. Oh, Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
You may put away your revolver now. I think Colonel Walter intends no violence and is fully aware of his folly. And unless I miss my guess, Mr. Oberstein will return, and the Empire will once again breathe easier.
Well, that was an exciting adventure, Dr. Watson. And did Hugo Oberstein return to England?
Yes, Mr. Harris, he did. And he was apprehended with the missing paper, which he had intended to offer at auction in all the naval centers of Europe.
Well, was Holmes offered any reward for his good work on behalf of the Empire, Doctor?
He was, but he refused all honors. Shortly thereafterward, however, my friend appeared with a remarkably fine emerald tie pin. He didn't mention the donor, but I suspect it came from a certain gracious lady whose august name we all know.
I see. But now, Dr. Watson, how about next week's story?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the frightened bookkeeper. It involves a thrilling chase through London, a clock that did not chime, and a brilliant barrister for the defense.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Ian Martin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Frightened Bookkeeper. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Stay with us for Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater, which follows in a moment.
Eastern Airlines now ready for departure.
Dependable airliners, dependable pilots. That's double dependability. Eastern Airlines dependability. Fly Eastern, tried and proven over hundreds of millions of passenger miles.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Guest in the Coffin.
Well, there's the funeral coach, Holmes, downstairs. You see it?
Yes, Watson. Come quickly. We must run down the stairs to meet them.
I have my revolver ready, Holmes.
Put it away, Watson. We shan't have need of it. Just yet.
Yes, but they said when the funeral cortege comes, they'd kill you. I can't protect you if I put it away, you know.
My dear Watson, the effort to kill me will not be as obvious as you think. No, it will be completely unexpected and as shocking a spectacle as you've ever witnessed.
Men, this is the time of year when our wives are planning their new spring wardrobe, so I don't think I'm out of order when I ask you, isn't it time you bought a new spring suit, too? You don't have to spend a fortune. A genuine Clippercraft worsted suit costs only $45. But don't let that low price fool you. Clippercraft suits look like they cost many, many dollars more. Clippercraft suits have style you'd never expect to buy for $45. In a Clippercraft suit, you look your best. Your shoulders appear broader, your hips seem to taper down. You look and feel like you're somebody important. And you are. You're the best-dressed man in any group. So go pick out a Clippercraft suit for yourself. And while you're about it, get a Clippercraft top coat, too, for only $40 to $47.50. Clippercraft clothes do things for you. Visit your local Clippercraft merchant tomorrow. Dr. Watson, what do you mean by a guest in the coffin? And to what sort of gruesome business would such a guest be invited?
It was in the late 80s, Mr. Harris. It began at Charing Cross Station. There on the platform stood a short, red-faced, chubby gentleman in a black bowler hat. He looked about rather helplessly. Then he beckoned to a police officer.
Constable. Constable.
Yes, sir. May I be of assistance?
I've just arrived here in London and I'm rather confused. Could you direct me to Earl's Court?
Certainly, sir. Just a few stops on the Inner Circle Underground. The entrance to the Underground, just your left, sir.
And that will take me there?
Right you are, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm very grateful.
Not at all, sir.
You must allow me to show my appreciation.
Sorry, sir, we do not accept gratuity.
Oh, but officer, this is a special award. You see, I've selected you.
Selected me?
Yes. You shall be the first of the London police to die.
The poor constable was pushed before the passing train, and his body was crushed. The chubby little gentleman in the black bowler hat vanished instantly into the panic-stricken crowd. This was the first step in a monstrous scheme. The second step was executed in Soho. It was very late in the evening. A bobby on a tour of duty was strolling past a dark alley when he heard a pitiable voice.
Help me. Help me.
Hello in there. Somewhere in this alley?
Yes. Help me.
What's wrong, sir?
I'm very ill. I collapsed here. I can't breathe. My lungs.
Yes, sir, I'll help you. A bit of artificial respiration, then I'll fetch an ambulance. You knocked the helmet off. Now, look, I'll just take you in my arms, so. Oh, one moment. I must put my nightstick aside.
Thank you. All I wanted was
your club.
We thought it would be amusing for a police officer to be clubbed to death with his own club.
Be seated, Lestrade. Pacing the floor of my flat in that nervous manner is not conducive to clear thinking.
You may choose to regard this crisis, Holmes, as a bagatelle, a trinket to be toyed with in your mind, but I find it most upsetting.
Inspector Lestrade, how many police have died?
7, Dr. Watson. The officer clubbed to death in Soho was followed by 5 more in various parts of London. You've read the newspapers, Holmes. You're conscious of the terrible fear gripping London. And the morale of the force is at an absolute low.
That is to be expected, Lestrade.
The force is human, Holmes. The men leave for duty in a state of high tension. This series of police murders may lead to an unprecedented crime wave. It's a signal to the scum of the London underworld to storm the very fortress of law itself.
Lestrade, could you abandon the oratory long enough to tell me if there are any clues as to the identity of this Bobby killer?
None whatsoever. Not that we at Scotland Yard are utterly helpless, mind you, but we are obliged to marshal every resource at our command. That's why we are requesting that you lend us the benefits of your incomparable skill as a detective.
Lestrade, your ineptitude as a criminologist is equaled only by your clumsiness as a diplomat. However, I shall look into these reports you've given to me.
They are official copies, Holmes. Reports on the death of each policeman. After reading them, if you've a suggestion...
I shall communicate with you, yes.
It's a horrible business, horrible. Eh, Holmes?
Oh, on the contrary, considering some police officers I know, rather tempting.
Good night, gentlemen.
You are going to help, aren't you, Holmes?
Yes, after reading and analyzing these reports, Watson, I shall take what steps I deem proper. I should say that the most vital point so far is the scope of these crimes. This is not the single discordant note struck by a petty crook. This is a broad, elaborately orchestrated scheme, worthy of a certain very daring type of mind.
I'll answer it, Holmes.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Mr. Holmes?
Although you apparently recognize us, sir, I do not believe we may return the favor.
My name is Jenkins. Hubert Jenkins.
Is the purpose of your visit connected with the fact that you're a mortician?
How did you surmise that, sir?
Although you are quite short and are wearing a black bowler hat, you stooped as you entered. The doorway is easily high enough. You are, therefore, in the habit of wearing an extremely high hat, the long black hat typical of your profession. Besides, your hands are stained by an acid, arsenic probably, arsenical compounds being used in the preparation of embalming fluid.
Oh, that's amazing, Holmes.
The purpose of my visit is definitely connected with my profession, and I do bury the dead.
What may we do for you, Mr. Jenkins?
I have a message for you, Mr. Holmes, from my employer.
Who is your employer?
The gentleman, with admirable humility, wishes to remain anonymous. He wishes to present you, Mr. Holmes, with a gift as an unknown admirer of yours. Really the finest way to present a gift.
And what is the gift?
A coffin, sir. A coffin.
A coffin?
And to be sure that the offer is accepted in the right spirit and that I'm not forced to go beyond this simple information, I was obliged to bring a gun.
I appreciate your master's thoughtfulness, but I don't believe I can be his guest in the coffin.
Oh, we shall attend to that little detail.
Are you threatening to kill Holmes?
Not threatening, Dr. Watson. Simply announcing a fact. By Friday midnight, Mr. Holmes, there will be need of a coffin for you.
Who sent you? Where are you from? By George, you will answer me.
Now, Dr. Watson, that is why I brought the gun. I do not want to answer any more questions. Mr. Holmes, my master is most anxious for you to be pleased. Do you have a preference as to the type of coffin you wish?
Of all the grotesque, infuriating...
Almost any sort of coffin should do, Jenkins.
I shall select one of our very attractive models, Mr. Holmes. You may depend on it. It will be in superbly discriminating taste. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd wind up my affairs if I were you, Mr. Holmes. You've so short a time.
I believe I can spend the remaining days quite profitably, Jenkins.
No doubt, sir. No doubt. Delightful visit, gentlemen. Good evening.
Well, Holmes, what shall we do? Who was he? Who sent him? Why should they want to kill you, Holmes?
We shall do very little, Watson. We shall inform Inspector Lestrade of this extraordinary visit.
Yes, and I'd say we search London for this Jenkins the mortician.
That would be futile. Jenkins is definitely not his correct name. It might take weeks to find him, and we have just a few days. No, we shall merely chat with Lestrade and then wait for Friday midnight.
You mean just wait till they come to kill you, Holmes? That's ridiculous. I'd turn London upside down to find that rascal. Then I'd beat him till he told us the name and whereabouts of his employer.
Impossible to accomplish by Friday, Watson. Besides, why bother? Jenkins promised to return here to Baker Street. He must deliver the exquisite coffin he's selecting.
Well, tell me, Holmes, did you learn anything from Jenkins's visit? Is there a clue as to who on earth is behind all this?
Definitely. My imminent death and the death of a long line of London police are obviously connected.
How?
Both crimes are engineered by the same mind, Watson. No pedestrian mind could conceive of staging this macabre business. Your ordinary criminal would go after me with a knife, and that would be that. No, this is a mind with a more fiendish approach. They want me to suffer mentally before I do physically.
And you propose sitting idly by and waiting until Friday night?
Quite. Oh, I shall make some preparation for the combat, some polishing of a harpoon. Then what remains to be seen is whether, as in the pursuit of Moby Dick, we capture the awful monster, or it devours us.
It's 5 minutes before 12.
Yes, indeed, Watson. I do hope my would-be killer is a gentleman of his word. I can excuse the attempt to murder me, but being late for the game is unforgivable.
Oh, really? I don't see how you can be so utterly carefree, Holmes, when you know that a diabolical mind is plotting to kill you within the next 5 minutes. Good Lord, what have you been overconfident, Holmes? And why the devil wouldn't you permit Lestrade to place a cordon of police about this house?
Because, Watson, anyone shrewd enough to have killed all those bobbies and to have flung the gauntlet in my face this way has certainly anticipated a cordon. Besides, with policemen striding about, they might be in the way. We might bungle the capture of the killer. No, I prefer meeting my antagonist single-handed.
4 minutes to 12 now.
Aha, excellent. The killers are on time. The window, Watson, see.
Yes, on the street. It's a funeral coach. It's pulling up here at our door.
We must go down to greet them, Watson.
Go down to greet them, Holmes? Have you lost your mind? Do you want to place yourself as a perfect target on the street with a gaslight? I'm for bolting the door and standing them up.
Oh, nonsense, Watson. I want to meet them, face to face.
Yes, it's Jenkins, the mortician. He's driving the funeral coach. He has a helper riding beside it.
Come, Watson, quickly, down the stairs into the street.
They shoot you as you appear the very minute you're on the street.
Oh, not at all, Watson. The effort to kill me will not be as blunt and obvious as that. No, it'll be unexpected and as shocking a spectacle as you've ever witnessed.
Then you know what they'll try to do.
If I'm incorrect, we may only hope the coffin they've brought for me is the correct size and in good taste, since I shall have need of it. Here we are on the street.
Well, here's the funeral coach. There's Jenkins.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Jenkins.
Oh, steady. Fine horses, don't you think?
Splendid.
We like everything about our funerals to be most impressive. There's your coffin, Mr. Holmes. One of our very best.
Considerate of you.
My master said my helper and I should carry the coffin to your flat.
Don't you move, Jenkins. Your helper either. Holmes will be very much alive at 12 o'clock, if I have anything to say about it.
Oh, we aren't going to touch Mr. Holmes until he's dead, that is. A special way's been arranged for him to die. We've nothing to do with that part of it. It's a plan that begins at 12. There. Yes. Now you will see, gentlemen. Now you will see.
Unless you're already familiar with Clippercraft clothes, you might find it hard to believe that Clippercraft worsted suits cost only $45 and Clippercraft topcoats cost only $40 to $47.50 because they look like they cost much more. There's a good solid reason for this. Clippercraft clothes are sold by over 1,200 independent local merchants who have pooled their tremendous buying power to make these amazing Clippercraft values possible. In Clippercraft clothes, you get workmanship in the finest New England tradition, quality workmanship, and quality materials worthy of the famous Yankee clipper ships from which Clippercraft clothes take their name. The local independent merchants who sell Clippercraft clothes are substantial established businessmen, anxious to win and keep your friendship by giving you honest values. Now, they really mean it when they say, compare Clippercraft clothes with clothes costing many dollars more. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, we left you and Mr. Holmes at a very crucial point. He was about to become someone's guest in a coffin.
So he was, Mr. Harris. Holmes and I stood there on Baker Street by the gaslight in front of the funeral coach. The coffin was a horrible silhouette on the coach. Perched in the driver's seat was Jenkins, the mortician, and his helper. The plan to kill Holmes was to go into operation at midnight, and the clock had just struck 12. Well, Jenkins, the clock has struck. Holmes is alive.
True, Watson, but the plan is in operation, however. Eh, Jenkins?
It certainly is.
Holmes, how can you stand there without seizing this jackanapes?
I'll tell you that, Dr. Watson.
Well, Inspector Lestrade. Well, you had him standing by, eh, Holmes?
Of course, Watson, if you learned the virtue of patience,
Step down off that driver's seat, Jenkins. Your helper, too.
Oh, no, you don't, Inspector. Get up.
I've a gun! Stop or shoot those horses! You'll be killed when that coach turns over.
Hold up. Whoa! I think too much of my neck, Inspector. I didn't think you'd disregard regulations and carry a gun. But I'm not risking my life to see this through. I'll come down. I'd a lot rather spend a while at Dartmoor than split my head on the road.
Come on. You're under arrest for threatening homicide.
Oh, thank heaven, Holmes. Something's been done about this.
Has it?
Walk ahead of me, Jenkins. My men are at the corner. I'll turn you over to them.
All right.
Seems to have worked successfully, Holmes. We've got the man. Good night.
Good night, Lestrade.
Well, I shall be most interested to learn what was back of all this. Should come out at Jenkins's trial, don't you think? Well, shall we go upstairs, Holmes? Return to the flat?
No, Watson.
Well, why not?
Because we've scotched the snake, not killed it.
Yes, but Jenkins and his man have been taken away.
And what remains before us, Watson?
What remains? Well, the coach, I suppose. And the coffin. The coffin, Holmes. Look at it. It's open.
It is opening, Watson. And in a moment, stepping out of that coffin, you shall see the gentleman responsible for this entire affair. The sole opponent who can mobilize the powers of darkness so well that he commands even my respect. One of the first brains of Europe.
Professor Moriarty.
Good evening, Holmes. Dr. Watson?
Moriarty, I've been expecting the pleasure of another meeting with you ever since Jenkins first arrived at my flat.
Really, Holmes? Then you recognize my hand in this? You tell me about it. No, don't be disconcerted by my revolver.
Moriarty, only a brain such as yours would presume to obliterate the police of London, stage of mass murder.
A magnificent idea, I think. The picture was irresistible to me, Holmes. Imagine the canvas, if you will. Once I have killed a sufficient number of police, you will have a London without law and order. A great city, demoralized, chaotic, stripped of its civilized airs. The people of London reduced to their animal level. Yes, just as Gustave Doré did in his etchings of Dante's Inferno. I shall be an artist who creates a panorama of degradation. I'm well on my way, Holmes.
Yes, Moriarty. Of course, Jenkins can no longer do the murdering for you. He's been captured.
Oh, I've so many on my staff. Besides, Jenkins will be released.
He certainly will not.
I shall release him, Dr. Watson. I promised him that. Removing a man from Dartmoor should not be difficult for me.
You promised him that? Then you anticipated Lestrade's arresting him.
Certainly. I knew Holmes would have police skulking about somewhere. I knew I must distract them. So I sacrificed Jenkins, leaving me alone with you and Holmes. You see, Holmes, if I am to banish law from London, you must die too. I shall therefore kill you now and place you, as I swore I would, in this coffin.
It would be a supreme delight for you, Moriarty, wouldn't it? To have gone so far as to inform me in advance that I was to die, to have selected my coffin and succeeded in placing me in it.
That is just what will happen now, Holmes. I shall pull the trigger, which is just a foot from your celebrated brain, and I shall blow that brain of yours to bits. I have placed just 2 bullets in here, Holmes. One for you, one for Dr. Watson. A conceit, I admit. Now, you will become my guest in that coffin. I pull the trigger.
My leg! Did I get him, Holmes? I can't see.
Yes, Lestrade.
No, he didn't. My leg is bad, but... Ah! There it goes in the coach. Shoot again, Lestrade.
Found it, I was too far off. We'd never catch that funeral coach now. Holmes, why didn't we think of blocking off all the surrounding streets in case this happened?
Yes, you have Jenkins, Holmes, for the murder of the Bobbies, but now Moriarty will go on to devise some new deviltry and challenge you again. Why didn't you think of that, Holmes?
Didn't I, Watson?
Brandy and soda, Holmes?
No, Watson, thank you.
No, by Jove, this affair happened so quickly, I don't quite understand how you defeated Moriarty.
The fact that it was Professor Moriarty who was behind this carnival of crime, Watson, was obvious. The nature of it, as I pointed out, indicated just one man. It was also clear the attempt to kill me would involve Jenkins, who was the puppet manipulated by Moriarty. But I knew that Moriarty himself would attempt the actual homicide, trusting only himself with the major task of a murder.
I see.
Moriarty hoped we would concentrate our attack on Jenkins and his helper, the only assassins visible, and that we would relax our guard after their capture.
Yes, quite.
He believed that would leave the field clear for him. But he did not think one step further. He should have realized I'd guess he was behind this, that I'd know he would eventually appear, either in disguise or in hiding. And what place more convenient and less likely to be examined than the coffin itself? I realized all this in advance.
Then you told Lestrade to arrest Jenkins, go through the motions of leaving, but to return almost instantly to deal with Moriarty, who would still be due to appear, probably from the coffin, eh?
Precisely. And there was a rather neat balance to the tableau, I believe.
What do you mean?
Moriarty vanishing into the night on the funeral coach, whipping his horses, the coffin bobbing up and down behind him. Moriarty with his first and only love, death. And I with mine, my easy chair, and my pipe.
Well, Dr. Watson, the guest in the coffin was a spine-tingling adventure. I'm sure you've another tale for us next week that's just as intense and thrilling.
I most certainly have such a story for you, Mr. Harris. Next week I shall relate to you the adventure of the Hangman and the book. It concerns the park in Paris, famous for its lovely trees and flowers, a dead body dangling by a rope, and a bookstore that concealed an awful secret.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The program is produced and directed by Basil Lockman. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Felton. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes and the adventure of the Hangman and the book. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men, and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Three Garridebs.
Shall I pull up the blinds, let some sunlight into this awful room, Holmes?
No, Watson, we must have complete darkness.
Skulls on the table. Horrifying in these shadows. The ancient crumbling bones. Every sight here, every sound speaks of death.
Quiet, Watson, listen.
The front door's opening. I thought we were to be alone.
No, I'm expecting someone.
Who?
A professional murderer, Watson. Unless I'm very much mistaken, this is he coming through that front door. The revolver ready?
Ready.
Now, Watson.
If you want to look your best this summer, take no chances on the kind of suit you buy for warm weather wear. Be sure it's light and cool, but be doubly sure that it's so smartly tailored, so perfectly fitted, that you never look heat-crumpled. Only expert tailoring can assure that. The kind of master tailoring you get in fine Clippercraft suits. And they don't cost you a lot of money. You can buy a Clippercraft summer suit of tropical weight for as little as $33.75 to $42.50. And for that moderate price, you get a suit that will be envied by men who usually pay more, much more. You save all that money through the unique Clippercraft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power. You get the benefit. A Clippercraft spring and summer suit will help you face the summer with the confidence that goes with perfect grooming. Dr. Watson, your memoir tonight is entitled The Adventure of the Three Garridebs. Well, what in the world is a Garrideb?
Why, that's a gentleman's name, Mr. Harris. And the peculiarity of the name, Mr. Harris, has a great deal to do with our story. Holmes once said about this story that he didn't think in all our explorations of human complexities we had ever come upon anything more singular. It was January 1895. On Waterloo Road, at a gaming club, two men were playing cards.
No, you don't, Evans. That's not the card you buried in the deck.
It certainly is, Prescott.
You didn't show the 6 of clubs. You showed the 4 of diamonds. I've been playing blackjack too long to be careless about such details.
I said I showed the 4.
You're a rotten, double-dealing faker.
Why, you cheap, dirty-mouthed
You
tramp.
must have been cheating all along. I want my money back, every bit of it. And I want it now. Also, help me, I'll break your neck.
You know I played fair. You just want your money because you can't stand losing.
Give me that money.
I'll give you this.
Oh!
So you carry a gun, Prescott, huh? Well, if you like fireworks...
Following that exchange of shots, Roger Prescott died, and his gambling partner, Killer Evans, who'd been quicker at the draw, served 6 years in prison. It was a short sentence because he proved Prescott drew a revolver first and that he had shot in self-defense. After his term was over, Evans disappeared into the dim, fog-bound world of men released from prison. One morning in late June of 1902, I was present when Holmes had an odd visitor at the flat on Baker Street. It was this first seemingly pleasant visit that was to lead us to the discovery of a great crime.
Mr. Holmes, pray sit down, sir. You are, of course, Mr. John Garrideb. May I present my colleague, Dr. Watson?
How do you do, sir?
Garrideb?
As for your problem, sir, your friend, Mr. Nathan Garrideb, has already invited me to be of assistance.
Yeah, so he told me. That's why I've come.
Nathan Garrideb? And you're John Garrideb? Brothers, perhaps, eh?
No, they're not brothers, Watson. No doubt John here will explain. It concerns this document in my hand.
Oh, Nathan sent that, did he?
He did, but with precious little explanation. If we might have a clear account from you...
In the presence of...
Of Watson, certainly. We usually work together.
Well, years ago in the United States, there was a man named Alexander Garrideb.
A third Garrideb? Really, I'm rather confused about this.
It's simple, Doctor. Alexander Garrideb made his money in real estate. He bought land along the Arkansas River. He became fabulously wealthy.
but he'd no relatives. And he developed a strange mental quirk.
Which was?
Well, he took a kind of pride in the queerness of his name. Garrideb. I had a law practice then in Topeka, and there we met.
I imagine he took a liking to you, since your name was also Garrideb.
Exactly, Mr. Holmes. His pet fad seemed to be to find out if there were any other Garridebs in the world. In fact, when he died, he left a very queer will.
The document I have in my hand.
That's it. You see, his property was divided into 3 parts. I was to have 1, provided 2 other Garridebs were found to share the remainder.
Well, is it a considerable sum?
$5 million to each man.
Fantastic.
Yes. And since the sum was so gigantic, I set aside my practice to find 2 more gentlemen named Garrideb. There isn't one in the United States, so I tried England.
And here in London you found a Mr. Nathan Garrideb, my client.
2 days ago, at 136 Little Rider Street. I located him with the London telephone directory.
Well, you're very fortunate. Does he have relatives?
No, none. And the will states that all 3 Garridebs must be adult males.
Whimsical, eh, Watson? Mr. Garrideb, have you tried advertising in the agony columns of the newspapers?
Yes, I have. No replies.
It's a most curious little problem. Oh, by the way, you mentioned having come from Topeka. I had a correspondent there once, who's dead now, old Dr. Lysander Starr, who was mayor in 1890.
Oh, yes, a wonderful chap. I knew him intimately.
Really?
Intimately. Well, Mr. Holmes, we must find a 3rd man named Garrideb somewhere in the globe, or lose millions. We depend upon you, sir.
As well you may. I shall communicate any new developments to you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Well, Watson, I haven't indulged in such a conversation for a long, long time.
What do you mean?
I mean that everything Mr. John Garrideb said here in this flat just now was a lie. What? Every word a lie.
Why?
A brightly colored camouflage, Watson, very deceiving. But underneath it, I wonder what hideous crime.
Dash it all, Holmes. I've permitted you to smoke your pipe and meditate long enough.
Your faculty of keeping silent at the proper moments, my dear Watson, is one of the most impressive recommendations as a companion.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, tell me, why did you say John Garrideb died?
His English coat was frayed at the elbow and his trousers bagged at the knee with a year's wear. And yet he claims to be a provincial American recently landed in London.
Aha!
He placed no advertisements in the agony columns. You know I miss nothing there.
Yes, do go on, Holmes.
There isn't any Dr. Starr in Topeka. I invented the old codger.
I see. But John claimed to have been his close friend.
Precisely. Touch our Mr. John Garrideb where you will, he's false.
How do we arrive at the truth, Holmes?
By visiting the other Garrideb, Nathan, at Little Rider Street, as quickly as a carriage will take us. This is Nathan Garrideb's residence, Watson.
Yes, I'll ring Holmes.
We begin on firm ground. Nathan Garrideb is indeed this gentleman's real name.
How could you know that, Holmes? Before we've even met him.
Observe, Watson, the brass nameplate by the door, especially its discolored surface. Up some years.
Oh, yes, of course. Now that you've pointed out.
Yes? What is it?
Mr. Nathan Garrideb, I am Sherlock Holmes. This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, do come in, gentlemen.
Thank you.
This way, gentlemen. This way.
Fascinating room, sir.
Do you find it so? I'm very proud of my collection.
Yes, incredible number of cupboards and cabinets.
That's my butterfly collection where you're standing, Doctor. In this case, gentlemen, my ancient coins. In that cabinet, the skulls of prehistoric men, flint instruments, early weapons.
Dare say I've never seen so singular a collection.
My doctor lectures me about never going out. But why should I, when there's so much to hold me here?
You never go out?
Oh, very seldom, Mr. Holmes. I'm not too strong. My research is very absorbing. You may well imagine what a terrific shock, pleasant but terrific it was, when I learned of the will and my good fortune. If we find just one more man named Garrideb, each of us receives $5 million.
Yes. Have you any specific plans for spending the money?
Oh, I shall spend it enriching my collection.
Tell me, when did John Garrideb first speak to you?
Last Tuesday.
Did he ask for money?
No.
Do you know of any ulterior motive he might have?
None.
You told him we were coming here today.
I did.
Holmes, what are you driving at?
Have you any articles of great value in this collection?
Oh, it's a good collection, but not very valuable.
I see. How long have you been in these rooms?
Nearly 5 years. Ah, now I see. You imagine I'm not mentally well. You see my collections, my fossils, bones, my skulls, my dusty room. You're suspicious. You picture me as a child, locked forever in a room with his toys. That is what you two gentlemen are thinking. I know. And you're saying to yourselves he's insane. What's he up to? Is he scheming with this John Garrideb? Why, does every sight and every sound in this room speak of death?
Here's a friendly message from the fine independent merchants who serve you with Clippercraft clothes. They say, come in soon and have first choice of their outstanding summer suits. Come in soon before the sudden heat wave creates a buying rush. They want to give you the very best in service, in selection, and in alterations that may be necessary. They want your new Clippercraft suit to be an advertisement of your good judgment in clothes. And you certainly display good judgment when you buy from the fine local store that sells famous Clippercraft suits at only $45. The exceptional quality of Clippercraft clothes is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and sport jacket, the trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that's established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. You can always rely on Clippercraft clothes and the store that proudly sells them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were visiting old Mr. Nathan Garrideb at his very frightening rooms.
Yes, Mr. Harris. And Garrideb had a wild gleam in his eye as he ranted on about himself and about how suspicious he thought we were.
You've exaggerated our viewpoint, Nathan Garrideb.
Have I? I hope so. I hope you trust me. Actually, I'm a gentle and very innocent and rather exhausted old man. Now, who might that be?
I have it.
Well, Mr. John Garrideb, eh?
Mr. Holmes, I've found the third man.
Have you really?
I hoped you'd be here, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, to hear the good news. Look.
Where is the third man? Who is he? How'd you find him?
This newspaper.
May I examine it?
$5 million. Each of us collects $5 million.
What's in that newspaper? May I see?
I've made inquiries in Birmingham. My agent there sent me this advertisement from a local paper. Read it.
Let me see.
Howard Garrideb, constructor of agricultural machinery, binders, plows, farmers' carts, buckboards, other appliances. Estimates for artesian wells. Apply Grosvenor Buildings, Aston.
You see? Another man named Garrideb.
Glorious! Glorious! I'm rich. My collection will be the most magnificent in all history.
Now we must see this thing through. I've written to this Howard Garrideb and told him that you, Nathan, will see him at his office in Birmingham tomorrow afternoon.
You want me to see him, John?
Well, wouldn't it be wise, Mr. Holmes? I'm sort of, really a nondescript American, but Nathan here is a Britisher with solid references. Look here, Nathan. All you must do is see the man, explain about the will, and get an affidavit of his existence.
Oh, dear. I must leave this room. I haven't been out in years.
Yes, but you can be at Birmingham in a little over 2 hours, and I could follow you if there's any trouble.
I'm not used to travel. I just know my room. The world outside is another world. I'd be confused, afraid.
I would urge you to go, Mr. Nathan.
You would, Mr. Holmes?
But the poor chap is elderly and infirm, Holmes.
I believe the journey might be good for him, eh, John Garridebs? Oh, without a doubt. Look here, Nathan. I've come all the way from America, so... Well, it's little enough to ask you to go 100 miles so as we might collect $5 million. Will you go to Birmingham, Mr. Nathan?
Yes. I'll go.
Fine. I'll call tomorrow and see you off to Birmingham. Good night, gentlemen. A joyful good night. Mr. Garridebs.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
I should like to examine your collection more closely.
I could take you around now if you have time.
Unfortunately, I have not, but while you're away tomorrow, would you object to my visiting these quarters?
Oh, not at all. Mrs. Saunders in the basement will let you in with her key.
Excellent. Oh, by the way, who is your house agent?
His house agent, Holmes?
Holloway and Steele in the Edgware Road. But why?
I was wondering if this house was Queen Anne or Georgian.
Oh, Georgian, beyond doubt.
Really, I should have thought it a little earlier. However, goodbye, Mr. Garridebs, and may you have every success in Birmingham.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. And Dr. Watson. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Well, it's astonishing they found the third man for the will, eh, Holmes?
Is it, Watson? Did you notice nothing curious about the advertisement John Garridebs showed us in that newspaper?
Jove, yes, I did. The word plough was misspelled.
Yes, P-L-O-W, but we spell it P-L-O-U-G-H. It was bad English, but good American. Then the buckboards. That is American also. And artesian wells are commoner with them than with us. It's a typical American advertisement, but supposedly from an English firm. What do you make of that?
Well, this same liar, this John Garridebs, inserted the advertisement himself. Yes, but then there isn't any Howard Garridebs in Birmingham at all.
Quite.
Nathan's off on a futile trip, Holmes.
Precisely. I permitted him to go ahead, though. Deliberately.
But why? Why, Holmes?
You'll see, Watson. You'll see.
Holmes, where were you all morning?
I must warn you, Watson, I have more information. It points to an even greater menace than I thought. If you don't wish to continue...
I shall see this through at your side, Holmes.
Very well. I have identified this John Garridebs.
Who is he?
He is Killer Evans of sinister and murderous reputation.
Killer Evans?
Yes, I've seen Lestrade at Scotland Yard. I found this John Garridebs' face in the Rogues Gallery. He's a native of Chicago. Shot 3 men in the States. He escaped through political influence. Came to London in 1893, shot a 4th man over cards in a gaming club at Waterloo Road in January 1895.
A bloodthirsty madman.
The man he killed at the gaming club was a Roger Prescott.
Yes?
I've also been to the house agents, Watson. Nathan Garridebs' weird quarters were occupied before, by him, by a man who answers the late Prescott's description.
I see. John Garridebs murdered the man who once lived in Nathan's quarters. And the next link?
Take this revolver, Watson. This afternoon, as I arranged with Nathan Garridebs, we shall ask his housekeeper to admit us to his room. And there, Watson, we shall learn the terrible secret of the 3 Garridebs.
Shall I pull up the blinds? Allow some sunlight in, Holmes? This room of Nathan's so dark.
No, Watson.
Skulls. Horrifying. The shadows. Ancient crumbling bones here. This whole place, you know, so musty, as the air of a graveyard. Why have you told me to be quiet? Why don't you look about?
Because I'm expecting someone.
Who?
John Garridebs, alias Killer Evans.
Well, how do you know he'll come? Why should he?
Watson, the whole of this story about the 3 Garridebs, the will, the $5 million they'd inherit, is an invention of the killers.
An invention?
Yes.
There isn't any Alexander Garridebs who died and left such a will?
There is not. John has woven his plot with remarkable cunning.
But what did he want?
That is what we're here to find out. There's nothing whatever to do with Nathan. This will was a device to send Nathan to Birmingham. John required such a device. Nathan was a fanatic about never leaving this room.
But what's in this room?
At first, I thought Nathan might have something valuable in his collection, something worth the attention of a criminal like John. The fact that Prescott, the gambler, lived here years ago points to a deeper reason. Wait, hear that?
Yes, it's a key. Someone's at the front door.
Quickly, let's hide behind that cupboard at the end of the room.
Yes, right you are.
Revolver ready.
Yes, ready.
Shh. The front door's opening.
It's John Garridebs.
Yes. Watch him.
Just push the table to one side. pull back the carpet. Now he's using a tool to pry up the boards of the floor. He's lit a candle. Holmes, there's a trapdoor under that carpet. Leads to something below there. Garridebs going down.
Now, Watson, we'll seize him. Pleasant to see you again, Mr. Garrideb.
Holmes! If you look just behind you, you'll see that my revolver is pointed directly at your head.
I believe it might be more accurate were we to dispense with your fictitious name and address you as Killer Evans.
Well, I guess you've been too much for me, Holmes, eh? Has played me for a sucker from the very beginning. I've got to hand it to you. Of course, I've looked into the business end of a revolver before, and what I always do is...
I thought...
I have him, Watson. Struck him with my pistol. You hurt?
No, it's nothing, Holmes. Just a mere scratch. Look down there, Holmes. Through the trap door, beneath this room. There's machinery, papers, and bottles. Stacks of money there.
Yes, Watson. A printing press. This is a counterfeiter's outfit.
Just a moment. John is trying to speak. There's blood pouring over his face. He's trying to speak.
That's stuff down there. Oh, my head. That belonged to the greatest counterfeiter London ever saw. To Roger Prescott. No living man could tell a Prescott note from a Bank of England.
Prescott, the man you killed in the gambling duel.
Yes. Let's make a deal. Those bundles of money. Prescott made them. They're perfect. Fit to pass anywhere. Worth a fortune. Take them. Let me beat it.
Not a bit of it. We're turning you over to Scotland Yard.
I was the only one who knew where Prescott made the notes. Oh, my. I had to get Nathan Garrideb out. That crazy bug hunter with a queer name living here on top of this, never knowing it. Dreaming of all the money in the world, when it was right beneath the dirty floorboards he walked on all night. Take the money. Let me go, please. I've done nothing, please.
Aside from a charge of attempted murder, sir, I'm quite sure that Scotland Yard has a formidable list of other subjects to discuss with you. Please give the Yard a call, Watson.
Yes, sir.
Tell them we have our prisoner, John Garrideb of Chicago. There's some doubt as to their familiarity with the name. And tell them the name of his captor, Sherlock Holmes of Baker Street. About the impact of that name, there's no doubt at all.
Well, Dr. Watson, what became of Nathan Garrideb?
Well, Mr. Harris, he never got over the shock of his broken dreams. When his castle in the air tumbled down, it buried him beneath the ruins. He was last heard of at a nursing home in Brixton.
And Killer Evans, Doctor?
Well, the bird was returned to his roost at the penitentiary.
I'm sure, Doctor, you've an equally thrilling adventure planned for us next week.
A breathtaking adventure it is indeed, Mr. Harris. I have given it the title, The Adventure of the Grey Pasha. It concerns a Derby favorite, a broken roof, and a trail of peculiar footprints.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Grey Pasha. This is I. Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of Black Peter. Watson?
Yes, Holmes?
Hang on that meat hook, will you?
Oh, very well, Holmes. But dash it, what are you up to?
Step to one side, my dear Watson. I shouldn't want any blood to spatter on you when I plunge this harpoon into the flesh.
Holmes, what on earth?
Observe how murder is done, Watson.
If you're like most men, you want to feel comfortable in your suit, yet it must fit you flawlessly, look crisp, smart, and new as tomorrow. Naturally, you want a fabric you can depend on for long wear. Yes, your suit must look like a really expensive model, but its price ought to make you feel like cheering. Man, Clippercraft is your suit, because it gives you so much more than you ever could count on for only $40 and $47.50. And here's why. Better than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores have combined their colossal purchasing power to bring about real savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. And these savings are passed along to you. That's why you can enjoy the longer wear of Clippercraft's wonderful worsted suits at only $47.50. Slip into one at the friendly independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft. Look over the selection of top coats and sport coats, too. You just can't find values to beat Clippercraft. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, you were going to tell us of the adventure of Black Peter.
Ah, yes, Mr. Harris, to be sure. It began in 1895, a most fruitful year for Holmes. He was enjoying an immense practice at 221B Baker Street. Indeed, if I should reveal the identity of some of the illustrious clients who crossed our threshold, I should be guilty of an indiscretion. Chronologically, this adventure took place just after Holmes's famous investigation of the sudden death of Cardinal Tusk and his arrest of Wilson, the notorious East End trainer of canary birds. It properly began in the year 1883 aboard the steam whaler Sea Unicorn, and in the middle watch of a very dark night.
Evening, Mr. Nelligan.
Eh? Oh, it's you, Captain. It was so dark here on deck, I couldn't tell who it was.
I've been looking for you, Mr. Nelligan.
You have?
Aye. You'll be interested to know we sight the Shetland Lights in 2 days.
Excellent, Captain, excellent. That's good news to a landlubber like myself. It'll be good to see land again.
Aye, but there's a hitch in it.
What do you mean?
This, Mr. Nelligan.
Oh.
Now, over the side you go, Mingy.
So, it's been 12 years since we sailed the Sea Unicorn, eh, Skipper?
Aye. And all that time I've holed up here in this cabin in the Sussex woods. Nice and peaceful like. You come a long way to see your old captain, matey. Here, have another drink for old time's sake.
Aye, for old time's sake. A good old 1883 in the Sea Unicorn.
Ah, now, there was a ship, the best steam whaler ever to make way out of Dundee. And it's many a blubber whale we harpooned from her, eh, matey?
Aye.
Drink up, then. Drink up. Nothing like good rum to warm the hearts of old shipmates, eh? I tell you, mate. Hold on. You ain't down your rum?
No.
Then why not?
I changed my mind.
Did you now? Never known you to turn down good rum afore, mate.
I'm turning it down now.
What do you mean?
I've known you too long to let you trick me, Black Peter. I didn't come here to pass the time of day. I got a little business to talk over with you, nice and quiet. And I'll need a clear head to do it.
So, you got a little business, eh, mister? What business?
A certain tin box once owned by a passenger aboard the Sea Unicorn.
What are you talking about?
A Mendel man named John Nelligan, skipper.
John Nelligan?
Aye. They say he fell overboard one dark night in the middle watch. But I say different. I say he was tipped by the heels and thrown overboard.
You do, eh?
I do. You see, I was aft. Saw the whole thing myself with my own eyes. Of course, I ain't mentioning any names.
Blast you, mate. Why did you come to my place here? What do you want?
I want half the swag in that tin box you stole from Nelligan, Skipper.
I'll see you rot.
That's why you're wrong, Skipper. I'll see you rot. When I tell the police about what happened to John Nelligan, they'll hang you so high.
I'll cut out your tongue first.
Stop that knife, Skipper.
I'll slit your throat, I will.
Stop that knife, you drunken fool.
Watson, you know the county of Sussex, of course.
Hey, Holmes, Sussex? Yes, of course I do. What about it?
We're journeying there on the 10 o'clock train, my dear Watson. Specifically to a little place called Woodman's Lee near Forest Row.
Here we are. Why?
I'm in receipt of an urgent and long telegram from my young protege with the official police, Inspector Stanley Hopkins. He admits to complete bafflement in the procedure of his duties and begs us to repair there with all possible haste.
Then there's more to this than just the scenery in Sussex, eh?
There is indeed, Watson. To be exact, murder.
Murder?
Yes. It seems that a certain retired sea captain, one Peter Carey, has been mysteriously stabbed.
Knifed, eh?
I did not say that, Watson.
Well, my dear Holmes, you say the man was stabbed, but not knifed?
Precisely, Watson. And this is what gives the case an altogether intriguing and refreshing aspect. Peter Carey was stabbed and pinned to a wall, not by a knife, but by a harpoon.
You say this forest path leads to Black Peter's cabin, Inspector Hopkins?
Yes, Dr. Watson. We'll be there presently. Hopkins, you tell me you found no footprints before the heavy rain last night obliterated all signs.
Now, Mr. Holmes, I found no footprints.
Meaning that you saw none.
I assure you, Mr. Holmes, there were none.
Oh, come, Hopkins. You're beginning to sound like your senior colleague, Inspector Lestrade.
Yes, sir, but...
My dear Hopkins, I have investigated many crimes, but I've never yet seen one that was committed by a flying creature. As long as a criminal remains on two legs, so long must there be some indentation, some abrasion, some trifling displacement which can be detected by the scientific searcher. I trust you'll remember that in the future, my lad.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I'm sorry I did not telegraph you sooner, but...
Quite all right. But hello, there's the cabin just ahead. Perhaps we may be able to lean heavily on what we find within.
Good heavens, Holmes, look at that body. Pinned to this wall by a steel harpoon.
Not very pretty, is it, Watson?
Oh, dash it, Holmes, in the position I'm supposed to be hardened to this sort of thing. But I must confess that this gave me a bit of a start.
Quite. A terrifying sight, Watson, yet fascinating. Note how the steel harpoon was thrust clean through the man's chest, impaling him against the wall. His face twisted in agony like a lost soul in torment.
Yes. Surprised visitor turned out to be a most unpleasant scoundrel, I must say.
On the contrary, Watson, Peter Carey's visitor was no surprise. He met his murderer by appointment.
How do you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Elementary, my dear Hopkins. Observe that although Peter Carey was killed late at night, he was fully dressed. Note, too, that the bed has not been slept in, and that on his sea chest he placed a tantalus containing brandy and whiskey for the convenience of his guests. Aha!
Oh, what is it, Holmes?
The spirits in these two bottles. Both the brandy and the whiskey have been unopened.
Yes, but Holmes...
On the other hand, the bottle of rum on the table there has been almost completely consumed.
You consider this significant, Mr. Holmes?
I do indeed, Hopkins. Most significant.
Holmes, I simply do not see you.
Hello. What's this blood-stained notebook doing on the table?
Oh, as to that, sir, I found it on the floor near the door and picked it up. It's the only thing I touched.
Soaked with blood on one side.
Yes. On which side, Hopkins, were the bloodstains? Above or below?
Why,
On the side next to the floorboard. Which proves, of course, that the book was dropped after the crime was committed. Let's have a look inside. Yes, seems to be a list of stock exchange securities. And on the first page, 2 sets of initials, JHN and CPR. What do you make of them, Hopkins?
Why, if you ask me, Mr. Holmes, I'd say it's possible JHN was the name of the broker and CPR the name of his client.
Pretty sound deduction, I should say, Holmes.
Rubbish, Watson.
Eh?
The JHN eludes me for the moment, but I'll wager a sovereign that the initial CPR stands for Canadian Pacific Railway.
By Jove, Mr. Holmes, of course. What a fool I've been. Canadian Pacific Securities, of course. But what's an old sea dog like Peter Carey got to do with stock exchange?
Precisely what I propose to find out. Oh, Hopkins.
Yes, sir?
I presume you noticed by the dust imprint that something was taken from this shelf.
I did. It's an oblong shape, as you will observe, Mr. Holmes. It might have been a book, or perhaps a box.
Whatever it was, the murderer considered it valuable enough to take with him. There's no other evidence of robbery. Well, gentlemen, let's go. We've seen enough of this room.
What are you going to do now, Holmes?
Reflect, Watson. Perhaps a walk in these beautiful woods will serve to... Hello, look at the lock on this door.
What about it, sir?
Someone's been tampering with the lock. Observe, the woodwork is cut. Hopkins.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Were these scratches here when you left last evening?
No, sir, they were not.
What do you think of it, Holmes?
I think fortune's been very kind to us, my dear Watson.
Well, I confess I don't see
Come, Watson, it's all quite plain. Our nocturnal marauder is obviously a very poor burglar. He came expecting to find Peter Carey's door open. Finding it locked, he tried to force it open with a penknife. He failed. Now, assuming that he wanted something in the cabin very badly, what would he do next?
Why, come back the next night with a heavier tool.
Precisely.
Then you think this burglar fellow will return tonight?
I do indeed, Hopkins, and it'll be our fault if we are not here to receive him at close quarters. Yes, so it is, Hopkins.
And the fellow hasn't shown up yet.
Patience? What's patience?
I must confess that lying in a Sussex bush for 5 hours on a cold, damp night like this isn't to my taste, Holmes. That old leg wound of mine is beginning to pain.
I regret that this long and melancholy vigil is so uncomfortable, my dear Watson, but we may yet hope that... Aha! Someone's at the gate. Down low, both of you. He's coming.
Yes.
He's looking about wide, Hopkins. Coming on again.
He stopped at the cabin door.
Yes.
He's broken in, Mr. Holmes.
Come, Watson, Hopkins. We've got him trapped in the cabin. Now is the time to close with our quarry.
Tomorrow, go visit your Clippercraft dealer. See his showing of Clippercraft for fall. Just feel the luxurious fabrics and consider the superb cut and made-for-you fit. You just have to agree Clippercraft suits look many dollars more than the $40 or $47.50 you'll pay. Now, here's the reason Clippercraft is so easy on your budget. That reason is pure logic. More than 1,200 of America's finest stores from coast to coast combine their huge buying power for savings in production and distribution. An operation of this scope naturally keeps Clippercraft's great tailoring plants on a full working schedule the whole year round. Manufacturing expenses are obviously reduced. Anyone can see that this results in real savings for the millions who wear Clippercraft. That's why Clippercraft suits are such staggering values at only $40 and $47.50. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now let's return to our story, Dr. Watson.
Well, Mr. Harris, we poured into the cabin and found a frightened youth who put up no resistance whatsoever. He had one of Black Peter's logbooks in his hand, dated August 1883, when Inspector Hopkins snapped the handcuffs on him. He was a frail youth, obviously a gentleman, and so frightened he could hardly speak.
Now, my fine fellow, who are you?
Inspector, if you imagine that I had anything to do with Captain Carey's death, you're wrong. Believe me, I'm innocent.
Suppose you tell us your name.
It's Nelligan. John Hopley Nelligan.
Indeed. And the initials would be J.H.N. What do you think of that, Mr. Holmes?
I'll digest it later, my dear Hopkins. Now then, Nelligan, your name has a familiar sound. I seem to recall it in connection with financial circles in London.
Yes, my father was a partner in the banking firm of Dawson and Nelligan.
By Jove, Holmes, I recall it now. The West Country bankers who failed for $1 million and ruined half the county families in Cornwall.
Yes. And it seems to me your father disappeared with some of the securities.
It's a lie. He simply needed time to realize them and pay back his investors. It's true he fled with a tin box of securities, but he left a list with my mother and swore that he would come back with his honor cleared.
And where did your father go, Nelligan?
He started in a small vessel for Norway in August of '83. Then we never heard from him again.
Aha, but later the securities he'd taken with him turned up in the market.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That's just what happened. I spent many months tracing the original seller, and finally I discovered that he was Captain Peter Carey, otherwise known as Black Peter, one of the Sea Unicorns.
Now we're getting somewhere. The distance between a disappearing banker and a sea captain pinned to a wall with a harpoon has shrunken considerably, eh, Watson?
So it seems, Holmes. So it seems. How do you think Black Peter acquired your father's securities, Nelligan?
That's why I came to the cabin to find out. I suspected some sort of foul play.
So you came to Peter Carey's cabin and found him dead. You then checked the logbooks for August 1883, hoping for a clue to your father's disappearance. And you found none.
No, the pages for that month have been ripped out of this logbook.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Hopkins?
With your permission, I'll ask young Nelligan here a few questions.
By all means, Hopkins. I've quite finished.
Now then, my lad. You came to the cabin last evening, but you could not break the lock. Is that correct?
Yes, Inspector, that's correct.
And you were not in the cabin before that?
No, sir.
Then how do you account for this notebook with your initials J.H.N.?
I don't know. I thought I lost it at the hotel.
We found it at the scene of the crime. It was covered with blood. It proves that you were there at the time, that you quarreled with Peter Carey, you took down the harpoon from the wall, ran him through, and in your fight, dropped the book.
No, Inspector, that's not true. It's not true, I tell you.
You tell us a cock and bull story of wanting to see a logbook. What you wanted was to recover this blood-stained notebook. You knew it was evidence of the hangman's noose.
Inspector, for the love of heaven, I tell you I'm innocent. I swear it.
Perhaps the lad has something on his side, Inspector.
Then let the jury decide that, Mr. Holmes. On the face of the evidence, Nelligan, I am arresting you for murder.
Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
About young Hopkins and his arrest of Nelligan back there at Woodman's Lee.
What about it?
Well, I can't say I blame the inspector on second thought. That blood-stained notebook is certainly damning evidence. And certainly Nelligan had a motive. It seems clear that Black Peter did away with his father, stole the securities, and...
Oh, rubbish, Watson.
Eh?
Frankly, I'm disappointed in Stanley Hopkins, and his methods do not commend themselves to me. They smack too much of Lestrade. I had hoped for better things.
But the blood-stained notebook, Holmes, on the scene of the crime, and Nelligan's strange return...
Granted, my dear fellow, but one should always look for a possible alternative and provide against it. It's the first rule of criminal investigation.
Well, I confess I'm confused.
Are you, Watson? Are you indeed? Then let me ask you a question. Would you say young Nelligan was a big and powerful man?
Why, no.
No, bigger or stronger than myself, for example.
I should say he was less sturdy than yourself, Holmes. But dash it, what's all this got to do with...
In an hour, Watson, I hope to demonstrate to your own satisfaction that young John Nelligan could not possibly have murdered Black Peter Carey.
I see. Oh, hello, here's Paddington Station, Holmes.
Quite. But this time, Watson, we shall stay on the train and change for the east end of the docks.
Eh, why?
There's a certain shop on Ratcliffe Highway near Commercial Road East and the Shadwell Fish Market. It excels in accessories for the fishermen. And I wish to make a purchase there.
A purchase? Good Lord, Holmes, what kind of purchase?
A harpoon, my dear Watson.
So you want to purchase a harpoon, sir? I do. I want it heavyweight and in steel. Well, my good man, what are you staring at? Perfectly simple request, is it not?
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Only
what?
Well, you don't look like the sort of man who'd be interested in our harpoon.
I'm interested in prompt service in the article I requested.
Yes. If you just wait a moment, sir.
Holmes, you still haven't told me what the devil you want with a harpoon.
Now, here's a harpoon used in all the latest whalers and sailing vessels, sir.
Capital. Good heft, too. I'll take it.
Very good, sir. Of course, you'll want us to deliver it?
On the contrary, I'll carry it with me.
Dash it, Holmes. You mean you're going to wander about London carrying a harpoon?
This is no time to stand on dignity, my dear fellow. Come, let's be off to see our old friend Allardyce.
Allardyce? You mean Allardyce the butcher?
Exactly, my dear Watson. Well, good afternoon, Allardyce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes.
No need to stare, Allardyce. This steel spear is merely a harpoon, and I'm carrying it on a serious mission.
It seems to me every eye in London was upon us on our way here.
You're much too sensitive, my dear Watson. Now then, Allardyce, as to your stock in trade...
We have some excellent lamb chops, Mr. Holmes, and if you like a nice cut of beef...
As a matter of fact, Allardyce, I'm interested in neither at the moment. What I want is a dead pig.
A dead pig?
Holmes, what the deuce?
You must have a pig carcass hanging somewhere in your back shop, Allardyce.
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. As a matter of fact, I have, but...
Then I should like the pleasure of meeting this porker. At once.
Here's a pig carcass hanging from this hook, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, yes. Capital. A good thick animal. Now, Watson, if you'll hold my coat...
Holmes, what the devil are you up to?
I'm merely going to try out this harpoon, my dear Watson. Now, if you'll step back, I shall attempt to plunge it into this carcass with all my might and at close quarters. Observe. You see, Watson?
Well, all I see is you've stuck that steel barb into an unoffending carcass of meat.
Use your eyes, man, use your eyes. Note, I plunged the harpoon into that carcass with all my strength. Yet the barb went but halfway through.
I see. Then you mean that young Nelligan was incapable of impaling Peter Carey to the wall with a harpoon?
Precisely, Watson. If I couldn't turn the trick here, Nelligan couldn't possibly have pierced Black Peter through at the cabin. It's beyond his physical power and mine.
Well, then if it wasn't young Nelligan, who was it, Holmes?
All in good time, Watson, all in good time. First, we know it was a powerful man, a giant in strength. Second, we know it was a sailor.
How?
Obvious, my dear Watson. First, the man who killed Peter Carey had to handle a harpoon deftly and speedily. Remember, it was hanging on the wall when Black Peter pulled his knife. Then, of course, there was the spirit.
Spirits? What spirit?
The murderer was drinking with Black Peter. He left the brandy and whiskey untouched and drank only rum. Hence, further proof that the killer was not a landlubber, but a seafaring man. But come, Watson, we must be off.
Yes, Holmes, where?
First, I must dispatch a telegram to Dundee. Later, if fortune's with us, we'll go to the Daily Chronicle and insert an advertisement on the shipping page.
What kind of advertisement?
My dear Watson, I propose to start an Arctic expedition.
You'll excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but why did you ask me here at Baker Street this morning?
My dear Hopkins, I propose to make your journey here quite worthwhile.
Oh, indeed, Mr. Holmes, how?
I expect that the murderer of Peter Carey will be here shortly to pay us all a call.
What?
Rather an interesting surmise, eh, Inspector?
I can't see I can go along with it, Mr. Holmes. I have my murderer already, young Mr. Nelligan, and the evidence to convict him before a jury of his peers.
Do you indeed, Hopkins?
Yes, sir. I have my man. But are you sure you can produce yours?
Quite. You see, Hopkins, I advertised for the murderer to call on me.
You what?
I don't blame you for being properly confused, Inspector. Heavens knows I was...
Uh-huh. Someone's coming up the stairs. Open the door, Watson.
Very well, Holmes.
I'm sure this is our man. His step sounds like the tread of a giant.
My name is Patrick Cairns. I have your advertisement here.
Are you a harpooner?
Aye, sir. 26 voyages.
What ship?
Sea Unicorn, out of Dundee.
Very well, Cairns. The berth's yours. Now, if you'll just sign here on the desk.
Very good, sir. I'll sign it.
Hopkins, Watson, help me pin him down.
Here, what's this? Try to shanghai me, would you?
Look out, Holmes. And this man is as strong as a bull.
Quick, Hopkins, the handcuffs. Right, Mr. Holmes. All right, my man, that'll do. You're dealing with the law here.
What is this? What's the meaning of this?
You might call it an arrest, Cairns. To be specific, I'm afraid we must detain you for the murder of your old captain, Peter Carey. Good evening, Hopkins. Mr. Holmes, I've just come here to apologize for my stupidity. Yes, Inspector? Why? Peter Cairns has just confessed. Naturally, I released young Nelligan at once. I see. Cairns knew Black Peter had done away with Nelligan Sr. and taken the securities. Later, he tried to blackmail Peter and finally killed him. Eh, Hopkins? That is correct, Mr. Holmes.
But Holmes, how was young Nelligan's securities notebook found on the seat?
Young Nelligan neglected to tell us that he'd paid a previous visit to the cabin, Watson. He was afraid to incriminate himself, of course. No doubt he'd seen the pinioned corpse, fled in haste, dropped his notebook, and slammed the door shut behind him. And later he returned to find it locked. That's the way it was, Mr. Holmes. Exactly the way it was. But how did you know this sailor Carey? Elementary, my dear Hopkins. I knew it was a sailor, and that he must have come from Peter Carey's old crew, the Sea Unicorn. They drank together, as you know. And later on, by the dust pattern on the shelf, we knew some sort of box was missing.
The box with the stolen securities, eh, Holmes?
Exactly, Watson. After that, Hopkins, I telegraphed Dundee and found that only one harpooner of the old Sea Unicorn crew was alive. A giant of a man named Patrick Cairns. And since there was no record of his shipping elsewhere, the man was in a mood for an attractive berth.
And so you advertised for the murder?
Quite, Watson. And as you saw, the results were most gratifying. Indeed, Watson, if I may forego my usual modesty for a moment, I believe this adventure deserves a special place in your memoirs.
And so it does, Dr. Watson, but how did John Nelligan Sr. appear on the Sea Unicorn?
Well, Mr. Harris, his yacht foundered in a storm. He was picked up by Black Peter's vessel and only survivor. Later, as you know, Peter Carey threw him overboard upon learning of the valuables in the tin box.
Oh, I see.
I might add that ultimately the honor of the Nelligan name was revived. And shortly thereafter, Holmes and I went to Norway for a well-earned holiday.
I would say you had it coming to you, Doctor. But now, Dr. Watson, what about next week's adventure?
Well, next week, I shall relate to you the Fabulous Windmill. It concerns the baffling disappearance of a dike inspector, a mystifying wooden cabin, and a technique for committing murder that would be best employed in Holland.
Well, we'll be on hand to visit the Fabulous Windmill next week, Dr. Watson. The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Fabulous Windmill. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, you'll hear Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater.
Eastern Airlines now ready for departure.
Pride and proven dependability over billions of passenger miles. That's Eastern's famous airliners and Eastern's experienced pilots. For double dependability, fly Eastern, the tried and proven airline.
This is WOR, New York.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Speckled Band.
Holmes, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
It is indeed, Watson.
How long are we going to crouch in the darkness of this room, waiting for what?
Watson, observe. The ventilator.
Jove, there's a gleam of light coming through.
Yes, our long vigil is over. That light can have only one meaning, my dear Watson. In a moment, we shall close in our final encounter with death itself.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. What memoir are you working on tonight, sir?
A very singular adventure, Mr. Harris. A very singular adventure indeed. In glancing over my notes of the 70-odd cases I have already inscribed in my notebook, I can see none stranger than that which befell the family of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran in Surrey.
And the name of this adventure, Doctor?
Holmes and I always called it The Adventure of the Speckled Band. And after you've taken a moment to present the facts on Clipper Craft clothes, Mr. Harris, I shall proceed with the facts of this amazing story.
Thank you, Doctor. And this is where, well, I'll be...
Remember me, Mr. Harris? I'm the lady whose husband...
insisted that a really good suit costs a fortune, and I explained that a luxurious Clipper Craft suit costs only $40 and $45.
Well, I told my husband that only $45 would buy a handsome Clipper Craft suit of pure worsted. And made your suggestion that he be sure to look for the famous Clipper Craft label.
And I suppose you told him these values are possible only because Clipper Craft concentrates the enormous buying power of more than 1,200 fine independent stores from coast to coast for unbelievable savings to him.
Indeed, I did. But my say-so isn't enough.
So?
So I let him convince himself. I told him to compare Clipper Craft with clothes selling for many dollars more.
And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of the Speckled Band?
Well, Mr. Harris, the events in question occurred in the early days of my association with Holmes, when we were sharing rooms as bachelors in Baker Street. At any rate, this peculiar adventure began in April of '83, on the western border of Surrey, in the manor house of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, descendants of one of the oldest Saxon families in England. It was late one night. A storm was brewing. And in one of the bedrooms, a girl named Julia Stoner slept uneasily. Then she was rudely awakened by a peculiar sound.
What's that? What's that whistle? Who is it? It's come again. That whistle. I'd better tell Helen. Yes, Helen in the next room. Helen! Helen! Helen, open the door! Please, hurry, open the door!
Who is it? Who's there?
It's Julia, your sister. Oh, Helen, please open the door!
Julia, what on earth?
Oh, Helen, let me into your room quickly.
Julia.
I heard it again, Helen. That awful whistle. Oh, you must have heard it. You did hear it this time, didn't you, Helen?
No, dear, I heard nothing. Oh, it must have been your imagination.
No, Helen. I tell you, I heard it.
Hush, dear, you'll wake Father.
Helen, I don't know what to do. I'm afraid. So afraid. Every night for the last week I've heard it. That awful whistle. I've kept thinking perhaps it comes from those horrible gypsies that have been around the estate lately. Or those strange animals Father brought back from India.
Oh, Julia, you're overwrought. It's only nerves. After all, your wedding's next week.
Helen, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Now, dear, there's nothing to be afraid of. Now, you go back to your room and try to sleep. And if you hear anything again, you call me. Dear, those shutters, they're open again, and it's raining in. I must ask Father to have these repaired.
Helen! 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 Come into my room, quick! Helen!
Julia! Julia, what is it? Open the door, Julia. It's Helen. Julia, good heavens, what
The band, Ellen. It was the Speckled band. The Speckled.
Julia! Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, you've heard my story, all of it. I found my sister Julia swaying in the doorway. She just managed to gasp out the words, "the Speckled band," and then fell dead.
Remarkable, Miss Stoner. A most remarkable tale.
You say all this happened a year ago, Miss Stoner?
Yes, Dr. Watson. Shortly after my sister had become engaged to a half-pay major in the Marines. The official police found nothing, and the coroner was completely mystified as to the cause of death, particularly since Julia and I always locked our doors and kept our windows bolted.
I see. Miss Stoner, a year is a considerable lapse of time. Why have you come to Baker Street to consult me now?
Because last night, for the first time, I heard that warning whistle myself. The whistle that Julia heard the night she died.
By Jove.
Interesting, Miss Stoner. Very. Now, my dear young lady, let us review the background here. You and your sister were each left £1,000 a year by your deceased stepmother. You lived with your stepfather, a Dr. Grimesby Roylott, recently returned from India. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
To go on, your stepfather is a man of rather peculiar habits. He has a violent temper. He allows gypsies to roam about the grounds of Stoke Moran, and he keeps a cheetah and a baboon as pets.
Well, not exactly the kind of fellow I'd like to meet.
Watson, please. Now then, Miss Stoner, a question.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
You heard this whistle from your room?
No, I'm staying in Julia's old room temporarily. My stepfather recently decided to make some repairs on the manor house.
Holmes, how the deuce does all this make sense? The door was locked and the windows bolted. Yet somebody or something got into that room, struck Julia Stoner down, and now threatens her sister here. And the authorities never even knew the cause of death.
Patience, Watson, patience. When we arrive on the scene, we shall know infinitely more. Miss Stoner.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Would it be possible for Dr. Watson and me to see these rooms at Stoke Moran without the knowledge of your stepfather?
Why, yes. He happens to be in London today on business and won't return till evening. If you would like to come up this afternoon, I can return by the 12 o'clock train and be on hand to meet you.
Excellent, Miss Stoner. Watson, you need pack only 2 articles for our journey.
Yes, Holmes? What 2 articles?
Your toothbrush and your service revolver.
Well, Holmes, I just saw Miss Stoner to a cab. What do you make of this whole thing, anyway?
These are very deep waters, my dear Watson. A most dark and sinister business.
Well, dark enough and sinister enough, I should say. That reference to the Speckled band, for example. You know, I have a theory on that myself.
Have you indeed, Watson? Pray let us hear it.
Well, Holmes, it might have referred to some band of people, the gypsy band on the grounds, no doubt. Perhaps the spotted handkerchiefs which so many of them wear on their heads.
No. First class try, Watson, but I do not think... Hello, someone's at the door. We seem to have an impatient visitor, and by the quality of the knock, he seems to be using the butt of a riding crop on our poor door. Better admit him.
Yes, right, Holmes.
Which of you is Sherlock Holmes?
My name, sir?
I am Dr. Grimesby Roylott of Stoke Moran.
Indeed. Pray take a seat, Doctor.
I'll do nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter Helen has been here. I followed her, sir, and I demand to know what she told you.
It's a little cold for this time of year, don't you think, Doctor?
What has she been saying to you?
I have heard, nevertheless, that the crocuses promise well in spite of the weather.
Huh. You put me off, do you? Well, I know you, you scoundrel. I've heard of you before. You're Holmes the meddler, Holmes the busybody, Holmes the Scotland Yard jack-in-office.
Holmes, he's picking up the poker by the fireplace.
There's no cause for alarm, Watson.
Oh, isn't there? See here, my meddling sleuth. You stick your nose in my business again, and I'll bend you between my two hands as I bend this poker of yours.
Holmes.
Watson, kindly let me have that poker.
Yes, right, Holmes. But what?
Our guest has rudely bent our poker. I should like to bend it back before turning it to the fireplace. There we are. Observe, Dr. Roylott. The poker is straight again.
Holmes, for the last time, I warn you. Keep your Scotland Yard nose out of my affairs.
Dr. Roylott, up to a moment ago, your conversation was quite entertaining. Now I find it a trifle wearing. When you go out, pray close the door. There's the decided draught.
Very well, but you'll not hear the last of this.
You know, Holmes, man sounds like a homicidal maniac.
Yes, perhaps. But I have a much juicier bone to pick with him, Watson. Fancy his having the insolence to couple me with the official detective force. This incident only adds additional relish, my dear fellow. And I shall pursue this case with even greater zest when we reach Stoke Moran. So this was your sister Julia's room, Miss Stoner?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Dash it, I don't see how anything could have gained entrance here, yet there's no doubt of it, Holmes. Julia Stoner was alone when she was murdered.
True, Watson. But nevertheless, this room has several curious features. Miss Stoner.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
That ventilator high on the wall, where does it lead?
To my stepfather's room.
Uh-huh. Strange place for a ventilator between two rooms. And I note here a bell rope under the ventilator.
Yes, Dr. Roylott had that put in some time ago.
The peculiar part of the arrangement is that it's not attached to any bell. You'll note that it's fastened to a small hook just above the ventilator.
A dummy bell rope. Eh, Holmes?
Exactly.
Oh, how very absurd, Mr. Holmes. I never even noticed it before. I never had occasion to use it. My sister and I always went for things ourselves.
Yes, quite. Ventilators that do not ventilate and bell ropes that do not pull bells. Miss Stoner.
Yes?
Suppose you show us to Dr. Roylott's room.
Oh, this room seems plain enough, Holmes.
Yes, true, Watson, but it has a number of interesting features. Miss Stoner, does Dr. Roylott keep a cat?
A cat?
Yes.
Why, no. He has a cheetah and a baboon, but not a cat. Why do you ask?
Because it is a saucer of milk on the floor. And while a cheetah is actually a big cat, the saucer of milk would be quite inadequate for... what's this?
Well, it seems to be a small safe.
Yes, so it is, Watson, so it is. Miss Stoner, do you know what Dr. Roylott keeps in this safe?
Why, his business papers, documents.
Yes, I see. And here's a small dog leash with a whipcord curled to make a loop. And... Watson?
Yes, Holmes?
I think I see the whole devilish, fiendish scheme now.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Holmes? How did my sister die?
I should prefer to illustrate in full tomorrow morning. And tonight I hope to resolve this entire and hideous affair. Miss Stoner.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
That is the village inn over there through the window?
Why, yes, it's the Crown.
Good. Your windows are visible from there. Now, I ask you to listen closely and follow my instructions to the letter.
Of course.
When your stepfather returns, confine yourself to your room. Then, when he retires, open the shutters of your window and put your lamp there. Dr. Watson and I will be staying at the inn and we'll see your signal. Then, move into your original room for the night. I presume it will be bearable for one evening despite the repair work.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, but I don't understand.
Neither do I, Holmes. What are we going to do?
Watson, you and I are going to spend the night in the next room. The room where Julia Stoner met her sudden and hideous death.
Well, Dr. Watson, that's quite an adventure. And what happened that night?
Some very exciting events, Mr. Harris. Suppose we take a moment while you relate to our audience some exciting information on Clippercraft clothes.
All right, Doctor. Well, what does your husband think of his Clippercraft suit, Mrs. Adams?
Terrific. He's even telling friends that no suit or coat is a genuine Clippercraft unless it bears the famous Clippercraft label. Imagine, my doubting husband now says, quote, "That Clippercraft label is like the mark of sterling on silver," unquote.
Well, he's on the beam, Mrs. Adams. I hope his friends know that throughout America, Clippercraft is available in their own community at a friendly independent store, a store they can trust.
If they don't, they will. And those expensive-looking Clippercraft topcoats and overcoats at only $40 to $47.50 simply amazed my husband. And you ought to hear him rave about Clippercraft's handsome zipper-lining topcoats. Why, you'd think he worked for Clippercraft.
Why, on the contrary, Clippercraft works for your husband and for millions of men who wear Clippercraft clothes, making it possible for them to enjoy really fine clothes at the same amazingly low prices everywhere in the United States.
We'll both vouch for that.
Yes, Mrs. Adams. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes, bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
In your suits, topcoats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the Speckled Band.
Yes, Mr. Harris, so I was. Holmes and I took a room at the Crown, which was just on the edge of the vast fence-surrounded Stoke Moran grounds, almost overlooking the main gate. We had a cold supper of some excellent partridge and passable ale, and then as darkness began to fall, we became increasingly watchful of the middle window at the manor house across the grounds. You know, Holmes, the very prospect of entering that room at night gives me a chill. I have as much courage as any man when it comes to open conflict with a visible enemy, but you know
Yes, Watson, I know, and frankly, I have some scruples as to taking you tonight. There's a very definite element of danger. Perhaps you'd better stay here.
Dash it, Holmes, what kind of talk is this? You know very well you couldn't keep me away.
Good old Watson, I knew I could depend on you.
Holmes, you speak of danger. Apparently, you know more of this than I do.
Perhaps I do. You saw the peculiar ventilator and the equally peculiar bell rope, did you not?
Yes, I did, but what is that?
There was something else, Watson. The bed in the murder room.
The bed?
Yes.
What about it, Holmes?
It was attached to the floor so that Julia Stoner could not move it. In short, it had a definite position in relation to the rope and the ventilator. Does that convey anything to you, Watson?
By Jove, Holmes, I'm beginning to see it
Hello.
now.
Look through the window, Watson. Seems that Stoke Moran has a visitor. The main gate's practically under our room here.
Well, Hodgers, what the devil are you sitting up there for? Get down and open the gates.
It's Dr. Roylott.
Yes, and he seems to be berating the coachman.
Open the gates, you blithering idiot. Be quick about it, or I'll have your blood. Now then, you incompetent fool, take me to the manor house. If you have to whip these tired nags to get a little speed out of them, do so. I'm late as it is. My daughter's waiting for me.
Holmes, do you think he'll
Come,
do
Watson, we shall have horrors enough before the night's over for any aimless talk. Let us have a quiet pipe and turn our conversation to something more cheerful.
it? 11 o'clock by the parish church tower, Holmes.
Yes.
Apparently, Dr. Roylott is not yet retired.
On the contrary, Watson, he has. Look.
Yes, Holmes, a light. Just appeared in the middle window.
Quite. That's our signal from Miss Stoner. We'll cross the grounds through one of those gaps in the park wall and make our way to the manor house. And, Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Have your service revolver at the ready.
It's blowing up, Holmes. The wind's almost bending these trees double.
Yes.
It's pitch dark here, too. I must say I don't relish this idea of stealing across these grounds toward that house. Rather a chilling experience, I must say.
We should soon be there.
The sooner the better. By the way, Holmes, Why did you bring that cane?
For a special purpose, my dear fellow. I have an idea that a cane will be a useful weapon in the hours to come, and...
Holmes, look. That clump of laurel bushes there.
Yes. It seems to be a man. A misshapen, deformed man.
He's watching us, Holmes. Good Lord, he looks like something out of Hades. Holmes, he's seen us. He's starting to run toward us.
Stand fast, Watson.
Good heavens, what's that gibberish? Holmes, he's dodged to one side. He seized a branch of that tree swung over the wall. Why, that devilish creature isn't a man at all, Holmes.
Yes, Watson, it's Dr. Roylott's pet baboon.
Baboon? Oh, yes, baboon. You know, for a moment I thought I'd seen the devil himself.
A pretty household, this. But we should be at the manor house at any moment, and I...
Holmes, a scream!
Yes.
It came from that clump of trees. Holmes, what the deuce is that? Is it human?
It's the cheetah, Watson. Dr. Roylott's cheetah. He's out in the open, roving grounds.
Good Lord! The big cat!
Quick, Watson. We'd better run for it. The creature has our scent and he may attack. Well, Watson, here we are at the window of Julius Stoner's old room.
Yes, and thank heaven we seem to have lost the big cat.
Right, now then, try the window that Helen Stoner left unbolted for us.
Yes, right,
Gently, Watson, gently.
Yes.
Now then, into the room with you.
Holmes, you want me to climb through the window first?
Quite. You're less agile than I am, Watson, and you'll need my assistance. Now then, up you go. Try to land lightly.
Very well.
All right, Watson?
Yes.
Good. I'm coming in.
Holmes. Hear anything, Holmes?
No. So far, we seem to be undetected. Put out that lamp.
You mean we're going to sit here without light?
Yes, Dr. Roylott would see the light through the ventilator, and he'll wait until his niece is asleep. Meanwhile, I'll close the window.
Holmes. What now?
Wait.
Wait?
Precisely. Wait and watch that ventilator. I'll sit at the side of the bed, Watson, and you take the chair. And make sure your pistol is ready for instant action.
Holmes, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
It is indeed.
Still no sign that Dr. Roylott is awake. How long are we going to crouch in the darkness of this room?
Patience, my dear fellow, patience. We can only keep alert and hope. Uh-huh.
Someone's moving about in the next room.
Precisely. Dr. Roylott.
Holmes, what are you...
In a moment, Watson, you'll see an attempted murder. And I may add one of the most fiendish and hideous contrivances to execute a lethal mission. Watson. Observe. The ventilator.
Joe, there's a gleam of light coming through.
Get ready.
In the name of heaven, for what? Shh. What was that?
Dr. Roylott has just opened the door of his safe.
Yes, but...
No time for explanations now. Hand me that cane, Watson.
Very well.
That's it. Now watch that ventilator and the bell rope closely. Listen.
In the name of heaven, what is it?
A hissing sound. It's in the other room at the moment. Now it's coming close to the ventilator. There it is, Watson. See it?
Dash it, I don't see anything, Holmes.
Look out, Watson! Let me get at that bell rope with this cane! You murdering little devil! You foul, loathsome, hideous creature!
Listen! Listen! There's a whistle. From Dr. Roylott's room.
Yes, Watson. It's a signal from Roylott. Now listen. And wait.
Holmes! Holmes, what the deuce? It's Dr. Roylott, Holmes!
Quick, Watson, into Dr. Roylott's room at once.
Holmes, the door's locked.
Yes, so it is.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I just heard someone screaming. My stepfather...
Quick, Miss Stoner, had your key?
No, I haven't.
Then we'll have to smash our way through. Come on, Watson, we'll have to crash it together.
Right.
Now then, together. There we are. Now then.
Good Lord.
Speckled bandit!
It's a snake, a speckled snake, and it's curled around Dr. Roylott's neck.
Yes, a swamp adder, the deadliest snake in India. Dr. Roylott is already dead, as you see. Hand me that dog whip, will you, Watson?
Yes, Holmes. Here you are.
Now then, my beady-eyed friend, if you'll just curl yourself around this leash.
Holmes, be careful.
I have every intention of it. Now, my slimy fellow, let us clap you into that safe from whence you came. And there you are, safe in your hiding place.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson...
Quick, Watson, she's fainting.
Here now, Miss Stoner. Oh, she's unconscious, Holmes. It's the shock, you know. I'll have her around here in a moment.
Good. And after you do, we shall remove Miss Stoner to some place of shelter and notify the county police. Well, Watson, we've left Surrey far behind, and soon we shall be in London.
Yes, we shall, Holmes. But I cannot leave the memory of what has happened so easily. How Dr. Roylott came to use this kind of snake is beyond...
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary. The idea might very well occur to a clever and ruthless man with Eastern training. As a medical man, he knew that the poison was almost impossible to discover by any known medical test. He knew further that only a very sharp-eyed coroner would ever detect the two little dark punctures where the reptile's fangs had done their work.
And that whistle?
Obviously, Dr. Roylott could not allow the reptile to stay in the murder room till morning. He had trained the adder to return when he whistled, with the ventilator, the dummy rope, and the bed all in fixed position. He knew sooner or later that the snake would bite his sleeping victim.
Well, I must say you took a terrible chance, Holmes, driving that hideous creature back through the ventilator with your cane.
Yes, perhaps. But the result was that it turned on its master on the other side. Some of my blows came home and roused its snakish temper so that it flew at the first person it saw.
And with deadly results.
Yes, quite. You know, Watson, I am no doubt indirectly responsible for the death of Dr. Grimesby Roylott. But I cannot say that I feel any remorse. And I doubt very much whether it'll ever weigh heavily on my conscience.
Well, Dr. Watson, that's an adventure none of us is likely to forget.
True, Mr. Harris, true. And I assure you, I shall never forget it.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. It is the sincere hope of the entire Clippercraft family, including their dealers from coast to coast, as well as all of us here on the Sherlock Holmes program, that this Christmas will truly bring peace on earth, goodwill to men. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of Dr. Winthrop's Notorious Carriage.
Are you accusing your husband, Mrs. Winthrop?
My husband's lost his love for me, Mr. Holmes. He's betrayed me. I have no reason to defend him.
I see.
Lately, he's been impossible. He behaves like a sadistic lunatic.
Well, we better move quickly, Holmes. Look into this so-called accident.
Yes, Watson. But we must move cautiously if we value our own lives. For this is an elusive killer we seek, of great talent. A talent for slaughter, in a sudden and completely unexpected way.
Put on a fine Clippercraft summer suit, and you find it delightfully light, cool, and comfortable. Wear it a while, and you notice your Clippercraft suit keeps its smart appearance long after other suits are wilted, crumpled, and baggy. The amazing way a Clippercraft lightweight suit holds its lines is assured by Clippercraft's master tailoring and Clippercraft's careful selection of fine summer fabrics. Try on a Clippercraft suit tomorrow, and you'll see what we mean. You'll be delighted to see how little you have to pay. A tropical weight Clippercraft summer suit costs only $33.75 to $42.50, and your new suit will be envied by men who usually pay many, many dollars more. You save all that money through the unique Clippercraft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power. You get the benefit. Wear a Clippercraft summer suit and feel better, look better, and save money. Well, Dr. Watson, who rode in Dr. Winthrop's Notorious Carriage?
Well, Mr. Harris, this adventure with Holmes occurred in the early 1900s. It began backstage at one of London's most famous theatres. It was in the dressing room of Margaret Ashley, an exquisite and very popular young actress. Her performance for that evening had ended, and Margaret had a visitor, a Dr. Charles Winthrop.
I've made up my mind, Charles. I'm going to your wife. I'm going to see Elizabeth.
Are you, Margaret?
I shall tell her that I adore you, that you and I have been sweethearts all these months. I shall ask her to give you your freedom. I think she will, too.
Well, that's very touching. And very foolish.
Well, why do you say that?
My word, you've an appalling, self-centered mind, Margaret. Like many women, you believe that simply because you want something, you'll automatically get it. My wife would not be struck at all by the magic of our romance. To her, this would be a rather cheap, sordid business, an insult to her ego. Being a mature and poised woman, she'd take this with an air of dignity and tolerance, but in her heart of hearts, I'm afraid she'd be furious.
Well, then let her be. Are you satisfied with these desperate, dangerous meetings? You're coming to my flat if and when you can find the time, if and when you can somehow lie to Elizabeth?
It has been difficult, yes, but...
I'm sick of it. I shan't tolerate it.
We must face it, Margaret. We must do as best we can.
I'll tell you you're tired of her, that you love me, that you see her only as a dowdy, bedraggled housewife, that your marriage was wrong to begin with. It's nothing more nor less than an exercise in boredom.
Now, look, Margaret, I want you to control yourself.
Control myself? In heaven's name, why? I want you, and I'm going to fight to keep you. When a thing is wrong, must you go on and on and on with it?
I said you will not tell Elizabeth.
Nothing on earth could stop me.
I will.
What do you mean?
You knew I was married, Margaret. You knew the terms of the bargain. You accepted them gladly.
But we love each other.
Do we? Now listen to me. You made a great romance out of this. I didn't. You wanted to believe I was in love with you, that I couldn't live without you, simply to please yourself, to cover up the truth.
What truth?
That this has all been just a lark for me. That I was attracted to you because you're very beautiful, and that's all. And that is all, Margaret. It begins and ends there.
I don't think it does.
Oh, yes. It's taken years for me to become a reputable physician, Margaret. It's taken every ounce of strength and every moment of time I had to achieve a position in my profession and in society. I've a well-ordered household. I've a decent, honest wife who loves me. You're not going to place a bomb under that structure.
Oh, yes, I am, Charles. Now that you've told me how you really feel, I'll give you a taste of my vengeance. I'll wreck your home and your life, and I don't think for one moment that I can.
You'll do nothing of the sort. And do you know why? Do you know why you won't say a word to my wife?
Go on. Tell me.
Because if you do, I'll kill you.
He'll never do that. You could never get away with it.
You underestimate me, Margaret. I haven't an ordinary mind. I've a way. A wonderful way. Remember that. And remember, if you go to Elizabeth, I'll murder you.
Good evening, Miss Ashley. Shall I call a cab for you, miss?
Yes, Peter.
It might be a bit difficult, miss. Awfully late. You're the last to be leaving the theatre.
I wanted to avoid the crowd that's always here at the stage door, Peter. I'm exhausted. I couldn't possibly write an autograph or smile at anyone.
Your gentleman caller hasn't been here in a few days, eh, miss?
No, he hasn't.
Such a fine gentleman. I certainly miss those tips of his, I do.
The cab, Peter, please, please.
I hear a carriage coming now, miss. Perhaps it's a cab. Yeah. He'll be having a talk with a bobby, he will, ripping down the alley at that speed. Look out, miss! He's driving right at you! He's locked a gun! Stop! Come back here, you! Stop! Stop! He's killed her. He's killed her.
Elizabeth, I must speak to you.
Yes, Charles, dear.
It's about this item in the newspaper.
Oh, one of your patients in trouble?
No, read that, please.
Oh, yes. Yes, I heard about that terrible accident. And Margaret Ashley was such a lovely young actress. It was a horrible, premature death for her.
Elizabeth, darling, I don't know how to tell you this, but I must. I want you to try to understand.
Understand what, Charles? Darling, you seem so distraught. What's wrong with you?
Well, there'll be an investigation. The police will be after the driver of that carriage, the man who knocked her down and then drove off.
Well, yes, of course they will, and I hope they find him, too. Insane, brutal to drive so carelessly.
Well, the police suspect that it wasn't an accident. The doorman's testified that the driver of the carriage seemed to go deliberately out of his way to hit her.
Oh, Charles, they suspect murder?
Yes, they'll probe very deeply. The most intimate details of Margaret Ashley's life will be exposed to public view, and so, Elizabeth, before you find out some other way, I must tell you.
Tell me what, dear?
I knew Margaret Ashley.
Oh, yes?
It wasn't a passing acquaintance. I was seeing her regularly. I visited her flat whenever I had the chance. She was in love with me.
Oh. You were sweethearts, Charles. Is that it?
Yes. I've no excuse. It's just some mysterious element in the chemistry of a marriage that does that to a man. I'm prepared to do whatever you say, Elizabeth.
Well, Charles, it's quite hard for me to say anything at all. It's very difficult for me to face it, dear.
I'm so sorry, Elizabeth. Terribly sorry.
Well, have you any idea who might have killed her?
I know.
Charles.
Yes?
Charles, did you kill Margaret Ashley?
Of course not. How could you think such a thing?
Now, Charles, don't lie. Don't try to live with a lie like that. You've told me some of the story. Please tell me the rest. I've got to know, Charles. Please, did you kill her? Did you drive the carriage that awful night?
No, I did not. I did not!
Listen to me. I might try to forgive an escapade of yours, but I couldn't forgive murder. Now, you must tell me.
Will you let go of me? You're out of your mind accusing me.
You did kill her. I can sense it in your eyes. Your hands are trembling. I've never seen an expression on your face like that before.
Shut up!
I know that...
Now get hold of yourself. Don't ever say that again. Is that clear? If you ever say that again, you won't live to say another word.
I had to tell you my story, Mr. Holmes.
I quite understand, Mrs. Winthrop.
My husband has lost his love for me. He's betrayed me. I have no reason to defend him. And lately he's been impossible. He behaves like a sadistic lunatic.
Why haven't you told the police, Mrs. Winthrop?
Because, Dr. Watson, I have no formal charge to make. I can't prove a thing. It's just my instinct. I feel that he killed that poor girl, and I will not harbor a killer. I need your help, Mr. Holmes.
Well, the circumstances of the accident, Mrs. Winthrop, make it almost impossible to prove willful homicide. Where does your husband say he was on the evening of Margaret Ashley's death?
He'd had a call, an emergency, quite far out of town. He claims that he left the carriage at home and took a cab. He was too tired to drive himself. He claims that when he reached the address given him, there was no such place. So he came home again.
Oh, it's very flimsy. Did he give you the name of the patient who'd called him on this wild goose chase?
Perkins. Mrs. Thomas Perkins. I did some investigating on my own. I telephoned every Thomas Perkins in the directory. None of them ever heard of Dr. Winthrop.
Did your husband mention this supposed patient who vanished?
Not a word. But, Mr. Holmes, you must find the evidence quickly. He knows I suspect him, and I'm afraid of what he might do.
I shall move as quickly as possible, Mrs. Winthrop. Come, Watson, we shall speak first with Peter, the doorman, the witness to the accident.
I'm ready, Holmes.
We shall move very cautiously, Watson, if we value our own lives. For this is an elusive murderer of great talent. A talent for slaughter in a sudden and surprising way.
With June just around the corner, you can expect a sudden heat wave any day. And that means many men will rush into Clippercraft stores for new, smart, cool, lightweight suits. So, to get the very best in service, the widest selection and prompt attention, it's smart to come in now for your Clippercraft summer suit. And it's smart at any time to buy your suits from the fine local store that sells famous Clippercraft lightweight suits at only $33.75 to $42.50. The exceptional quality of Clippercraft clothes is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and sport jacket, the trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. You can always rely on Clippercraft clothes and the store that proudly sells them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abram & Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were racing to speak with Peter, the doorman, backstage of the theater where Margaret Ashley died.
Yes, Mr. Harris. The enchanting Margaret was killed by a passing carriage. That night, Holmes and I stood in the dark, twisted alley by the stage door, under a pale moon, talking with the doorman.
You say, Peter, you had a glimpse of the driver of that carriage?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I did. He was wearing an eye hat and a cape. The cape was purple. I could see it flying in the wind.
Did you see his face?
No, it was too dark, and he passed like fury.
Did you recognize the carriage?
At first, I didn't.
You mean that you remember it now?
Well, in a way, Dr. Watson. It looked to me like... Well, it isn't very discreet of me, but seeing as this is so serious a matter, it looked to me like the carriage of a certain gentleman what often comes to see Miss Ashley.
Oh, see, Holmes? Do you know the gentleman, Peter?
No, I'm sorry, Doctor. He never told me his name. And whenever he stepped out of the carriage, he was carrying orchids for Miss Ashley. And he held them up in front of his face, you see. And he held the cape up, too.
A purple cape?
Sometimes, Mr. Holmes, yes. He didn't want anyone to recognize him, I guess. It must have been one of those romances what you read about in the papers, you know. Maybe he was a cabinet minister or some high mucky-muck who was in love with Miss Ashley.
Yes, quite. Would you know the gentleman were you to see him?
Not by his face, Mr. Holmes.
That makes it even more difficult, eh, Holmes?
More than you would imagine, Watson. Even if the doorman here did recognize our man, that wouldn't prove the accident was deliberate. Peter, after the accident, did you notice anything curious about the body or the street or any of the other circumstances?
I found a flower. Fell out of the carriage. An orchid.
Well, again, an indication of our man.
I'll say it's him, all right. Except I don't like to send a man to the gallows just on my say-so.
No. Thank you, Peter. You've been rather helpful.
Well, where to now, Holmes?
Every florist in the district, Watson. We have the rope, we We must now draw the noose tighter and tighter.
That's the door to Dr. Winthrop's house.
Let's just keep an eye on it. Mrs. Winthrop said he'd be leaving about this hour. Once he's gone, we can speak to her and look at the house and search for clues. But we must have him out of the way first.
Holmes, that florist. He recognized the photograph of Dr. Winthrop. Said he always bought flowers there. But he wasn't there on the night of Margaret Ashley's death. You seem very impressed, Holmes. Confounded why?
Shh. Look, Watson, there he goes. He's leaving his wife now. See?
Yeah. As he's going down the street. She's waving goodbye to him from the doorway. Attractive blonde, isn't she? Why should he lose interest in her for the sake of that actress?
Fascinating as that province may be, Watson, it is not within the bounds of my territory. Now come, across the street. He's out of sight.
All right, I'll ring Holmes.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, he's just left.
Will he return shortly?
No, we've time. Come in.
Well, lovely home, Mrs. Winthrop.
It was, Dr. Watson, until the shadow fell across it. But I've been living in this house with a man I know is a murderer.
That is your husband's consulting room, Mrs. Winthrop?
Oh, yes. Yes, he does all his work down here. The drawing room and the bedrooms are upstairs.
Maybe go up?
Yes, certainly. But, Mr. Holmes, you must find the evidence. I can't stand it. I'm so afraid all the time. He's going to kill me, too, you know. I saw him alone in his office last night. He didn't know that I could see him in the mirror. He'd a scalpel in his hand, and he was fingering it like... Oh. Then there's another thing. The night before, we took the underground to go to the theater. I was on the edge of the platform. I realized it just in time. He was standing directly close behind me. He could easily have pushed me in front of the train. Then there are poisons here in this cabinet. He opened the cabinet just before he left. He must have stood gazing at it for a full 5 minutes. He'd never done that before, Mr. Holmes.
Calmly, Mrs. Winthrop, calmly. Come along, Watson. We shall search every inch of these quarters.
By George, Holmes, we've gone through every room. No letters from Miss Ashley, nothing at all here. Not a scrap of evidence.
Mrs. Winthrop, in which wardrobe does your husband keep his clothes?
Oh, here, Mr. Holmes. But you'd better hurry. This has taken a great deal of time, and he may be back soon.
Looking for the outfit he wore the night he drove the carriage, Holmes?
Aha! The purple cape, trousers, double-breasted jacket to match, and on this shelf, a high silk hat.
Oh, please be careful. I never touch his things. If he suspects that anyone's been in his wardrobe, he'll have another one of his fits.
I see. Well, I believe this concludes the search, Mrs. Winthrop.
Yes, but have you found anything?
We'll discuss it downstairs, then we can slip out of the back door.
Yes.
Well, Holmes, should we risk Mrs. Winthrop's life again for another night? Wouldn't you advise her to leave on some pretense until you have the facts that you want?
I have the facts, Watson.
Really?
Facts which prove I killed Margaret Ashley?
Dr. Winthrop.
Charles, I didn't hear you come in.
I came in very quietly through the front door, Elizabeth. I heard voices upstairs. I kept very still and waited for you. You scheming, conniving...
My arm! You break my arm!
I just want to keep you close to me, that's all. If you move, Mr. Holmes or Dr. Watson, I'll take this scalpel I have in my other hand, and I'll drive it into my wife's back.
Charles, please listen to me. It won't help to kill me. Mr. Holmes will see that you die for it because he knows now.
You sent for him, didn't you? You wouldn't believe my story. I'd like to kill you slowly, Elizabeth. You should suffer a bit. Neat strokes of the scalpel to cause unbearable pain. But a slow death, the same slow death you've given me with your suspicion, your accusations.
Killing your wife now would accomplish nothing, Dr. Winthrop.
It would to me. I don't care about the consequences.
I said killing your wife would not be necessary, Dr. Winthrop. His Majesty's hangman will do that.
What?
I said His Majesty's hangman will do that.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
He dropped his scalpel. Watson, quickly pick it up.
Yes, I have it, Holmes.
I wanted to be sure you didn't pick it up, Mrs. Winthrop. Since you drove Dr. Winthrop's notorious carriage, since you killed Margaret Ashley.
I did? Mr. Holmes, that's preposterous.
Bolt the door, Watson, and guard it well.
Yes, right.
Elizabeth, my wife killed Margaret?
Precisely, Doctor. When Watson and I visited the florist where you regularly purchased orchids for Margaret, he told us that you hadn't been in his shop on the night of her death. It struck me as odd. Perhaps you purchased the orchids elsewhere, eh?
Of course, Holmes, that doesn't prove...
One moment, Watson. The driver of the carriage dropped an orchid on the cobblestones of the alley. The doorman told us that. Would a man stop to purchase orchids for Miss Ashley when he knew he wouldn't see her, but intended to run her down with the carriage? Definitely not.
But you accused me.
Exactly. Who else would have borrowed your husband's carriage? In the bedroom, you told us that you never touched your husband's things. But you had, Mrs. Winthrop.
You're guessing, Mr. Holmes. You're unable to prove one iota.
Your husband's purple cape, identified by the doorman, was draped over his double-breasted jacket. The jacket was neatly buttoned. You see, it was buttoned, Mrs. Winthrop, to the left, not to the right, the way a woman wears such a jacket.
Elizabeth.
You are a blonde, Mrs. Winthrop, and in the lining of your husband's high silk hat, I noticed a long blonde hair.
Jove, Holmes.
You called your husband that night, Mrs. Winthrop, to get him out of the house. You were the non-existent Mrs. Thomas Perkins. You gave him a false address far on the outskirts of London. Then you put him into a cab, convincing him that he was too tired to drive himself. You put on his clothes. You took his carriage. You purchased orchids. You killed Margaret Ashley, being careful to make the cape very conspicuous and to drop an orchid, so that the doorman's testimony would indict Charles.
You're quite right, Mr. Holmes.
She wasn't satisfied with Margaret's death. She wanted to see me die, too, to hang for the murder.
Yes, she painted a vivid portrait of you as a murderer, Dr. Winthrop. Remember, Watson? The underground, the medicine cabinet, all lies.
And Elizabeth, you knew all along about Margaret.
For months, Charles. It just took a bit of time to plan my vengeance on both of you.
Well, call the yard, Watson. Come and fetch a prisoner. Now, my dear Mrs. Winthrop, I observed to you once that proving this was willful homicide was almost impossible. I should have added that nothing short of genius could accomplish it.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very astonishing development, to find that Mrs. Winthrop had driven the doctor's carriage.
Well, if surprises are your dish, Mr. Harris, then you've something to look forward to in the adventure I shall relate next week.
And what do you call that memoir, Doctor?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you The Adventure of the Curious Crypt. It concerns a bow-legged man, a weird laugh, and a taste in silver.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. The disabled veteran is paid to make the puppy you are wearing. He needs your support. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the adventure of the Curious Crypt. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's adventure, the Guy Fawkes Society.
But Holmes, you're running an unspeakable risk. Can't you allow the police to handle this themselves?
No, Watson, I must be there myself.
Well, shouldn't you take along a revolver, a weapon of some sort?
I think not. They might decide to examine everyone entering the warehouse. No, I shall attend the secret meeting of this bloodthirsty society, accompanied only by my second closest friend, my meerschaum pipe.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Have you assembled all the facts for the memoir you're currently writing, Dr. Watson?
Yes, Mr. Harris. It's the adventure of the Guy Fawkes Society.
Guy Fawkes? You mean the arch conspirator of 17th century England?
The very same.
Well, what sort of organization was this society, Doctor?
Well, it was a secret cult formed in 1897. Their membership consisted entirely of fanatics devoted to one of the most horrifying purposes imaginable.
And what was their purpose?
Well, I shall reveal the incredible secret at the appropriate time, Mr. Harris. But now it would seem is the appropriate time for a word about those remarkable Clippercraft clothes.
So it is, Doctor. Let me paint a little word picture of you in the fine local store that sells Clippercraft clothes. Look expensive, don't they? But you try on a Clippercraft suit anyway. Feel comfortable? Okay. Now you walk over to the mirror. You might as well admit it. You do look like $1 million, and you're thinking, this will really smash my budget. And then you look at the price. Why, it just can't be true. But it is. Only $40 or $47.50, depending on the Clippercraft model you prefer. How can it be? Well, more than 1,200 of America's finest independent stores from coast to coast have put their combined purchasing power into action to save you money. It's the reason only $47.50 buys you a smart Clippercraft suit of worsted fabrics that can take the hardest wear you'll give. Yes, for suits, top coats, and sport coats, you'll find Clippercraft values at the head of the class. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what was the Guy Fawkes Society?
Well, Mr. Harris, it was the beginning of November 1897. Holmes and I were returning to 221 B. Baker Street after a late dinner. We were enveloped in an unprecedented yellow fog. We were groping our way up the stairs toward our flats.
Have you the key, Watson?
Yes, here we are. If I can find the lock, Oh, confound it, there's something on the floor here. Kicked it with my foot. Well, I'll see if I can budge it out of the way. Holmes, it feels like a body.
Match, Watson.
Yeah, right. Good heavens, Holmes, it's a man. His throat's been cut. Will you look at this pool of blood?
Light that lamp, Watson.
Yeah, certainly.
Yes. His throat's been slit from ear to ear.
Look, Holmes, on the wall. There's handwriting.
Someone's evidently dipped his finger in the dead man's blood and scrawled a message.
Yes, it says, Guy Fawkes lives. Guy Fawkes lives? Now, what sort of diabolical nonsense is that? Shall I fetch the police, Holmes?
In due course, we shall observe that technicality. Let's have a closer look at the corpse.
What's that in his hand? Is that a chunk of wood?
Pine wood, Watson.
Oh, look, there's some sort of grease at the tip of the wood.
From the odor, Watson, I should say it was oil.
Oh, what the dickens do you suppose he was going to do with a chunk of wood dipped in oil?
Clearly, the dead man was preparing a torch.
Torch, Holmes? That's absurd. Why should anyone want to be marching about with a torch?
The weather about which you've been complaining throughout the evening supplies the answer to that riddle.
You mean the fog?
The unbelievably thick fog, Watson. The torch, coupled with the fog, signifies that the dead man lying before us was a link boy.
Link boy. Yes, I've heard the term. Can't say I've ever seen one.
The venerable tradition originates from the days when it was necessary to accompany members of Parliament home due to the danger of their being attacked by thieves and dissenters and riffraff. Of course, the custom's been abandoned, except for those rare occasions when London suffers an impossible fog. Then the link boys, with their torches, are called out to escort the parliamentarians homeward. Anything in his pocket?
No, there's nothing.
Mm-hmm. This man's torch hasn't been used. He was therefore on his way to perform his duties. Come, Watson, we're off to see the Sergeant-at-Arms of the Parliament buildings. We shall ask the name of the link boy who failed to appear this evening.
You intend to leave the body here, just like this?
Of course, but I shall mention it to the first policeman we meet. And thanks to the nature of bureaucratic ineptitude, we shall be many steps ahead of them, while they're still here scribbling in their little notebooks.
We certainly had the Sergeant-at-Arms and Parliament baffled, asking all those questions about the link boy without ever telling him what it was all about, eh? Let's see now, Holmes. Let's see, we've learned that the dead man's name was Harold Pickering, that Mrs. Hudson admitted him downstairs, that Pickering asked for you, that she saw him go up, that two other gentlemen appeared at the front door a moment later, one of them misshapen and very ugly, that she saw them go up. She then went back inside to her rooms and heard and saw nothing after that until the police arrived. Then we... Holmes, what are you doing to your face?
Smudging it with soot.
What for?
I must assume a disreputable appearance, Watson.
You must assume what?
There we are. Now, off with this tweed suit. And into some tattered things. Unfortunately, you cannot accompany me on this grotesque mission, Watson.
Where are you going?
You'll recall that at Parliament we were told that the dead man, Pickering, resided on Bridge Road by the West India Docks. We were also told that he spent a considerable portion of his time at various pubs in that vicinity. I intend to visit every shabby spot on Bridge Road.
But why the disguise?
I hope to learn what it was that Mr. Pickering wished to tell me when he came here. Obviously, it was something so insidious that it was necessary to cut his throat before he had a chance to talk. I shall visit the pest holes of Bridge Road. I shall be very vocal about loathing the government.
You were never in here before, were you?
That's quite right.
Do you mind if I sit down with you? You look kind of lonesome. I like to make friends with everybody who comes in. Do you like this place?
Very much.
It's the best around this part of London. Have you tried the other places?
Yes, this is my fourth tavern tonight.
My name's Maud. Maud Peters. What's yours?
Like so many of your customers, Maud, I must ask you to accept a significant silence in answer to that question.
My, you've a fancy way of talking. Did you hear me sing?
Yes. Delightful.
Aren't you going to tell me anything about yourself? Where'd you come from? What's your game?
Anything's my game, Maud.
Why'd you keep watching the door? Look, you can trust Maud. Everyone will tell you that. The police looking for you?
They might be.
What sort of job did you do?
Suppose we just say that it was unpatriotic.
Is that all you're going to tell me?
Yes, suffice it that it was unpatriotic. I have very little use for our current government. I'm one of those who feels that England, once master of the planet, is collapsing of its own weight.
Ah, you sound just like him.
Like who?
A friend of mine. He always talks that way. He'd like you. You talk like you've got brains. You'd be helpful.
Helpful? To whom? For what purpose?
Did you say anything's your game?
I did.
Would murder be your game?
If it were worth the candle?
I don't mean just taking care of some blokes in a dark alleyway with a pocket knife. We can find plenty around here to do that for a few pounds or a few drinks. I'm talking about murder in a much bigger way. I mean killing a few hundred people, maybe 1,000. You have the stomach for that?
If there's sufficient to be gained, I'm your man.
Oh, there's more than money in it.
Is there?
Much, much more. It's a wonderful scheme. And there's a wonderful man running it. You and he'd hit it off fine.
Why don't you introduce me to the gentleman?
Maybe I will. He wants all the help he can find. Yes, you come along with me. It's just a minute's walk from here, close by the dock. It's a basement under an empty warehouse. It's his headquarters.
Who's Maud?
He's the leader of the Guy Fawkes Society. You see bring you now.
It's about time I might catch my death of cold sitting here waiting in this damp basement.
He's in the next room. Now just go through that door. Here, you better take my candle. It's dark as pitch.
Thank you.
Oh, I must tell you, you may think he's a bit balmy at first. He says strange things sometimes, but that's just his way. He's really brilliant. And don't be frightened by Gerardo.
Gerardo?
Gerardo's the leader's man, sort of his bodyguard and secretary. Gerardo's the ugliest man I've ever seen. Most of his face was burnt off in a fire. Oh, but he won't hurt you. I'll wait out here. Go on through that door.
Very well.
Come in. Come in. I am Gerardo.
How do you do?
Before I introduce you to our leader, would you raise your hand? Higher, please. You do not have a gun or a knife, I hope.
No, I have not.
I just want to be sure. A mere formality. I have the honor to introduce our leader.
Sit down. Get out, Your Honor.
But, Mr.
Get out!
Yes, sir.
Lord tells me that you wish to join our ranks.
Possibly.
I don't know anything about you.
I could be rather verbose about you, though.
You could?
You're extremely nervous, vain, and have spent a great deal of time outside of England. To be more specific, in a tropical country.
How do you know?
Those pencils on your desk, chewed almost to the point of uselessness.
I...
The restless way you pace up and down before me. The nervousness is inescapable. As for your vanity, you're squinting your eyes in order to have a better view of me, a characteristic of nearsightedness. You require spectacles, but do not wear them. You've spent a sizable portion of your life in tropical countries because your teeth have a distinctive corrosion caused by endless munching upon sugar cane.
Good. Very good. Maybe Maud was right about me. I have need of men with their wits about them. Ours is a great task. It's a bloody and dangerous task. But the rewards will be well worth the sacrifice.
What is the task, Mr. Stewart?
What I shall say may sound fantastic, but the truth is often very shocking. My name is Douglas Stewart. My genealogy may be traced to the Stuarts who once ruled my England.
Really?
You don't seem to believe it.
Well,
It's the truth, it's the truth, it's the truth. I can prove that I am the rightful ruler of the British Empire. I've been cheated of my birthright.
Have you?
They plotted against me. The impostors who sit now upon my throne, they plotted against me. When I went to them, when I made my claim, they accused me of being insane. They're nothing but animals wallowing in the sigh of their wealth and privilege. They must be exterminated. They held me prisoner.
Oh? Where, Mr. Stewart? On what charge?
They held me prisoner in a hospital for a year, a hospital for the mentally ill.
When were you released?
I was not released. They would have kept me there until I died. They tortured me. I escaped. Now I'm free, and I shall strike back.
What is your plan, Mr.
I'm
Stewart?
not well. They made me sick in that hospital. They injected me with drugs. I'm not well. But I need men of strength to surround me.
What is your plan, Mr. Stewart?
Those who have marched with me will share my inevitable triumph.
Marched with you where? When?
We are known as the Guy Fawkes Society. Can you imagine why?
Quite evident. Guy Fawkes, a deserter, was smuggled back into England by a group of conspirators in 1605.
Yes.
They plotted to overthrow James II and his government.
Overthrow him?
They planned to do this by concealing a huge store of gunpowder beneath both houses of Parliament.
Yes.
They intended to blow up both houses and stage a coup d'etat. Their plan was exposed. And on November the 4th of 1605, they were captured and imprisoned. I dare say that you have revived the Guy Fawkes plan.
Yes, I have. Guy Fawkes Day is just 48 hours away. We've dug secret tunnels in the proper places. In just 48 hours, Guy Fawkes' plan to blow up Parliament, its members, and the royal family will become a reality.
Well, Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes has uncovered a breathtaking scheme.
Yes, he certainly has, Mr. Harris. And you've provided me with just the word I've been seeking.
Well, what word is that?
Breathtaking is the word for Clippercraft clothes. subject on which you're well qualified to speak, sir. Won't you?
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Men who used to spend small fortunes on their clothes are now wearing expensive-looking Clippercraft suits, because Clippercraft gives them all the handsome looks and long, dependable wear they demand without digging deep into their savings. Why, they pay only $40 and $47.50 for Clippercraft suits you'd swear cost twice as much. Really fine fabrics and top-notch tailoring are unheard of at prices as low as Clippercraft. Then, what's the trick? Well, what do you suppose happens when more than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores from coast to coast, stores you can trust, concentrate their huge buying power? You're absolutely right. Their combined purchasing power drastically cuts the cost of manufacturing and distribution. Doesn't take an adding machine to figure out how Clippercraft's unique operation saves you money, or why Clippercraft suits are such terrific values at only $40 and $47.50. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, shall we return to the Guy Fawkes Society, Dr. Watson?
We most certainly shall, Mr. Harris. Holmes left the dank, dirty cellar where he'd held his bizarre rendezvous with Douglas Stewart. He returned to 221B Baker Street and recapitulated his experience for him. Good gracious, Holmes, a plan to blow up both houses of Parliament. I can hardly believe it. Shall we inform Scotland Yard of your discovery?
Not just yet, Watson. Impetuosity is a trap into which we must not fall. If the police should intervene at this point, Stewart and his vile henchmen would simply protest their innocence and elude justice. They must be captured with the evidence.
Aha, I see. You're waiting to determine their plan of operation. Then you'll strike.
Exactly. And I shall have that information this evening when the entire membership of the society convenes, in that same waterfront spot where the renegade Stewart has his headquarters. As a neophyte, I've been invited to attend their ritual.
Well, Holmes, haven't they questioned you about your own reliability?
Extensively.
I imagine Gerardo was impressed, eh?
Quite. Therefore, I'm off to the foul cellar where the chief lieutenants of the Guy Fawkes Society meet in unholy conclave.
I see you've joined us. I'm glad.
Are you, Maud?
Douglas told me that he's pleased you've joined us.
I appreciate the accolade.
Douglas tells me everything.
He does?
Yes. We sit by the river talking. He tells me about what he'll give me when he's in the palace. A maid of my own, perfumes from France.
He must be very fond of you.
Fond as he can be of anyone, I guess. He thinks about his plans, mostly. Sometimes he doesn't see me for weeks. Oh, here's Gerardo.
Wine, Maud.
Thank you, Gerardo.
Some for you, too.
Ah, Burgundy. Pomard.
We do not drink until the leader enters. Then he will propose the toast. There he is. Silence! The leader speaks. Everyone, rise.
We raise our glasses in praise. In praise! To Guy Fawkes!
Guy Fawkes!
To his fearless crew, to Robert Catesby!
Catesby!
John Wright!
Wright!
Thomas Winthrop!
Winthrop!
Quiet. Now, I want each of you to pay close attention. Tunnels are ready, Gerardo?
Yes, sir.
Good. For those of you who are new, my most trusted men have dug tunnels beneath the streets.
Where are the tunnels, Mr. Stewart?
We work down from the back of a tea room on Parliament Square, Mrs. Ward's tea shop. The tunnels cut across the corner of Parliament Square and point directly to the House of Lords and the House of Commons.
And what do you plan to use to destroy the houses?
Dynamite! Tomorrow night, we shall celebrate Guy Fawkes' plot along with the rest of England. While they burn Fawkes in effigy in the streets, we shall set off the dynamite. We meet at Mrs. Ward's tea shop tomorrow night at 10 sharp.
you understand exactly what you're to do, Watson?
Yes, exactly, Holmes. I shall tell the story to the Assistant Commissioner of Police. I'm to request that he send a special squad. You'd like them to hide around the corner from the tea shop, eh?
Precisely. And you must try desperately to convince him that his constables are to be armed. I realize it's an extraordinary demand, but perhaps he'll sense the danger.
Oh, by Jove, Holmes, he may not believe the story at all. He may not do a blessed thing.
Oh, we must risk it. Remember, Stewart's asked me to meet him at the warehouse. He, Gerardo, and I will then proceed to the tea shop. There we'll meet the others at 10. If the police will cooperate, they should be at their posts at 9.
Holmes, you're running an unspeakable risk. Wouldn't it be wiser for both of us to try to convince the police to handle this themselves?
And allow them to make a botch of it? No, Watson, I must be on the scene myself.
Shouldn't you at least take along a revolver, a weapon of some sort?
Gerardo might decide to examine everyone entering the warehouse. No, Watson, I shall merely be accompanied by my second closest friend, my meerschaum pipe. Good evening, Mr. Stewart. Maud.
Hello.
Gerardo. Is everything in readiness?
Yes, yes. I have a carriage waiting outside this warehouse. We will be driven to the tube.
Excellent, Mr. Stewart.
You may distribute the weapons, Gerardo. Maud, you will wait here in the warehouse. When it is over, I shall send for you.
All right, Douglas.
You have my revolver, Gerardo?
Here it is.
Give it to me.
And I?
Oh, we're not giving you a gun.
Why not, Mr. Stewart?
I would feel better if you were not armed. Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Let me kill him now, Mr. Stewart.
No, Gerardo, no. Ever since his own face was burned off, Holmes, Gerardo enjoys giving the same experience to others.
You lied to us, Mr. Holmes. You've been lying all along.
We're not exactly fools, Holmes. That story you told Gerardo about your criminal background, we took the trouble to verify it. Oh, you're going to the tea room. Then after we set off the dynamite, we shall leave the tea room. But you will remain locked inside. You lied to me, Holmes. Everyone lies to me.
Stand up, Holmes. If you try any tricks, I'll slit your throat.
Just as you split Harold Pickering's, the link boy?
Yes.
That was your handiwork, wasn't it, Gerardo? Pickering, with a keen professional interest in even the vaguest rumor concerning Parliament, must have taken up the scent to your society one evening, perhaps in the pub where Maud sings. He ran to me to bring the news, and you followed him. My housekeeper reported that one of the assailants was repulsively ugly.
I could make you look just like me. I would like to.
Get away from him, Gerardo. Come on. We're leaving for the tea room. You first, Holmes. And remember, I have my finger on the trigger of my gun. Maud, stay here. You'll have word from us.
Good luck, Douglas.
We're leaving now, Holmes. Not much later, because I've taken an extra precaution. Since you might have notified the police that our maneuver is scheduled for 10, I've sent out word that we will set off the dynamite 1 hour earlier at 9. Come on. Carriage is waiting.
The tea room is just around the corner, Mr. Stewart.
You told Mrs. Ward to lock up earlier this evening, Gerardo?
Yes.
Well, Holmes, so you finally met someone who is your mental superior. Don't move. My gun is just a few inches from your head. Gerardo and I have a very good view of you from this back seat.
Oh, I had no evil intentions in moving, Mr. Stewart. I merely intended to light my pipe. It's gone out. Do you mind?
Go on.
Most considerate of you.
Here's the tea room.
Step out, Holmes.
Very well.
Walk to the door of the tea room. That's it.
Wait. I want to have a look here on the street.
See anyone?
No. All quiet.
Now, Sherlock, some of the men must be here by now.
It's us, Mr. Stewart and I.
Come in. We're all in the back of the shop. Walk in, Holmes.
Certainly.
Close the door, Gerardo. Don't lock it. We'll have to run out once we set the fuse.
Yes.
Let's all go to the back. gathered you here an hour earlier because we were almost betrayed. Yes. This gentleman standing before you, whom we took into our ranks, is Sherlock Holmes, the detective. He is to be left here just before we set off the dynamite. The fuses are quite long. They'll allow ample time for us to quit the shop and run a safe distance. Has the position of the dynamite been checked? Yes, sir. Ready, sir. We reassemble 30 minutes after the explosion. We meet at the warehouse. I shall be the last man to leave the shop. I'm reserving for myself the pleasure of knocking Mr. Holmes in behind me.
I'm complimented, Mr. Stewart.
Are we ready?
Yes, ready.
Light the fuses, Gerardo.
I say, anyone inside? This is the law. There's a carriage caught fire out here. Belong to anyone back there?
The alarm, Constable. Spread the alarm.
Shut up, Holmes. You Jersey. The lamp. Holmes has smashed the lamp.
Light! Come on, light another lamp. We cannot see.
The door. Holmes will run to the door. Stop it.
Too late. I see his shadow out there. There you go.
Look outside. Police. Barricade that door, Gerardo.
Yes, well,
Start firing. Fire. Get down. They have guns out there.
Well, Holmes, I never thought you'd leave that tea shop alive.
Oh, I did, Watson.
Oh, it's a magnificent job you've done. Stewart and Gerardo have been taken to the morgue. Rest of the crew's packed off to prison. You set fire to that carriage outside the shop, didn't you?
Of course. I was in the front seat with the driver. He was preoccupied with his horses. Stewart and Gerardo, to keep an eye on me, purposely sat in the back. They could see most of me, but it was comparatively easy to drop a bit of hot ash from my pipe onto the upholstery. I knew that within a minute or two the carriage would catch fire. It would attract your attention, watching from the corner with the raiding party, or that of the constable on the beat. He poked his head in, sure enough.
I shall never cease admiring your quick-wittedness, Holmes.
Neither shall I, my dear Watson. Neither shall I.
Well, Dr. Watson, the Guy Fawkes Society was certainly a blood-curdling experience. Now, might we have an inkling about our adventure with Holmes for next week?
Well, next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of Black Peter. It involves a steel harpoon, a dead pig, a proposed Arctic trip, an advertisement for a murder. And I'm quite sure you'll enjoy it.
We shall be here in your study promptly at the same time next week, Dr. Watson, for the adventure of Black Peter. The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lockridge. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelden. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of Black Peter. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Mad Miners of Cardiff.
Hear that, Holmes? That crumbling noise?
Yes, Watson.
Well, this coal mine we're in may be collapsing, and we better hurry back to the lift.
Without discovering what awful thing has been driving the miners insane? Not a bit of it.
Yes, but listen. If we don't try to find the lift and return to the Earth's surface, there'll be just one consequence, Holmes. We'll be buried alive.
When you step out proudly in the Easter parade, dressed in your smart new Clippercraft suit, no one will believe that you paid only $45 for it. But that's right, because now $45 is all you have to pay for a nationally famous Clippercraft suit of carefully selected, tested worsted, of exceptionally fine tailoring, with a distinctive styling that sets Clippercraft suits apart from any suits ordinarily sold at anywhere near this price. Now, here's how this is accomplished. More than 1,200 independent merchants get together and pool their tremendous buying power. That makes these low prices possible for Clippercraft. So compare Clippercraft clothes with clothes selling for many dollars more, and you'll agree that never before has there been such value in fabrics, such value in styling, such value in workmanship. In short, you get America's greatest clothing value when you buy Clippercraft clothes. Dr. Watson, your memoir for this evening is entitled The Mad Miners of Cardiff. Cardiff is a city in Wales, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Mr. Harris. The very heart of one of the world's greatest coal mining centers. Our story begins one awful night at the mine owned by Mrs. Ann Powers. There were 2 lifts at the mine, huge iron cages operated by a chain winch that lowered the men down the shaft and into the winding, treacherous black tunnels below. One lift was rarely in use, since it dropped into a portion of the mine that was abandoned. It was there that the horror began to unfold. There stood Daniel Lowara, a veteran miner, covered with grime, his lamp still flickering in his hat, leaning on his pick and shovel. He had paused for a moment's rest on his way home this night, when he heard a sound. Strange, he thought. No one had used this lift in some time. This section of the mine had been picked clean and deserted as too dangerous, you see. Daniel walked slowly toward the mouth of the shaft.
Lad, it's you. What are you doing in this section of the mine?
It's God's justice, that's what. We're paying for it, we are. We've no right. We've no right.
Step off the cage, man. Never seen you look like that. Can't you stand up? Here, I'll help you. Your eyes. I've never seen a man's eyes like that.
It's what I've seen. The saints preserve me, it's what I've seen.
Get hold of yourself, lad. A strong man like you, quivering. What did you see?
The thing. That's all you could call it. Down in the mine. I wish my eyes had been struck from my head before I saw it.
Try to make sense, lad. What's down the mine? What have you seen?
I've seen men's bodies crushed by the weight of coal. I've seen men dying of the lung sickness with the death rattle in their throats. But never this. Never this.
Tell me what happened.
If I told you what I saw, you'd be going out of your mind. It isn't right for human beings to know there is such a thing inside the earth. They'd kill themselves. I heard a noise at this end of the mine.
Go on.
I knew it was deserted.
Of course it is. Every beam is chalk marked unsafe. How could you?
I heard a noise. It was not a noise of this world.
Eh?
My canary was all right, alive and well, singing in its cage. And I knew there was no danger of gas. And then I saw it. You can't imagine what it is. It's Mother Nature striking back, that's what. It's the Earth's revenge. She's spewing out the secrets we never knew she held. And I've seen it. I've seen it.
Lad, no sight can do that to a man. Help! Someone! Lord's having a strange fit. Hurry! Call the doctor! Call the doctor!
blood, the miner, in a half-crazed state, was removed to the hospital. Then Daniel volunteered to descend the lift at the far end of the mine to learn what the unspeakable horror was below. When Daniel came up the lift...
Lad was right. Better I'd have been blind. A man's mind can't stand such a sight. In the name of mercy, make me unconscious. I mustn't think of it. But I couldn't think of anything else again. Ever. Not of life, nor of what we do in life. Just this. What is all I've ever known or know. Just what I've seen down in the mine.
Begging your pardon, Mrs. Powys.
Yes, Geoffrey.
I'm just one of your miners, Mrs. Powys. I've no right here in your house.
Oh, you're welcome, Geoffrey. I've told the men I keep the same rules my husband did before he died. My employees are always welcome. What can I do for you?
It's about this terrible thing in the mine. I know none of the men will work. I know you've tried everything. I know even the police won't go down to see what this devil of a thing is.
I won't accept any more volunteers, Geoffrey.
Oh, it isn't that, ma'am. It's... Well, I know you've troubles. The mine isn't worth a shilling now. I've some savings, ma'am.
Thank you. But I won't hear of it. I refuse to borrow, least of all from my own men. You've suffered, too, with the mine closed.
Oh, I knew a fine lady wouldn't borrow. I thought I'd buy the mine, ma'am.
But it isn't worth anything now.
I haven't much to offer. Precious little. But I might salvage the equipment, sell the land. I know you're desperate, ma'am. I wouldn't embarrass you. But you need a rest. You could at least go away. I was fond of your late husband. I want to help his widow. We men are fond of her, too.
I appreciate it, Geoffrey. But I shall try to keep the mine a bit longer. I must face it. This indescribable thing in the mine must be unmasked.
But how? You won't
allow... Since no one will descend the shaft and look at the site. I've one last hope, Geoffrey. He's an expert on the curious, the outlandish, on mysteries of this sort. He's in London. A Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mrs. Powys, you say 2 men became half-crazed looking at the spectacle in the mine?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Incredible. Can such things exist?
Lud and Daniel have been miners all their lives, Mr. Holmes. They're normally vigorous, healthy, and cool-headed. But I wasn't satisfied with their reactions.
What did you do?
I asked the mine doctor to go down the shaft and look.
And did he?
Yes, he did. And he came back up in the cage in a waxy, immobile state, without human response, as though alive, yet dead.
I see. Has he revived since?
Yes. The moment he was alone, he attempted suicide. We stopped him, fortunately.
In what condition are Ludd and Daniel?
Well, Ludd has left. He's gone to Edinburgh, where he's resting at the Hotel Cosmopolitan. He refuses to tell a soul what he's seen. Daniel is at home, feverish, fitful.
Have you completed your story, Mrs. Powys?
Yes, I have.
Then we must lose no time in reaching Cardiff and the enigma that lies in the mine. This is the lift that descends to the abandoned portion of the mine, Mrs. Powys?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. At the bottom of this shaft lies the thing that has driven 3 men mad.
Mrs. Powys! Mrs. Powys!
Yes, Geoffrey?
Daniel, he rose from his bed. They couldn't stop him. He's vanished.
Suppose you tell me the details. I've assumed command on this problem. I'm Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
Daniel's gone, Mr. Holmes. The town's in a state of alarm. Some folks say the evil at the bottom of the mine spirited him away. Some of the women are all for taking the children and fleeing to the hills.
What should we do, Mr. Holmes?
The answer is simple, Mrs. Powys.
Oh, Jove, Holmes, have you the solution?
The path to the solution, Watson.
Well, what is it?
By the path before us, to that lift.
You're going down to see the thing?
Exactly.
There must be some other way, Mr. Holmes. You know what's happened to everyone who's seen it. You'll come up out of that shaft like the others, and you're my last hope. You'll be carried off that lift as though you'd seen Judgment Day.
That remains to be seen.
Oh, you can't, sir. You mustn't risk your life, your sanity this way.
If you'll step aside, Geoffrey.
You'll not do this alone, Holmes. I shall see this through by your side.
This is not a calculated risk, Watson. This is an inconceivable horror beyond human calculation.
Whatever it is, Holmes, I shall go with you.
Mr. Holmes, please. I'd rather lose the mine.
The town itself is already alarmed, Mrs. Powers. We must face this.
I shall wait here, Mr. Holmes, and pray for you and Dr. Watson. Give them headlamps, Geoffrey, and a canary.
Certainly, ma'am. They're here by the shaft, the lamps. Just put these hats on, Mr. Holmes. So.
Thank you.
Dr. Watson.
Thank you.
The canary is in this cage. I'll take the cover off. As long as the canary seems well, you need not fear a gas leak. If the canary seems ill, if it dies, it'll warn you that poison gas is in the air.
Yes, quite. The gate, Watson. Close it.
Yes, right.
Now we shall look upon this thing below, whatever it is. Even if it's from the realm of another world, some monstrosity beyond man's limited imagination. Release lever, Watson.
Release lever. We're going down. The mark, Holmes. 10 feet. The mark. 20 feet. The mark. 30 feet.
Here's the way to get the most for your money when you buy a new spring outfit. Look for the Clippercraft label. Be sure of the Clippercraft label. You'll find it on new spring Clippercraft worsted suits for only $45, on all-wool covert cloth topcoats for $40, and on the Clippercraft all-wool gabardine topcoats for only $42.50. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the Clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th, and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham & Straus. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, we left you and Mr. Holmes dropping deep into the abandoned mine on the outskirts of Cardiff.
Yes, so you did, Mr. Harris. Holmes and I stood in the cage, bracing ourselves as we dropped down the black, musty shaft, prepared for what promised to be an intolerably awful sight.
We've almost reached bottom, Watson. Ready?
Yes. Ready, Holmes? Yeah, we're slowing down. Must be the bottom. Yes, here it comes.
Now, step off the lift. Keep an ear open for strange sounds. This is an abandoned area. A seam may crack and we'd be buried alive.
Where do we go, Holmes? Along this narrow tunnel?
Precisely. The light in our headlamps isn't very good, but it will suffice.
All right, go on, Holmes.
Hello?
What is it? What is it, Holmes?
Just ahead. A very strange object.
What does it look like?
It's against a beam. Turn your head, Watson, so the lamp in your hat lights the passage to the left. See?
Yes.
We'll have a closer look. Just move along. Foul air. The canary all right?
Shh. We'll see. Wait. Yes, this is all right. No poison gas in the air yet?
Good. Here we are. That object.
Why, it's a human body. A dead man.
From the description Mrs. Powers gave, I should say this is Daniel, the second miner to have witnessed the vision. The man Geoffrey said disappeared a while ago.
See his throat? Brutally strangled. But who could have done it, Holmes? How did this happen? You hear that? There's a crumbling noise.
Yes.
It might be a cave-in. Hadn't we better hurry back to the lift?
No, wait. Listen.
Well, come, Holmes. We must try to reach the lift and go to the surface. This mine may be collapsing here.
No, Watson, it isn't the mine.
Then what is it? The thing?
It was the other lift. Someone's approaching.
Someone is approaching?
Exactly, from the far end of this tunnel. I've been waiting for those footsteps.
Is this thing on human feet? Why have you been waiting for footsteps?
I've been waiting for the person you'll see standing before us in the passageway. It will be Geoffrey.
The miner?
Quite.
You found Daniel's body. I thought you would.
How did you get down here?
Via the other lift, Watson, at the working end of the mine, the one he's been using all along. Well, Geoffrey, I imagine you'll present the same offer to us that you made to Ludden, the doctor, and Daniel.
Offer, Holmes?
Well, you see, my dear Watson, there isn't anything in this abandoned mine. The ghastly sight, so-called, is a device, rather adroitly employed by Geoffrey.
My offer is very inviting, Mr. Holmes. You see, when I was down here just before this part of the mine was deserted, I located a new vein of coal, a rich vein, a vein that could make me, and all who helped me, millionaires.
Yes, so you decided to frighten everyone away, lest they discover it. At least to keep them away until you owned the mine.
I promised a share of the new vein to Ludd. He gave a fine performance, I thought. So did the doctor. I made an arrangement with him, too.
Not so splendid a performance, Geoffrey. He must have injected himself with drugs to appear waxy and immobile.
The story has worked well. It keeps the miners away. It makes the mine worthless.
Giving you the opportunity to purchase it from Mrs. Powys for a trivial sum.
She refused me, but she'll accept. Everyone comes round to my way of thinking.
Obviously, Daniel didn't. Evidently, he chose to return here for another secret rendezvous with you to demand a larger share. So you did away with him.
About my offer.
We'll make no agreements with murderers, sir.
My terms are that you will return to the surface. You will be as convincing a pair of actors as the others. You will rant and rave about what you've seen. You will, of course, say nothing of Daniel. You will collapse, seemingly hysterical. A few days in bed, then you recover.
That is one of the most desperate...
My terms are that you will swear like the others, never to describe what you have seen as long as you live. It is supposedly too hideous to repeat. In exchange for all this, 10% of the new vein.
And if we reject the offer?
Oh, I'm afraid there isn't much choice, Mr. Holmes. Listen.
What is that hissing sound?
I tapped the spot where I knew a very small amount of coal gas would escape, Dr. Watson. It's filtering now into this tunnel.
I don't believe it. You're just trying to intimidate us.
Am I? Watch your canary, Doctor. Just watch. Watch.
The canary is dead.
Then extinguish your headlamp, Watson, instantly.
Yes, right.
I shall too. And you, Geoffrey? Or will you risk creating an explosion?
I'll turn out my lamp. But as for an explosion, I suppose you believe me now. I have a box of matches, gentlemen. If I strike one, just one, it'll explode the gas. We will be blown to bits.
And we are to accept your offer, or you'll strike the match?
Oh, yes. If you return to the Earth's surface and reveal this, my life isn't worth living. I'd rather we all died here. And now, the gas will overcome us at any moment, with very little time. Here's the matchbox and the match. I'm ready to strike it. Do you accept my offer? Yes or no?
No.
You're sure you won't reconsider?
We will not reconsider.
I'll stand by that.
Just 1 second more and I strike the match.
Watson, I've got it! It's pitch black, but I've got his arms. Watson, the rope at his belt. Can you find it?
Yes, right you are. Hold him still now. It's so blasted dark here. Yes,
tie him up.
I've got him, Holmes.
Tie him up. I've got a simple jiu-jitsu that'll keep him still now.
If I can just find his wrist. There. And now the knot.
I can't move. Don't leave me here. The gas.
No, we shan't leave you, Geoffrey. We shall take you to the surface and turn you over to the police. Come on, Watson, along the passageway where we came. You find it with your hands?
Yes, I have it, Holmes.
Then go back. Now, after you, Geoffrey.
There's a small beam of light ahead. It must be the shaft.
That's it. That's the cage to the surface.
Yes, so it is. See, there's the lift.
All right, jump on, Watson. You too, Geoffrey.
I'll get on.
There we are.
It's as I feared, I guess. She always wins.
She?
The Earth. She's cursed, that's what. Her blessings aren't blessings at all. They carry a curse. The gold, the oil, the coal, the diamonds, all the riches of the soil. When we defy the soil and cut too deep, when we slash into our forests and slice the heart out of our mountains, she demands vengeance. And she exacts her toll.
That is a lesson you should have learned earlier in the game, Geoffrey. The lever, Watson.
Yes, right, Holmes.
They called your friends the mad miners of Cardiff, Geoffrey. And in a sense, they were really mad. The cruel dream of power and wealth and glory, illicitly won. A dream not native to Cardiff, nor to these times.
By George, Holmes, I never thought we'd see the flat here at Baker Street again, eh?
Lack of confidence in my ability, Watson. Therefore, totally unjustified.
How did you know, Holmes, about there being no terrible sight at all in the mine?
Well, you see, the miner, Ludd, departed suddenly for Edinburgh and the Cosmopolitan Hotel, a very expensive hotel. Curious that a miner should do that, unless he'd suddenly received money. Mrs. Powers said Ludd was a miner all his life. Would he spend his little savings on a lavish excursion?
No, of course not. How did you know it would be Geoffrey in the mine?
Well, if you recall when Geoffrey ran up to us with Mrs. Powers at the lift.
Yes, I do.
Well, I observed a chalk mark on the back of his jacket. It was a portion of the symbols employed upon the beams in a mine. The chalk had come off a beam and soiled the jacket, though Geoffrey didn't notice. Although no one was supposed to be in the mine recently, Geoffrey had clearly returned from a visit paid just a few minutes before.
Oh, I see. Tell me, Holmes, about a sight that... Well, about some mysterious, unheard-of thing that would be so utterly awful it would drive the spectator instantly out of his mind. Are such things possible?
Is there any reason to believe they're not, Watson? Couldn't there be such a thing lurking around the next turn of the street? Or nearer, perhaps, at the corner of your hallway? Or in the room next to where you're sitting now?
Dr. Watson, the Mad Miners of Cardiff was one of the most spine-tingling adventures you've ever related to us. You must tell us what sort of criminals we're to pursue with you and Mr. Holmes next week, Doctor.
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the case of the Burmese Goddess. It concerns a strange legend, a man who lost his fingernail, and a peculiar auction sale.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley. Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Here's an important fact you probably don't know. It's possible to save up to 50% of all cancer cases if everyone takes proper and prompt action. Support the American Cancer Society. Send a generous contribution to cancer, care of your local post office tonight. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Burmese Goddess. This is I, Harris, speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the
the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Hangman and the Book.
It's rather chilly out here in the park, eh, Holmes? Good thing the gendarmes brought along torches. It's terribly dark.
This way, Watson. Follow the inspector.
There, Monsieur Holmes. Just before you. In the torchlight.
Aha. The dead body, hung from the limb of the tree and dancing grotesquely in the wind.
Not every man has the broad shoulders and slim, tapering waist of an athlete, but it's a fact that men who wear Clippercraft suits look like they do. That's the result of careful Clippercraft styling, of design that emphasizes good points and minimizes bad ones. You don't ordinarily find such styling in $45 suits, but a Clippercraft worsted suit at only $45 gives you styling plus expert workmanship and fine quality materials. It's the same with Clippercraft topcoats at from $40 to $47.50. Clippercraft clothes actually look like they cost much more, and they would, except for the fact that over 1,200 established independent local merchants pool their tremendous buying power to get them for you at such low prices. Compare Clippercraft clothes yourself. Put on a Clippercraft suit and a Clippercraft topcoat and see how good you feel. Your friends will all say, "Gee, but you're looking swell." And you will be. Now, Dr. Watson, we await our rendezvous with the adventure of the Hangman and the Book.
It was at the turn of the century, Mr. Harris. The enormous pressure of work upon Holmes had become too much for him. He suggested we steal away to Paris for a week of relaxation. Holmes and I were in Paris at our hotel when this criminal began his operations. It was at the Bon Temps bookstore, a world-famous Parisian shop noted for its collection of rare works. In the cellar beneath the shop was a thin, drawn, nervous young chap, Albert the clerk. He was poking about the bookshelves with a candle in his hand. Then suddenly, he heard footsteps. He looked up, terribly frightened.
Who is it? Who's going down?
I am, Albert.
Oh, Monsieur Bontemps.
Didn't I forbid you to come into the cellar?
Yes, you did. I had to know the secret. I had to know what you kept down here.
I ought to thrash you, snooping about when I forbade it. I told you I did not want anyone in this cellar. I won't allow my own wife. I won't allow the least down here. Let alone a miserable, sniveling clerk. How long have you been here?
Just a few minutes.
Long enough to look about, eh? To see what I keep here.
No, I'm terribly sorry. My curiosity got the best of me. I'll never do it again. You won't punish me, Monsieur Bontemps?
We shall see what I'll do about you, Albert. We shall see.
Is the shop closed, Marcel?
Yes, Alice, darling. Going out again for the evening?
I am.
You have left me here alone every night this week.
Oh, don't be tiresome. You know I'm bored to distraction when I'm home with you.
Then I'll go out with you. I'll take you wherever you wish.
Oh, Marcel, we've gone over this so many times. Help me find my jade earrings like a dear, won't you?
You're staying home tonight, Alice.
Oh, stop pawing me. Let me alone.
I am so loathsome to you.
Yes, you know you are. You never did attract me, you know that. I've told you before I married you for prestige and financial purposes. You accepted that. Now you insist upon being as romantic as a schoolboy.
Stop it. I don't want to hear that. I can't stand that.
You insist upon forgetting that you are more than 20 years older than I am, Marcel. You refuse to face that. You're old and withered and repulsive.
Albert, my clerk, is more appealing to you, isn't he?
Oh, nonsense. Where did you get that notion?
Don't lie to me. I've seen you together. After you thought I left the store, I saw you take him upstairs to the apartment.
Just to chat.
Oh, really?
Get out of my way, Marcel. I'm late. Go downstairs, to the cellar. To whatever fantastic secret down there intrigues you so.
If you go out again tonight, Alice, I'll put an end to it. I won't be disgraced and thrown aside this way. I have some pride, although you've used every device on earth to destroy it.
Let's not quarrel, dearest. Here's a kiss for you. Now, help me find my earrings, won't you?
All right, Alice. Anything you say.
Alice! Alice, wait.
Yes, Albert.
I ran after you to ask if I'll see you tonight, Alice. I waited for you at the cafe last night, but you never came.
I shan't see you anymore, Albert. Except at the shop, of course. On business.
You what?
Marcel knows about us. We must stop.
But you can't just dismiss it.
Oh, yes, I can.
I risked my job because of you. I risked Marcel dragging me to court, possibly putting a knife into me.
We've had some rather pleasant times together, Albert. Now suppose we forget them. You're capable of that.
Oh. You're going out with another man, aren't you?
That does not concern you. Let go of my cape. Go back to the store. Marcel will be upset.
Do you think you'll ever come to the end of it, Alice? Do you think you can go on forever like this?
Albert, call me a carriage like an angel.
You wouldn't be very attractive to other men, Alice. Lying in the morgue with your neck broken.
Oh, Albert, that's impetuous. That's very, very foolish. Go on, sweet. Call me a carriage. Who is there? I saw you behind that tree. I know you've been following me through this park. If you don't stop, I shall call a gendarme. I said I know you are behind that tree. I can see your silhouette. Oh. So you will show me who you are. I might have known it would be you. What are you doing with that rope? You've made a hangman's noose of it. Let go of it! My throat! I can't breathe!
We of the Sûreté, the French police, we are delighted to have you with us in Paris, Monsieur Holmes.
Thank you, Inspector.
Your accommodations here at the hotel are satisfactory?
Quite.
We're very comfortable, Inspector. Enjoying our visit immensely.
Superb, Dr. Watson. I am happy you have relaxed, Monsieur Holmes, because, 1,000 apologies, the relaxation is over.
Precisely what do you mean, Inspector?
Just a few moments ago, a gendarme discovered the body of a woman hanging in the Tuileries. She had been hung to a tree by a rope.
Routine police matter.
Ordinarily, Monsieur Holmes, yes. However, the case is most extraordinary. The woman was the wife of Marcel Beautin, the distinguished owner of the Beautin bookshop.
Really? I know Marcel. Remarkable shop, one of the best. Marcel and I correspond frequently.
Monsieur Holmes, the journalist will create a great crisis over the death of Madame Beautin. I must find the killer immediately. I need your help, monsieur.
Have you questioned Marcel, her husband?
Well, as best we could. He is grief-stricken.
Where's the body?
Well, I have closed the Tuileries, Dr. Watson. I have ordered that the body be left, hanging from the limb, exactly as it was found. It awaits your arrival, Monsieur Holmes.
Very wise, Inspector.
Oh, then you will help us move toward the solution?
I will arrive at the solution, my dear Inspector. Watson, a cab to the Tuileries.
It's rather chilly out here in the park, eh, Holmes? Glad the gendarmes brought torches, too. It's terribly dark.
This way, Monsieur Holmes. You may see the guard we have stationed about that huge tree. Yes. And there, in the torchlight...
Aha. Swaying from the limb of the tree, the body of Alice Bonton.
Horrifying sight.
Let's have a closer look, shall we? Inspector, has Marcel, this dead woman's husband, any notion as to how this occurred?
Oh, he is too ill. He is prostrate. It will be a few days before we can question him thoroughly.
Aha.
What is it, Holmes? What do you see?
I see, my dear Watson, that I must pay a visit to Monsieur Charles Guillaume, the eminent French publisher.
Yes, what on earth does he have to do with this grisly crime?
More than he would imagine. In the obscure records of that publisher, there's a forgotten entry which contains a clue as to who is responsible for this homicide.
That entry speaks the name of the criminal, just as if this dead body before us were whispering it too. Whispering the killer's name as it executes a macabre dance in the moonlight.
It's pleasant to shop in your local Clippercraft store, wherever you live, because your Clippercraft merchant is an established, substantial hometown businessman who is anxious to win and keep your friendship. To please you and give you more value for your money, he has joined with over 1,200 outstanding merchants in a vast pool of buying power to make Clippercraft values possible. Clippercraft genuine worsted suits for $45 and Clippercraft topcoats for $40 to $47.50 would not otherwise be possible. For Clippercraft quality is the traditional quality of New England, the same careful craftsmanship that built the famous Yankee Clippers, from which Clippercraft clothes take their name. You can trust Clippercraft clothes, and you can trust the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson, shall we return to the adventure of the hangman and the book?
Well, Mr. Harris, after Holmes examined the body of Elise Bontemps in the Tuileries, he noticed a small detail he would not disclose. Next morning, he dashed to the offices of Monsieur Guillaume, the publisher. He returned with a Cheshire cat's grin that indicated he was close to his prey. Then some time later, we visited Monsieur Bontemps at his bookshop. The shop was dismal, dilapidated, funereal. Indeed, a frightening place. Monsieur Bontemps came toward us.
Monsieur Holmes, I am honored.
I hardly expected to see you on this trip, Marcel. You know Dr. Watson?
You have mentioned him to me frequently. Delighted.
How do you do?
You have heard of my tragedy?
Yes, Marcel. Could you recount what occurred the evening of your wife's demise?
She left me here to visit someone. She seemed untroubled, so I allowed her to leave and did not escort her to where she was going. Evidently, on her way home late that night, she chose to walk through the park, the Tuileries, alone. I would say she was attacked by a night prowler. She resisted him, and he did away with her. I was awakened by a gendarme who brought the terrible news. You have a theory, perhaps, Monsieur Holmes?
Perhaps. I see you still have a magnificent collection of books.
Oui, certainement.
Is this your entire stock here in the shop?
Yes. Our apartment is upstairs. Our books here.
And below the shop?
The cellar is locked, Monsieur Holmes. We have not been to the cellar in many years.
Anyone work for you here, Monsieur Bontemps?
I employ a clerk, Albert.
Where is he?
That is a problem. He did not report for work these past 2 days.
Were your relations with Albert on a pleasant basis?
Not entirely.
How long has he been in your employ, sir?
Oh, approximately a month.
What trouble have you had?
I do not like to place the young boy in a bad light, but I have reason to believe he was more than fond of my wife, Elise.
I see. A chat with Albert, then, might be very enlightening.
Please, Monsieur Holmes, I am not accusing the poor clerk.
You have his address?
27 Rue Cerise. Albert Joliot.
Come, Watson.
To talk with the boy?
Yes. Perhaps this romantic young clerk, in his leisure moments, is a hangman.
Well, Holmes, what's our next step? His landlady said the clerk Albert hasn't been home for a few days.
We shall return to the Bontemps bookshop, Watson.
Yes, we've been there.
Oh, we shall return much later this evening. Midnight, I should say. When the owner has left, we shall again visit the mysterious bookshop.
But, Holmes, you looked at it.
There is one spot we did not see. By far the most interesting, too.
What spot is that?
When I inquired about it, Bontemps turned white. He trembled.
What spot, Holmes?
The cellar, Watson. We shall pay a midnight visit to the cellar.
the door to Bontemps' cellar, Holmes? It'll be locked, of course.
That is why I brought a few instruments with me, Watson, to force the lock. It'd be childishly simple for me. I've made an extensive study of continental locks.
Here we are. Now...
Quietly, Watson. I shall work at the cellar door. You keep an eye out.
Yes, right you are.
Shouldn't take but a moment. See anyone? Hear anyone?
No, all clear. Go on.
Simple lock. Just another moment.
I hear someone, Holmes. Coming down the street.
I must finish.
Hurry, Holmes, you'll be seen.
One more second. There we are.
Good.
Quickly, the door.
Yes.
Follow me. Be careful. Rickety wooden steps.
Righto.
Match, Watson. Light the candle we brought.
Yes, certainly. Holmes, what do you expect to find down here? Good Lord, I've never seen so foul and musty a place. You see the rats?
The answer is here, Watson. The answer must be here.
Yes, but what sort of shocking secret lies in this cellar?
I'm looking for it. Looking for it.
For what? Listen. Someone's down here.
That direction, Watson. Left. Bring the candle.
I am not afraid of the dark, Mama. But why is it dark at night? Tell me why it is so dark at night, Mama.
It's the clerk, Albert. I know him from his landlady's description. He's been tied up, Holmes. Look, he's bound to that pillar there.
Yes, so he has, and apparently he's gone insane.
Yes, by Jove, yes, look over his head. Isn't that a form of ancient torture?
It is the water method. Accomplished in this case with a large pitcher and a funnel, which is replenished now and then by his captor. Albert was bound to that pillar, but a steady drip of water strikes his head, and he's gone mad. Tortured also by the darkness, by hunger and thirst, and the huge rats against which he's been defenseless. Untie him, Watson.
Yes, of course. Just 1 minute.
The water.
There we are.
The water doesn't stop, you see. Only your mind stops. Rats are cruel animals. Perhaps not as cruel as men. They enjoy human flesh.
He must be rushed to a hospital. Maybe years before his sanity is restored.
Water is a colorless compound of hydrogen and oxygen. It is very helpful to man. It is beautiful. In the form of mighty oceans, lakes, and rushing rivers. It has many uses. All of them essential to life.
Where are you going, Holmes? What are you looking for?
Ah, there we are, this shelf.
What is it?
A book, faded to illegibility in parts, very dusty.
A book?
The book, Watson. Though not outstanding in this surprising collection, I see.
You mean you originally stole into the cellar simply to find that book?
Yes. Now we must find Marcel Bontemps immediately.
I will spare you the effort, Monsieur Holmes.
Not very hospitable of you, Marcel, to greet us with a pistol.
I'm familiar with your reputation, Monsieur Holmes. I realized you would become suspicious, so I've been waiting for you with this pistol, which I shall use.
You have come to put more water in the pitcher of my head, Monsieur Bontemps. Please, no more water.
May I ask, Monsieur Holmes, what book intrigues you so?
This work in my hand is entitled Rare Techniques in Homicide. It includes an exact reproduction of a Persian manuscript written in the time of Darius I. The subject of it? Techniques of torture and murder used during the Peloponnesian Wars.
Holmes, why that book?
When I observed Marcel's wife hung to the limb of the tree, Watson, I noticed she'd been tied with a special knot. I recognized it immediately. It was the very peculiar knot for garroting, described in the Persian manuscript. There was just one place on earth where that knot is described. In this book. I knew there were just 2 copies of this work left in the world.
I see you have one at Baker Street, I dare say.
Of course. I therefore asked Guillaume, the publisher, an expert bibliophile, where the other copy was.
He told you I had it, Monsieur Holmes?
Yes, he did. Therefore, I paid you a visit to look for it. I've found it, Monsieur Bontemps.
That, unfortunately, does not prove that I am Alice.
Why not?
Because Albert, my clerk, gibbering there in the corner, could have read it too. He has been to the cellar before. I found him here prior to the night of the murder.
Yes, Marcel, when I saw the knot, I immediately realized the killer must either have been you or Albert, your clerk. But Albert could never have read this book and learned to tie the fatal knot.
Why not? He was here. He had access to it.
Observe the book, sir. It's faded to the point of being illegible.
He still might have read it before it's faded.
Could he? Call upon your excellent knowledge of printing, sir.
Has it not been at least a year since this type was legible? Look at the pile of dust accumulated upon this book. Has it not been at least a year since the book was touched at all? And did you not say to me yourself that you've employed Albert for only a month?
Remarkable, Holmes.
Marcel, you executed the contents of the book to the letter. The book relates that the ancient punishment for adultery was physical death for the wife. So you murdered Alice. And the punishment for the lover was more subtle. It was mental death, torture to the point of insanity. So you pounced upon Albert, tied him to that post in this cellar, and arranged your diabolical water pitcher. Yes, you've been deeply affected by this amazing collection of books.
You see before you, gentlemen, the great secret of my cellar, which I have concealed all these years. Every book on the subject of crime ever written.
I noticed you've the secret records of Caligula, of Torquemada during the Inquisition, the bloodstained memoirs of the Borgias.
This was my real world down here. The world upstairs, my shop, my wife. I was unhappy there. This began as a hobby, an intellectual pursuit, but then I grew to absorb it, to revel in it.
Yes, I'd say you've become intoxicated with crime.
Time and again I was tempted to try committing a crime. It was always in the back of my mind. Then, when I found Alice was making a puppet of me, when I found how she hated me, when I found out about her and Albert...
You satisfied your desire and accomplished what you believed was justice by enacting what you read in this strange book.
And now I've a wonderful opportunity to know the satisfaction of committing a great crime, Monsieur Holmes, of killing both of you, and then leaving Albert as I planned to rot away in that corner of my cellar in living death. My own memoirs will be a glorious new addition to my collection.
He'll do it, Holmes. He's going to pull that trigger.
My leg.
Are you all right, Monsieur Holmes? Dr. Watson?
Yes, Inspector.
I am coming down.
I have Bontemps' gun. Here, Inspector.
It was very foresighted, Monsieur Holmes, to tell me to come by. Should you meet Bontemps unexpectedly?
Unexpectedly? My dear Inspector, it's obvious my reputation here on the continent is not what it is throughout the British Empire. You may inform your associates that there is nothing unexpected to Monsieur Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very thrilling story indeed.
Well, I'm delighted that you found the adventure so exciting, Mr. Harris. And I do believe that next week's story is just as gripping. It is called The Adventure of the East End Strangler. It concerns a city in terror, a scream in the night, a bit of blue thread, and an old lover.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Money can help the fight against heart disease. Send a donation to your local Heart Association campaign or to the American Heart Association, Box 500, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the East End Strangler. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast presents Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Ancient Queen.
What is it, Watson?
Look through the window here. Someone just dashed out of a cab. He's running into this building.
Indeed, Watson. A late hour for anyone to be about.
Well, seems to be coming up to our rooms. Good Lord, Holmes, did you hear that?
Yes, Watson. It seems that our nocturnal visitor has been suddenly detained.
Well, we're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Watson. What memoir are you working on tonight?
I call it The Adventure of the Ancient Queen. And a rather weird and bizarre case it was, too. One of Holmes's prime favorites, I might add, with an origin over 3,000 years old.
3,000 years old?
Exactly, Mr. Harris.
Well, Dr. Watson, who was this ancient queen?
All in good time, Mr. Harris. I shall reveal that a little later. But now it would seem is the appropriate time for a word about those excellent Clippercraft clothes.
So it is, Doctor. If you've been wearing high-priced clothes, you may wonder how your Clippercraft dealer can afford to give you one of the finest suits you've ever seen for only $40 or $45. Well, it could happen only in America. And here's the answer. The friendly independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes is one of the more than 1,200 fine stores throughout the nation who concentrate their huge purchasing power just to bring you big money suits at exceptionally low prices. The savings on fabric purchases alone are tremendous. Naturally, production and distribution costs are lowered, and enormous economies are affected by Clippercraft's operation of their great tailoring plants on a full-time schedule all year round. And there you have it. The honest reason behind Clippercraft's amazing values. That's why you can own a handsome Clippercraft suit of luxurious worsted at only $45, and why millions are so delighted with Clippercraft's incredibly low prices for fine topcoats and overcoats. Yes, compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of the ancient queen?
Well, Mr. Harris, as I recall, it took place in the spring of 1896. And properly speaking, it began not on our own green island, but on the sun-baked sandy waste of Lower Egypt. It was in this area that Sir Edward Norcross, the eminent British archaeologist, had long sought the ancient mysteries of the pharaohs. Then one day, near a place called El Ayat on the Lower Nile, he broke into a hidden underground tomb, crisscrossed with dark and dust-choked passageways, brooding with the silence of centuries. And then Sir Edward and his assistant Smythe left the rest of the excavation party and pushed forward into the most remote section of the subterranean tomb.
This dust, Sir Edward, it's almost impossible to breathe.
Yes, my accumulation of some 3,000 undisturbed years.
I don't like it, sir. We've never gone this deep before. I don't know. I've got a feeling we are not alone here.
Oh, rubbish. No living person has entered this tomb for centuries. Perhaps up ahead we may... Smythe.
Yes, sir?
Hold that lantern higher. I think I see... Smythe! Smythe, he found it!
Good Lord!
Come on, let's have a closer look. Look, Smythe. The hieroglyphics, the reliefs on the walls, the lotus bud columns, the green stone beetle, the sacred hawks of Horus, royalty, 19th dynasty in the period of Ramesses the Pharaoh. And here's a stone mummy case, a sarcophagus.
By George, sir, it must be...
Yes. Come, Smythe, help me. Let's force open this stone coffin cover.
Yes, sir. I'll get under it with the crowbar, sir. It's opening, sir.
Smythe. Look. Good Lord, sir. It's a queen. Yes, Smythe. The queen of the Egyptian pharaoh, Ramesses II. I've been looking for her for years. Years. And now I've found her.
We'll take her back to London, put her on exhibit in the British Museum. But will His Excellency Ahmed Bey allow this, Sir Edward? Ahmed Bey is merely the Khedive's agent for archaeological matters. I have a directive from the Crown, from Buckingham Palace itself. Oh, look at her, Smythe, lying there in the mummy case. Looks almost alive, doesn't she? Yes, Sir Edward. It almost seems like a sacrilege to disturb her.
Beware, vandals.
Sir Edward, what was that? Voice from somewhere in the tomb.
Beware, heathen disturbers of the dead, violators of the tomb. Let the dead sleep.
Sir Edward, listen.
Beware, desecrators. Take thy vile gaze from the Queen of Rameses. Go. Leave this tomb and never return. Remove the noble one from her sacred sleep, and ye too shall sleep, the sleep of death. Hearken to me, or ye shall die.
So you intend to take the mummy of the Queen of Rameses back to London, Sir Edward?
Yes, Your Excellency. I plan to bring her directly to the British Museum.
As Foreign Minister for His Royal Highness the Khedive, I do not advise it.
Oh, what do you mean?
You told me about the voice in the tomb, Sir Edward. You have been warned.
Yes, Your Excellency. I know the legend. There's supposed to be a fanatical Egyptian sect called the Society of the Sun, devoted to the protection of the sacred spirits of the royal dead.
You are well informed, Sir Edward.
Of course, it's all rot. Pure rubbish. I heard a voice, yes, but I'm sure it came from one of the Egyptians in my party, somewhere in the tunnel. Probably tried to frighten us away so that he could rob the mummy case of its priceless relics at will.
You still insist on transporting the mummy to the British Museum?
I do.
Very well. You have royal authority, and I cannot refuse you. However, there are a few details I must insist upon.
Yes?
The mummy case must remain sealed and placed under heavy guard for the entire voyage. And I myself will go along to see that this priceless treasure of Egypt arrives safely at its destination.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, now you have the background of the story from His Excellency here, Ahmed Bey, and myself. We came directly to your quarters here at Baker Street as soon as we saw the sarcophagus safely delivered to the museum.
I see.
We felt that this was a matter far beyond the province of the official police. Sir Edward here insisted that you were the only man in the Empire capable of coping with this problem, Mr. Holmes.
In that assumption, Your Excellency, Sir Edward is entirely correct. And I must say that I find your account of the incident in the tomb quite fascinating.
Sir Edward, do you think this fanatical cult may strike soon?
It has already struck, Dr. Watson.
What? Do I understand you to say, Sir Edward, that the society has taken its first victim?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, yes. My assistant, Smythe. He vanished on the ship on our third day out. We never saw him again.
The deuce, you say?
Interesting, Sir Edward. Very. Your Excellency.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
What is your opinion of this secret cult devoted to the protection of Egypt's ancient tombs?
Mr. Holmes, I am what you call modern. I was educated at Oxford, and I know the views of the Western world on these legends. I am not a superstitious man myself, but I have a feeling that this cult does exist.
Then you think it is dangerous, must be taken seriously.
Yes, Dr. Watson. I have repeatedly suggested to Sir Edward here that the only safe course is to restore the mummy of the Rameses Queen back to its original resting place and seal the tomb.
Send the Queen of Rameses back to Egypt? No, Your Excellency. This is the greatest discovery of my career.
As you wish, Sir Edward. I must warn you, however, that I, as well as you, are in acute danger of death. After all, I have been an accessory to spiriting the mummy out of Egypt, and if these assassins decide to pay a visit to my suite at the Savoy,
What the deuce is
The window pane, Watson, has just been smashed.
Yes, someone threw an object through it.
Quick, Watson, to the window. See anyone on the street below?
No, Holmes. I thought I saw a shadow turn the corner, but I couldn't be sure.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, here's the object that broke your window. It's the scarab.
Yes, a green stone beetle. And there's a note attached to one of the claws.
Allow me to examine the note, Your Excellency.
Dash it, Holmes, don't just stand there. What the devil does it say?
Beware, Sir Edward. You have been warned. Your time will come, and soon. For he who despoils the tomb of the pharaohs, he who violates their eternal rest, dies.
Come in. Oh, good evening, Hobbs.
Good evening, Dr. Forsyth.
Let me see. You're on duty as guard here at the museum tonight, are you not?
Yes, sir.
Hobbs, as director of the British Museum, I must emphasize the fact that you have a special responsibility tonight.
Yes, sir.
Sir Edward Norcross has just brought us a new sarcophagus from Egypt. It contains the ancient Queen of Ramesses and is priceless, priceless. I want you to keep a special eye on it tonight. You follow me, Hobbs?
All right, sir. I won't let it get out of my sight for long.
Very good, Hobbs. You'll find the mummy case just below the massive granite statue of Ramesses in the Egyptian Central Saloon between the galleries. Good night, Hobbs.
Good night, Dr. Forsyth.
I say, Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
Where the devil are we going? After Sir Edward and Ahmed left our rooms, you rushed me out in the street, and I didn't...
First, Watson, we're going to the home of my good friend, Dr. Eustace Forsyth, director of the British Museum.
Indeed, why?
It's past closing time at the museum, but I hope I can induce Dr. Forsyth to allow us a special showing of Her Ancient Majesty, the Queen of Ramesses.
Holmes, surely you don't believe that...
Watson, I'm prepared for anything at this point. We're dealing with a mystic here, with a group of fanatics who will stop at nothing. I've instructed Sir Edward to bolt his doors and lock his windows, but I fear it may not be enough.
What do you mean, Holmes?
I mean that Sir Edward's in very grave danger. Unless I underestimate this strange society of the sun, other lives will be at stake before this night is done.
Hello? Hello? Who's there? Who's there near that mummy case? Speak up. Could have sworn I saw someone lurking around that mummy case of the Burmese queen. No. No. No!
Say all entrances and doors to the museum are locked, Dr. Forsyth?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, locked and bolted. Everything but the main entrance, which I just unlocked with my own key.
And the museum guard is watching that mummy case?
Yes, a man named Hobbs.
Not the kind of job I'd want, I must say. Where the deuce are we at this moment?
In the Assyrian transept, Watson. In a moment we shall pass through the North Gallery into the Egyptian Central Saloon.
Mr. Holmes, I still don't understand the reason for this extraordinary visit to the museum tonight.
Murder, Dr. Forsyth.
Murder?
Yes. And I only hope we're in time to...
Holmes, good Lord, what was that?
Follow me, both of you.
Here we are. The Egyptian Central Saloon.
There's deuce of dark in here.
Quick, Watson, a match.
Yes. Here you are, Holmes.
Here's the massive granite statue of Ramesses II and the mummy case of the Queen at its feet.
Holmes, good Lord.
Just as I feared, Watson, we're too late.
Why, it's Hobbs. Hobbs, the guard. He's covered with blood.
Yes.
Dead.
Yes, struck in the head by a tremendous blow. Watson, look.
Where?
Up at the statue of Ramesses II. Note the clenched granite fist.
Holmes, good heavens. The statue's fist. It's smeared with blood.
I don't understand it. I don't understand.
Beware.
What's that? What on earth is that?
The so-called voice of Ramesses, apparently.
Beware, heathen disturbers of the dead, violators of the tomb. Let the dead sleep. Hearken unto me, or ye shall die.
Well, Dr. Watson, so far it's been some adventure. Why, the thrills and chills are chasing themselves up and down my spine. This one's in a class by itself, Doctor.
Class by itself? Oh, you mean the American idiom for distinctive?
Yes, that's just what I do mean, and you've chosen just the word I need when it comes to clippercraft clothes, Doctor. Distinctive. Right now, at the friendly independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes, one of America's greatest and most distinctive clothing values is yours. And for the savings you'll pocket, you can thank the great Clippercraft plan. In a typically American way, more than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores from coast to coast, stores you can trust, have merged their buying power to reduce fabric, production, and distribution costs to an absolute minimum. Otherwise, it would be quite impossible for you to own topcoats or overcoats as luxurious looking as Clippercraft's for only $40 to $47.50. Or the new lightweight zipper lining Clippercraft topcoat that is sweeping the country at a price that will surprise you. It's so low. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, topcoats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the ancient queen.
Yes, Mr. Harris, so I was. Holmes, Dr. Forsythe, and I stood there transfixed as that voice from the tomb echoed through the vast, eerie museum. It spoke, then it was still. Dr. Forsythe illuminated one of the gas chandeliers, and as the flickering flame played over the massive statue with the blood-stained fist, we seemed to feel a living presence in the room.
Mr. Holmes. Yes, Dr. Forsythe.
That voice, that eerie voice, it seemed to come from the mausoleum room next to the Nineveh Gallery.
Shouldn't we hurry off in pursuit, Holmes?
No, Watson, we should be wasting our time.
Yes, but
The museum is a vast place, Watson, as you well know, consisting of whole series of special rooms. That echoing voice could have come from anywhere.
Mr. Holmes! Dr. Watson!
Holmes, someone's coming.
Yes.
I see a man coming in, Mr. Holmes. See him?
Ah, yes, the entrance to the Nineveh Gallery.
Mr. Holmes.
Why, it's His Excellency, Ahmed Bey.
Mr. Holmes, I came down to the museum to pay my respects to Dr. Forsythe here and make arrangements for the exhibition of the mummy case. I didn't realize the museum was closed. Then I saw you go into the front door, heard a scream, and then...
I'm afraid we're all a little late, Your Excellency.
Yes, I see that now. The Society of the Sun. They've struck again.
The statue of Ramesses seems to have struck this time, Your Excellency. If you'll just look at the fist.
Blood. Blood on the fist. The Pharaoh striking in wrath, in revenge for the desecration of his queen.
I cannot accept that observation, Your Excellency. Massive statues of red granite such as this one would find it very difficult to move. The killer smeared the fist with the blood of his victim to heighten the terror.
Mr. Holmes, this is a terrible tragedy, terrible. There must be some course we can take.
Quite, Dr. Forsythe. We can begin where logic dictates, with a stone coffin and the mummy of Her Majesty the Queen. Watson, you take that end of the stone cover, I'll take this. It's quite heavy.
Do you mean you're going to open the cover of the mummy case, Holmes?
I am indeed.
Mr. Holmes, it is dangerous.
Quite, but entirely necessary and a risk we must take. Moreover, the mummy case has already been opened. You will note the seal is broken.
By Jove, Mr. Holmes, it is.
Precisely, Dr. Forsythe. Now then, Watson, lift her up. Well, gentlemen, there she is. The queen of the great pharaoh, Ramesses II, in a funeral shroud of bandages.
Good heavens, Holmes. She looks lifelike.
A secret lost with my ancestors, Dr. Watson. The art of human preservation for thousands of years.
One moment, Your Excellency.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
A most unusual mummy, this. Look closely at that portion of bandage just over the heart.
What about it, Holmes?
It's apparently been ripped open for some reason and then re-sewn with modern thread.
Mr. Holmes, you're right.
I usually am, Dr. Forsythe. Moreover, there seems to be a cavity under that section of bandage. Note, as I press my finger upon it, it yields to the touch. Your Excellency.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
I seem to recall reading somewhere that the Queen of Ramesses was given a rare and invisible gift by the sun god Ra. As one of the foremost Egyptologists in the world, have you ever heard of this legend?
No. No, I have not.
You're quite sure?
I am positive, Mr. Holmes. Why do you ask?
Merely an inherent curiosity, Your Excellency, or perhaps a positive thirst for facts. Come, Watson, we'll be off.
Where to, Holmes?
Baker Street, my dear Watson, Baker Street. To enjoy a quiet pipe and a bit of good reading.
Holmes, how the devil can you sit in that chair and read some obscure and dusty volume while these fanatics are
Patience, Watson, patience. I'm merely trying to resolve a point of scholarship. This obscure and dusty volume, as you've so irreverently called it, happens to be a rare edition of the Journal of Egyptian Mythology from the First Dynasty to the Middle Empire.
I can't say I'm impressed, Holmes. What is it, Holmes?
I found it, Watson. I found it.
You found what? I confess, Holmes, I'm entirely confused. Holmes, there's a coach drawing up to the curb.
Obviously, Watson, I can hear it quite plainly through the open window.
Oh, there's a man coming into the building. I think it's Sir Edward Norcross.
Sir Edward? Watson, I instructed him to stay in his rooms behind bolt and key. The man's in grave danger.
He's coming upstairs now. Holmes, good heavens, what...
Quick, Watson, to the stairs.
Here. Holmes, it is Sir Edward. He's lying at the bottom of the stairs. He's dead.
Quite. With a crooked knife in his back and a note in his hand. Let's examine it, Watson.
Holmes, what does it say?
My dear Sir Edward, I have had the good fortune to obtain a strong lead on the Egyptian conspirators, but I require your immediate presence at Baker Street for the purpose of information. You may have no fear of leaving your quarters now. I assure you all at last is safe. Signed, Holmes.
Aha, so that's how they lured Sir Edward from his rooms, Holmes. They forged your handwriting.
Yes. Watson, I believe Ahmed Bey mentioned that he'd taken a suite at the Savoy.
Yes, Holmes, he did.
Then let's hurry off and see His Excellency at once, before it's too late. Your Excellency.
Doesn't seem to be anyone in, Holmes. By Jove, Holmes, he's left his door unlocked, you know. Good Lord. Look at this room.
Yes. A bit disorderly, isn't it, Watson?
Disorderly? It's been turned upside down. Lamps were smashed, the furniture is
Obvious signs of a fierce struggle. Hello, what's this?
What's what?
It seems that His Excellency was preparing for a long journey after having only this evening arrived from one. Aha, Watson, look here on the table.
Seems to be a boat timetable of some kind.
Precisely.
Then for some reason he's returning to Egypt post-haste.
On the contrary, my dear fellow, this happens to be the timetable of the liner Catania. And the Catania leaves Liverpool tomorrow at noon for America.
For America? Holmes, dash it, all this doesn't make sense.
It makes very good sense, Watson. The intentions and activities of His Excellency Ahmed Bey are crystal clear to me now. What's this?
There's only a towel thrown over the bed, Holmes.
Use your eyes, man. Observe closely. You see this brown and sticky stain on the corner of this towel?
Yes, Holmes, I see it now, but what is it?
That stain happens to be resin.
Resin?
Quite. And it may interest you to know, Watson, that mummies in the 19th Egyptian dynasty were embalmed in a coat of resin before they were bandaged in order to preserve them.
Oh, now what's the...
I shall be very happy to resolve this entire adventure for you, Watson, or at least partially, on our way to the British Museum. It's there, I think, that we shall see the end of this blood-drenched affair.
Well, you know, Holmes, at this moment I'm completely baffled. I see no connection between these various events.
Then let me enlighten you, Watson. First, His Excellency Ahmed Bey is a member of the Secret Society of the Sun.
What?
Now let's reconstruct, Watson. Note that Ahmed Bey insisted on staying close to the mummy on its trip to England.
Yes, but
It's reasonable to suppose, then, that Ahmed could have thrown Smythe overboard. But subsequent events made me sure of it. You remember we entered the museum with Dr. Forsyth through the main hall?
Yes.
Well, Ahmed Bey was there before us. He called to us from the Nineveh Gallery on the opposite side. Hence, we were between him and the only available entrance.
By Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Quite. He assassinated the museum guard, Hobbs. Then his greed got the better of him. He knew the ruby of Ra was hidden in the mummy's heart under the bandages.
The ruby of Ra?
Yes, Watson. According to the legend, of which His Excellency denied all knowledge, the sun god Ra had given the Queen of Ramesses a huge ruby from his protective shield. It was placed in her heart to shield her from all harm.
And Ahmed Bey dug it out and re-sewed the bandages.
Exactly. I noticed a bit of thread on his trouser cuff when he approached us in the Egyptian Central Saloon. It was the same thread used to sew the mummy's bandages.
Then that resin stain on the towel...
Obvious, Watson. The ruby was covered with resin from the mummy. And later, Ahmed Bey tried to wipe the sticky residue off with the towel. It was the same thread used to sew the mummy's bandages. Then that resin stain on the towel. Obvious, Watson. The ruby was covered with resin from the mummy. And later, Ahmed Bey tried to wipe the sticky residue off with the towel. He had planned to escape to America with the ruby and sell it for a fortune.
Is it why are we going to the museum now, Holmes?
Because, Watson, I have a feeling that we shall encounter the end of our adventure there. Come, Watson. Let us again examine the occupant of this sarcophagus.
Yes, sir.
Give me a hand with this stone cover, will you?
Right. Holmes, good heavens, the mummy of the Queen. It's gone.
Quite.
And in her place lies His Excellency Ahmed Bey, with a crooked knife in his back.
Precisely, Watson. The revenge of the Society of the Sun. Ahmed Bey tried to betray his own colleagues in vain.
Yes, but Holmes, I confess, I don't see how they can spirit a mummy out of the British Museum.
They can, Watson, and they have. This, my dear fellow, is not only a sinister and deadly organization, but extremely resourceful. I have no doubt that even now they're taking the ancient queen back to Egypt, where she will again be entombed, away from prying foreign eyes, and with her, the great ruby of Ra.
Holmes, what shall we do?
Do? Nothing, my dear Watson. We've done what we can. To pursue this mummy further would lead only to further death and disaster. We're dealing in the realm of the mystic, almost the supernatural. To disturb the Queen of Ramesses is, after all, a kind of vandalism. And I, for one, am inclined to let the dead rest in peace.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was certainly an unforgettable adventure.
Indeed it was, Mr. Harris. And I might say here that as far as I know, the ancient Queen of Ramesses has never been found. And Holmes and I always took the view that, well, may she rest in peace.
Well, and now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you have for us next week?
Well, next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the discordant bells. It concerns a creaking rope, a red smudge, a jangling refrain, and a human pendulum.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. Your Clippercraft dealer. Write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the adventure of the discordant bells. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Fly Eastern Airlines for double dependability. Dependable airliners, dependable personnel, an unbeatable combination. Save 5%. Buy round-trip tickets. To fly anywhere in the world, call Eastern Airlines or your travel agent. This is WOR, New York.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week,
The Adventure of the Elusive Agent, Part 2.
There it is, Holmes. 27 Ludwigstrasse. Ugly building.
Yes, and there's the front door, Watson. Shall we mount the stairs and ring?
Suicidal, I'd say. But if it's our only chance of finding that enemy agent and the plans that he's stolen...
It is our only chance, and the security of the Empire depends on it. So come along. We enter this awful building alive and well, although undoubtedly we will not leave this way.
Come in, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. We've quite a reception prepared for you.
Who is that handsome-looking man? Who is that handsome-looking man?
That's you, Mr. Listener, you, in a new spring Clippercraft suit with a beautiful Clippercraft gabardine topcoat over your arm.
So athletic-looking. Broad shoulders, tapering waist.
That's Clippercraft designing. Clippercraft design does make you look your best every time.
So prosperous-looking. Such a rich-looking suit. Such beautiful tailoring.
Shh. Your new Clippercraft spring suit in 100% all-wool worsted costs only $45. That's right, only $45. And your new spring Clippercraft topcoat in genuine gabardine or all-wool covert is only $40 to $47.50.
What an impressive executive type.
Maybe an executive and certainly a man of excellent judgment who understands that when more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power, as those Clippercraft merchants have done, they can offer you really fabulous values, as they do in Clippercraft clothes.
What a well-dressed man. What a handsome-looking man. What a successful-looking man. He's for me.
That's you. You in a new spring Clippercraft suit. Better choose yours tomorrow. Dr. Watson, last week in relating the adventure of the elusive agent, you left off as you and Mr. Holmes were pursuing an espionage agent named Emil Marco.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Shall I recall how we were led to his trail?
Yes.
It was 1913. An atmosphere of foreboding gripped the continent. War with Germany was imminent. British plans of priceless value had been stolen by the Germans by a young woman named Pamela Norton, a German agent. This Norton girl turned over half of the plans that she'd stolen to a chap named Gustav, who represented the leader of a huge espionage ring. Following the disappearance of the plans, Sir Mycroft Holmes asked his brother Sherlock to step in. In short order, Holmes and I were close to capturing the girl. But you may remember, Mr. Harris, we arrived too late. She'd been killed by the master spy because she refused to turn the other half of the plans over to him without receiving a gigantic sum. The master spy then vanished without having had time to seize the missing half from the girl's dead body. Detecting the odor of a rare tobacco about the room where the girl's corpse was found, Holmes and I, we dashed to a shop in Soho, the shop of the chap named Grimsby. We'd half the plans. The Germans had the other half. Both sides were in a deadlock, for the plans were useless unless they were complete. Grimsby, the tobacconist, described his client who used that tobacco, a Mr. Emil Marco, he said. Tall, thin, with a weird habit of twitching his mouth. We learned that this Emil Marco, the master spy, was in Paris at the Hotel Metropole. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Harris, Holmes and I were aboard the boat train for Dover on our way to Paris. We sat together, very silent and tense, realizing that every moment was vital. Holmes, the compartment door is opening.
Yes, we have a visitor, Watson.
Look, there's a hand with a gun.
Extinguish the lights in your compartment, Holmes.
We'll do nothing of the sort.
I will not enter until you have extinguished the lights.
Do as he says, Watson. He couldn't possibly miss you from there.
Well, very well. Well, complete darkness.
I'm sorry it is necessary for us to meet under these strange circumstances, Holmes, but it may in the future be necessary that you do not recognize me. Therefore, my request for darkness.
By George!
Oh, I can see your silhouettes. If either of you attempts to move or calls for help, I will blow out your brains.
What is the purpose of this visit, sir?
You are journeying to Paris to find Mr. Emile Marco.
What of it?
I can save a great deal of time and trouble for you.
Can you?
Yes. I represent Mr. Marco. As you know, he already has half of a set of plans in his possession, but his portion is worthless because you have the other half, Holmes.
Indeed, and I do not intend to surrender it.
Mr. Marco is fully prepared to make an intriguing offer.
What is it?
Give me your half of the plans. We will pay you £20,000.
Rubbish.
Say 30,000?
The plans are not for sale.
50,000.
If you finish stating the nature of your offer, sir, you may leave.
I've never found myself in a situation where enough money would not provide a happy solution. You have a price, Holmes, I'm sure.
I most certainly have not. There may well be persons of differing political views who would betray the British Empire. I'm not one of them.
Come, Holmes, very touching. Now, would you name your price?
There isn't any.
Holmes, you are forcing us to take the plans from you.
If you can find my half.
And you are forcing us to kill you.
If that can be arranged.
Might I point out that in our organization we never kill our opponents in an ordinary manner, that we prefer to torture them to death? I'd accept the money if I were you.
My answer is a definite and final no. You might inform Emile Marco that I intend to secure his half of the plans and return them to Whitehall.
Very ambitious, but you underestimate the power of Marco's organization, which will now be devoted to securing your half of the plans and to conceiving new and exciting torture devices for you and Dr. Watson. Good night, gentlemen. I planned this as a short and pleasant visit. I trust that it was.
Well, let's after the rascal, Holmes.
That's futile, Watson. He's armed, we're not. Even in these few seconds, doubtless he disappeared into another compartment. Besides, we've no idea what he looks like. We must wait, Watson, for Paris and the Hotel Metropole.
Maman, I will open the door. Ah, bonsoir.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle. I am Sherlock Holmes. My colleague, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
Enchanté.
The clerk downstairs told us this was Emile Marco's suite.
It is.
May we come in?
Yes, of course. I am Mademoiselle Mathilde Piaget. Emile is not here. Make yourselves comfortable, gentlemen.
Thank you.
May I help you?
When will Mr. Marco return, mademoiselle?
Emile said he would return tonight at 9.
You are a friend of his, I presume?
I met Emile at the bar of this hotel just a short time ago. But we are already very close friends.
You know much about him?
I never ask questions. What my gentlemen acquaintances do is their business.
I see. This Marco, is he tall, thin?
Yes, with green eyes. Fascinating. Exciting.
Does he have a curious habit of twitching his mouth?
He does.
Well, he's our man, Holmes.
What do you want with him?
I thought you were more interested in details about your gentlemen acquaintances.
Very well. Ça m'est égal. I do not care. Emile has an exquisite suite here. He has invited me to enjoy it until his return. Would you care to wait? Have a drink? Perhaps we may become friends, too.
Thank you, no. We've more urgent matters at hand. Come, Watson, to our room. Mademoiselle, we shall return at 9 sharp to meet Emile Marco.
These are lovely rooms they've given us here at the hotel, eh, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. But obviously an intruder has chosen to upset the decor.
Yes, by Jove, someone has been here to our rooms. Made a ghastly mess of them. Look, they've opened every drawer in the chest. And our luggage.
Yes, forced open and the contents strewn on the floor. I should say the alluring demoiselle was also a member of this fantastic ring of spies that's closing in on us.
Mathilde? Do you really think so?
Quite. Clearly, the objective was to lure us to Marco's suite, occupy us temporarily, while others went through our luggage here in our room.
But the plans, Holmes, they were here in your valise. They may have stolen your half of the plans.
Precisely why I'm rummaging through the luggage.
Well, are they gone?
Yes, Watson. The plans are gone.
Well, then you bungled it, Holmes. For the first time in your entire career, Holmes, you bungled it. And for such high stakes.
Have I?
Did you hear a strange sound, huh?
Yes, I do. Coming from that closet to your left. Open it, Watson. Careful.
That's right.
See anything in there?
One of my traveling bags, that's all.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Bring the bag here to me quickly.
There you are. Yes, the ticking's coming from inside the bag.
Open it, man, instantly. It may be a time bomb placed there by Marco's ring.
Time bomb?
Yes.
Just 1 second. I'll just open this catch.
Hurry. The clothing. Take it out, Watson. We must see.
Yes. See the shorts and shoes. Yes, I see it, Holmes. There's a small black object here.
Quick, give it to me. Watson, open the window.
Through it, man. Hurry, go on, Holmes. We'll be killed. It went off in the yard. We were a split second away from being blown to bits.
Yes, quite. The stairway, Watson. Follow me.
Where to?
Downstairs. I shall speak to the clerk at the main desk. I don't believe a word that French girl said. I do not believe Marco's gone until 9. I do believe that if we challenge this spy ring that has us trapped here in the hotel, it'll be death immediately, either for them or for us. And that is just the way I want it.
Mr. Harris, tell me again about that handsome-looking man. He's for me.
The best-dressed man in any crowd is the man who wears Clippercraft clothes. For spring, new all-wool worsted Clippercraft suits, only $45. Clippercraft topcoats in all-wool gabardine or covert, only $40 to $47.50. Handsomely styled, tailored to the finest standards of traditional New England craftsmanship, Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous New England Clipper ships and the speedy airliners of the same name. Sold by more than 1,200 independent local merchants from coast to coast, the leading hometown merchants everywhere. That's why the ladies say, when they see you in your new Clippercraft spring suit,
Who's that handsome, successful-looking man? He's for me.
and that's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, I can't recall you and Mr. Holmes being in a more baffling and dangerous situation than at the Hotel Metropole in Paris, a few steps behind Emile Marco, the elusive enemy agent.
It was extremely dangerous, Mr. Harris. Marco's German spy ring, which seemed to be everywhere we turned, had found Holmes's half of the infinitely valuable British war plans and had vanished with it. Holmes and I hurried to the front desk of the hotel to question the clerk.
I understand, Clark, that Mr. Emile Marco will return here at 9 this evening.
Monsieur Marco?
Yes.
Did you go to his suite earlier this evening, Monsieur Holmes?
Yes, I did. There was a young lady there.
I am sorry that you went directly to Monsieur Marco's suite. If you had stopped to inquire here, I might have saved time for you. You see, Monsieur Marco left this afternoon. Permanently.
Well,
And the young lady in his suite, Mathilde Piaget?
The mademoiselle left just a few moments ago.
Do you know where she's gone?
I believe she said something about the train to Berlin. She was in great hurry.
To meet Emile Marco, no doubt, eh, Holmes?
What time does the train depart for Berlin?
It departs in approximately 4 minutes.
Well, that's not enough time for us to reach the station.
Perhaps not, Watson, but there's nothing to prevent our boarding the train after it and rushing to Berlin.
The train after it departs in 2 hours, Monsieur Holmes.
We shall be aboard that train, Watson. Thank you, Clark.
About the service.
Berlin, Holmes, are you mad? The very center of the German government? Well, if we've almost been murdered outside of Germany, what on earth might happen to us were we found in Berlin?
Our personal safety does not matter in this case, Watson. We are on a counter-espionage assignment for the British governor. By all the rules of international intelligence, you and I are expendable. My brother Mycroft made it clear that possession of these plans may mean triumph or defeat in a war with Germany. So, you and I, my dear Watson, are petty marionettes. Shall fetch our luggage and ride to Berlin.
Oh, it's awfully crowded, this Berlin station, Holmes.
Yes, Watson, and I dare say this crowd is neatly spiced with Marco's men awaiting an opportunity to strike.
Very foolhardy, Holmes, to have entered the trap this way. How the dickens will you ever find that French girl? Or Marker?
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary.
Yes, but in all of Berlin? With their secret agents at every turn, scheming about our death?
I insist. As always, I have a method.
Latest newspapers. Buy your newspapers
Our
here.
first problem, Watson, will be to leave this station alive.
Yes, quite. Anyone in this crowd may be an agent with a knife or a gun.
Quite. Keep your eyes open.
Newspaper, gentlemen?
No, thank you.
All the news, gentlemen. Just to finish. All the news.
We told you we don't want a newspaper. Now I'll be off with you.
This way, Watson. There's the exit.
Crude news vendor practically shoved the newspaper down our throats. I say it's very dark outside the station here, Holmes. Is it advisable for us to step out this way?
We cannot remain here at the railway terminal. We must find our coquette and Marco. Right, there's the exit.
One moment, Holmes.
What is it?
That news vendor. He seems to be following us.
Just your imagination.
No, I don't think so. He was at the center of the station when we stepped off the train. He's been right behind us ever since.
All right. Walk through the exit. That's it. Watch him.
He's still behind us.
Duck into this doorway. It's as black as pitch. We'll lose him.
Yes, right.
Now, wait. See if he comes through the exit.
We'll be helpless, Holmes. I'm sure he has a gun.
Shh. Wait.
There he is. He's looking about.
I see you two gentlemen in the doorway. You will remain there, please. Do not move, do not speak. I have a gun. I am coming over to chat with you. Good evening, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
If you intend to kill us, go on and shoot. Be over with it.
I should like to introduce myself. My name is Collins, British Intelligence.
British Intelligence?
Aha, then you received my wire.
We did.
Wire? What wire?
The moment I knew the French girl had left for Berlin, Watson, while you were packing our luggage, I sent a wire here to British Intelligence in code. Mycroft had given me the information as to the technique, if required. My wire described Mathilde in detail. I told British Intelligence to pick her up here at the station and keep after her. Then to communicate with us at the moment we left the train.
We spotted her leaving the train. We followed her.
Excellent.
I'm sorry if I gave you a bit of a scare following you this way. I had no choice in the matter. I had to force you to stand here. You might have believed I was a German agent and fled.
Where is Mathilde?
She's gone to a building on the outskirts of Berlin. An old ramshackle building. Awful place. 27 Ludwigstrasse.
Thank you, Collins. You've done a superb job.
Are you going to 27 Ludwigstrasse now, Mr. Holmes?
This very minute.
Just you and Dr. Watson?
Just the two of us. A third party might alarm the Germans so much that they'd simply fire at us as we approach the building. There must be more beguiling. It must appear as though Watson and I are merely dupes falling into their hands.
Holmes, how can the two of us possibly hope to overcome whatever crew of blasted devils is at 27 Ludwigstrasse?
It does seem rash, Mr. Holmes.
Nevertheless, it must be done. Watson and I must enter that building if we're to find Marco and the plans. We must enter it alone, alive, and well. Although we may not leave that way.
There it is, Holmes. 27 Ludwigstrasse. It's an ugly building.
Front door, Watson. Shall we mount the stairs and ring?
Suicidal, I'd say. But if it's our only chance,
Come along, then.
Monsieur Holmes, Dr. Watson, I am so happy to see you again.
Mademoiselle, may we come in?
Certainly, I'm delighted. Won't you make yourselves comfortable?
Thank you. You've been expecting us, of course.
Of course. We were sorry that our time bomb did not kill you at the Hotel Metropole. We realized you would continue your efforts to find Emile Marco and the plans our men took from your luggage.
Where is Marco?
I am afraid you will not meet him, Dr. Watson.
And why won't we meet this Marco?
Oh, because we are going to kill you, Monsieur Holmes.
Oh?
Oh, I am being rude. I forgot. A cigarette? Drink?
If you think we're going to remain seated here, doing nothing, just accepting this...
I'm afraid there isn't anything you can do about it, Dr. Watson.
Ah, I recognize the voice. Our visitor in the train compartment.
Yes, Holmes. I may introduce myself now. My name is Gustav. Like Matilda, I'm an employee of Emile Marco, his personal representative. And I still have that same gun, you see. You played a rather deplorable trick on us, Mr. Holmes.
Have I, Gustav?
We wanted your half of the plans. You left them in your luggage. We examined them carefully.
Yes.
They're false. They're not really your half of the plans at all, are they? An excellent counterfeit, but with its weakness.
That's wonderful, Holmes. Then they haven't the real half they wanted, eh?
I hardly been stupid enough to have gallivanted about the continent carrying the real half. I resent that, Gustave. You've underestimated me.
I beg your pardon, Holmes. Now, as for the business at hand, I'd like you to meet a friend of ours. Peter.
Yeah, Gustave.
Peter, this is Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
I see. I will take care of them for you.
Peter was a wrestler. Unfortunately, he was drugged. His tactics were illegal. Too cruel. You may leave, Matilda.
Yes, Gustave. Good night, Monsieur Holmes. Doctor?
Peter has made quite a study of the human body, Holmes. He's a specialist in various methods of creating unbearable pain.
Yeah, I have my own way.
Holmes, we want to know exactly where the real half of the plans is. Your half.
I haven't the slightest intention of revealing that, Gustave.
Dr. Watson, could Holmes have told you where he has hidden those papers?
He did not. If he did, I would defy you to learn their whereabouts.
I was afraid this would be your answer. You're a reckless gentleman, Holmes. You force me to take all sorts of steps that I am most reluctant to take. I'm a mild-mannered soul. I believe the problems of man versus man can be settled on a cordial level. I dislike animal tactics. But, since you insist, Peter.
Yeah, Gustave. Ready. I will make them talk very quickly by taking hold of the arms.
You may recall, Holmes, in the train compartment, I said we never kill our opponents in an ordinary manner. We torture them to death. I want to know where the papers are, Holmes. But perhaps it will require just a bit of persuasion. Peter.
Yeah. So, I take this Holmes and...
That's it, Peter. That's it. Go on. Persuade them.
Dr. Watson, are you going to stop here at this crucial point?
Well, time will allow no more for this evening, Mr. Harris. However, next week I shall tell you the utterly astonishing end of our adventure of the elusive agent. The most surprising development in all of Holmes's adventures. The final chapter concerned a horrible illusion, a bloody battle in an abandoned castle, and a revelation about the missing plans that altered the entire course of the First World War.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the final chapter of The Adventure of the Elusive Agent. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WOR, New York. 7 o'clock by Longines.
the world's most honored watch, product of the Longines Whitnor Watch Company.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Uddington Witch.
Holmes!
Yes, Watson?
You say you saw a shadow down into this forest after the murder?
I did, Watson, and it was an extraordinary shadow indeed.
What do you mean?
I saw what was apparently a witch, Watson.
A witch?
Precisely. The Black Witch of Uddington. The local townsfolk say she still prowls this forest.
Well, good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
And what adventure are you working on tonight, Doctor?
One of the strangest and weirdest in my memoirs. Holmes and I always referred to it as The Adventure of the Uddington Witch.
The Adventure of the Uddington Witch. Sounds like something to raise the goose flesh, Doctor.
Indeed it is, Mr. Harris. But first, Mr. Harris, I know you have something to say about Clippercraft clothes.
Indeed I do. The day you wear your new Clippercraft suit for the first time, your friends are likely to wonder whether you came into an unexpected fortune. Your suit will fit as perfectly and feel as comfortable as if it were custom made. The rich-looking fabrics will give you long, dependable service. If your admiring friends wonder about your Clippercraft suit costing only $40 or $45, suggest that they drop into the independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft. This store is one of more than 1,200 of America's finest stores from coast to coast that combine their enormous purchasing power to keep your dollar from losing weight. That's why Clippercraft can offer you beautifully tailored worsted suits at an unbelievably low $45. Right now, your Clippercraft store can show you one in your favorite style and color. See his selection of top coats and overcoats, too, and see for yourself how true it is that Clippercraft values can't be beat. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what's this adventure of the Uddington Witch all about?
Well, Mr. Harris, it took place in '99, as I recall. Holmes and I were taking our ease at Baker Street one evening when we received an urgent and certainly a bizarre telegram. It came from Uddington, a town in the Shire of Lanark, in the lowlands of Scotland. And it was from a Lord Dunbar, master of Heathercliff Manor. It begged Holmes to come to the manor with all possible speed, stating that a witch had spirited away his mother in the dark of night.
A witch?
Exactly, Mr. Harris. A witch. Naturally, Holmes's curiosity was immediately aroused, and we resolved to take the noon train the following day. But little did we know, as we read the telegram, that tragic events were already in the making at Uddington on that very same evening. It began with Lord Dunbar in his study.
Who's there? Who's there? Bruce? Hester? Why in blazes don't you answer? The minute I lock my door, someone has to disturb me. Well, what do you... You!
I, Lord Dunbar, I!
The Black Witch of Uddington!
I come to bring me the death of the wicked Dunbar!
No! No!
Did you hear that?
That scream? Yes, I was in bed when it came. Positively ghastly, too. Seemed to come from Uncle Andrew's study.
Oh, yes, Bruce. Please hurry. Something's wrong. Terribly wrong.
Come on, Aunt Hester. Let's have a look. Here's the study. Uncle Andrew! Uncle Andrew!
Oh, Bruce, there's no answer.
Then we better look in. The door's open. Good Lord. The witch's revenge.
Andrew! Andrew! Oh!
Oh, it's you, Holmes. I was wondering when you were coming back to the compartment. Our train is due in Uddington very shortly.
Unfortunately, my dear Watson, we're too late to help Lord Dunbar.
Too late? What do you mean?
I've just seen a copy of a Newcastle newspaper brought aboard at the last station. Lord Dunbar was murdered early this morning.
What?
Foully murdered, Watson. Found dead in his study with a steel spike driven through his heart.
A spike? Good Lord.
Does this method of murder suggest anything to you, Watson?
Why, no, Holmes. I can't say it does.
Then you're not up on your lore of demons and witches, my dear fellow. It so happens that the witches, as recently as 200 years ago, were believed to have tortured and stabbed their victims with pins, needles, and sometimes small spikes.
Good heavens.
It may also interest you to know, Watson, that the history of Lord Dunbar's antecedents gives this macabre affair a rather grim and yet fascinating twist.
What do you mean?
An ancestor of Lord Dunbar's in the late 17th century was one of witchdom's most mortal enemies. As Chief Justice of the highest court here in the Scottish Lowlands, he hanged many a witch at Gallow Lee, or tied them to a stake on the sands until the tide came up to end their misery.
Holmes, you're not suggesting that this is some kind of witch's revenge?
I'm suggesting nothing, Watson, until I have a look at Heathercliff Manor and its remaining inhabitants. Hey, driver.
Aye, sir.
When shall we arrive at Heathercliff Manor?
If you look sharp yonder, you'll see the lights of the accursed house, just beyond that wood.
You think it has some sort of curse, then?
Aye, as sure as my name is Angus Tavish, it's surely haunted by the Black Ones. You see that wood now?
Yes.
What about it, Tavish?
'Twas there that the Chief Justice, Lord William Dunbar, burned the famous witch, Isabella Whitburn. They say she stole a treasure chest of his and hid it somewhere in the woods. She was his cook, you see, and dealt in the black magic. And 'twas there, among those trees, the witches meet for their Sabbath on Rumour's Day. Aye, but you'll never catch Angus Tavish taking the wood road, where the Black Witch of Uddington roams. I'm driving you the long way, around the moor.
I can't say I blame him, Holmes. It's deuced dark in among those trees, I must say. Good Lord, what's that?
It's the witch, the cursed witch. She's screaming and carrying on again.
Tavish, quick, drive us through the wood road.
No, sir.
There's a fiver in it for you if you do.
I wouldn't take that road even if you gave me the treasure chest the Black Witch stole and buried there.
Come on, Watson. Let's get out of this carriage.
Holmes, what on earth are you going to do?
Quick, Watson, follow me. Run, man, run. As luck's with us, perhaps we can beard this witch in her den.
Who's that? Who's there? Halt, do you hear?
Watson! You fool.
Oh, it's you, Holmes.
Yes, and you almost winged me with that revolver of
Oh,
yours.
my dear fellow, you know, dash it all, I'm sorry. The truth is, I'm in a terrible sweat. I've been running through this foul wood, expecting every shadow under every tree to leap to the attack.
Heard any more of that screaming and cackling, Watson?
Oh, that confounded witch must have retired for the night, Holmes.
Strange. Very strange. We've covered every foot of this wood. It's only a few hundred feet in every direction, yet no sign of our cackling friend.
Well, I might say, Holmes, I'd be just as happy if I never see her.
Even the Black Witch of Uddington, with all her magical powers, couldn't vanish into thin air so fast. And that maniacal cackling seemed to come from this grove of oak trees here.
Well, I'd say it came from Hades, Holmes. The deuce. It sounds as though she were being tortured and burned at some stake.
Yes, a terrifying effect, Watson, and well calculated to keep the curious away. Come, Watson.
Where to now, Holmes?
Suppose we go to the house and meet its occupants. I take it you are Bruce Lennox, nephew to the deceased.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I am. And you have no idea what a relief it is to have you and Dr. Watson here. I knew my uncle had written you, and...
Quite. I might add, we arrived in a most unorthodox manner. Through the small wood in the rear of the house.
Yes, I heard the most terrifying cackling and screaming there, Mr. Glennick. Couldn't find a trace of the dashed witch.
I know. Frankly, gentlemen, I admire you for your courage. I count myself as brave as any man and not addicted to superstition. But I, for one, never had the nerve to enter that wood at night.
Well, I can't say I blame you much.
Now then, Mr. Glennick, a question or two.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Have the official police been here?
Yes, this morning. But the local constable found nothing. Conducted only a hurried investigation. I am afraid he is as much frightened by the legend as anyone else.
Perhaps, but at the moment I'm not interested in legends, but in facts. This chain of tragedy, I understand, began with the disappearance of your great aunt.
Yes, Lord Dunbar's mother. She disappeared from her room a few nights ago, and we've heard nothing of her since.
You think, then, that she was taken by this Black Witch of Uddington?
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. She might have just wandered off. My great Aunt Emily, well, she was, shall we say, somewhat eccentric.
In what way, Mr. Glennick?
Oh, she kept muttering to herself, living the past. Definitely unbalanced, Dr. Watson, but as far as I know, completely harmless.
I see. Now then, are there any servants here at the manor?
Only two. The rest have been frightened off.
Who are these two?
Cook and the gardener.
And Lady Dunbar, where's she? I should like to talk to her.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, but I should not advise it now. Lady Dunbar is in her room, indisposed. The shock. Well, you understand.
Quite. And now, Mr. Glennick, we should like to examine the body of your late uncle, Lord Dunbar.
Good Lord, Holmes. What a ghastly sight. No wonder young Glennick excused himself the moment he showed us to the study here. A sharp spike driven directly into Lord Dunbar's heart.
Yes. And with considerable strength, I might add, Watson. Hello, what's this?
What's what, Holmes?
There seems to be some fresh soil on the lower part of this fatal spike.
Fresh soil?
Quite. And observe, Watson, the peculiar shape of this spike. Long and narrow. And the remnant of a bit of string attached to the spike head.
Well, I can't say I consider all this significant, Holmes. You know, Oh,
come in.
Mary Whitburn, the cook.
Yes?
Mr. Glennick roused me from my bed to prepare a hot supper for you. You'll find it in the dining room when you've a mind to eat it.
Thank you, Mary. We'll be along presently.
As you wish, sir.
Rather peculiar coincidence, don't you think, Watson?
You mean Holmes?
I mean this cook, Mary Whitburn, bears the same family name as the Isabella Whitburn, the Black Witch of Uddington.
By Jove, Holmes, you're right. A remarkably ugly woman, too, with that mole on her cheek.
Ah, yes, Watson, that mole on her cheek. Another peculiar coincidence.
What do you mean?
In the days when witchcraft was at its heyday, Watson, every witch bore what was called a witch's mark. And usually, it was a mole.
Holmes, you mean this cook, Mary Whitburn, might be the
It's a bit too early to draw any conclusion as yet, my dear Watson. But come, let's have a look at the garden.
The garden? What for?
I should like to examine the flower beds. Aha, look here, Watson.
Holmes, what are you...
Just as I surmised. Note these spikes connected by string. The gardener uses them to stake off these flower beds.
By Jove, Holmes. The spike used to kill Lord Dunbar is very similar to this. And it had fresh soil on it.
Precisely, my dear Watson. The murder spike was undoubtedly taken from the garden. Perhaps we should have a talk with the gardener here at our earliest opportunity. Holmes, good Lord, what? A scream, Watson, and it came from the house this time.
It sounded like a creature in torment. Holmes, look on the second floor of the house. The light's just gone out in that corner room there.
Quick, Watson, follow me to the house. I'm afraid the Black Witch of Uddington has struck again.
How come such expensive-looking suits cost only $40 and $45? Well, that's what you may ask when you see the new Clippercraft suits, especially when you examine the careful tailoring details and run your fingers over the long-wearing fabrics. But it's no secret that the Clippercraft plan makes these remarkable values possible. And it doesn't take a certified public accountant to know how much money is saved for millions of family budgets when 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores from coast to coast concentrate their huge purchasing power. Yes, you'll have to agree, Clippercraft pure worsted suits are tremendous values at only $45. And be sure to see the new Clippercraft zipper top coat that's sweeping the country. A smart, lightweight coat that becomes a warm, cold weather coat when you zip in the lining.
It's an all-weather sensation. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, topcoats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, let's return to our story, Dr. Watson.
Well, Mr. Harris, we raced back to the house, ran upstairs toward the corner bedroom whence that agonizing scream had come. It was there we found Lady Dunbar lying across the bed with a spike through her heart. The witch! The Black Witch of Uddington, Holmes. It has been here again.
Yes, and with the apparent intention of exterminating the entire family.
What is it, Holmes?
Here on the floor. Observe, Watson.
Well, it seems to be a bit of bark.
It is indeed, Watson, an important detail of this hideous conspiracy.
Holmes, listen!
Yes, the witch again, Watson. Here, over here by the window.
You know, Holmes, there she is, running across the lawn. You can see her there in the moonlight.
Yes, now she's vaulting the fence with considerable agility, I must say.
Now she's plunging into the wood.
Quick, Watson, after her. And have your service revolver ready.
By Jove, I don't understand this.
Watson, you don't understand what?
Why, we followed that infernal creature into this grove of trees. We scoured every foot of it. And yet she's vanished again.
Yes.
Holmes, you're not even listening to me. What the deuce are you staring at?
That large oak tree, Watson. A magnificent specimen, is it not? Note the huge trunk split toward its base. Obviously a dead tree struck by lightning many years ago.
Oh, dash it, Holmes. I'm not interested in botany at this moment. My feet are soaked from the night dew on this blasted underbrush here. And furthermore, we've got some sort of black witch to contend with.
Exactly, Watson. Suppose we drop in at the gardener's cottage on our way back to the manor. I trust you observed it was situated on the very edge of this wood. No answer, Watson.
As for the lights on, Holmes, perhaps the gardener's roaming around somewhere.
Yes, perhaps. Suppose we try the door.
Yes.
It's unlocked. Come up.
Everything seems to be quite in order here, Holmes.
Yes, quite.
Holmes, someone's coming.
Yes. And I fear we're in the rather embarrassing position of being intruders, Watson.
What are you doing in my cottage?
You are the gardener, I presume?
Aye, I'm Macready, and I've no stomach for strangers coming into my house. Who be you?
My name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. Watson.
We just found the light on, and the door was unlocked, and so we...
Aye, the cook told me you'd come on this witch's night. She's in a cursed house, and you'd best be off when she comes.
We are grateful for your advice, Macready, but we are not ready to depart as yet. I presume you know that Lady Dunbar has been murdered.
Aye, and the old lady, and her son, Lord Dunbar, before her. And the end is not yet, mark my... What is it, Mr. Holmes? Why do you stare at my coat so steady?
I note that there's a small blood stain on your left sleeve, my dear Macready.
Yes?
I trust you can explain it to our mutual satisfaction?
Why, yes. You see, Mr. Holmes, I killed a weasel. It was a week ago, I think. A bit of blood fell on my sleeve, no doubt.
Oh, yes. No doubt.
Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Oh, Holmes, it's Bruce Glennick.
Sweetie, have you seen it?
Oh, there you are, both of you. Mr. Holmes, my aunt, Lady Dunbar, she's been murdered by the witch, the Black Witch.
Yes, Mr. Glennick, we're aware of that. You've just come from the house?
Yes. Yes, I was awake in my sleep, heard a loud scream, and then
Suppose we go back to the manor, Mr. Glennick, at once.
Yes? Why?
I should like to have a few words with your cook, Mary Whitburn.
Young Glennick told us the cook's room was down this corridor, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. A very interesting young fellow, Bruce Glennick. We should do something about his tailor.
His tailor? Dash it, Holmes, what are you talking about?
His suit, Watson, and specifically that area of his trousers from his knees to his boots.
I can't say I noticed anything, Holmes.
Didn't you, Watson? Then you haven't used your eyes. The rest of his suit was well creased, but that area was out of crease, unpressed.
Well, what of it?
Logic, Watson, logic. The most important indication of... Hello, here's Mary Whitburn's room. And the door's ajar. Hello, are you there?
No answer.
Suppose we go in, Watson.
Holmes, look at this room.
Yes, from every indication, our good cook with a witch's mark and the witch's name has packed and left in the utmost haste.
Rather strange, isn't it, Holmes?
On the contrary, Watson, it's quite logical.
By Jove, Holmes, the witch again.
Yes, and this time, Watson, the chase draws near to a close. This time, if all goes well, I hope to meet this hideous witch face to face. Come, Watson, back into that grove of trees.
Holmes, that infernal cackling has stopped.
It has indeed. But the moon has emerged, and we shall be able to see. Uh-huh. Here we are. Here's that giant oak tree again, Watson, the one killed by lightning.
What about it?
The lightning split it at the trunk. Note this aperture here.
I still don't see why you're so interested in this confounded oak tree.
Patience, Watson, patience. I'm willing to wager this tree trunk is hollow. If you'll put your hand through the aperture and tell me...
Oh, very well, Holmes, I'll do that. You know, but all this is rather silly. Holmes.
What is it, Watson?
I felt something.
Well? Speak up, man. What?
It's something cold. Soft.
Like a human body?
Yes.
One side, Watson. Let me look into that trunk. Uh-huh. There is a body stuffed into this tree trunk, Watson.
Good Lord.
The body of a woman, an old woman, and undoubtedly the lady, elder Lady Dunbar, Lord Dunbar's mother, and first victim of the Black Witch of Uddington.
You know, Holmes, this is diabolical. It's devilish.
Yes, Watson, we're dealing with a highly distorted and cruelly twisted mentality here. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Note the way the roots of this tree are curled upwards and the earth upturned.
Yes, but...
I'm willing to wager that when the lightning struck this oak, it created a natural cavity under the base of the tree.
Holmes, what are you driving at?
The final answer to this weird adventure. Come, Watson, we'll go back to the gardener's cottage and get an axe. And in a very short time, this great oak should reveal its secret. Hold on, Watson. We'll stop here where we can observe that oak tree.
Yes, but Holmes, you said we were going after an axe.
A subterfuge, my dear Watson, to deceive our quarry. We'll wait until that tree reveals the secret of the man who's been posing as the Black Witch of Uddington.
The man, Holmes? You mean the Black Witch is a he?
Precisely, Watson. And to be even more explicit, I'm able to name the hideous murderer.
Holmes, who is it?
Quiet, Watson. Look at the aperture in that tree.
By Jove, Holmes. That's a hand. Someone's crawling out from within the tree.
Yes. You have your revolver ready, Watson?
Yes, I do.
There he comes out of that tree.
Holmes, it's Bruce Glennick.
Halt, Glennick! Stop in your tracks! Come on, Watson!
Yes. Holmes! He's still running!
Far away, Watson, and shoot to kill if necessary. Good shot, Watson. You winged him in the leg. How is he, Watson?
He's unconscious at the moment, Holmes. The pain, you know. But it's nothing serious, just a flesh wound. He'll come around in a minute. Holmes, how did you know that the witch was a man?
Elementary, my dear Watson. It needed a man's strength to drive those fiendish murder spikes so deep. And it needed the agility of a young man to hurdle a 4-foot fence with skirts on, as we saw the witch do.
Yes, but how did you know it was young Glennick here?
It could be no one else than Glennick. You remember he told us that he never entered this wood? That he was in bed at the time of Lady Dunbar's murder?
Yes.
Obviously he lied. The fact that the crease was missing in his trousers from the knee to his boots was proof of that. The only way he could have lost that crease was running through high brush soaked with night dew. And the only high brush in the area is among these trees.
By Jove, Holmes, you're right. He couldn't have lost a crease up to his knees by merely running across a lawn. But how you knew the witch, young Glennick here, was using that hollow oak tree as a hideaway...
Again, an elementary observation, Watson. We pursued the witch and lost him twice in a small area of trees. He couldn't have simply vanished among the trees. Therefore, he must have been inside one of them. The bit of bark we found in Lady Dunbar's room was oak.
I see. And after that, it was merely a case of looking for a hollow oak tree large enough to...
Exactly, Watson. This tree is unique in that respect. Furthermore, Bruce Glennick tried to divert suspicion to Macready, the gardener, by using the garden spikes as murder weapons.
Yes, but that blood stain on Macready's sleeve...
Quite legitimate, Watson. The stain was old and dry, and its dark red color indicated that it had been on his sleeve for some days. He no doubt did kill a weasel, as he said.
And the cook, Mary Whitman?
Merely a terrified servant with a name fairly common to this vicinity, and an unfortunate mole. I can't say I blame her for leaving post haste. Our friend Glennick is coming around.
Yes, so he is. Holmes, why should young Glennick murder the members of his family, one by one?
I think we may find the answer to that, my dear Watson, when we execute our original errand and chop down that accursed oak tree. Almost through it, Macready?
Hey, Mr. Holmes. There she goes.
Watson, have a look down that deep hole at the base.
Good Lord, Holmes, there's a great natural cavity there. The hiding place of Bruce Glennick. There's the witch's costume that he used.
Exactly. Glennick had merely to enter the hollow tree trunk and slide down to the natural cavern formed by the upturned roots below.
Holmes, look! There's an old chest down there with the cover raised. And it's filled with money, jewels.
Yes, Watson, the chest of the original Black Witch, Isabella Whitburn, stole from her master, the Chief Justice, Lord William Dunbar.
And then she hid it here in this tree, back in the 17th century.
Precisely. She died with her secret, and Bruce Glennick discovered it. And there you have the motive for his fiendish deeds, Watson. He intended to murder his family one by one so that he would finally remain sole heir of Heathercliff Manor.
And then he could claim the treasure for himself.
Exactly. But there's a grim and appropriate end to this witch's tale, Watson. Bruce Glennick is exposed, but he'll still suffer a witch's fate on the end of a good, stout Scottish rope.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was an exciting adventure. Seems to me I'll be hearing screams and cackling in my sleep for the rest of my days.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Even now, I occasionally see that shadowy figure racing across the lawn toward that dark wood. I must say, however, the case left no after effects on Holmes. He had the ready faculty of forgetting one adventure and plunging immediately into another.
And what is next week's story, Dr. Watson?
It's called The Logic of Murder, and it concerns an expert on evasions of the law and a grotesque new theory developed by a gentleman who had performed 6,000 autopsies.
Well, Dr. Watson, we'll be waiting eagerly to hear your adventure with Mr. Holmes about the logic of murder. The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lockridge. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Logic of Murder. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's adventure, The Logic of Murder.
You're going to die within the next few seconds. No! But before you die, you will have the privilege of seeing a technique in murder never before used in the history of man. I shall start now. This will be the perfect murder, and the simplicity of it will astound you. Look, all I have to do is this.
Too expensive. Can't afford it. Now, if you didn't know otherwise, that's what you might think when you see the new fall suits by Clippercraft. To be sure, Clippercraft's rich-looking fabrics have a well-deserved reputation for long wear, and you can see for yourself how superbly Clippercraft suits are tailored, how perfectly they fit. Expensive-looking, yes, but you'll pay only $40 or $45. That's what happens when more than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores concentrate their purchasing power. That brings about production and distribution savings that are passed along to you. That's why you can enjoy the extra long wear of Clippercraft's handsome worsted suits at only $45 at the friendly independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft. See the selection of top coats and overcoats, too. You just can't find values to beat Clippercraft. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. Well, Dr. Watson, I'm curious to know what you mean by the logic of murder.
Mr. Harris, this adventure began one autumn evening in 1896, when Holmes and I were in our flat at 221 B. Baker Street. We'd had an unexpected visitor. He was a lean, pale chap, abnormally tall, with penetrating eyes. As he explained his grotesque mission, my amazement grew each moment.
My name is Forrest, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Nelson Forrest.
Most distinguished name, sir. One with which I'm quite familiar. May I present my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson?
How do you do, Dr. Forrest?
Dr. Watson.
Don't you occupy a chair of medicine at Oxford, sir?
Indeed I do, but my civic duties prevent my being very active at the university. I'm also chief toxicologist at the coroner's office, Boars Hill, adjacent to Oxford.
And the purpose of your visit, Dr. Forrest?
I've performed the duties of a coroner for decades, Mr. Holmes. I've performed more than 6,000 autopsies. I'm something of an expert on causes of death.
Intriguing background. Pray continue.
I've two associates, Chief Justice Wickham.
Yes, I know him well, Professor of Jurisprudence.
And Professor Edward Roberts.
Ah, yes, one of the world's foremost experts on logic.
We were enjoying a pleasant afternoon tea some weeks ago, the three of us. The conversation turned to the ancient problem of the perfect murder.
I've spent many a long evening ruminating over that problem.
The conversation became most spirited. Each of us made contributions. Wickham, a veritable genius on evasions of the law, made a few superb suggestions. I contributed, too, on the basis of my knowledge of causes of death.
And Roberts?
Roberts, our master of logic, fitted each step of the perfect murder into its proper place with breathtaking precision.
You mean to say, Dr. Forrest, that your trio has created the perfect murder?
Astonishing.
No, gentlemen, not quite. Our objective was to construct a murder so ideally committed that it was absolutely impossible to know how the victim had died and impossible to identify the killer.
Good Lord, if anyone knew how to commit such a crime, why...
I think someone does, Dr. Watson.
Really?
We solved every problem for the would-be killer except one. The final step called for a staggering feat of logic. It was a puzzle fit for our greatest minds. Well, our tea ended. Wickham and I forgot the problem. We felt it could never be solved.
And Professor Roberts, the logician?
Precisely why I've come to you, Mr. Holmes. I've known Roberts intimately for years. He has an insatiate passion for such things. He spends every minute of his spare time playing highly advanced forms of chess. Shogi, the Japanese version, cylindrical chess, three-dimensional chess. He has solved retrograde problems in chess that have been riddled since the 6th century Persian.
You mean, Doctor, you believe Roberts may have solved the last step of this perfect crime?
I do. It's a horrible accusation. Once knowing that last step, Roberts might commit murders endlessly without ever fearing that he'd be caught.
Why are you so certain that Roberts has solved it?
Mr. Holmes, that man could not sleep
could not eat, could not keep his sanity if he did not solve such a problem. Yes, but even if he can commit the perfect murder, why should he attempt it? The temptation is too powerful to resist, Dr. Watson. You're a man of science, sir. Surely you appreciate the ruthless, driving force of the scientific mind? Professor Roberts would have to know if the murder were really perfect. He'd have to try it.
And what do you expect of me, Dr. Forrest?
I am a physician, sir, not a criminologist. I believe the menace is great.
I've hoped you might see Professor Roberts. You might try to learn if he can commit the ideal murder.
Have you asked him yourself if he solved the puzzle?
Yes. He denies having thought of it since that tea. But his whole being is dedicated with a religious fervor to visiting weird, unexplored areas where the human brain has never ventured. He could not resist embarking upon so magnificent an odyssey of the mind.
I see. I accept the invitation, Dr. Forrest. Watson and I shall see your professor.
It's simple to find him. He lives with his young niece, Edith, at a cottage in Boar's Hill.
Come, Watson. We shall attempt to learn if Professor Roberts has become the one human being on Earth who knows the technique for an absolutely perfect murder.
I'm delighted to have so renowned a guest, Mr. Holmes. Welcome.
Thank you, Professor Roberts. I trust we're not imposing.
No. Quite the contrary. I've plenty of time. Matter of fact, I was just leaving for a few days' vacation with my niece. I've all sorts of spare time these days. Are you comfortable there, Dr. Watson?
Very, Professor, very.
For a gentleman with so many demands upon his services, surely this is of vital importance.
It is, Professor.
I'm at your service, sir.
Professor, you entered into a discussion with two faculty associates of yours some weeks ago, Dr. Forrest and Justice Wickham.
Well, I see them so frequently. To which discussion do you refer?
It was a delightful afternoon tea, and the subject was murder, Professor. The flawless murder.
Oh, yes, I recall it. Evidently, it made a lasting impression upon them. Who spoke to you about it?
Dr. Forrest. Professor, one step in logic remained. One problem was unsolved. To arrive at the ultimate ideal technique for committing the murder. Is that correct?
It is.
Did you give the problem further thought?
No. None whatsoever. The problem was impossible.
Even for one of your gifts?
Mr. Holmes, surely you must know that the perfect murder is an illusion. It defies the infinitely petty scope of the human mind.
Uncle Edward, the luggage is ready. It's by the door. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, this is my niece, Edith Marshall. Edith, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do, Dr.
Edith's been preparing us for our little vacation. Is everything ready, my dear?
Yes, Uncle Edward. I haven't the time to clean the house, though. I dislike leaving it so dusty. There's dust all about. On the bookshelves, and your chess set, on the mantel.
Oh, let it be, child. We shan't care. Mr. Holmes, was it solely because of that discussion you mentioned that you came here?
Solely.
I certainly do hope you won't take offense, but it strikes me as rather a fool's errand.
Does it?
Dr. Forrest is sometimes more of a nervous old woman than a professor of toxicology.
I always choose to follow the scent of murder, Professor, however faint and elusive.
What's wrong, Uncle Edward?
Nothing at all, Edith. Mr. Holmes and I were just chatting. That absurd problem of the perfect murder.
If they're off on a vacation, Holmes, perhaps we'd better...
Oh, we don't want to rush you.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Of course, this isn't entirely a vacation for Uncle Edward.
Well, why not?
Because you must read the minutes of the Board of Trustees meeting last week. You should have gone. I'm taking them along.
Oh, that task.
We'd best dash along, Holmes.
I regret that your mission was not more fruitful, Mr. Holmes.
It's been enlightening, Professor Roberts. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Miss Marshall.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. Uncle Edward.
Yes, my dear.
Please don't be upset, but...
Well, what is it?
You did tell Mr. Holmes the truth, didn't you?
The truth?
About not having worked out a way to commit a perfect murder.
Of course I told the truth.
I wish you'd never discussed it with Wickham and Forrest.
Why?
Well, ever since you did, I've had an awful feeling about it.
Really?
A kind of shadow's fallen over the cottage. I was never afraid to stay here before. But last night I couldn't sleep. I kept wondering if you'd solved the problem. I kept wondering what you might do.
Oh, dismiss it from your mind, Edith. Even if by some odd chance I should find the answer, what of it?
I don't know. I saw you in the garden yesterday, at twilight. It was very cold outside, but you were standing there without a coat or hat, and there was perspiration on your face.
Just your imagination.
No, I saw you quite clearly. I couldn't help but think...
Yes?
Never mind. I'm being foolish.
You've been working hard, Edith. You're tense. And we're both a bit bored. The atmosphere's oppressive. As soon as we reach the Cotswolds, those beautiful hills, you'll relax.
I hope so. I have been overwrought, all because of that stupid conversation and that gruesome problem. Shall we fetch our things and leave?
By all means.
Well, Holmes, for once I do believe you've taken us upon a futile journey. Not that I mind this carriage ride and the train back to London. I rather... Holmes, are you paying the slightest bit of attention?
No, my dear Watson.
You're not convinced by Professor Roberts' protests of innocence, are you?
One mixes the various elements in the retort, Watson. One lights the flame, and soon the brew begins to bubble. There were elements of our few moments with the professor of logic that should soon produce a fascinating compound.
I didn't notice anything peculiar.
Didn't you? The professor of logic was most illogical.
Was he?
Given a moment for further contemplation, I shall have crystallized my thoughts. But I must think fast. If the professor knows how to commit the perfect murder, he may be tempted to try it at any moment. Aha!
You have it, Holmes?
Turn back, driver. Back to Boar's Hill, to the professor's house where you found us. Quickly, quickly!
Do you believe the professor solved it, Holmes?
I'm sure of it.
How'd you know?
He remarked that he had a great deal of spare time.
Yes.
Previously, Dr. Forrest informed us that Professor Roberts has a fanatic interest in advanced forms of chess.
Yes, so he did.
Yet, with all this spare time, Edith, his niece, observed that his chess set was covered with dust. It had gone unused for a considerable period. Why, Watson? Why would an incurable addict of chess abandon it completely when he has ample time? Then consider the minutes of the trustees' meeting.
The minutes?
Yes. Edith reprimanded the professor for failing to appear at the meeting, so that he's now obliged to read the minutes. Although he has so much time, the professor neglected a vital appointment. Why, Watson? Only one answer is conceivable. He's been so consumed by the desire to solve the riddle of the ideal murder.
Yes, you're right, Holmes. We must confront him with your conclusions. Yes, but while you've the evidence that he's been struggling with the riddle, how do you know that he's found the answer?
Think, Watson. If he were innocent, if he were considering the problem merely as an exercise in mental gymnastics, he would have admitted to working on it, would he not?
Quite.
However, he lied. He pretended to have ignored that afternoon tea once it had ended. He could only have attempted that camouflage if he had an insidious motive. I should say he knows how to commit the perfect murder, and he intends to try.
Good Lord.
I should say he would choose for his victim a trusting individual who's quite handy. In short, his lovely young niece, Edith. Driver, can't your horses do better? Hurry, man! Hurry, hurry!
This is the time for a new top coat or overcoat. Naturally, you'd like a really expensive-looking coat, and with the cost of living so high, its price should be kind on your pocketbook. So your Clippercraft dealer gives you rich-looking fabrics that are hard to wear out and superbly tailored top coats and overcoats with made-for-you fits. Yet the most luxurious of all Clippercraft coats will cost you only $47.50, but you can own a distinctive Clippercraft coat for as little as $40. The huge concentrated buying power of more than 1,200 of America's finest independent stores makes these sensational values possible. No wonder America is so proud of Clippercraft values. Ask to see the new lightweight Clippercraft zipper topcoat that has taken the country by storm. On chilly days, just zip in the lining and brave the wind in warm comfort. Ideally light in weight and wonderfully light on your budget. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, we're most impatient to return to your story.
Well, Mr. Harris, with the shocking realization that Professor Roberts knew how to commit a perfect murder and was probably about to try it upon his young niece, Holmes and I raced in our carriage back to the professor's cottage at Boar's Hill. It's odd, Holmes. The professor answered so quickly when we first called on him.
Knock once more, Watson.
You know, he may have done away with Edith after we left. Now he's vanished.
If he has, it'll be the first act of murder I shall never be able to prove, Watson. Merely indicting him on the basis of chatter at a tea party will be of no avail. We shall not be able to establish the cause of death, the motive, nor anything else.
He refuses to answer.
Well, this door's flimsy. I believe we have enough strength to force it.
Right you are, Holmes. Ready?
Ready.
Once more, Holmes. There we are.
Professor Roberts. Professor Roberts. Search the other rooms, Watson.
Yes, sir. No one in the bedroom.
Not in this kitchen.
Study's empty, too.
They've gone, Watson. The professor of logic has made off with his niece to use her as his victim.
Could we possibly find them, Holmes? They said they were going on a vacation.
Yes, but where, Watson? Where? We must look at every corner of this cottage for a clue.
We've about ransacked the whole place, Holmes.
Yes, and no indication of where he's taken the girl. There must be one. A human being cannot quit his quarters for a prolonged period without leaving traces.
See, they might have gone to Bournemouth for fishing, or to Wales. Wales for the mountain air. They might have taken the waters in Malvern. Perhaps they just dashed over to the Cotswolds. You know, there are many small hotels.
There are many possibilities, but we've no time at all, and we must know exactly where.
I've gone through the closets, through his books, his desk, the niece's bureau.
We haven't emptied the waste paper basket, Watson.
Capital notion, Holmes. I'll do it. Here, notes, cancelled check, and advertisements.
Ah, that envelope.
Just the corner of an envelope. The rest has been hopelessly torn away. Just the last portion of where the return address was printed.
May I see it? E-R-S-E-T-S-H-I-R-E.
Ursacher? What word ends in Ursacher? You know, Holmes, this letter might have been written to the professor for any purpose whatsoever.
Yes, Watson, but if it should happen to have come from a well-established resort, we might reasonably assume it was correspondence involving a reservation for the professor and his niece.
Well, one of the vacation spots I can think of ends in Ursacher. There's Malvern, there's Bournemouth, there's Isle of Wight.
The word that ends that way is Somersetshire. The Cotswolds, the nearest and most popular holiday resort in this area. We'll do just as well by carriage as we stop to wait for the train.
Certainly, Herb.
Fetch a cab. Run, Watson, run!
The countryside here in the Cotswolds is exquisite, isn't it, Uncle Edward?
Yes, Edith. It's enchanting.
You don't seem to be enjoying it.
Oh, but I am, my dear, I am.
You seem distracted.
Do I?
You haven't been thinking of that awful problem, have you?
Perhaps.
Uncle Edward.
A great weakness, Edith. Problem I can't solve becomes an obsession. You should know that. I become tantalus, thirsting in hell, up to my chin in a pool of water which recedes when I attempt to drink.
You must use your willpower. You must forget it.
It's too late.
What do you mean?
I did lie to Holmes.
You what?
I lied. I have been thinking about how to commit the perfect murder ever since that strange afternoon. It seems almost unreal now. Almost as if part of it were a dream. I have been thinking of it since I sat there in the sun with the two professors at tea, idly chattering, never realizing what seeds were being planted in my mind.
Did you solve the puzzle, Uncle Edward? Do you know how to commit a perfect murder? Do you know? Do you know? Answer me. Answer me!
Yes. Yes, I do.
What do you intend to do about it? Will you tell Mr. Holmes? Will you tell Wickham or Forrest? The police, perhaps?
Let me be, Edith. I've been under a great strain all these weeks. I've hardly slept. Go back to the hotel. Leave me. I want to walk by myself in this cool air.
Very well, Uncle Edward. But you can't keep this terrible secret to yourself. What do you intend to do about it?
I shall do nothing. For the moment.
Well, our carriage is coming into the Cotswolds, Holmes. Of course, one difficulty remains.
Difficulty, Watson?
There must be some 15 or 20 hotels, camps, and other places where the professor may have taken his niece in these hills. Now, how do we determine which spot that he's chosen for the murder?
There'll be a way, Watson. There'll be a way.
Confound it, Holmes. If you've an idea of how to find this killer, then tell me. This is hardly the time to play cat and mouse.
Calmly, Watson, calmly. There must be a way of learning their whereabouts. If we're not too late to save the girl's life already.
Clark,
Yes, Mum.
does this hotel send telegraphic messages for its guests?
Certainly, Mum.
I should like to send this message immediately. Can you read my handwriting?
To Mr. Sherlock Holmes, 221B Baker Street, London. Uncle Edward has solved the riddle. Urgent you come here. We are in the Cotswold St. George Hotel. Do not lose a second.
That's right. Send it now, would you, and put the charges on my bill.
Yes, Miss Marshall. Thank you.
Clark. Oh, Clark.
Yes. Oh, Professor Roberts.
I saw my niece here at the desk. Did you do what she wanted?
Yes, I'm sending the telegram for her now.
Telegram. May I see it, please?
Here it is, Professor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it isn't necessary to send that. Just tear it up.
Oh, but Professor...
I said tear it up.
Anything you say, sir.
Stop here, driver.
Well, this is the Cotswolds district, Holmes. Now where to?
I shall make an inquiry at this first hotel, Watson.
What sort of inquiry?
I shall ask which hotel in this area is equipped with health bath facilities.
What on earth?
You remember when we first visited the cottage at Boar's Head? Edith said their luggage was ready and standing by the door.
Yes, quite. I saw it.
My dear Watson, you saw, but you did not think. You should have noticed that the professor's luggage was covered with labels from hotels he'd been to previously.
I saw the labels, too.
As you and I have been writing, I've run quickly through the labels I'd seen. I realized instantly that every hotel the professor had visited in the past was equipped with health bath facilities, obviously a preference of his. The remainder of our problem is negligible. We shall dash into this hotel and ask which spot in these hills has a Turkish bath and similar equipment. Wait for us, coachman. Don't leave your post.
Here's the ice for your head, Uncle Edward. Feeling better?
Oh, yes, Edith, much better. So kind of you to bring it to my room.
I've wrapped it in this towel I found in your bathroom. There you are.
Oh, it feels good. Splitting headache.
You must take a nap. I'll leave you.
I don't think you can leave, Edith.
Why not?
I've locked the door.
You what?
I've locked the door.
Why did you do that?
I didn't want you to go.
Uncle Edward, don't get up. Stay in that sofa. You're not well.
There isn't a thing wrong with me.
But you asked me to bring the ice. You said a headache.
A very cheap deception, Edith, but practical enough. I locked the door to be sure you wouldn't run off. You see, I've not only worked out how to commit the perfect murder, but I cannot resist the temptation to see if my theory is correct.
You're playing a game with me.
No, not at all. Try the door, Edith. It is locked, isn't it?
You've gone mad.
I fought this temptation, Edith. I did not want to know the answer to the problem. I was afraid I'd want to try it once I knew, and then I solved it. I'm convinced. The chances of anyone's learning the cause of your death...
My death?
Yes, dear. The chances of their learning the cause of your death or of ever accusing me of it are non-existent. There is a way to kill you that fulfills those seemingly impossible requirements.
Let me out! Let me out of here!
Don't scream, Edith. Perhaps you didn't notice I selected a room in an abandoned section of this huge hotel in a distant tower.
You couldn't do it. You couldn't.
I thought that myself. But can you appreciate what an achievement this will be for me? Can you understand how I had to know the answer? And now that I do, how I must confirm it?
They'll find me here in your room.
Oh, will they?
Sherlock Holmes knows I went off with you.
It's a long way from that to proving I did away with you. You forget. This is the ideal murder, Edith. There are steps I shall take after you are dead.
I know. The window. I'll get out that way.
You can't open it. I tended to that. You'll also notice that before you came, I cleared the room. Nothing is available for you to use as a weapon against me. And you're going to die, Edith. within the next few seconds.
No!
But before you die, you will have the privilege of seeing a technique in murder never before used in the history of man. I shall start now. The simplicity of it will astound you. All I must do is...
You'll do nothing, Professor Roberts.
Holmes!
I brought the law with me. Seize him up, sir.
Come on, Professor.
He was going to
Go
kill
on,
me.
officer. Don't try any tricks, Professor.
No, you'll never do.
The professor will fall through the window. Well, now, Holmes, now that we've returned to Baker Street, I say we should enjoy a well-deserved rest, eh? Oh, now who could that be?
Come in.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes?
My name's Briggs. I'm counsellor for the estate of Professor Roberts. Buried in this morning, you know.
What brings you to Baker Street, Mr. Briggs? Oh, I'm sorry, this is Dr. Watson.
How do?
I've no business with him, just with you. We've found this envelope here in a steel box of the late professor. It says no one is to open it but you. So go on, open it. Let's be done with this.
Very well. As soon as I remove this sealing wax. Aha.
What's it say, Holmes? What's it say, Holmes?
Watson, Professor Roberts writes that he bequeaths his technique for committing the absolutely perfect murder to me. He wrote this to be read by me should he die before I did. He wishes to be remembered by posterity as the creator of this technique, the first in all recorded time to discover it. He describes how to commit the perfect murder. Just 3 sentences, the most surprising 3 sentences I've ever read. And he's right. He's 100% right.
What are they, Holmes? What does the paper say?
Nothing, Watson. Nothing.
Be careful, Mr. Holmes. You hold that paper too close to the fireplace and you'll burn it.
Exactly what I intend to do, Mr. Briggs. There.
Oh, but Mr. Holmes, you burned it. We'll never know what the paper says. Oh, Holmes, how do you commit the perfect murder?
That, my dear Watson, is something I must try desperately to forget. And something about which the world must forever wonder.
Well, Dr. Watson, and did Mr. Holmes ever reveal that secret?
No, Mr. Harris. Never.
Oh. Well, you've a revelation you must make, though, Doctor.
Do I, Mr. Harris?
You must tell us a bit about the adventure you've planned for next week.
Well, next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the ancient queen. It involves a crooked knife, a statue's fist, and a certain society. And I'm quite sure you'll enjoy it.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lockridge. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Selden. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Ancient Queen. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley.
This week's story, Murder on a Wager.
There's the dead body, Holmes, washed up on the beach.
Yes, Watson.
Obviously drowned, I should say.
Yes, quite. Yet the death is not as simple as it would seem, Watson. I should say our two visitors to Monte Carlo, our two brilliant criminals, have concocted a special brew for me. I should say... Quick, behind that tree.
What do you see?
A shadow with a gun. Get down, Watson!
I'm sure you've overheard people say, "Who is that handsome man?" Well, now, of course, everybody can't be handsome, but every man can look his very best, and it does not cost you a lot of money. The secret is this. Get a perfectly styled Clippercraft suit and topcoat, and you're the best-dressed man in any group. A Clippercraft all-worsted suit in smart spring patterns at only $45 makes your shoulders look broader, your waist trimmer, gives you that tapered-down athletic appearance, makes you feel important. And then topped off with a beautiful all-wool covert cloth or gabardine Clippercraft topcoat at $42.50. Well, people will say, "Who is that handsome man?" Clippercraft clothes look like they should cost much more, and they would too, except that more than 1,200 independent merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to make Clippercraft's low prices possible. Compare Clippercraft yourself with clothes costing many dollars more. Dr. Watson, you've titled this evening's adventure, Murder on a Wager. But who would commit such a murder?
It does seem an extraordinary motivation, doesn't it, Mr. Harris? Well, it was a summer evening in the late 1890s. We were at our flat at 221B Baker Street. We had a call.
You represent the bank at Monte Carlo, Monsieur Guillere?
I do, Monsieur Holmes.
Most remarkable spot, Monte Carlo. I'm terribly curious to know what prompts this visit, Mr. Guillere.
I am extending an invitation to you, Dr. Watson, and to Monsieur Holmes to visit Monte Carlo. At our expense, of course, and for whatever fee you wish to name.
Surely not to admire the scenic beauties.
No, Monsieur Holmes. We anticipate trouble.
What sort of trouble do you expect?
Are you acquainted with the names of Roger Douglas and Georges Anetrios?
Oh, Roger Douglas, renowned gambler, isn't he?
Yes, Watson. As for George Anetrios, he's an incredible character. A Greek. Douglas's counterpart in the Near East. Given to wagers of gigantic sums, though not always upon cards or dice or chemin de fer, rather on curious events and feats of daring.
We maintain a secret service for the bank, Monsieur Holmes, and they told us that for the very first time these two treacherous gentlemen, Douglas and Anetrios, will meet. And at Monte Carlo.
Each, of course, with his entourage of double dealers and professional killers.
Exactly.
I should enjoy the spectacle.
Both gentlemen are experts at every conceivable form of gambling. We wonder, therefore, when the two meet, what game they will play. Might they make a wager of some sort that would endanger the interest of the bank? Might they join forces against us? We fear that the meeting of these two may lead to a disaster. We implore you to join us, Monsieur Holmes.
Hardly necessary to implore me, sir. Since this is a meeting of supremely sharp minds, it'll be hard to keep me away. Let us prepare our luggage for a trip to Monte Carlo, Watson.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Mr. Anetrios?
I am delighted to meet you. The moment I heard you were coming here to Monte Carlo, I was most anxious to see you.
Thank you. You know Miss Deborah Stevens, I believe?
I know George very well. We're old friends.
We miss you, Deborah. Deborah lived in Athens and Constantinople for some time. She and I were very close. I first met her when she was dancing professionally.
We'll all miss her soon. She's to be married. I thought you wouldn't mind my bringing Deborah to this meeting. We required a witness for whatever wager we shall make, or whatever game you choose to play.
Oh, I am so pleased you did bring her, Mr. Douglas. Shall we close the door and begin? Most considerate of the management to provide this private room for our game.
As you may see, Mr. Anetrios, the management has provided us with equipment to play whatever we choose.
Your naivete is charming, Mr. Douglas.
Why do you say that?
It would be extremely dull for either of us to indulge in a contest of an ordinary sort. We would merely exhaust ourselves, only to end with a negligible gain of a few £1,000s. by one or the other.
Then what on earth did you expect to play, George?
I do not know, Deborah. Perhaps together, Mr. Douglas and I may conceive of a game or wager of truly fabulous stakes, of infinite excitement.
I have a suggestion that might intrigue you.
Yes?
Did you know that at this moment Mr. Sherlock Holmes is on his way here to Monte Carlo?
Certainly.
Mr. Holmes has a magnificent reputation as a criminologist.
Well, Roger, what of it?
Mr. Holmes's mission is undoubtedly to prevent either of us from committing a crime. Mr. Anatrios, I will wager whatever sum you wish on the fact that you cannot commit a crime, of whatever nature you specify, and elude Mr. Holmes. In short, that you cannot commit a crime while he is in this city and go scot-free.
Wonderful suggestion. I accept.
Witness, Deborah?
Yes, Roger.
To make the wager even more alluring, I shall allow you to name the sum and the crime.
£50,000?
100,000.
Agreed.
And the crime?
No pedestrian crime will do. It must be a major crime. Arson on a gigantic scale, embezzlement for an enormous sum, or better yet, murder.
Whatever you like. I control a great and efficient organization. I have years of experience in these matters. My performance should be inspired. Sufficiently to baffle Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, Anatrios. Murder.
Roger, you're going too far. I thought you two would play a very exciting game of cards or wage a battle together against the bank. But murder...
For your £100,000, do you have a potential victim?
Yes, I believe I do. Have you heard of Leslie Dixon?
Dixon. Yes, a magician. I've seen him at cabarets.
He is no longer a magician. I discovered he had a more valuable talent for manufacturing.
Oh, manufacturing?
Yes, he had designs for wheels, bird cages, marked packs of cards, where the results would always be in my favor. I placed him in business.
But why do you want Leslie killed, Roger?
He wants considerably more money. He's threatened to go to the newspapers. Of course, I can't afford that. Nor could you, Anatrios. It would keep the public away from our houses.
This Leslie Dixon is a very tempting victim.
He's here, now, in Monte Carlo.
Leslie Dixon will be dead by midnight of 1 week from tonight, when Sherlock Holmes fails to identify the murderer and returns to London, defeated. I shall meet you on the evening of his departure, in this same room, where you will pay £100,000 to me. Cash, of course. Agreed?
Agreed.
Ready for your evening swim, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, Reynolds. Have my dressing gown and towels ready as usual?
Yes, sir. They're back in the cottage, sir. I'll fetch them.
It's lovely tonight here on the beach, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Dixon. I shall return within the customary half hour, sir.
Fine, Reynolds. Now for the dip.
How is it, sir?
Water's wonderful. I see you later. I'm swimming out toward the raft.
Very well, sir. I'll be in the cottage.
Legs. Cramp. My legs. Reynolds! Oh, my head. Dizzy. Dizzy. My legs. I can't swim. Reynolds! Help! 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 Oh.
There is the body of Monsieur Dixon, Monsieur Holmes. Washed ashore here on the beach just as the police found him.
Bewildering, eh, Holmes? They say Dixon was in perfect physical condition. Superb swimmer. The sea was very calm. No signs of violence. What do you make of it?
You've interviewed the butler, Monsieur Guillaume?
The police did so, yes. He failed to hear anything. If Dixon called for help as he drowned, the butler was out of earshot.
He might simply have developed a sudden cramp. Eh, Holmes?
Rather doubtful, Watson. A thoroughly experienced swimmer would not enter the water immediately after having eaten anything that might cause a cramp.
Especially Monsieur Dixon. He was most careful about food. A gourmet.
I see. No, Watson, I'd say this is directly concerned with a visit to Monte Carlo of Messrs. Douglas and Anatrios. It would appear that the two geniuses of crime have concocted a special brew for me. I'd say... Quick, behind those trees.
What is it?
What do you see?
A shadow with a gun. Get down!
It's amazing what people can do working together. For instance, more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power and thus make possible Clippercraft, America's greatest clothing values. These friendly hometown businessmen know that to get and keep your friendship, they have to give you more for your money. And when you get a new spring Clippercraft worsted suit for only $45, an all-wool covert cloth topcoat for $40, or an all-wool Clippercraft gabardine topcoat for $42.50, you're getting the most for your money. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes, and you can trust the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, shall we return to the murder committed on a wager?
Yes, Mr. Harris, and to Monte Carlo, where on the beach in the moonlight we stood beside the dead body of Leslie Dixon. As Holmes bent over to examine the body, shots rang out from behind a tree. We fell flat upon our faces in the sand. When the firing ceased, I ran toward the trees from where the bullets had come. And as I returned...
See anyone, Watson?
Oh, Holmes. They've escaped. Just vanished into the darkness.
It is Demetrius and Douglas. They are after you, Monsieur Holmes. They are afraid you will solve the murder.
Yes, their fears are well grounded. I suggest the body be removed. I shall be interested in the results of an autopsy.
Autopsy?
Yes.
But it is obvious that Dixon died of drowning.
Nevertheless, I urge an autopsy. I have good reason.
I shall so instruct the police. They are most cooperative with requests made by the bank.
Good. And as for me, I shall discuss this case with someone well qualified in these matters. Mr. Demetrius.
But he has just attempted to kill you. Now you would walk into his hands.
Physical defeat has never frightened me, sir. It's the danger of mental defeat that lures me to whatever Demetrius has planned. Coming, Watson?
Oh, dazzling crowd, eh, Holmes? Princes, millionaires, cabinet officials, diplomats. See the Indian Rajah in the ruby-trimmed headdress there?
Irrelevant, Watson. We've business with Mr. Demetrius.
The croupier said table 3. Ah, yes. Wouldn't that be he?
Mr. Demetrius.
Good evening. Mr. Holmes?
Oh, I'm complimented that my face is internationally familiar.
I've been expecting you. Shall we step into that private room?
I wouldn't, if I were you, Holmes.
You are upset by something, Dr. Watson?
Yes, I certainly am, sir. If I were you, Holmes,
I accept your invitation, Mr. Demetrius.
Oh, before we step into the room, would you like to hold my gun, Dr. Watson?
Well,
Here. Perhaps it would put you at ease, huh?
By Jove, I will take it.
Excellent. After you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
I shall save a great deal of time for you, Mr. Holmes. I did not kill Leslie Dixon.
Didn't you?
I was in the gambling rooms at the time of his death. For 2 hours previous to that, I enjoyed dinner at the Hotel Maurice. I can produce a dozen witnesses to that effect.
Yes, I'd no doubt you'd have a flawless explanation.
Previous to dinner, I attended a lawn party. Again, as many unimpeachable witnesses as you like.
I see. I'm curious, Mr. Demetrius, about the game you played or the wager you made with Roger Douglas last night. Could it in any way have been connected with the death of Leslie Dixon?
Very directly. I wagered, Mr. Douglas, that I could murder Leslie Dixon in such a way that you, Holmes, would never succeed in proving I had committed the homicide. The sum, £100,000.
Astonishing. Of all the effrontery, throwing the gauntlet in your face, Holmes. Now, really, this...
Very amusing.
Well, there's the motive, Holmes. There's your man.
I see no reason for concealing the wager. Besides, it would be unjust of me to collect. I did not kill Dixon. I intended to, yes, but I was late. I hadn't even started my plans when I had the news of his death.
Hadn't you?
Perhaps it's a move by Roger Douglas. He wanted Dixon to die. He suggested the wager. He might eliminate me that way as a competitor. His own men execute the crime in their own manner, being sure it's done properly. The guilt would seem to be mine. Oh, Mr. Douglas. You know Mr. Holmes, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do? We were discussing the late Mr. Dixon.
Really? I was at the theatre when he died.
Can you prove that, sir?
Of course, Dr. Watson. I can prove my whereabouts throughout the entire evening.
I told Mr. Holmes about our wager.
You did?
Why shouldn't I?
Aren't you writing an invitation to the gallows for yourself?
Not at all. Mr. Holmes must produce concrete evidence before I lose. Evidently, he's finding it impossible.
Oh, quite the contrary. We're leaving, Watson.
May I offer my carriage, Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, no. I don't believe it's much of a walk to the morgue.
The morgue, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. If you'll excuse us, gentlemen, I must visit the morgue. The dead, you see, are often more articulate than the living.
Well, there's the body on that slab, Holmes. The police surgeon said you could examine whatever you wished.
Yes. I see they've already performed the autopsy.
Dixon drowned, Holmes. What the dickens are you probing about for? His lungs there show clearly that he was drowned.
Yes. And why did he drown? Aha, as I thought.
What do you see?
I see that I must pay a visit to the late Mr. Dixon's cottage.
Well, Holmes, if you insist upon being secretive...
You, Watson, return to the casino. Keep an eye on Demetrios and his associates. I shall meet you at the casino very shortly with a thorough explanation of the murder and the identity of the killer. Thank you, driver. That was indeed fast enough.
Well, Holmes, I've been waiting for you here on the steps of the casino for 2 hours. Did you go to Dixon's cottage, speak to the butler? What have you found?
Where are Demetrios and Douglas and their crew?
Well, they're having cigars and brandy on the terrace. This way, Holmes. It's the terrace on the cliff, overlooking the sea.
Hurry, Watson. We must find them. I have the evidence.
You have?
Yes.
Where is it?
Here, in my hand.
In your hand? What is it?
This small bottle of salad oil.
There they are, Holmes, with that girl. The table by the railing there.
Oh, yes, I see them. I regret disturbing you, gentlemen.
Mr. Holmes, you've met Mr. Douglas. This is Deborah Stevens.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Stevens?
I presume, Mr. Holmes, you've some sort of evidence you believe will prove I killed Leslie Dixon?
No, Mr. Demetrios. Your remarkable instincts are wrong, for once.
Then I'm sure, Mr. Holmes, you are prepared to accuse me, believing I carried out the crime, having engineered it so that Demetrios would suffer for it.
No, Mr. Douglas.
But Holmes, one of them...
Neither of them, my dear Watson.
Then the butler?
No, the butler. Mr. Leslie Dixon was killed by you, Miss Stevens, with this innocent-looking small bottle of salad oil.
Where did you find that?
You know what you are talking about, Holmes.
It was obvious someone had contrived for Dixon to drown. But how? There was no external evidence of violence. No, the sole possibility was that he'd been given something internally. In all likelihood, something that would cause him to lose control of his arms and legs, that would cause unconsciousness, so that when he set off on his nightly swim alone, he'd drown.
Stay where you are, Miss Stevens. I've had my service revolver along this trip. I knew I'd have use for it. Go on, Holmes.
So I insisted upon an autopsy. It revealed to me that Dixon's stomach lining was affected by an extreme irritant. It confirmed my suspicion. Dixon was subtly poisoned.
I won't listen to this.
You'd better, Miss Stevens. It's your death warrant. I raced to Dixon's cottage. I spoke with the butler. I inquired about what Mr. Dixon had had for dinner prior to his swim. His dinner included a salad prepared with a small bottle of oil. This bottle, which had been presented that afternoon as a gift to Mr. Dixon by Miss Deborah Stevens. This oil contains an overdose of camphor.
Camphor, Holmes? What sort of diabolical doses?
Camphor, as you know, Watson, is soluble in oil, but not in water. The salad oil was a magnificent idea. The minute amounts of camphor could easily be blended with other flavors and odors, so its presence might not be detected.
Yeah, but of all the
Shut up! Shut up, all of you!
Camphor, Miss Stevens, is obtainable easily at a chemist's, isn't it? There's no suspicion of poison when you purchase camphor, is there? And just a bit too much of it will cause leg cramps and dizziness. will it not, Miss Stevens?
Stop it!
And an autopsy might well be a routine drowning report without evidence of poisoning. Am I correct, Miss Stevens?
Yes. Yes, you're quite right.
At one time or another, she's been associated with all kinds of men. Lord knows what sort of mess she was in with Dixon.
I was to be married next week. Dixon knew about where I've been and what I've been. He was very much in love with me, ever since we met when I was dancing in cabarets and he did his magic act. I loathed him. Every time I had a chance to marry, he would speak to my fiancée and break it up. He was going to do it again.
So you couldn't wait, could you, Miss Stevens? You couldn't wait for Mr. Enatrios to eliminate Dixon. Besides, it was an ideal circumstance. If there were any suspicion of murder, it would point to Enatrios.
Yes, but Holmes, the shots are on the beach.
Fired by you, Miss Stevens, to create the impression that an organized gang was responsible.
I won't go to prison. Dixon won't have another victory over me. I won't allow his death to send me to even more misery. No, I won't go.
Here, let go of my revolver.
I would get her away from you.
And she's tripped. She's falling back over the rail.
Fisherman down below said Miss Stevens' body struck the rocks, floated out to sea her.
Yes, a more satisfactory finish for her, Watson, I dare say. Avoiding the long, painful trial and inevitable execution. Now, Mr. Enatrios, Mr. Douglas, if you'll excuse me.
Returning to London, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, and to Baker Street. But before I go, gentlemen, I propose a toast.
A toast, sir?
Yes. To George Enatrios and Roger Douglas, two surprisingly pleasant scoundrels. To our next meeting. To your next fantastic wager.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very gripping adventure.
Indeed it was, Mr. Harris.
And what adventure have you for us next week, Doctor?
I have called it The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet. It concerns a medical diagnosis, a restless corpse, and a domestic quarrel.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. A happy birthday to the Girl Scouts. March 12th is your 37th anniversary. You and Girl Scouting are important, and we salute all of you all over America. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast
present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Bloomsbury Ballad.
Holmes, why the deuce are we prowling around inside this deserted old house?
To observe, Watson, and perhaps to meet an occupant.
Confound it, Holmes. The place has been empty and boarded up for 30 years. No one lives here.
So, no one lives here, Watson. Listen.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. What memoir do you have for us tonight, sir?
I called it The Adventure of the Bloomsbury Ballad, Mr. Harris. And after you've presented your audience with a few facts on Clippercraft clothes, I shall be very glad to tell you the whole story.
Thank you, Doctor. Consider the words inexpensive and value. Now, the price of a suit tells you whether or not it is inexpensive, but tells you nothing about its quality. So you must consider not only the cost, but also what you get for your money before you can be sure you have a real value. And two words that really, truly mean honest value are Clippercraft, because Clippercraft means higher quality at lower prices. And Clippercraft clothes are available at your local independent Clippercraft dealer, the store you can trust. You can always identify these clothes by the famous Clippercraft label, the wheel of a clipper ship. Just examine Clippercraft's expensive-looking topcoats and overcoats at only $40 to $47.50. Then check Clippercraft's handsome new zipper-lining topcoats, and you'll see how much less you'll pay for quality that's finer. Yes, for the real meaning of the word value, just compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the Bloomsbury Ballad?
Well, Mr. Harris, it took place just before the turn of the century, in December of 1899. And this time, Holmes and I became involved through an old and personal friendship of mine. On Bloomsbury Square here in London stood a once imposing townhouse, which for 30 years had been empty and boarded up. Perhaps, Mr. Harris, I'm getting ahead of my story. It actually begins in the legal office of the Honorable Reginald Dudley, solicitor, on Chancery Lane near the Temple. One afternoon, Mr. Dudley received an unexpected visitor.
So, you don't recognize me, Mr. Dudley?
Look here, my dear sir. I'm a very busy man. You've come to my office without an appointment. I assure you that I haven't the faintest idea who you are.
Then let me refresh your memory, Mr. Dudley. 30 years ago, a financier named Sir Percy Wickford owned a great house on Bloomsbury Square. He had two daughters, the eldest Elaine, the younger Elizabeth, a beautiful girl with great talent at the harp. Elizabeth, incidentally, married a man named Arthur Harvey. Shall I go on?
Yes, go on.
Sir Percy Wickford became involved in some illegal financial scandal, and the family was disgraced. Arthur Harvey, because of the stain on the family name, left the Wickfords, vanished. And Sir Percy, with his two daughters, fled England, sailed for Canada.
You seem to be well informed so far, my friend.
I am indeed, for a reason you shall learn later. But proceed. The vessel carrying the Wickfords went down off Ireland with no survivors. The residue of the Wickford estate, some £50,000, and the old house, is now being administered by yourself as solicitor.
That is true. But since there are no living relatives of the Wickfords, the old house goes up for auction next week, and the money disposed of at my discretion.
Now, Mr. Dudley, that is where you're mistaken.
What do you mean?
There is a living relative of the Wickfords.
Oh, indeed.
Who? Myself. I am Arthur Harvey.
You are
yes,
Arthur...
Mr. Dudley, and I have the credentials to prove it. As the husband of Elizabeth Wickford, deceased, I am the sole heir to the Wickford fortune.
Yes? Who is it? The room clerk here at the hotel, Mr. Harvey. I have a message for you, sir.
Oh, just a moment. What the? You! No!
By Jove, Holmes.
What is it, Watson?
Well, according to the Morning Telegraph here, a man named Arthur Harvey, recently returned from India, was stabbed to death in his rooms at the Travellers' Club on Pall Mall yesterday evening. The official police have no clues to the identity of the mysterious assailant.
Indeed, a most regrettable affair, no doubt. What is it, Watson? You look a bit upset.
Well, Holmes, I knew Arthur Harvey many years ago in India. We fought through the Afghan war together. Indeed, he saved my life from the Ghazis near Kandahar.
Really?
You know, I recall his telling me he was the sole member by marriage of the now extinct Wickford family on Bloomsbury Square.
I see. And so you would like to catch his murderer and avenge his death?
Yes, Holmes, I would indeed.
In that case, Watson, let us proceed at once to Pall Mall and the Travellers' Club. Lucky the official police haven't moved the body yet. Arthur Harvey here was stabbed at the entrance to the door here, fell back into the room, dressed in nightrobe and on the point of retiring. The knife was plunged deep and straight into the heart, and... Aha!
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson. Observe on the dead man's nightrobe a tiny bit of yellow paper in the shape of a star.
What about it?
This is a bit of paper clipped by a railway ticket collector's punch.
You mean Harvey here was riding a train just before...
No. The killer was riding a train before he came here, Watson. This bit of paper from the ticket collector's punch clung to his coat. When the assassin stabbed Harvey, the paper remnant was transferred from the killer's coat to Harvey's nightrobe in the close contact. Now then, Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
I recall reading that the Wickford house on Bloomsbury Square is up for auction next week with a solicitor named Reginald Dudley as administrator.
That is correct.
Add to that the fact that Arthur Harvey here was the legitimate heir to the property, and we have an intriguing problem.
By Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Quite. But now suppose we divide forces. You investigate the origin of this ticket punch with the London railway system, and I shall pay a call on Mr. Dudley. And you have no idea who might have murdered Arthur Harvey, Mr. Dudley?
No, Mr. Holmes, I do not. You must be aware, however, that Harvey might have had several enemies.
Indeed?
Yes. You see, there are still many claimants to the Wickford estate. Some impostors, some with vague claims. Some of these people were desperate for money, and, well, you understand?
Yes, quite. To destroy the only legitimate heir would re-establish other claims in the court. An obvious conclusion, Mr. Dudley. Perhaps too obvious. And before I leave, you are left-handed, are you not, Mr. Dudley?
Well, yes, I am, but how did...
A few elementary observations not worthy of explanation. I wish to point out, however, that you have a black smudge on your left cuff, a rather jarring note in an otherwise fastidious ensemble. Now, Mr. Dudley, I must bid you good evening. Watson, any results?
Holmes, I've been running around London like a madman trying to trace down that ticket punch. I've been to every railway station above and under the ground.
Oh, come, man, get to the point. Did you find the origin of that ticket remnant?
Yes, Holmes, I did. It was used last night by a collector on the Central London Railway. And he used that particular ticket punch between the stations of the British Museum in Bloomsbury and Chancery Lane.
Bloomsbury to Chancery Lane. Capital, Watson. You've completed a first-class bit of investigation. We're making excellent progress. Come, let's be off.
Where to, Holmes?
Bloomsbury Square. I should like to have a look at the old Wickford house. Well, Watson, there it is. The old Wickford house.
Yes, Holmes. Confounded, why are we down here on Bloomsbury Square in the dead of night just to look at
look.
it? Where?
At that window on the upper story. A light.
Light? I don't see any light, Holmes. You must be mistaken.
On the contrary, I'm quite sure I saw the glimmer of a light, and I'm positive this house has an occupant.
The place has been deserted for 3 decades.
Has it, Watson? Suppose we effect an entrance and see for ourselves.
Well, Dr. Watson, this is an unusual adventure. What about that light in the window of the deserted house? What happened after that?
A series of very strange events, Mr. Harris. And I shall relate them to you immediately after you present a few facts on Clippercraft Close.
You may not know it, but you have a personal value scout right in your own hometown. Your private agent is the friendly independent store in your community that sells clothes with the Clippercraft label. Your Clippercraft dealer spent plenty of time seeking out the greatest clothing value your money could buy. And naturally, he chose Clippercraft. And why wouldn't he? When Clippercraft makes it possible for you to own one of the most luxurious suits you've ever seen for only $40 or $45, and a Clippercraft suit of pure worsted for as little as $45. A suit with more hand-tailoring details than you would ever expect to find at that low price. It takes great planning to give you so much fine quality for so little money. In fact, it takes the concentrated buying power of more than 1,200 independent Clippercraft dealers from coast to coast. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the Bloomsbury Ballad.
So I was, Mr. Harris. So I was. As you remember, Holmes saw a light in the window and determined to effect an entrance. We managed to get into the house through a ground floor window. Then we started to prowl through the house, through the cold, dark rooms laden with the dust of the years, cluttered with grotesque furniture and the relics of a musty past. And then... By Jove. By Jove. Holmes, what the devil is it? Who is it? Sounds like a ghostly musician upstairs playing a...
Precisely, Watson. A harp.
But why, Holmes? Why? Why would anyone play a harp here in this empty, gloomy house?
Suppose we go upstairs and see. Behind this door, suppose we enter and meet our ghostly musician.
Holmes, it's an old lady. Look how she's dressed. The style of 30 years ago.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. My, but I'm afraid you startled me.
Did we?
Oh, indeed you did. I had no idea we were to have callers this evening. But, then welcome to Wickford House.
Holmes. Thank you, madam.
Won't you sit by the fire and warm yourself? My sister Elaine will be here presently.
Elaine?
Why, yes, I am Elizabeth Wickford, and my sister is Elaine.
Well, that's absurd. You're both supposed to be...
Quiet, Watson. Miss Wickford, allow me to present Dr. Watson. I am Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, Dr. Watson, Sherlock Holmes. How nice, how very nice. Didn't I meet you at the reception last week?
Reception, madam? What reception?
Why, Buckingham Palace to Her Majesty Queen Victoria. I must say Her Majesty looks very young for 35.
Queen Victoria's gone, you know. Now it's Edward.
I'm afraid we were not invited to the reception, madam. I trust it was a brilliant affair.
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. Lovely, lovely. A distinguished gathering. I met Benjamin Disraeli, Jenny Lind, Alfred Tennyson,
Holmes, you know,
Robert
the woman is mad. All these people are dead.
Yes, quite, Watson. Yes, Miss Wickford, they're all famous indeed. This is a great and fruitful year for Britain, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, yes, indeed. And in less than 30 years, we shall all be seeing the turn of a new century. Isn't it exciting?
It's amazing.
In a few days now, it will be the new year, 1873. Oh, I do wish Arthur was with me now.
Arthur?
Oh, yes, Arthur Harvey, my husband. You see, I am really Mrs. Arthur Harvey, but, Arthur left me not long ago. Something about one of Father's unfortunate financial transactions. It's Percy Wickford, you know.
And you don't know where Arthur is?
No, Mr. Holmes. But every evening at this time here in my house, I play the harp. Arthur loves the harp. In that selection I was just playing was his favorite. I play it in the hope that he will return to me someday.
Let us hope, madam, that he will.
Elizabeth.
Oh.
Elizabeth, is there someone with you?
Oh, Elaine, come into the sitting room, my dear.
Elizabeth, I was once... Oh.
Elaine, this is Mr. Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson, gentlemen, my sister Elaine Wickford.
How do you do?
I cannot say that I've had the pleasure.
We had some acquaintance with Arthur Harvey.
Isn't that lovely, Elaine? They know Arthur, and of course we shall ask them to stay to tea, you will, gentlemen.
Oh, we should be delighted.
Elizabeth, dear, it's rather late, and I don't think...
Oh, please, Elaine, it's so lonely in this big house, and we haven't had gentlemen callers in such a long time.
Very well. Suppose you continue with your music, Elizabeth, until tea is ready. I'll chat with our two guests in the library.
Oh, you are such a dear, Elaine. Oh, won't it be cozy to have tea before the fire again?
By Jove, Miss Elaine, we were sure you were dead.
As far as the world knows, Dr. Watson, we are dead. But now that you two are here, I'm afraid we cannot keep our secret any longer. The fact is, we were on that ship with our father, Sir Percy, when it went down. But Elizabeth and I found a raft and made our way to shore.
Yet you deliberately concealed the fact that you were alive.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. After our father disgraced us, we wanted to hide from the world.
And you've lived here in absolute seclusion for 30 years?
Yes, Dr. Watson, for 30 years. No one else has ever been here. No tradesman, no other visitor. I go out only at night to purchase the necessities.
I see. Rather unusual situation, isn't it, Watson?
I should say so. Miss Elaine, about your sister Elizabeth, I can't say I quite understand.
Oh, Elizabeth. Well, you see, I'm afraid she's a little unbalanced, Dr. Watson. The shock of the family disgrace, the disappearance of her husband, the shipwreck, all caused her to lose her mind. She actually thinks she's living back in 1872.
Yes, so we gathered. But as to Arthur Harvey, Miss Wickford, I presume you have not yet heard the news.
What?
Arthur Harvey is dead.
Arthur? Dead?
Yes. He was murdered here in London last night.
Oh, I see. Well, perhaps it is just as well. Elizabeth was beyond all hope long ago, and she could not stand another shock. I ask only that you gentlemen humor her, as I have, while you are here.
We will indeed.
You can count on us, Miss Whitford.
Thank you, gentlemen. And now, shall we go into tea?
A most interesting tea, Watson. Oh, here we are at the rear entrance.
Jove, Holmes, it's fantastic. Those two elderly women living alone in this gloomy old house. Living in the past. Holmes, what the deuce are you looking at?
The surface of this long pathway to the street. There's a layer of coal dust on it.
What of it, Holmes? They burned coal in the fireplace.
Precisely, Watson. And you couldn't have failed to observe that the coal scuttle of the hearth was almost empty, and that the two elderly ladies will need more fuel by tomorrow night.
What the devil are you talking about? The Wickford sisters
are not the Wickford sisters, Watson. They are clever imposters working with the assassin who killed your friend Harvey.
You took your time getting that bucket of coal here tonight, Dudley.
I should say you did, Mr. Solicitor. You've been late with it every night. What do you expect us to do, freeze to death?
Now, see here, you two. I'm sick and tired of having to carry that confounded coal up that long garden path.
Oh, indeed, you're sick and tired.
Yes, what about us, Margie and me, hanging about this old house? dressed up in these silly clothes, posing as a couple of balmy old ladies, the Wickford sisters. Oh.
You'll just have to see it through until the auction comes off and the authorities discover you living
Oh,
here.
very well, we'll see it through. But we each get a third of the inheritance, mind you.
You'll get it, you'll get it.
And while we're on the subject of discovery, it might interest you to know we had a couple of gentlemen callers last night.
Gentlemen callers? Who?
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Not that they found anything. We pulled the wool over their eyes, we did.
Sherlock Holmes.
Precisely, Mr. Dudley.
Holmes.
Dr. Watson and I decided to return again tonight for more tea, Mr. Dudley. And I'd advise all of you not to make a false move. My colleague has a pistol, as you see, and he will not hesitate to use it.
Jove, Holmes, here in our rooms at Baker Street, this whole thing seems like an unpleasant dream. The whole thing was a clever, romantic swindle, eh?
Yes, quite. Dudley killed Arthur Harvey to remove the last legitimate heir.
Yes, but Holmes, how the deuce did you know that Dudley...
The ticket punch proved that the killer had made a train journey from Bloomsbury to Chancery Lane. And Dudley's office is on Chancery Lane. But the empty coal scuttle at the Wickford fireplace was by far the most salient clue, Watson.
How?
Both Elizabeth and Elaine are elderly ladies. They needed coal to heat that sitting room. And neither was strong enough to carry a full coal bucket up that long garden path. But no tradesman could have carried out the task, since the secret would be discovered. Yet it had to be a man with a man's strength.
And that man had to be Reginald Dudley.
Precisely. Especially since Dudley was left-handed, and since I had noted a black smudge on his left cuff when I saw him at his legal office.
Holmes, for my part, well, I'm profoundly grateful, you know. After all, it was my personal friendship with Arthur Harvey that...
Not at all, my dear fellow, not at all. I found the adventure most invigorating. And with your indulgence, Watson, I should like to add a final conclusion to your memoirs.
Yes, Holmes? What conclusion?
You may quote me, Watson, as saying that, in my opinion, the violin is a much more pleasing instrument than the harp.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was an interesting adventure.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
And, Doctor, what adventure will you relate to us next week?
Next week's story, Mr. Harris, is called The Adventure of the Devil's Foot. It concerns some wild laughter, a lamp that burned by day, and a strange footprint in the garden.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Infantile paralysis knows no mercy. It stalks the country, leaving its hideous mark on helpless little children. It must be stopped, but it can't be stopped without your help. Millions of dollars are needed, so send all the dimes and dollars you can spare to your local March of Dimes headquarters. Join the March of Dimes. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Devil's Foot. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
7 o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. Product of the Longines Whitnor Watch Company.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's adventure, The Fabulous Windmill.
We've dug terribly deep into the earth, Holmes. Are you sure there might be something buried here?
I've no doubt, my dear Watson.
Oh, this is fantastic. Here in the black of night, digging for... Wait, a shovel. I feel something.
Quickly, then.
I'll shovel this earth away. What? Wait, a human face. There's a body here. I'll just push the earth aside.
Yes, body is horribly bruised, lacerated. Spine snapped in two.
Who could have done this, Holmes?
The answer lies just before you, Watson. Inside that abandoned windmill. The insane killer awaits us just inside this mill. Shall we step in to see him? Here's the door.
So, Dr. Watson, this time we find you resting in your study.
Yes, Mr. Harris, but I'm fully prepared to report another of my incredible adventures with Holmes.
And which shall it be tonight, Dr. Watson?
I've given it the title of The Fabulous Windmill. It concerns a crime that only the most diabolical brain could conceive. A technique for homicide that would chill the bones of the calmest soul on earth.
Wonderful, Dr. Watson.
I shall do my part, but first you must do yours. You must give us a word of your very wise advice about Clippercraft clothes.
A really pleasant surprise is in store for you at the friendly independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. It's a suit that's so beautifully tailored, of such superb fabrics, that you're likely to say, now there's a suit I wish I could afford. And then you'll glance at its price, and will you be surprised? Only $40 and $45. How is this possible? Well, more than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores have concentrated their immense purchasing power to really give your hard-pressed dollars a break. No wonder Clippercraft can give you the extra long wear of rich, full-bodied worsted suits at only $45. Ask to see them at the fine independent store in your community whose clothes bear the Clippercraft label. Also, look over the collection of overcoats and topcoats shown, too. You're certain to agree there just are no values that outshine Clippercraft's. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, may we have a look into the Fabulous Windmill?
The windmill was on the Isle of Walcheren, in the Dutch province of Zeeland. It was just behind the huge sea dikes. The windmill stood silhouetted against the moon, while just beyond the earthen ridges of the dikes, a sea lashed at the coast furiously. A man wrapped in an oilskin and wearing gigantic boots was pounding at the door of the windmill.
Yes? What can I do for you?
I am the dike inspector. My name is Vaness.
What do you wish, Inspector?
I want to talk to you. It's very important.
You can tell me here. You don't have to come in. What's on your mind?
This windmill is supposed to be abandoned.
It is. I just stopped by for a moment.
Did you?
Yes, I was thinking of purchasing the mill, of restoring it to an active basis.
I see.
This is the first opportunity I've had to look at the mill. I'm leaving in a moment. I shall return tomorrow in the daylight for a clearer view.
Have you finished lying?
What do you mean, Inspector?
I will tell you the truth. The arms of the windmill are stationary. The mill does not show any lights. Everyone in the neighborhood has believed the mill is useless, deserted. And so it is, during the day. Shall I continue?
By all means, go on. Do go on.
One night on my patrol, I came here to the window. I looked. I listened. You are using this mill for some kind of criminal business. People come here to see you. You give them papers, money. They are strange. They sneak in. They sneak out. They carry weapons.
I'm terribly sorry I was so rude when you first knocked. Do come in, Inspector. I have an office upstairs. Perhaps we can discuss your discovery up there.
All right. Let us go upstairs.
Yours must be a pleasant task, Inspector.
In the spring, yes, but in the winter, no.
I should imagine the position is not very lucrative, Inspector.
Not very.
Then you might be interested in a few guilders to, shall we say, supplement your weekly pittance.
I might be.
I would be grateful if you would forget about this particular windmill. I have a few guilders in a chest at the top of this stairway. I'd be delighted to give them to you.
How much?
Here we are. Chest is over there. Say 1,000 guilders? Satisfactory?
No.
How much, then?
5,000.
You've elaborate notions, Inspector.
5,000. Not 1 guilder less.
I wouldn't be difficult if I were you.
You cannot frighten me. I drive the bargain. I have only to report you to the police. I said 5,000 guilders.
You're a stupid, meddling idiot. It would not be worth 1 guilder to buy your silence. I haven't any way of knowing that you would not betray me after you'd collected the money. Get out.
You will not pay my price?
I will pay nothing.
I shall go to the police.
Go on. Police headquarters is less than a mile away.
You do not want to reconsider?
No. Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
I must apologize for not accompanying you downstairs again. I'm rather busy.
You do not have to be polite.
Charming, these long, winding stairways in your Dutch windmills. Most picturesque. Convenient, too.
Convenient?
Yes. If I should want to do away with someone, for instance...
If what?
All that's necessary is for me to... Push them! Ah!
My name is DeWitt, Mr. Holmes. Cornelius DeWitt.
Be seated, sir. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Dr. Watson?
May I ask, Mr. DeWitt, what brings you here to Baker Street?
I am the chief of police on the island of Walcheren, Mr. Holmes. It's on the western shore of the Netherlands.
Ah, the Netherlands. Mr. DeWitt, in addition to your police duties, you have a domineering wife, and you were once employed by a railway.
Well, your reputation, Mr. Holmes, is evidently well deserved.
Holmes, how do you know these intimate details about Mr. DeWitt?
Because he's making a desperate effort with his hand to conceal his cravat, which obviously embarrasses him. Because if it's garishness, it's clear that he must possess a domineering mate who has forced him to sport the article of apparel, although he disapproves of it. Correct, sir?
Absolutely, Mr. Holmes.
As for your railway background, you take an extraordinarily long step for a man of your stature, a characteristic of railway employees who've spent many years walking over ties. However, I assume you haven't come to Baker Street to discuss yourself. You've a case, I should say.
A very difficult case, Mr. Holmes. That is why I've come to you. We had a dike inspector named Van Ness. He's vanished.
Really? When? Under what circumstances?
He left on his usual tour of duty one afternoon. He patrolled a few miles of the shore. He was never seen again.
Did anyone along his customary route see him that day?
No one.
Have you examined the patterns of his private life?
Oh, very carefully.
But Mr. DeWitt, it yielded nothing?
Nothing. He was happily married. He had no offspring. He owed a few small debts. That is about all.
Well, couldn't he have fallen into the sea by accident?
Oh, I hardly think so, Dr. Watson. Van Ness was a thoroughly experienced hand at strolling along the dike road. I cannot help feeling he met a band of thieves or murderers. Would you come to Walcheren, Mr. Holmes, and help us find the poor chap?
Most certainly, Mr. DeWitt. The disappearance of Inspector Van Ness has a pungent, irresistible odor of deep intrigue.
By Jove, Holmes, I've never seen as foul a night as this. It's no wonder the Dutch are hardy folk. What with the way the sea roars at them, constantly threatening their lives.
Wrap your greatcoat well about you, Watson.
Yeah.
We must examine the entire length of the road along this dike, the route of the missing inspector.
I did think you were a bit undiplomatic in rejecting Mr. DeWitt's offer to accompany us.
But he would be an encumbrance when we are stalking our prey. I spoke to him privately and requested that he keep his distance.
But the police went over this area, Holmes. I don't see why we...
Evidently, our missing Inspector Van Ness reached this far on the road.
How'd you know?
Because of a piece of rope.
Where?
That road sign. Clearly, it was shaken loose by the force of the wind. A hasty improvisation was devised. The sign is now held to that wooden post by a piece of rope.
Yes, but
the Dutch are an orderly nation, Watson. This would have been repaired had the damage occurred more than a few days ago. I should say the inspector found the sign upon the ground and repaired it, temporarily, in this fashion. Therefore, on the day of his disappearance, he must have progressed this far.
Oh, shouldn't we continue our search tomorrow in broad daylight?
Definitely not, Watson. Light the lantern you brought along. Whatever evil force caused the downfall of the Dyke Inspector is still at large. It must be stopped before it strikes again.
Oh, really, Holmes, we've walked quite a distance, you know. We've poked about in a dozen barns and windmills. I say let's repair to the nearest tavern. A crackling fire, some brandy, rest.
I won't hear of it, Watson. Hello, hear that?
What?
Listen.
What the dickens could that be?
It originates to our left, perhaps from that windmill. Come off the dike and across this meadow.
Must you dash so quickly, Holmes?
Yes, it does come from that windmill. Let's have a closer look.
It looks abandoned to me. The windows are boarded up. The arms don't move. The wood on the sides is rotting away.
There's the cause of the sound we heard. The door to the mill. It's open. It's swinging back and forth in this wind.
Shall we have a look inside?
Not just yet. It's conceivable that we've more to learn by examining the surroundings. The lantern, Watson. Turn it about.
Yeah, very well. See the mill better now?
Yes. No distinctive markings. To the right, Watson, so the beam falls to the right. Grass has grown over the pathway leading to the mill.
Of course it has. The mill's abandoned, Holmes. That's definite.
One moment.
What is it?
The earth. You see?
The earth?
Step over here. Notice that earth, Watson. What do you see?
Well, sort of a patch of earth that looks much lighter than the rest of the earth.
There can be only one reason for that, my dear Watson. The earth's been freshly turned. There's less organic matter in subsoil. Notice how much more tightly packed the earth is all around that patch. Someone's been digging in the spot.
To conceal something, eh?
We shall soon know. Look about you. These farmers often leave a shovel or two lying by the mill.
All right. There's none here, Holmes.
Try closer to the mill.
Yes, I found one.
Excellent. Now we shall dig for whatever secret lies deep below the seemingly innocent grass.
We've dug terribly deep, Holmes. Are you sure there might be something here?
I've no doubt.
This is a fantastic project. Here in the black of night, digging into the... Wait, the shovel. I feel something.
Quickly, then.
I'll just shovel this earth away. It feels soft. There we are. It's a human face. There's a body here.
Yes. From the description provided us by Mr. DeWitt, I should say it's the body of the missing inspector.
I'll push the earth away. Get it off of him.
Body is bruised, lacerated.
Yes.
Spine snapped in two.
Yes, monstrous death. Well, you've found Van Ness, Holmes. As for who did away with him and buried his body...
The answer to that question lies just before you, Watson.
Inside the abandoned windmill?
Quite.
You going in there now?
Immediately.
Or shouldn't we summon the authorities?
That is not necessary.
Yes, but Holmes, there's probably a homicidal maniac somewhere in that awful mill. Only a fiendish mind could have caused such a death.
Yes, and we've a rendezvous with that mind. Shall we step inside? Here's the door.
Well, Dr. Watson, I'm curious to know what will become of Mr. Holmes when he steps inside of the Fabulous Windmill.
It was unbelievable, Mr. Harris. I've a most gripping revelation for you. But right now, you've an interesting, vital message, too, I don't doubt, about Clippercraft clothes.
Pay a visit to your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. You'll find much to amaze you in the new selection of Clippercraft. expensive-looking fabrics that are as long-wearing as they are smart. Tailoring, you can tell, was done by experts, and really smooth, comfortable fit. Clippercraft suits have the exclusive look of high-priced garments, yet you can own one at just a thrifty $40 or $45. The Clippercraft plan makes all of this possible. It concentrates the huge buying power of more than 1,200 of America's finest stores from coast to coast and border to border. It keeps Clippercraft's factories on a full-time basis throughout the year. Naturally, there are generous savings in manufacturing and distribution, savings that are passed on to the millions who wear Clippercraft. That's why clothing experts agree Clippercraft suits are the last word in value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, I'm impatient to learn what you discovered inside the windmill.
Well, Mr. Harris, Holmes and I left the body of Inspector Van Ness. And in the dead of night, with just a flickering lantern to guide us, we cautiously opened the door of the deserted mill. What do you see in there, Holmes?
A table, a few chairs, millstones. Come in, Watson. Close the door.
Think there's anyone upstairs?
It's likely.
The killer?
Yes.
Look, there's a cabinet.
I'll open it. Papers.
The passports. Blank passports.
Yes. As I thought, false passports, Watson.
False?
Yes. This is not the watermark of the official papers used for this purpose.
Look there, Holmes. Money.
Counterfeit, I should say. Let's see. Yes, note the finer lines on a pound note. The genuine are broken lines. These are actually minute dashes.
What the devil is a map of India? This seems to be a list of hotels in the United States. I must admit I'm utterly baffled, Holmes. I suppose it makes sense to you, of course.
Certainly.
This leather book, names and addresses in it. Leopold Munkatzi, Zurich. Florence McDonough, Glasgow. What is all this?
These seemingly peculiar items, Watson, possess one characteristic in common. Travel. And what sort of travel? Illicit. Travel by fraudulent passports, by worthless currency. The travel of criminals. What we have here is a magnificent display of criminal talent. It requires considerable ingenuity to create these items so beautifully. The creator, I should say, awaits us at the top of the stairs. So let us mount them.
Do you know who it is?
Only one mind has the fertility to conceive of the plan that I believe this is, and the finesse to execute it. It's the mind of the one man whose intellectual prowess I respect. It's the mind of Professor Moriarty.
Moriarty? It's after him.
No. We shall steal up quietly lest we disturb him.
Yes, right you are. What are you pulling that rope for?
I'm moving a pawn, Watson, in my endless game vis-a-vis Moriarty. Shall we go up?
Yes, indeed. This confounded wooden stairway, it creaks so. Hey, hear a conversation, Holmes?
Yes, do not proceed to the top of the stairs. Stop approximately 3/4 of the way up. We can eavesdrop.
Yes, capital. Here we are.
Shh. And how did you reach Holland, Ilona?
I was in Budapest, Professor Moriarty. It was a macabre journey. After the funeral, when we buried my dear departed husband, I rode off in the usual black-draped carriage. But my driver did not return to my home. Instead, we dashed for the border. The police were unpleasantly close to learning how my husband had died. Yes. I then made my way by rail, on foot, by hiding in wagons to Bratislava, to Vienna, then northward across Germany to Dortmund, and so into the Netherlands.
My dear Ilona, the police of the entire continent have been notified by telegraph that you're wanted for the murder of your husband.
Amazing, isn't it, Holmes? Silence, Watson.
That is why I've come, Professor. You must help me.
Certainly. Of course, before we may continue, there is the matter of reimbursement for my services.
I have brought money.
My fee will be £5,000.
What? £5,000?
A trifling sum for what I shall do, Ilona. I shall present you with £20,000 in counterfeit notes, splendidly camouflaged. I have a passport for you to Argentina, and steamer tickets reserved under an assumed name.
But £5,000
If
is impossible.
my fee is unacceptable, you'll leave me without an alternative. I shall have to notify the police that you're here.
Oh, no. No, I do not want you to do that, Professor. It is just that it is so much money. Could we not settle my debt to you on some other basis?
Come, £5,000, and be quick about it.
Oh, very well. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, everything that you require is in this envelope, including your instructions and an address in Buenos Aires, where associates of mine will accommodate you. You'd better leave now. Your ship sails in the morning.
She'll be coming down these stairs, Holmes. She'll see us.
I realize that, Watson.
Good night, Professor Moriarty. I shan't thank you. You've been more than compensated.
Good night, Ilona. Bon voyage.
Thank you.
Oh, on your way downstairs, you might send up Mr. Sherlock Holmes, who's waiting just below.
What?
Yes, Moriarty, I did step into your trap.
The door I deliberately left flapping in the wind to attract your attention, Holmes, and draw you into the mill. I thought you'd find it magnetizing.
Who are these two?
Ilona, my dear, this is the celebrated detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Detective?
No, never fear, never fear. As long as I have this gun, Mr. Holmes will not be a problem. His companion is Dr. John Watson.
What are you up to, Professor?
Be on your way, Ilona. Holmes and I have business together. Good night, my dear.
Good night.
Careful, Holmes. He'll shoot at the slightest provocation.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. I've much better plans. At the window, Holmes, I could not mistake the two figures on the road of the dike.
So you left the door of the mill open, Moriarty, to lure us to it. I realized this was a trap from the moment I heard the door swinging in the wind. In so secret a place as this, extra precautions would always be taken to see that the door was locked securely.
Your eagerness to meet me again, Holmes, will cause your demise.
Will it, Moriarty?
And I have devised a special means for you to die.
I must compliment you, sir, on the magnificent criminal structure you've built in this mill. This windmill is an emergency exit for the men and women of the continent who are wanted by the police. Is it not?
Yes, yes.
For an enormous sum, you provide them with passports, money, entry visas, customs declarations, information, arms, devious routes to the farthest and darkest corners of the earth, where they may find welcome obscurity.
Even more, Holmes. I've clothing for them, disguises, chemical and medical equipment in this windmill to change their appearance. An endless cavalcade of forgers, traitors, arsonists, major and minor thieves, kidnappers, murderers pass through this windmill. And thanks to my genius, they will elude the stupidities of law and live on. Now, descend the stairs, Holmes. Go on. Surely you would not choose the ignominious death of being shot by an ordinary pistol, such as I have in my hand?
Very well. I shall descend.
What is that horrible noise?
The wooden gears of the windmill, Doctor. The tremendous, powerful gears like a dragon's teeth, turning slowly as the wind makes the arms of the mill revolve. You may see them as you go down. Look at them closely. They are relevant to your death. Awe-inspiring sight, eh, Holmes?
Yes, quite.
Shall I tell you how you will die tonight? I shall force you, and later Dr. Watson, to step closely enough to those gears so that you become caught in them. You will be slowly crushed to death, each portion of your body being ground to pulp by the teeth of the mill.
A loathsome idea. Worthy of you, Moriarty.
Here we are, at the bottom of the stairway. The perfect spot for you to step toward the gears, Holmes. Perfect.
Holmes, you may have infinite patience, but as for me...
Sergeant Watson, don't be a fool, he'll shoot.
Go on, Holmes. It's just a few steps toward the wooden gears. Once a portion of your clothing is caught, the rest is inevitable. Dr. Watson, don't turn away when he's caught. Even if you do not see what happens, you'll hear it. Well, I'm waiting, Holmes. Walk toward the gears. Just a few steps. That's it. One step. Two.
Drop your gun!
Police!
Mr. DeWitt!
Gentlemen, if you move toward me, I shall kill Dr. Watson. My gun's at his back. He's an ideal shield.
Just don't fire, DeWitt. You'll kill Watson.
I'm leaving by the same door through which you entered, officer. Back up, Dr. Watson. So kind of you to protect me this way.
Go on, fire at him. I'll risk it.
No, don't. Too dangerous.
Good night, gentlemen. Holmes, until we meet again.
Shoot after him, DeWitt. Miss him. It's so dark out there. There he goes, running along the road on top of the dike. I'll have my men pursue him.
That would be futile, Mr. DeWitt. He's disappeared already, as you may well observe. Your men would never find him. Moriarty is far too clever for an ordinary police force. It requires a brain equal to his. In short, sir, mine. And mine alone.
Well, Holmes, it's most reassuring to be safely back here in the flat at Baker Street. Have you heard from the Volcarin police?
Yes, Watson. In accordance with my suggestion, they confiscated the entire contents of the windmill. And that leather book of names and addresses, Moriarty's personal list of his clients, will be an infallible guide for the police of half a dozen nations to pick up divers, scoundrels.
Ilona, the murderess. Whatever became of her?
When she left the mill, she walked instantly into the hands of DeWitt and his constable.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask, Holmes. How did they find us at the mill?
You'll recall my saying, Watson, that I spoke to DeWitt and requested that he keep his distance. I was not foolhardy enough to embark on the venture without expecting his assistance. We agreed that he and his men would patrol the original 3 miles of the late dike inspector's post, which they did. I promised to supply a signal as to our whereabouts the moment help was required.
I see, and you did that by pulling the rope in the mill, eh?
The rope releases the mechanism of the arms, Watson. There was a good wind. I knew the arms would then start spinning. That mill was supposed to be abandoned. I knew when DeWitt and his men saw the arms revolving in the deserted mill, they'd come a-running.
Splendid, Holmes, splendid. Of course, I'll never know why each step as we go along is so difficult for me, yet so obvious to you.
It depends upon your definition of the word obvious, my dear Watson. The obvious is that which is hardest to discern.
Well, Dr. Watson, the adventure of the Fabulous Windmill was just as hair-raising as you'd promised. Even more so, as a matter of fact. Now, may we have a hint about the adventure you've planned for next week?
Yes, next week I shall relate to you the adventure of the Uddington witch, Mr. Harris. A macabre tale, I assure you, involving a strange oak tree, a shriek in the night, and an unpressed pair of trousers.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelden. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Uddington Witch. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Following station identification, you'll hear Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater. Fly Eastern Airlines for double dependability. Dependable airliners, dependable personnel. To fly anywhere in the world, call Eastern or your travel agent. Save 5%. Buy round-trip tickets. This is WOR, New York.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast presents Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Bloodstained Goddess.
Holmes, there's no more dangerous spot in all of London, perhaps in all the world, than these alleys back of Limehouse Causeway.
Nevertheless, my dear Watson, the gentleman we are pursuing has gone this way, and we shall follow. Hurry, man, hurry.
Very well. But wait.
What is it?
A doorway. A man with a knife in his hand. See how it gleams in the moonlight?
We must walk past him, Watson.
He'll cut us to bits.
We must walk past him. Come on. Careful. Slowly. Slowly.
At this point in our program, I usually talk to our male listeners. Tonight it's different, though. I'm going to speak to the ladies about Clipper Craft clothes for men. Lady, when the man in your life buys a new suit, go with him. Make him look at a Clipper Craft pure worsted suit for only $45. Compare it with suits costing many dollars more. You'll see fine tailoring and style, too, in the Clipper Craft suit. They make a man's shoulders seem broader, his hips seem narrower. Clipper Craft clothes flatter the male animal. Now, a mere man can't be expected to understand style and tailoring, but you ladies will recognize the styling in Clipper Craft suits. Styling that looks like a lot more than $45. And handsomely styled Clipper Craft topcoats are only $40 to $47.50. So tomorrow, take your man firmly by the hand and lead him to the nearest independent store that features Clipper Craft clothes. Usually the best clothing store in town. Dr. Watson, who was the Bloodstained Goddess?
The answer, Mr. Harris, to all of the questions about the goddess involved a chase through the eerie streets of Limehouse that would have broken anyone's nerves. It caused a hideous death and had one of the most mystifying final results I have ever seen Holmes produce. We were in the flat at 221B Baker Street. Holmes had a visitor, a very distinguished and obviously wealthy Chinese gentleman.
Pray be seated, King Juan.
You're most kind and hospitable, Mr. Holmes.
I take it the importance of your mission justifies the long trip from China here to London.
It does, Mr. Holmes.
You say, Mr. King, you're a provincial governor of China?
Yes, Dr. Watson. And it is a thankless, difficult post. The natives, you see, are illiterate, uncouth, inclined to violence and treachery. We stamp out the flames of one rebellion, only to learn another has been kindled.
Yes, I understand your position very well, sir.
The greatest revolt we have ever faced confronts us now, Mr. Holmes. It is led by a strange, unearthly person. The natives worship this person with a fanatic love.
And who is this idol?
A young girl, sir, Madame Tashi. Her power is enormous. Thousands of natives have gladly died for her. Just recently, my troops gained the upper hand in a city where we believed we might capture her. But the goddess disappeared.
Why have you come to me, Ken Kwan?
I must find Madame Tashi and bring her to justice. Or should I say, Mr. Holmes, you must find her?
Well, have you any notion as to where she's gone off to?
We captured her closest friend and advisor, an old gentleman named Chung Fu. But he would give us no clues whatsoever. Then he, too, disappeared. Nevertheless, my operatives did trace Madame Tashi here, to London. She has come to London secretly, to hide, to raise funds, to plot her return.
And I am to find Tashi and turn her over to you.
It will be well worth your while, Mr. Holmes.
Can you describe her to me?
She is abnormally tall for an Oriental and extremely thin. She has jet black hair, huge eyes, and speaks English well.
What do you propose to do with her once I've turned her over to you?
There's no doubt that her trial in our province will lead to her execution. Her death will end the revolution. Will you do it, Mr. Holmes? Will you search London for her?
I will, King Juan.
I'm grateful. I shall return later to learn of your progress. Good night, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Oh, good night, sir.
Good night, sir.
I shall forgive you, Mr. Holmes, if you fail. This is most dangerous and difficult assignment.
King Juan, I shall find your illustrious renegade. The word failure, sir, appears only in the dictionary of fools.
By George, Holmes, this is hardly the way to find Madame Tarshi, sitting here immobile in Baker Street.
There's an appalling lack of clues, Watson, but they will be supplied.
Yes, by whom? When? Where?
Watson, just as there are persons desperately anxious for us to find this mysterious woman, there must also be persons anxious to prevent it. I've no doubt we shall hear from them soon enough. Again, a conclusion of mine affirmed. Open the door, Watson.
Right.
Mr. Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. John Watson.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
As for you, sir, your name is Chung Fu. You are a loyal follower of Madame Tarshi, and you arrived in London this morning aboard the Mary Ann.
Well, Holmes, I shall ask this gentleman not to say another word until you have explained how you could surmise all that.
I should be most interested myself.
A previous visitor of ours described an elderly gentleman he'd questioned as to Tarshi's whereabouts and said the name was Chung Fu. I've observed previously that we should soon hear from the other side of this issue.
And the Mary Ann?
With due apologies, I must note that Chung Fu seems terribly impoverished. He would therefore travel to London in the most inexpensive manner possible, by the lowliest freighter to straggle into port. Therefore, Mr. Chung must have arrived today. Recalling this morning's shipping page, just one freighter docked this morning, the Mary Ann.
That's superb, Holmes. Superb.
You are correct, Mr. Holmes. I have come to implore you not to accept whatever offer Keng Wan has made. Madame Tashi must not be found. She must be allowed to continue her great work. She is indeed in London to secure funds for the people of Mekyang.
But, Chung Fu, I understand that Madame Tashi is undermining the structure of the duly authorized government.
Keng Wan lies. He is a bandit chieftain.
Oh, really? He said he was the provincial governor.
No, Dr. Watson. Keng Wan is master of the province only because of his troops and his guns. He is a tyrant. He brings corruption. He is a cruel, cynical oppressor.
And Madame Tashi, she leads the opposition to him?
Yes. She would free our people. You will not search London for her, Mr. Holmes. I beg of you.
I cannot promise.
We are a poor people. I cannot offer what Keng Wan must have offered.
I am not concerned with the financial benefits of this case. I never am.
May I return within a few days for your decision?
You may, sir. Good night, Chung Fu.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night. Well, Holmes, their stories are so diametrically opposed. One of the two Chinese is a conniving scoundrel. But which one?
My first step, Watson, will be the library, to study the province of Mekyang for whatever we may learn. Get your things on. Hurry.
Oh, I really don't see how you hope to arrive at the facts, Holmes. Keng Wan knows nothing. Chung Fu wouldn't say a word about where Tashi could possibly be.
Oh, come, Watson, down the stairs. We'll fetch a cab and investigate at the library. Right, here's the front door.
Oh, see a cab, Holmes?
One moment. Our trip to the library will not be necessary.
Why not?
Whatever information we may require is just 10 feet away under that gaslight, sprawled on the street.
What? It's Chung Fu, Holmes. He's dead.
Yes, his neck's been broken.
Ghastly sight.
Just leave the body there for the police to find, Watson. We've more urgent business at Limehouse.
Limehouse? Why there?
Because of the dead man's shoes.
Why, really, Holmes?
Most specifically, we're off to a Joss house, to a Chinese temple of worship.
Why the dickens should we go there, Holmes?
Upon the sole of the Lake Chung shoes, you'll notice a gum-like substance.
Yes, sir. Yes, I see it now.
That substance indicates where Chung Fu had been. One may detect an odor about the gum. It's a perfumed gum, distinctively perfumed. It's the substance found upon joss sticks, which are burned like incense in a Chinese temple.
You know, Holmes, if we go poking about the dark recesses of Limehouse, we're very likely to find ourselves lying as Chung does here, in a gutter, with our necks broken.
Indeed we may, but fetch a cab, Watson. However great the danger becomes, we shall hunt for Madame Tashi in every temple and den in Limehouse.
What sort of world would this be without friends, personal friends, and business friends? For instance, your local independent merchant who wins and keeps your friendship by offering you honest goods at honest prices. More than 1,200 such friendly independent retailers feature Clippercraft clothes, and their combined purchasing power is so tremendous that they can sell Clippercraft suits for only $45. Clippercraft topcoats from $40 to $47.50. Made in New England by master craftsmen, Clippercraft clothes take their name from the proud New England-built Clipper ships. So Clippercraft stands for quality and rock-ribbed American honesty. Honest materials, honest workmanship, and the down-to-earth honesty of your friend and neighbor, the independent merchant who sells Clippercraft clothes. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, topcoats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were racing to Limehouse to find Madame Tashi.
So we were, Mr. Harris. We reached Limehouse soon enough. We entered a joss house on Limehouse Causeway. It was up a flight of rickety stairs. It was a dark room with wooden benches, incense burning from half a dozen bowls. Prostrate Chinese prayed before their idols. In the distance, a gong was striking, calling more Chinese to prayer. You know, Holmes, this band of fanatics defending Madame Tashi will slit our throats. They realize what we're up to?
Calmly, Watson. We know the dead man was in one of these houses tonight. Look about. Walk as quietly as possible toward the front.
Yes, right you are. Well, these people are watching us very closely.
Curiosity, perhaps. If not, then a more insidious reason. Just edge your way toward the front. Watson, there's the answer.
What? Where?
The Chinese priest. Notice anything peculiar?
Oh, simple-looking chap. Customary long frock.
Look closely, Watson.
What of him?
I doubt if he is a priest. An agent, rather, of Tashi's ring.
Good Lord, how do you know?
The stains upon his teeth. They're the unmistakable stains made by the beetle nut.
Beetle nut?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I remember, Holmes. Some Orientals chew it with a leaf.
Precisely. Doesn't it strike you as odd that a priest should indulge in that awful habit?
Yes, quite.
Look, he's leaving. The minute he arrives at the top of the stairs to the street, after him.
This way, Holmes. He dashed down this alley, went into that door.
We must go through that door also, Watson, if we're permitted.
Careful, these cobblestones are slippery. This blasted bog, and this way. Well, here's the door.
Knock.
You know, it may be suicidal. We don't know what's on the other side of this door.
Go on, Watson, knock.
Yes?
We want to come in.
You want Leon?
May we come in?
You have money?
Yes.
Come in. I will find a sofa where you can relax. I will be back.
Fiendish place, Holmes. The addicts sit in those booths, smoking opium?
Exactly.
Did you see the priest that we followed?
He was here as we stepped in. He just disappeared through those green curtains.
We'll lose him, Holmes. Let's follow him.
Not just yet. We might be killed if we step through those curtains, Watson. The man, seated on the floor, playing the Oriental reed instrument.
Why, he's an addict. The glazed eyes.
It isn't he. It's what he's playing.
Playing?
Yes. He played one tune for a second as the priest stepped through the curtain. Now he's playing another. It might be a coincidence, but it might also be a signal.
Yes, I see, Holmes. To tell whoever's behind that curtain of the man coming through is all right.
If we could persuade the musician to play the same tune he did for the priest, he could step through the curtain. I shall speak with him.
Careful, Holmes.
My friend, could I persuade you to play the tune you played before?
Who are you?
Someone who believes it to be worth this. To hear that melody?
Huh? It's a lot of money, Governor.
It's yours, if you'll play the melody. You want to pass through the curtain safely.
They'd kill me.
I hardly think so. It's extremely dark. You might have made an error.
I'm taking a long chance, Governor.
Very well. If you don't want the money...
Well, as soon as I start playing, you duck through the curtain.
Good. Go on. Come on, Watson.
Righto, Holmes. Well, there isn't anything back of this curtain. Just that door. Emergency door, isn't it?
Yes, leads to another alley, I'd say. Open it. Go on, open it.
Yes, this is an alley.
And in the fog there, see?
Yes, there's a man. With a knife in his hand. It's gleaming, the moonlight.
Obviously the music lover who listens for the signal from the reed instrument. Step into the alley, Watson.
Yes, but he...
We must hope the signal was correct and that he doesn't become suspicious. Keep an eye on him. He may throw that knife. Now, step into the alley. That's it. Slowly. Watch him. Watch him.
So far, so good. There's nothing in this alley but that doorway over there. Looks as though it were the delivery entrance to some sort of shop.
A shop I shall now visit, Watson.
Alone? I won't hear of it.
You must wait here. Watch our friend with the knife. If he acts up, you must dash in to warn me.
No, I won't.
Besides, one of us must be free out here in the alley, ready to run for the police. If I do not return from this shop within 5 minutes, don't come in. Don't raise a hullabaloo. Run quickly and quietly for the police as fast as possible.
Yes, I understand, but confound it, Holmes, must you take this awful risk?
If I intend to find Madame Tashi, yes, of course. Now wait here, Watson.
All right. 5 minutes.
Good evening.
Good evening. You are the shopkeeper?
Yes. Customers never come from back way. Are you enter back way?
I'm looking for something.
Bitter melon, lychee fruit, shark fin?
No.
What did you want?
Madame Tashi.
I thought so. She's not here. I do not know how you found this place, but now you do not live to tell location.
I want to see Madame Tashi, and I have every reason to believe she is here. I shall continue demanding to meet her until you've stopped me by pulling the trigger of your revolver.
That will not be long. No place so easy to kill and hide body as Lamb House. I'll kill you now. Mr.
His name is Holmes, I believe. Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Madame Tashi.
You will not have need of your revolver, Mao.
As you say, madame.
You may leave, Mao.
Your servant, madame.
Mr. Holmes, I regret the necessity of receiving the foremost criminologist of this time in such sordid circumstances.
Quite excusable, Madame Tashi.
You have served King Juan well. You have found me. He will reward you magnificently.
Will he?
For the present, yes. Then when your services are no longer of any value, you will receive the same fate as my beloved Chung Fu, who lies dead now before your home on Baker Street.
Your secret agents serve you well, Madame Tashi. King Juan tells me that you are a revolutionary. He has a gallows marked for you. He waits to smile in the shadow of your silhouette, dangling from his rope.
Is it wrong to spread the doctrines of brotherhood, Mr. Holmes? Is it wrong to defy this King Juan, who unleashes the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse that they may ride profligate over the soil of my native land? King Juan is a brigand. He exploits my people. He despoils and enslaves them. He is Attila the Hun, Philip of Spain, Ivan of Russia. He mocks the spirit of my people and drives it into the dust. Is it wrong to try to help my people? In the East, Confucius was driven into exile. Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, was forced to flee from Mecca. In the West, you English boast of your great Magna Carta. Was that not written to protect the people from the ravages of a despotic monarch, who in some ways was nothing but a counterpart to our Chinese warlords? Our languages and our customs differ, but we seek the same goal. We follow the same star.
I see, madame, that King Juan was misguided. It will not benefit him to find you, nor will it benefit him to hang you from that gallows. He can exterminate a human being, but not an idea.
You're quite right, Mr. Holmes. We have been persecuted, and there has been blood spilled from the hills of Mekyong to the cobblestone byways of London.
But the blood is rich with our faith, and it will fertilize the soil where it runs. So you may reap your reward. You may have me return to China, where I will be given to King Juan. But quickly, please.
Good night, Madame Tashi.
Oh, there you are, Holmes. I've been terribly worried about you. What happened? Did you find Madame Tashi?
Yes, Watson, I found her.
Well, where is she?
No time now. We'll discuss it later. We must dash back to Baker Street to await the arrival of King Juan, the murderer.
I'll answer, Holmes.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
King Juan?
I'm here in the hope that you may report progress.
Excellent progress, King Juan. The name of another killer is to be added to the long roster of men and women who challenged my powers of detection, to their regret.
The name of another killer?
Yours, King Juan. You murdered Chung Fu, and if you'll look toward my bedroom door, you'll see a gentleman emerging.
Who is he?
Oh, I'm sorry. I presumed that on this trip of yours to London you'd meet all of our distinguished citizens. May I present Inspector Lestrade?
The police inspector, the door.
Stop him, Lestrade!
An impressive demonstration of pugilism, Lestrade. When King Juan recovers, I trust you'll see to it that his tour of our city concludes with a visit to Newgate Prison.
Yes, but Holmes, you still haven't explained about Madame Tashi. You did find her, you said?
I did, Watson. But shall it end there as a secret between us? Shall we tell the world I never did find Madame Tashi?
Well, certainly, if you wish. But why, Holmes? Why?
I spoke with her, Watson. Her help for her people must go on at all costs. So, let us say that I never did find Madame Tashi. Let the pursuit of that fantastic quarry be another legend of Limehouse.
Well, Dr. Watson, the story of the Bloodstained Goddess was most intriguing. Now, would you tell us what new adventure we shall share with you and Mr. Holmes next week?
I'd be delighted, Mr. Harris. Next week I shall relate to you an adventure I have called The Guest in the Coffin. It concerns a joyful mortician, an unprecedented wave of police murders, and one of the strangest invitations Holmes ever received.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Guest in the Coffin. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present to Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Night of Vengeance.
Holmes, the heat of these steel furnaces is unbearable. Thousands of degrees in those ovens.
We'll have to bear it, Watson, until we find that murderer. He's hiding somewhere in this foundry, I'll wager.
You're right. There he goes, racing past the furnace just ahead.
He's climbing that ladder to the catwalk above us.
This way, Holmes. Let's go up after him.
No, Watson, come back. That cauldron of hot metal over your head, he's turning it over. Look out!
When you buy fine silver, you're always sure to look for the sterling mark, aren't you? So, too, whenever you shop for fine clothes, you should insist on seeing the famous Clippercraft label, the wheel of a Clippercraft ship. Clippercraft clothes are produced in historic New England by craftsmen with a tradition as proud as that which built and sailed the Yankee clipper ships to rule the seven seas. None but the renowned Clippercraft label assures you of truly superb quality at such modest prices. And speaking of quality, be sure to see Clippercraft's truly expensive-looking topcoats and overcoats, priced at only $40 to $47.50. And the new zipper-lining topcoat for handsome Clippercraft styling for exceptionally modest Clippercraft prices. I should like to suggest, on behalf of the makers of Clippercraft, and for your own satisfaction, that you compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. Dr. Watson, who wielded the knife of vengeance, and what was he trying to avenge?
Those were the awful problems that faced Holmes, Mr. Harris. For this was a killer whose grisly specter prowled the Sheffield area, whose black silhouette stalked in horrible outline against the blinding red glare of the steel furnaces. It began at the home of Theodore Pickering, a partner in the Griswold Pickering Steelworks. Pickering was at home one twilight, relaxing alone in his study. Outside, he heard a wandering tradesman hawking his wares, chanting a familiar sing-song as he rode by.
Good evening. Any knives to be sharpened, mister?
Well, I don't know. The servants are off today.
Surely you've something to be sharpened. I've my stone in the cart. It's most inexpensive. Makes doing things about the house so much easier when you've well-sharpened knives.
I'll look in the kitchen cupboard. This way.
Why, you've dozens of knives that could use sharpening, sir. I'll fetch my stone.
Oh, wait,
Won't take but a moment.
I say, how much do you charge?
Shilling a knife, that's all, sir. I'll roll this stone of mine right in here, kitchen. There. Here we are. You'll be very happy you've had your knives made sharper. I'll fix them so they'll cut the thinnest paper. If you'll hand me that bread knife, sir.
Very well.
Thank you, sir. That's good. I wanted to be sharp as canvas. Just watch. How smooth. Watch closely, sir. There's a special reason why I wish you to notice how this blade is sharpened, to appreciate its artistry with which it is done.
Special reason?
Yes.
Why are you so anxious for me to watch closely?
You are admiring the sharpening of the knife that will be used to cut your throat.
What did you say?
This is the knife I will use to kill you, Pickering.
To kill me? Are you insane? What sort of a joke is this? How do you know my name?
You know mine, too. My name is Bennett.
Good Lord. You are Bennett. Yes, I didn't recognize you. You were stout then. Now your cheeks are hollow, your eyes are sunken, and you've grown a beard. Bennett, where the devil have you come from? What are you up to?
I thought I made it very clear. I'm sharpening this knife to cut your throat.
Stop that gruesome joking and answer me.
I am not joking. You may shout all you like, there's no one about. I made sure of that. I locked the door when I fetched the stones. And though I've suffered years of ill health, I'm still twice as powerful a man as you. Thanks to my years soaking the furnace at the mill. This should be easy for me.
Will you stop sharpening that knife? Answer my question.
Just a moment longer. I want the knife so sharp. So sharp. There we are.
Speak up, Bennett. Is this your idea of an amusing way to reappear in Sheffield?
Oh, not amusing. Simply justice, Pickering. Inescapable justice. late, perhaps. It's been over 10 years. Shall I recall certain incidents to your memory? I created an alloy process, Pickering, a method of manufacturing a new type of steel, the Bennett process. When I offered it to you, the experiment with it was a failure. You and Griswold persuaded me to leave England, to forget my failure. Remember how I disappeared from Sheffield?
Of course.
I drifted a great deal to the continent, to South Africa, to South America. I degenerated. I began drinking. I was introduced to hashish. I was a degraded wastrel to be found more often than not in the gutters of some God-forsaken village of the Near East. Those years had one beneficial effect, though.
What do you mean?
They changed my appearance radically. One morning I came across a newspaper article. Look, I have it here. Faded, but still legible. It describes how Pickering and Miss Griswold had become fabulously wealthy in Sheffield with a certain alloy process.
You vanished, Bennett. We believed you were dead.
I returned here to Sheffield very quietly. Some weeks ago, I began making inquiries. I found Kennedy, our former assistant. Remember him?
Yes.
I forced him to confirm my suspicions. You did betray me. You deliberately made that first experiment a failure.
Do you want money? We might compute your share.
No. I want my 10 years back. I want the 10 years I spent wandering the face of the earth without purpose. And that's impossible. So I'm settling for vengeance. You conniving, stinking...
Let go of my throat, Bennett.
Now we'll see if I sharpen the knife well enough. We'll see if it will cut your throat. Yes, the knife is nice. Tell me, Pickering, tell me, that painting, was it bought with my money? Was it a dramatic setting for you? Then we must use the knife on it, like this. This massive priceless oaken table has a Venetian glass upon it. Did it serve you well, here as you sat in my place? Then we must destroy it. These chairs and sofas, did they look splendid as you received your guests? The knife, we must put the knife to them. Done with your own steel, Pickering. Your own magnificent shining steel. Just the way you and your life pattern should die. By the steel that made you so glorious and an illicit empire.
So, Superintendent Rodney, you say you found Pickering literally butchered.
Yes, Mr. Oates. No sign, Superintendent, of the murderer's knife?
No sign, Dr. Watson. Not a clue of any sort. That is why I've come running here to Baker Street, Mr. Oates. I hopped the train from Sheffield as quick as I could. Oh, of course, I reported the homicide to Scotland Yard. But you know how long they'll be about it.
An eternity, my dear sir. An eternity.
The countryside is in a cold sweat, sir. Why, this madman's liable to go after others with his knife.
Yes, you were quite correct in hastening to me, Superintendent. This case is not a matter of weeks, nor of days, nor possibly of hours. The madman must be identified and apprehended instantly.
Shall we off to Sheffield, Holmes?
We must pack our luggage this minute, Watson, and dash for the railway station. The sheer violence of this crime indicates no ordinary homicide. This is the work of a deranged, malevolent mind. A human being who does not exist by breathing air, but who subsists upon hate in the essence. Distilled venom. Bloodlust.
I don't tell fortunes, but I know you will enjoy a delightful surprise tomorrow when you visit the independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. You will finger really luxurious fabrics you can count on for long, steady wear. You will admire clean-cut workmanship, fine tailoring details at shoulders, buttonholes, and sleeves, and the graceful hang you find only in truly expensive suits. Yes, you'll look like $1 million. But here's the big surprise. You will pay just $40 or $45. Incredible? Not when you know that your Clippercraft dealer is one of more than 1,200 independent stores throughout America who concentrate their huge purchasing power to bring you unbelievable savings. That's why even a truly fine worsted suit with the Clippercraft label costs only $45. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, we mustn't lose a moment in returning to Mr. Holmes and his pursuit of the killer holding the knife of vengeance.
Well, Mr. Harris, we dashed for the train with Superintendent Rodney, and we reached Sheffield. There at the home of the dead man, Mr. Pickering, Holmes began his customary penetrating examination.
There, Mr. Holmes. I wouldn't allow him to remove the body for an autopsy till you had a look.
Very wise, Superintendent.
Must have been a gigantic struggle, Holmes, the way the furniture's upset, the paintings...
Very little struggle, Watson. A casual examination of the cadaver reveals there are no bruises caused by body blows nor by striking physical objects. Still further examination of the painting, for instance, leads to the conclusion that the painting was slashed by a knife, the same knife, in fact, that butchered Mr. Pickering.
How the dickens do you know that, Holmes?
My lens shows there are minute specks of blood at the edges where the canvas was ripped. Evidently, after murdering Pickering, the killer went upon an orgy of destruction.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, sir, we've still no indication of what this criminal looks like, or who he is, or where he's gone. And if he's as dangerous as you make him out, well, he may be at someone else's throat this very minute.
Oh, there's very much to be said about this criminal, Rodney. He's an extremely powerful man with black hair. At the time of committing this bestial deed, he was wearing a dark gray suit. His profession is that of knife sharpening.
Holmes, you can't rattle off conclusions that way without explaining them.
Watson, a gentleman of the late Pickering's means would not sharpen his own knives. We've also learned that it was the servant's night off. But someone did perform that task. Upon the floor to your left, you may perceive traces of emery dust. This is substantiated by the markings of the small wheels of the typical cart employed by professional knife sharpeners. No doubt the killer used the profession as an easy device to gain entry.
About his being powerful, though.
That oaken table has been turned topsy-turvy. It's so huge and weighty, it requires a man of great strength to upset it. And the upsetting's been done. Certainly not by the dead man, puny chap that he was.
You said the killer had black hair and a gray suit.
Yes, so I did. That information is to be gathered from beneath the fingernails of the corpse. As he fell, he clutched at the man who was taking his life. But there's a particle of dark gray thread beneath those nails from the murderer's clothes. And a single black hair. A microscopic examination of the medulla, cortex, and the cuticle of the hair will determine whether it's from the head or the beard.
Well, I'll notify the police of the neighboring villages to be on the alert for a chap of that description. Well, it's not very definite, I must say.
I believe we may overcome your skepticism, my dear Rodney, with this extremely small speck of paper I found.
Oh, let's see it. Well, it has the appearance of newsprint.
Yes, quite. This is a speck that's clearly fallen off a newspaper. It has the peculiarly stiff, yellowish appearance of a faded newspaper of many months ago.
There isn't anything on it but that smudge, Holmes.
It is of infinite value to us, Watson. Superintendent, if you'll inform me of the location of the nearest telegraph office, in a very short while, I'll supply you with every scrap of information required to trace the killer.
Yes, but how, Holmes? How?
Absurdly simple, Watson. I shall identify and track down the killer by telegraphing Cairo, Egypt.
You know, it's been a considerable length of time since you telegraphed to Cairo, Holmes. We've been sitting in this telegraph office for hours here. To whom did you send the message? What did it say?
It was a request, Watson, a request with which Cairo will be quick to comply. The police are patrolling the roads for a black-haired, husky knife sharpener, but they may not find him. Perhaps this is it. Yes, my name in code. Now, Watson, From that little instrument, we shall have the answer to the riddle. Listen.
I still don't understand why you selected Cairo, Holmes, and what in creation they're telling
Quiet,
you.
Watson. We mustn't miss a word. The homicidally inclined gentleman we're searching for may be plunging his knife into another victim even as we sit here.
The shopping man?
Yes, I'm glad you've come by. Step in, won't you?
Delightful. Mind if I just push my stone into the kitchen? This way? There we are, my lady.
Aren't you working rather late this evening?
Poor man must earn a living. Every shilling extra, you know.
My servants are off this evening, but cook told me that the knives that needed sharpening are in this drawer. Here they are.
Thank you. Now then, just watch me. Smooth. Smooth. The edge becomes fine. Very fine. The blade must be keen. So keen. Would you mind closing the door, ma'am? There's a bit of a draft.
Certainly.
Thank you. Now then, step closer to my wheel, ma'am. Don't be frightened of the spot. You'll see how the stone caresses the steel, how it strokes away the rough edges. That's it, ma'am. Closer. Closer!
My arm! Let go, you'll break my arm! What are you...
I want to be very sure you stay right here, Anne.
If you don't let go of my arm...
I'm not just an everyday prowler. Not the garden variety of intruder after a lovely woman. Not by any means. Pickering didn't recognize me either.
You're Bennett.
Yes. I was at Pickering's earlier. He died by stealing. I promised myself that you and Griswold would die that way, too.
No.
I know you coaxed me into the experiment with the alloy. You schemed with Pickering. You used my attraction to you as a lover so that you both might learn the process.
No.
Then, when it seemed to be a failure, you persuaded me to leave England so the two of you might revel in the profits.
No.
I'm going to cut your throat with this steel.
No.
It is painful, but not for long. Pickering died quickly. It's just one neat stroke like this.
Easy, Watson.
That's Bennett. Who in blazes are you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, Bennett. I'm a criminal investigator.
Keep away from me. I'm very handy with this knife.
So we've observed. Careful, Watson.
I'll just borrow this chair, Anne, and clear my way through this window.
He's gone through the window.
After him, Watson. Come on. See him out there?
Oh, confounded Holmes, it's so blasted dark out there.
Never mind playing cat and mouse with him. I know where he'll go.
Where?
He knows the town's onto him. Therefore, he'll hide. And where would he hide? The one place that's most familiar to him. By the huge fires and the bubbling cauldrons of the steel foundry. Run, Watson, run!
The heat by these steel furnaces is unbearable, Holmes. Thousands of degrees in those ovens.
We'll have to bear it, Watson, until we find Mr. Bennett. He's somewhere in this foundry, I'll wager.
You're right, I see him. There he goes, racing past the furnace, way down the other end there.
Yes, he's climbing a ladder to the catwalk above us.
This way, Holmes. Let's go up after him.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Holmes.
Rodney, are you armed as I suggested?
Yes.
Well, there's Bennett, high on the catwalk. See him? Walking gingerly, like a human fly, along the girder.
Yes, I see him. Come down from there, Bennett. I'm warning you. If you don't come down, I'll shoot.
I'll never come down.
I'm waiting. I'll try to win.
Look, he's staggering. He's falling. He's going to fall into that cauldron of hot metal. You know, Holmes, I do not intend to leave this railway station and board the train for London. In fact, I do not intend to budge from here until you explain why you telegraphed Cairo.
Then I'd better explain, Watson, since I shall desire the pleasure of your company on the return journey. The Speckled newspaper was not entirely blank, Watson.
Oh, there was a smudge on it, yes.
Hardly a smudge. The slight marking on it was a Coptic G.
The Coptic G?
The Copts, my dear Watson, are an ancient minority of Muslim Egypt. They've a singular language. And it's a fascinating fact of contemporary journalism that just one newspaper on earth publishes a considerable number of items in Coptic as well as in English. It's a newspaper in Cairo. All that was on the paper we found was the letter G in Coptic. So one could then deduce that the crucial clipping must have come from a newspaper in Cairo.
I see.
I telegraphed a request to repeat the exact wording of any account they'd published recently concerning the Pickering Griswold steelworks.
Oh, I see, Holmes. They telegraphed the contents of the clipping, which must have mentioned Bennett, eh?
Yes. It was a story about the brilliant success of the steelworks based upon the Bennett process. That made Bennett, the sole missing member of the triangle, our most likely culprit. The fact that he'd done away with Pickering made it clear he would then be after Anne Griswold, which is why we hurried to her home.
Astonishing, Holmes. Astonishing. How you maneuver these men to their doom.
Watson, when a man crosses the border of morality into the alien wastelands of crime, no matter where he roams, he has an inevitable rendezvous at 221B Baker Street.
Well, Dr. Watson, the shocking adventure of the Knife of Vengeance was certainly cause for admiring Mr. Holmes' resourcefulness.
Well, you'll find even greater cause for marveling at Holmes, just as I did, Mr. Harris, when I relate next week's adventure.
And what is that adventure, Dr. Watson?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the fabulous celebrities. It concerns a killer who terrorized London, an old man who couldn't jump over a stile, and a pair of spotty boots.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley. Dr. Watson by George Spelman. The part of Bennett was played by Ted Osborne. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Fabulous Celebrity. Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Elusive Agent, Part 3, the concluding episode.
Well, Mr. Holmes, before long, Gustav will kill Dr. Watson if you do not talk.
Peter, I warn you if anything happens to Watson.
Ah, but it will. You do not know, Gustav, a man with the smoothness of silk, but hard as stone beneath. You only can save Dr. Watson.
I am quite aware of my dilemma. But what you and Gustav have failed to observe is that...
Get back, you British swine. I'll kill you here and now.
Now, I'd like my listeners to see if they can make a correct deduction like Sherlock Holmes. I'll set the scene for you. An alert, well-dressed young man is counting out some money. He says 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. That's right, 45. Now, what is this young man doing? Well, I'll tell you, because you'd hardly believe the evidence of your own eyes. He was paying only $45 for that excellent new Clippercraft suit. That's right. Only $45 for a nationally famous Clippercraft suit of carefully selected, tested worsted, of exceptionally fine tailoring, with the distinctive styling that sets Clippercraft suits apart from any suits ordinarily sold at anywhere near this price. How can they do it? And I'll tell you that. More than 1,200 independent merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to make those low prices possible for Clippercraft. So compare Clippercraft clothes with clothes costing many dollars more, and you'll agree that never before has there been such value in fabrics, such value in styling, such value in workmanship. In short, you get America's greatest clothing value when you buy Clippercraft clothes. Dr. Watson, last week, in relating the adventure of the elusive agent, you arrived in Berlin and finally reached the house of Emil Marco, the phantom German secret agent you'd been pursuing over half a continent.
Yes, Mr. Harris, but unfortunately we found ourselves in enemy hands. Shall I recall the circumstances for our audience?
By all means, Dr. Watson.
As you know, it was the year 1913, a year when Germany and Britain were striving for mastery, a year when ominous war clouds were already gathering. Holmes's brother, Sir Mycroft, who was head of British intelligence, had called us in to recover some plans for the new and top-secret British tech, which German intelligence had stolen. Well, after a series of desperate circumstances, Holmes and I managed to obtain half of the plans, of which only one copy existed. Without the other half, the entire set was useless. You may recall, Mr. Harris, we pursued Marco to Paris, and there we almost lost our lives in a bomb explosion. Our luggage was rifled, and German agents managed to steal the half of the plans that we carried. But they were only clever imitations. Then we picked up Emil Marco's trail to Berlin.
And what finally happened in Berlin, Dr. Watson?
Well, a British secret agent, posing as a news vendor, a man named Collins, directed us to Marco's home. There, we were trapped by Marco's henchman Gustav and a brute of a man named Peter. Peter had seized Holmes, as Gustav said.
Mr. Holmes, I once said we never kill our opponents in an ordinary manner. We torture them to death. I want to know the truth about the papers, Holmes. But perhaps it will require a bit of persuasion. Go on, Peter.
Yeah, Gustav, I will make Holmes answer.
That's it, Peter. Go on, persuade him.
Surely, Gustav, you must know I wouldn't be carrying our half of the genuine plans. They are, of course, somewhere in England, safely in the custody of the Admiralty, where you will never lay hands on them.
We thought of that, Holmes. It is possible you're telling the truth. But there is another possibility, too. Are you as patriotic as you seem, Mr. Holmes? You are not an official employee of the British government. I believe you may not be cooperating with England either, but playing this game alone, trying to collect both halves of the real plan yourself.
Fantastic nonsense.
It would be so profitable for you to have both halves and sell them to the highest bidder. Isn't that what you're attempting, Holmes?
I repeat, the idea is absurd.
Answer me. Help him to answer me, Peter.
Yeah.
If you have deceived the British, I will be glad to work with you, Holmes. But you must tell me the truth. Tell me exactly what you're doing.
I must say the weather here in Berlin's rather chilly for this time of year.
You won't keep this up for long, Holmes. Again, Peter.
Holmes, good Lord,
Come, Watson, don't look so agitated. I have no doubt I shall survive the efforts of this butcher. One has only to make the brain the master of the body, to concentrate, to divorce it from its physical functions. A trick I learned in the East, Watson.
Speak, you swine, speak! Donnerwetter, Gustav. This man Holmes is iron. He will not speak.
All right. Release him, Peter. So, you still won't disclose the truth, Holmes?
I was remarking to Watson here that your climate in Berlin is usually much warmer at this time.
I've had enough of your stupid English humor, Mr. Holmes. I have a better idea.
Really?
Dr. Watson and I are going on a little trip together to my private retreat. You, Peter, will stay here and guard Mr. Holmes.
Well, sounds like some new deviltry, eh, Holmes?
Just what is this proposition, Gustav?
Very simple indeed. I shall be in touch with Peter here by telephone. If, Mr. Holmes, you do not disclose the truth about the plans in 24 hours, my hostage and your friend, Dr. Watson, will die.
Newspaper, Fräulein? Afternoon newspaper?
No, go away. I do not want any newspaper.
But you will find it interesting to read for your lunch hour. The Kaiser has told the British...
Go away. Stop following me. And if you persist, I shall call the police.
Step into this alley here, quick.
What do you want from...
Collins, R52 British Intelligence. The fleet rides high at Scapa Flow. Quick, identify and give me the counterpass.
Greta Brunner, telephone employee, Berlin Central Exchange G19. Counterpass, the Dahlias grow high in Devonshire.
Good. Move back further into the alley.
Yes.
Here, where you can't be seen.
Yes.
Now listen. A friend of ours has been spirited from a house at 27 Ludwigstrasse. Another friend is being held there, also under custody. Telephone has been installed at the house.
Yes, go on.
It's possible that a call will come to the house from the German agent who has left it. Can you tap that call and find out where it came from?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Another girl works the switchboard on that line,
See
but
that she becomes ill and has to go home. You know how?
Yes.
If a call comes through, get in touch with me at once. I'll be waiting at this number.
Your number, please.
Lützow 8834.
Lützow 8834. Danke sehr.
Yeah, who is this?
Peter, this is Gustav. Is Holmes weakened yet?
No, the swine will not talk.
I see. Tell him that I am cutting the time to 12 hours. I will continue to hold his friend here at the Schloss until then. After that, it will be all over.
Well, Mr. Holmes, before long, Gustav will kill Dr. Watson if you do not talk.
I'm quite aware of my dilemma. I'm also aware that if I gave your superior the information which I...
Open up! Open the door!
Who is that?
Who do you think, you fool? I couldn't wait. I've done away with Watson. Now we'll give the same treatment to Holmes. Open the door.
Yeah, Gustav. One moment. I was just trying again to get Holmes to talk and...
Thank you, Collins. I must compliment you on your faculty for appearing in the right place at the right moment.
Thank you, sir. I think I've located Dr. Watson with the cooperation of one of our agents at the Berlin Telephone Exchange.
Capital, man, capital. Where is he?
He's being held in a deserted castle at Spandau, sir. It belongs to the man Gustav's ancestral family.
Excellent. Collins.
Yes, sir.
You're not above taking a dangerous risk.
Danger is my vocation, sir.
Good fellow. First, you'll dress in dead Peter's clothes here, his cap, overcoat, everything. They'll fit you a trifle loosely, perhaps, but well enough. In short, you will impersonate Gustav's dead henchman. Understand, Collins?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Then I take it we're going to Spandau?
With all possible haste. Time is already running short, and the life of my good friend, Dr. Watson, hangs in the balance.
Before you buy that new spring suit, just remember this. When you get a new spring Clippercraft worsted suit for only $45, an all-wool covert cloth topcoat for $40, or an all-wool Clippercraft gabardine topcoat for $42.50, you're getting the most for your money. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the Clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker's Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shops, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes and Collins, the British agent, were off to rescue you at the castle in Spandau, where Gustav held you as his prisoner.
Yes, Mr. Harris, the castle in Spandau was a huge deserted spot. In the dead of night, Holmes stood with Collins before the entrance.
Look, Mr. Holmes. Vultures flying over the castle. Instinct, Collins. They expect a human death. Could Gustav have killed Watson? Are we too late? Perhaps. Now, you will walk to the main gate. Yes. In your disguise as Peter, you'll ring. You'll keep Gustav occupied at the front door. I understand. If Gustav becomes at all suspicious, shoot to kill. I shall. I will dash to the rear of the castle. I'll prowl about till I find the room where Watson's being held captive and free him. Then we shall attack Gustav while he's talking to you. Excellent. Good luck.
Who's there? Have you come back, Gustav? Answer me.
Watson. It's Holmes.
Holmes, by Jove. How did you get in here?
There'll be time later to explain. Come along. Collins of Intelligence is downstairs in this castle chatting with Gustav.
Yes, I see.
All right, now take this revolver. We shall steal downstairs and surprise Gustav. This way. To the stairs. As cautiously as you can. Right.
What on earth has happened?
Something's gone wrong with Collins. Terribly wrong. Hurry, Watson, run down these stairs.
Wait, look. Staggering up these stairs toward us. It's Gustav. His face is covered with blood.
Yes, he discovered Collins was disguised. They exchanged shots.
Well, Gustav's been hit 2 or 3 times, you see? He's holding his side there. Blood from his chest, too. He's grasped the railing.
Holmes! Dr. Watson! Where one German falls, many more will rise. We will yet have the plans. You seem successful now, but any victory over us is an illusion.
Well, he's falling down the stairs.
Just let him fall to the death he so eminently deserves, Watson. But where is our own agent? Where's Collins? This way, toward the front of the building, where he and Gustav shut it out.
There he is, lying on the floor there. Is he dead?
Yes, Watson.
Poor devil.
Shot through the head. Thank heaven the first bullet from Gustav's revolver ended it for him. He didn't suffer. I shall inform my brother Mycroft at Whitehall that Agent Collins died valiantly in the performance of his assigned duty.
Where to now, Holmes? We've still not found Germany's half of the plans for the new tank. We've still not found the master spy, Emil Markov.
The answer to those crucial questions, Watson, lies in London.
Yes, but we left London days and days ago. We fought our way here to Berlin to find Marco and retrieve the papers.
Nevertheless, the answer is in London. We must get out of Germany.
How? We're surrounded.
We shall board the very next train from Berlin to the French border and meet whatever awaits us.
Well, so far we're doing well, Holmes. We've caught the train. We're on our way to the French border.
If we can remain alive to reach it, Watson.
Dash, why are we returning to London, Holmes? The conductor.
Tickets, please.
Well, here you are, sir.
Thank you, mynheer.
I presume they're in order?
So they are, mynheer. Just one more item have I to tend to, and...
I don't think you will, sir. Use the button for your revolver, Watson. Strike him down.
Yes.
Oh. Good work.
Why did you seize him, Holmes? He's hardly reached for his ticket punch when you pounced upon him.
The bulge in his coat pocket. I realized it might be a revolver, as indeed it is. No, he's another of Marco's endless supply of killers. He was assigned to murder us here.
Well, we can't leave him here. There'll be an inquiry.
Oh, yes, we can leave him. You see, we are leaving this train.
At the first stop?
No, immediately. There may be other German agents aboard, but there are just 2 of us. We can't take the risk. My intention, you see, Watson, was to do just this even before the conductor arrived. We boarded the train ostentatiously, so they'd make plans for us all along the route. Now, we shall spring the trap. Come, the corridor. Open that door, Watson.
Holmes, we can't leave off the train at this speed.
It's our only chance. We shall wait for a run of what is apparently soft earth. Now relax as you go, Watson. Arms and legs loose. Try to roll over easily as you strike the earth. You ready?
Yes, ready.
After me, Watson. Jump!
It's wonderful to be back on the streets of London, eh, Holmes?
Yes, quite.
But why have we run here to Soho? We haven't even reported to Whitehall.
Because, Watson, we must visit the shop where this gigantic and gruesome trip began. The shop of Grimsby, the tobacconist.
Grimsby shop? But why?
Because we've journeyed to foreign cities, eluded death, and fought the greatest spiring of our day, all because of a few sentences spoken by the shy, friendly tobacconist here in this shop. Shall we speak to him just once more?
Back in London, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Yes, Grimsby.
Wasn't Mr. Emil Marco at his hotel here in London? I described him to you. Tall, thin, and a nervous habit of twitching his mouth.
Yes, you did describe him, Grimsby. But he was not at the hotel in London, nor was he in Paris, nor was he in any of the dark and bloody corners of the continent where we sought him. You know why, sir?
I can't imagine.
Because there isn't an Emil Marco. There never was an Emil Marco. This master of the German spy net that Watson and I and all of British intelligence have been pursuing is an illusion. Created by you, Grimsby.
Holmes, I can't believe it.
When Watson and I first visited your shop, Grimsby, I asked about your client, because I detected the odor of a rare tobacco in the room where we found a dead agent. I wanted the man who smoked that tobacco. He was the chief. He had the missing half of Britain's plans. You are that man, Grimsby. You didn't expect us, did you? You're smoking that brand of tobacco at this very moment.
So I am. Yes, I'd hoped in creating Marco to attract you to Germany. I could learn the truth from you there. Then I could dispense with you.
Very advisable. You could operate with ease in Germany rather than here in Britain.
I simply informed my associate to pass the lie along, drawing you to Berlin with the phantom Marco as a magnet. I cannot wait to bargain with you for your half of the plans. I shall just destroy my half, reducing both my opponents to an equal status again. Your half being worthless, without mine. I shall burn my half. It's here, in my pocket. Britain will never have the weapon it seeks. Here, set a match to these papers I hold in my hand. Go on, Dr. Watson, or I shall blow your head off with this revolver.
I can't do it, Holmes.
Do as he says, Watson. He'll kill you.
Very well.
Thank you. Now I must leave. Lock this door from the outside. Do not attempt to shout or leave until I have disappeared down the street, or I will shoot. Auf Wiedersehen, gentlemen.
He's gone, Holmes. Vanished into the crowd. The plans, they're burned to a crisp.
Quickly, Watson, pick up that chair. Don't lose time trying to force the lock on that door. Smash the glass with that chair.
Right you are.
Now, a cab, Watson. Grimsby will try to leave London instantly. A cab to Waterloo Station.
Why should Grimsby be here at Waterloo Station, Holmes?
Because he realizes Whitehall would turn London topsy-turvy to find him. He must return to Germany. All aeroplanes in this area are in British hands. He must travel by boat train to the Channel, and this is where he'd board the next train. The revolver handy?
Yes.
There he is, by that gate.
All right, I'll stop him. Stand where you are, Grimsby.
Holmes. Dr. Watson. I'm afraid we have the upper hand now, sir. Now, before we turn you over to the authorities, where are your half of the plans?
You saw me destroy them. I burnt them before your own eyes at the shop.
Oh, no, Grimsby. You've played card after card by which we have been deluded. But I say you still have the missing half of the plans for Britain's new weapon on your person. This last ruse of yours is quite transparent. And you burnt an ordinary piece of paper.
Did I?
I'll search him, Holmes. All right, put up your hands, Grimsby.
Oh, he wouldn't carry the papers openly in his pockets, Watson, nor in his wallet. He would conceal them in a spot where no one might think to look. Except, of course, your humble servant.
I'll find them.
The search isn't necessary, Watson. One must always analyze a personality in its own milieu. Within itself, it contains the answer to its mysteries. Now, where would a tobacconist be likely to conceal a few small papers? Why, beneath the tobacco in his tin.
Let's have a look at that tin. Yeah, I'll open it. Look, it's filled with tobacco.
And beneath the very same rare tobacco which first launched us on this great adventure, Watson?
The plans, Holmes. The plans!
Well, Dr. Watson, the adventure of the elusive agent was really one of the most exciting adventures you and Mr. Holmes have ever had, and a crucial point in the history of World War I, may I add.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Harris. As you know, the British did succeed in keeping their plans for the tank a secret. It proved to be a very decisive weapon.
Well, where was Mr. Holmes' half of the plans, Doctor?
In a vault at Whitehall, Mr. Harris, under special guard of the Royal Navy.
Well, Dr. Watson, these past 3 weeks have been very exciting and memorable ones.
Yes, but do you think, Mr. Harris, our audience is in favor of these longer stories? You see, some of our more colorful stories are too long to compress into one short program.
Well, then, Dr. Watson, a letter or a postcard from our listeners will give us the answer. Just address Clippercraft in care of the station to which they are listening and tell us what they think. I presume, Dr. Watson, that your next memoir is just as gripping as this one.
Well, next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate a story about Holmes and myself that I've called The Mad Miners of Cardiff. It occurred in Wales at an abandoned coal mine. It concerned a miner's jacket, a murder committed in the darkest depths of the earth, and a spectacle so awful it drove human beings out of their minds.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich and Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be a friendly neighbor and buy your Easter seals to provide proper medical care, healthful recreation, and special vocational training for crippled children. Every Easter seal you buy helps a crippled child to meet the challenge of a handicap. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Mad Miners of Cardiff. And this is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Case of the Burmese Goddess.
Yes, Watson. This little jade goddess is an ancient relic of Burma, and its legend is as evil as its appearance.
Indeed? What is its legend, Holmes?
It's said that he who possesses this tiny goddess dies. But first he's forewarned by a strange death song, somewhat like the reedy melody used by snake charmers to...
Good Lord, Holmes! Listen!
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. I presume you have one of your memoirs ready for us tonight?
Indeed I have. And this one, Mr. Harris, although taking place in our familiar haunts of London, had sinister and mysterious overtones from the Far East, which to a lesser man than Holmes might have defied analysis.
Well, what do you call this memoir, Dr. Watson?
Holmes and I always refer to it as the case of the Burmese Goddess. And Mr. Harris, after our audience is properly informed about the merits of Clippercraft clothes, I shall proceed with the facts of this very unusual story.
One of the best investments you can make is a really fine suit of clothes. That's an investment that will help you socially, in business, and give you all-round lift. And you don't have to spend a fortune, because a Clippercraft suit of finest material, designed and beautifully finished by master tailors, now costs you only $45. That's right, only $45. But don't let that moderate price fool you. Every Clippercraft suit looks like it costs many, many dollars more. Here's the reason you get so much more in style, workmanship, and value in Clippercraft clothes. More than 1,200 independent local merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to give you the amazing Clippercraft values. But remember this, aside from the money you save, a new Clippercraft suit will really do things for you. Put one on and see how it really hugs your neck, how it broadens your shoulders, slims your hips, gives you that keen, well-built look. So buy a nationally famous Clippercraft suit. See what really fine tailoring can do for you. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the case of the Burmese Goddess?
If my memory does not fail me, Mr. Harris, it took place in the summer of 1911. This was a time when England had consolidated her empire, and many of Britain roamed the far eastern domains in search of its ancient treasure. Among these was Sir John Brandywine, recently returned from Burma with a collection of priceless relics. He hadn't been in London an hour, however, when he received a strange visitor.
Sir John, my name is Daku. I have come a long way, indeed from my native land of Burma, for this interview.
Yes, and what is it you want, sir?
Some months ago, a sacred Burmese temple near Sitang was desecrated by vandals, robbed of its sacred relics. Among these was the jade goddess of Emma, the serpent goddess. Originally, there were two goddesses, the sisters of Emma, but one of them vanished centuries ago.
Yes, quite. And I have the only remaining goddess in my collection now.
Yes, Sir John. And I have come to purchase it from you and restore it to the temple.
I'm sorry, Daku, but the goddess of Amar is not for sale.
I am prepared to offer you a handsome sum, enough to keep you in luxury for the rest of your life.
I have no need of money, sir. And I repeat, the goddess of Amar is not for sale at any price.
I see. Sir John, no doubt you are aware of the old Burmese legend that he who possesses the goddess dies, that he is first warned by the song of the serpent, and then...
Yes, I know the story. Pure nonsense and poppycock, of course. Doesn't frighten me.
In that case, there is nothing more I can say or do at the moment. Good night, Sir John.
Sir John Brandywine.
Yes?
My name is Bailey, Reginald Bailey. I am an art collector specializing in Oriental objects of art.
Well, Mr. Bailey?
A client of mine saw the goddess of Amar when you exhibited it briefly in Paris on your way to England here. He has commissioned me to purchase it for him.
My dear sir, you're the second prospective purchaser I've seen this evening. And I'll repeat to you what I said to the first. The goddess is not for sale.
My client is willing to pay £10,000, a generous offer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey.
Sir John, I'm afraid you're being stubborn. I've been a collector long enough to know that there is no such thing as a priceless item. Everything has its price, and if it is a question of money...
For the last time, sir, I shall try to make myself clear. I will not sell the idol at any price. And now, Mr. Bailey, good night. What? What's that devilish noise outside my window? No, it can't be. That confounded Burmese legend. It's absurd. Soon find out what this is all about. Who's down there in my garden? Good for you, speak up, or I'll... No. No!
So you think Sir John Brandywine was murdered because he possessed the serpent goddess of Amar, Holmes?
Obviously, Watson, his demise followed the legend to the letter. After he was lured to the window, he was struck by a blowgun missile soaked in deadly reptile venom, and he died almost instantly.
Oh, Joe. Now, all this makes it hard for a chap to believe he's living in the 20th century.
Yes, true, Watson, but Sir John's room was rifled in highly modern fashion. Fortunately, however, he had the foresight to lock the goddess and the remainder of his collection in a vault immediately after he arrived in London.
I wonder what became of the other goddess, Holmes, the one that vanished centuries ago.
I believe I can give you the answer to that, Watson.
You can? Who has it, Holmes?
I have.
What?
Yes, Watson. Oh, forgive me if it's one of the very few secrets I've kept from you these many years. Up to now, I saw no reason to mention it to anyone. You remember the adventure of the Rangoon Ruby?
Yes, indeed I do. That was some 10 years ago.
Yes. At the culmination of that affair, the Burmese potentate involved was very grateful for some slight service I'd rendered him, and he gave me the goddess. It seems that it had secretly been kept by his family for many generations.
But, Holmes, where is the goddess now?
Safely under lock and key in my tin box at Barclay's Bank. But the only other goddess of Amar in existence, that possessed by Sir John Brandywine, will soon see the light of day.
Eh? What do you mean?
Oh, I take it you haven't read the Morning Telegraph, Watson. It seems that Sir John's widow is auctioning off her deceased husband's entire Burmese collection tomorrow morning at Brandywine House on Berkeley Square.
Jove! Then in view of Sir John's strange death, it might be interesting to see who bids for the goddess of Amar.
Quite, Watson. And that is precisely why we shall attend the auction tomorrow morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The next relic from the late Sir John Brandywine's famous Burmese collection is this tiny jade goddess, the famous serpent goddess of Amar, a rare collector's item indeed. I see a hand raised. Your name, sir?
Monsieur Pierre Levy.
And your bid, sir?
£50.
Holmes, that thin-faced Frenchman is doing the bidding.
Quite. He's the only one. The others are obviously afraid of the legend. Watson, note the condition of the fellow's hair and hands.
What about them?
Interesting. Very.
Very well, I have £50. £50 once.
£100.
£100. I am bid £100.
£200.
300.
4.
5.
Holmes, what are you trying to do?
By the goddess, Watson, outbid this fellow Labille for reasons of my own.
Coming into her own. £500. Will someone offer 6?
6.
7.
£700. Will the gentleman in the rear row give me 8?
£800.
£1,000.
£1,000. 1,000 I have bid.
Holmes, the other chap stopped bidding. He's leaving the auction.
Yes, he is indeed, Watson. But we have a new and late arrival. Note the high-born Burmese gentleman hurrying through the door.
I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. Sold for £1,000.
Mr. Auctioneer, wait. My name is Adaku, and I wish to bid.
I'm sorry, sir, but the goddess of Amar has already been sold to the tall gentleman in the front row.
Someone's at the door, Watson.
Yes, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
My name is Reginald Bailey. I'm an art collector, Mr. Holmes, and a client of mine is interested in the goddess of Amar you purchased at the auction this morning.
Well?
My representative, Monsieur Laville, foolishly allowed you to outbid him, thinking the price was too high. Well, I am interested in buying it now and am prepared to offer you a generous price.
How generous?
£10,000.
10,000? Holmes, that's 10 times what you paid for.
Yes, quite, Watson. But the Goddess of Amar is not for sale.
Mr. Holmes, you don't realize what you're saying.
On the contrary, I know perfectly well what I'm saying. I repeat, the Goddess is not for sale at any price. Now, Mr. Bailey, I bid you good night.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. I can only say you'll regret your action. Good night.
Well, dash it, Holmes, you must be mad, turning down an offer like that.
Not at all, Watson. You recall the French gentleman who bid against me at the auction? You remember I referred to the condition of his hair and hands?
Yes.
The skin on the fellow's hands was desiccated and he'd lost his fingernails. Moreover, on certain areas of his head, he'd suffered a complete loss of hair.
Dash it, Holmes, what's all this got to do with the Burmese Goddess?
It means, my dear fellow, that the jade figure I purchased is worth a fortune. It means that not one, but two mysterious parties want the Goddess and will stop at nothing to get it. If I'm not mistaken, there may be a desperate attempt to kidnap the Goddess tonight.
You choose your family doctor, lawyer, and banker because you have confidence in them. It's just as smart to choose the place where you buy your clothes for the same reason. Right now in your own city, a friendly, respected, independent merchant sells Clippercraft clothes. He believes and acts on the belief that you will appreciate the genuine savings he passes on to you. He doesn't sell dubious merchandise. His business is built four square on a firm foundation. Fine tailoring, outstanding style, value, and quality. Exceptional quality is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and topcoat. That respected trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the case of the Burmese Goddess.
So I was, Mr. Harris. Holmes did not explain his observations any further, and I did not press him. That night at Baker Street, I fell into a troubled and uneasy slumber, and my last recollection was of Holmes sitting in his easy chair, smoking his pipe, and facing the window. He seemed to be waiting for something, expecting something. And then...
Watson. Watson, wake up.
Holmes, what the deuce is the...
Listen.
Good Lord, Holmes, the warning song. The warning of death. That infernal legend, Holmes.
Right. We have a visitor in the yard.
Well, confound it, let's go to the window.
No, stay away from the window, Watson.
Eh?
To approach and open it means certain death. We shall wait here in the dark and elude the trap they've set.
Who are they?
Obvious, Watson. They...
2 shots from outside our window.
Yes, something's happened which I did not foresee. Watson, take your revolver and follow me down to the yard, quickly.
Holmes, there's a body of a man here in the yard. He's been shot.
Yes, and look, there's a man. He's just run out of the shrubbery.
Hello there! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Confound it, I missed him. He's right on the fence, Holmes. He's running down Baker Street.
Quick,
there.
after him.
The beggar was too fast for us, Holmes. He got away.
Yes, quite. But he's left us a souvenir in this corpse here. Right, let us examine the body. Aha!
What is it?
Identification papers, Watson. And note, they prove that this dead man is Inspector Paul Dubois of the French Sûreté.
Eh? What's a French police inspector got to do with a Burmese goddess, Holmes?
Everything, my dear fellow, everything. Remember, my competitive bidder at the auction was also French. Yes, the pieces of this remarkable puzzle are beginning to assemble themselves into a clear and precise pattern. And... one moment, Watson.
Yes?
Observe this slip of paper on the dead man's body. It seems to be a torn piece of rather expensive stationery.
What of it?
On it are written the words Room 322 in red ink.
Well, Holmes, what does it mean?
It means that very soon, Watson, I shall have the answer to this whole riddle. Suppose you find the nearest constable and inform him of this affair. For the moment, I shall return to our flat upstairs.
Will be here presently. Good Lord, the place is a shambles.
Yes, Watson, our flat was quickly rifled by someone lurking on the premises.
And the idol, it's gone, it's stolen.
Quite. From now on, we must move with all possible speed.
What do we do first, Holmes?
First, we must make a telephone call to the prefect of police in Paris.
And after that?
Find room 322. And there we may discover the goddess.
Yes, but how are we going to do that, Holmes?
Obvious. The room number Inspector Dubois wrote down means that this is a hotel rendezvous. And from the expensive quality of the stationery, we may deduce that Dubois wrote down this number in some first-class hotel.
But Holmes, London is full of first-class hotels.
Yes, true, Watson, true. But here is the salient fact. The room number was scrawled in red ink, a highly unusual procedure. It can only mean that this particular hotel ran out of blue ink.
In other words, if we can find a first-class hotel using red ink...
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. But come, we are wasting too much time in talk. We must resolve this affair quickly before the night's over, or it'll be too late.
Hello?
Laville, this is Bailey. I'm down in the hotel lobby.
Ah, oui.
Did you get that goddess out of the Holmes flat?
Oui, well, he ran after you, Monsieur Bailey. I took it from his apartment. It is here on the table now. I have already broken the goddess from the lead base.
Be careful what you do, Laville.
Have no fear in these matters, monsieur. Am I not an expert?
Yes, but these Burmese devils are after that goddess too, Laville. They were outside Holmes' flat when I got rid of Inspector Dubois. I'll be right up and then we'll get out.
Oui, Monsieur Bailey. As for these Burmese natives, they do not know where we are. Monsieur Bailey.
What is it? What's the matter?
They are here. They've come for the goddess.
What?
The song, the death song. It is outside my window.
Laville, hide the lead base, you hear? Let them have the goddess. That's all they want.
Monsieur Bailey, there's someone at the window. On the fire escaping. No! Ah!
Laville! Laville! So, they got it. The Burmese devils, they got it. They took the goddess, but the base, yes, it's still here on the table. Oh, the Oriental fools didn't know. They left me a fortune. Now to get out. Canada, perhaps, Australia.
Or Newgate Prison, Mr. Bailey.
Holmes! Dr. Watson!
No, Bailey. Don't reach for that gun. As you see, I have my service revolver aimed straight at your head. I should not hesitate to use it at the slightest provocation.
Note, Watson, the dead man on the floor is Monsieur Laville, my competitor at the auction. And he suffered the same fate as Sir John Brandywine, the Burmese revenge.
So, yes. They've taken the goddess home.
Yes, and good riddance. Let them take it back to the sacred temple whence it was stolen. Our concern is with Mr. Bailey here.
How did you find me here?
A matter of routine investigation, my dear fellow. I shan't bore you with the details. And I wouldn't clutch that lead base so tightly if I were you. I believe you'll find it worthless.
What do you mean?
I mean that it's merely a solid block of lead. You see, my dear fellow, you purloined the wrong goddess.
What? Holmes, you mean you switched the figures? You took the goddess that you owned from the tin box at Barclays Bank and placed it in our flat?
Precisely, Watson. And the goddess I purchased at the auction now rests quite safely in the custody of Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard.
Then you cheated me. You cheated me out of a fortune.
Quite.
What's all this about? What fortune?
Fortune in radium, Watson.
Radium?
Exactly. A grain of radium stolen from the Curie laboratories in Paris, hidden in the base of the goddess of Amar, and thus smuggled into England.
Well, Holmes, now that we've delivered the smuggler Bailey to the authorities, would you mind telling me the course of your deduction? I must confess I'm confused.
Are you, Watson? Well, the whole affair is really quite obvious. The Burmese motive to recover the goddess was simple enough, a sacred and religious quest. But it was at the auction, after observing Laville, that a new element entered.
But how? How did you know?
The condition of the man's hands and hair. Loss of fingernails, desiccated appearance of skin, loss of patches of hair, symptomatic of work with radium. The fact that he was a Frenchman further heightened my suspicions.
Yes, but Holmes, I I still don't see how...
Laville, as I learned from the Paris prefect of police, was a worker in the Curie laboratory. He entered a conspiracy with this international thief Valet to steal a grain of radium. The next problem was to smuggle it out of the country.
And so they concealed it in the Goddess of Amar, while Sir John Brandywine displayed his collection in Paris, eh?
Exactly. The lead base, of course, was a perfect carrier in which to hide the loot and get it past the customs and out of the country. They had planned to purchase the goddess from Sir John and then recover the radium. Their plans, however, went awry. Meanwhile, Inspector Dubois was hot on their trail, and they got rid of him.
And that, Holmes, closes this adventure.
Not quite, Watson. We are living in a new and dynamic age. I am a criminologist, not a seer, and yet I know that these radioactive substances hold the key to the future. And I cannot help but wonder if men will use them for good or evil.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was quite an adventure, sir.
Yes, indeed it was, Mr. Harris. It is, in fact, one of my favorite memoirs, and significant in the light of what is being done with radioactive substances today.
And now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you have for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez. It concerns an untidy rug, a box of Egyptian cigarettes, and a stab in the dark.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lockridge. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes, Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light?
It's light as leather.
Smart?
It's smart as leather.
And wear?
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
This is WOR, New York, serving the largest single-station audience in America.
Seven o'clock by the Longines Presentation Watch, the finest watch ever offered under the Longines banner. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's adventure, the case of the well-advertised murder.
By Jove, Holmes, there's Park Road and it's blocked. Our carriage can't pass.
Quite so, Watson. The road's being repaired. Turn around, driver. We'll have to take the long way around.
It'll cost us quite a bit of time, Holmes.
Yes, and meanwhile, Christine Blakely is alone with her husband. and he hasn't the remotest notion that she means to kill him at any moment.
Do you mind if I take a moment, Mr. Holmes, to tell our listeners that Clippercraft clothes are priced like sale merchandise?
Just a second, Mr. Harris. My name is Behrens, and I like sales as well as the next guy. But how about the quality of these Clippercraft clothes?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Mr. Behrens, because Clippercraft quality is superb. Luxuriously tailored, of really fine, long-wearing fabrics, and only $40 and $45. Imagine this. A truly expensive-looking Clippercraft worsted suit costs only $45.
Well, how come? That doesn't seem reasonable to me.
Well, you see, Mr. Behrens, more than 1,200 of America's fine independent stores combine their purchasing power. That makes for enormous savings in production and distribution.
Well, granted, but I want to see before I buy. Where do I see these Clippercraft clothes?
Right in your own community at the friendly independent store that sells Clippercraft suits and topcoats and overcoats, too. Just you compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more.
Thanks, I will. I like good clothes, but I like to save money, too.
Well, Dr. Watson, you've called this adventure with Mr. Holmes the case of the well-advertised murder, but who on earth would want to advertise a murder?
Ah, Mr. Harris, the medium of advertising was not quite what one might expect. It was 1902. We medical men were just breaking fresh ground on the problem of mental disorder. It was late afternoon at the office of Dr. John Kemmel. The doctor's nurse, Patricia, was announcing a patient.
Mrs. Richard Blakely to see you, Doctor. I filled out a card for her.
Oh, do bring her in, Patricia.
Yes, Doctor. This way, please, Mrs. Blakely. Thank you.
Sit down, Mrs. Blakely. That's it. Now, what seems to be disturbing you?
Doctor, I realize that medical ethics require the presence of your nurse, but this is so confidential. Might we be alone?
Well, I'm terribly sorry. The nurse must remain. Patricia's a very understanding girl, Mrs. Blakely.
Dr. Campbell and I have worked together for many years, ma'am, on every conceivable type of case, so you needn't feel embarrassed.
Go on, Mrs. Blakely.
Well, I haven't an ordinary illness. I have an illness, I should say, of the mind. Oh, Doctor, I haven't got the courage to speak of this, to face it.
Well, won't you try? I can't help you if you won't try, Mrs. Blakely.
Very well, I'll try. I'm Mrs. Richard Blakely.
Notes, Patricia.
Yes, Doctor.
My marriage to Richard was a marriage of impulse. I became infatuated with him. Richard was handsome and well-bred and gallant. He was my Lochinvar come out of the West. Of course, after a few years of marriage, the first ecstasy died. The inevitable erosion of time began. Our marriage assumed the standard pattern of inertia, and I grew bored. And then I grew to dislike Richard. Doctor, I can't bring myself to say this.
Now, please try, Mrs. Blakely. I'm sure you can.
I disliked Richard in a petty way. It was a desire to avoid him more than anything else. He traveled because of business. I'd hoped he'd be delayed, giving me more time without him. I began filling the house with guests so that we shouldn't be alone.
How did your husband react to this?
Oh, he became irritated. Richard is jealous and possessive. He wants to be with me constantly. Then I thought of a divorce.
Uh-huh. And what did you decide?
Oh, it would be hopeless. He'd never grant one. Besides, even if I succeeded, he'd follow me and haunt me and use every device imaginable to bring me back.
Now, why have you come to see a physician?
Well, I began reading about the new theories of that doctor in Vienna, Sigmund Freud.
Ah, yes, an astounding development. Brilliant craftsman of the human psyche.
I became obsessed with what sort of demons might be lurking in my own unconscious.
You shouldn't be alarmed, Mrs. Blakely. Each of us has skeletons in the closet whose rattling is sometimes terrifying.
Well, perhaps you can dismiss it, Doctor, but I can't. I've made a horrible discovery about myself.
What is it, Mrs. Blakely?
I want to kill my husband.
Really?
That's why I've come to you. I'm afraid of going out of my mind. I've read every word of Freud's. I have the symptoms. I've constant headaches and pressure at the back of my head and sudden palpitations of the heart. I can't sleep and my hands tremble. They're abnormally cold, and I find myself exhausted suddenly for no apparent reason.
You haven't been exerting yourself physically?
No.
Shall I prepare for a physical examination, Doctor?
In a moment, Patricia. Mrs. Blakely, this desire to murder your husband, tell me more about it, can you?
Well, in the morning, when he's having his breakfast coffee, I think how easily I might poison the cup. And when we're in the underground, I think how simple it would be to push him before the train and say it was an accident. I'm on the road to insanity, Doctor. There's no doubt of it. And always, after I think of murdering Richard, I have spells. Breathing is difficult for me. I feel faint.
Now, easy, Mrs. Blakely, easy.
Must be something you can do. I mustn't go through with this awful thing.
Bromide, Patricia, in hot water immediately.
Yes, Doctor.
Mrs. Blakely, have you told your husband of this?
Oh, no. He'd ridicule me. I couldn't tolerate that. I'm losing my sanity, Doctor. I shall be a hideous, gibbering creature tied to a bedpost in Coney Hatch or Bedlam.
Mrs. Blakely, we medical men still have pitiable spears with which to fight the dragon of insanity. But I shall try. I shall do everything possible to help you.
I've had even more ghastly thoughts, Dr. Campbell. I've thought killing him just once wouldn't satisfy me. I've had a lust to take a knife and plunge it into his body over and over and over.
You've sent Mrs. Blakely home, Dr. Campbell?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I administered a bromide and told her to go home and rest. I didn't want to strain her any further today.
Very advisable indeed.
She had no idea you were coming to see me.
Oh, no, none whatsoever. I'm shocked you should think I would tell Mrs. Hall. The woman is infinitely ashamed of this fear that possesses her.
And immediately after you packed her off, you came here to Baker Street?
Well, I made just one stop, to see a patient at Upper Gloucester Place. I've a confession, Mr. Holmes.
Oh?
I've come to tell you about this case as fast as I could because the great psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud of Vienna is attracting a great deal of attention. But we doctors are still quite helpless in the face of mental aberration. You agree, Dr. Watson?
Unquestionably. You see, Freud has opened a door for our profession, but we've years of research ahead.
I thought you might advise me, Mr. Holmes. It's so dangerous a situation.
Yes. Dr. Campbell, are you at all familiar with Mrs. Blakely's home? Her family, her husband, perhaps?
Oh, no. This afternoon was the first time I'd ever seen or heard of Christine Blakely. Oh, tragic figure, that woman. I wouldn't admit it to her, but I do believe she's on the verge of losing her mind.
And of murdering her husband. You've been shockingly careless, Doctor. Fetch your things, Watson.
I've what?
Where are we off to, Holmes?
Mrs. Blakely's house. Immediately.
Well, I wouldn't disturb her now, Mr. Holmes. She's so distracted. Now, perhaps tomorrow...
No, we must see her tonight. She must be removed from the house before she has further opportunities for murdering Richard Blakely. As a matter of fact, we've lost precious time already. Where is Mrs. Blakely's residence, Dr. Campbell?
Across Regent's Park, St. James Terrace.
We'll fetch a carriage and hurry over.
Well, the quickest way is by Park Road, past Hanover Gate.
Right you are, Dr. Watson.
I'm ready, Holmes.
Then quickly, gentlemen, quickly.
Where were you this afternoon, Christine?
Richard, if you're going to assume that impossible role of prosecuting attorney again,
Where were you?
Shopping.
You're lying.
I was shopping. Now, will you finish your dinner? The roast will be cold.
Tell me the truth.
If you don't stop persecuting
Were you
me...
with a man?
Richard.
Christine, I know you so well. You're the cool, statuesque mistress of the household. But in your heart of hearts, you're a cheap, scheming little...
You foul mouth!
Does it please you to slap my face? Does it add to your feeling of superiority? It's futile, Christine. I know what you really are.
Well, then why don't you do what any man with pride would do and get out? Or let me get out?
No. You're going to stay here. You're going to go on living with me. I'd never let you wander off. You're the prisoner of St. James Terrace. It's humiliating and unbearable to you, and that is just what I want. It delights me to have this tigress caged and restless in my home.
Richard, This endless battling is so absurd. Can't we stop it? We're so weak. Perhaps we should go away together to some spot we knew when we first met.
Do you think so? No, I'm never sure whether you're being sincere or if you're just play-acting to amuse yourself.
No, I'm not play-acting. Oh, let's talk sensibly. Oh, sit back and relax and enjoy your dinner, and then we'll stroll in the park and we'll talk. Good, sensible talk.
All right, Christine. I'll try it.
That's better. Now, let me cut a fresh piece of that roast for you. Hand me the carving knife, will you?
By Jove, Holmes, there's Park Road. And look, it's blocked.
Quite so, Watson. It's being repaired.
You see the sign? It's blocked as far as Hanover Gate.
We shall have to turn about, Mr. Holmes. We'll have to take Marylebone Road to York Gate and cross the park on the outer circle.
Yes, Dr. Campbell. Turn around, driver. Make for Marylebone Road. Hurry!
It'll cost us quite a bit of time, confound it.
Yes, and meanwhile, Christine Blakely is alone with her husband, and he has the remotest notion that she means to kill him at any moment.
There you are, Richard. I've cut a very tempting piece of the roast for you.
You can be considerate, Christine. And I do appreciate the rare moments when you are. Now put down the carving knife, you'll cut yourself.
I've given a great deal of thought to us, Richard.
Of course.
I've made a decision.
You have, Christine? What is it? What is it, Christine?
I can only be happy.
Yes?
I can only be happy if...
If what?
If you're dead. If you're dead, if you're dead, if you're dead! I feel much better now, Richard. I feel much better now.
Mrs. Blakely, good Lord! We're too late, Dr. Campbell.
Holmes, don't tell me this. Oh.
Mrs. Blakely.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. Campbell. You must recognize me. You visited my office late this afternoon.
Apparently she's lost all sense of orientation.
Mrs. Blakely, you do know who I am, do you not?
I've never seen you before. I've never seen any of you before. I know who the gentleman is lying on the floor, though. That's my husband. He's dead. I killed him. With this knife. The knife is still in my hand, dripping his blood. That's the way I wanted it. I feel much better now.
I'm afraid she's gone mad, Mr. Holmes. I'll fetch her things. I must send her over to the police immediately. Or her coat. It's in this cupboard.
You hope the police won't detain her for long. Miserable creature. She should be turned over to a mental hospital.
Now come, Mrs. Blakely. You must come with us.
I must come with you?
Yes. You see, we must notify the authorities. Holmes, what are you doing with the body?
Examining it, Watson, obviously.
Yes, well, the police will tend to that. They tend to all the details.
There's one detail that may escape them, my dear Watson. One amazing, bloody detail.
Look, Mr. Barons, let's hold that detail a minute. I'd like to talk to you some more.
About Clippercraft clothes? Why, say, you've already sold me.
But did I tell you about the
You mean
fact
how
that...
over 1,200 fine independent stores from coast to coast gang up their buying power?
Yes, and combine on manufacturing and distribution so that they can give values that are simply fabulous.
Sure, I know. That's why Clippercraft top coats and overcoats look so expensive.
But actually, Clippercraft top coats and overcoats only cost $40 to $47.50.
Oh, I was coming to that. They're a terrific buy. Zipper lining top coats and those smart Clippercraft overcoats.
You've really got to see them to believe they're only $40 to $47.50.
That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, we're terribly anxious to learn what the astonishing detail was that Mr. Holmes thought might escape the police.
Yes, of course, Mr. Harris. Well, sir, Holmes, as usual, refused to elaborate at that point. We notified the police. They removed Richard Blakely's body. Mrs. Blakely, now clearly deranged, was conducted to a prison cell. There was a careful investigation. Finally, she was committed to Bedlam, that awful asylum for the insane in Kent. You know, I'd regarded the case as a simple tragedy that had moved to its inevitable end. But not Holmes. He paid a visit to Mrs. Blakely in her room at Bedlam.
Although we've met, Mrs. Blakely, you won't recognize me. I am Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, they mentioned your name to me. I don't seem to recall what your profession was, Mr. Holmes. I frankly don't recall who you are other than the name.
Mine is the profession of criminal detection, Mrs. Blakely.
You're with the police?
Not at all. I function entirely upon my own. I've no official position, no staff. I've no weapons, other than my brain. A more than satisfactory arsenal, I find.
And is there something I can do for you, Mr. Holmes?
I have an insatiate curiosity, Mrs. Blakely. I wanted to inquire further about your husband's death.
Well, really, unless this is absolutely necessary...
I merely wanted to ask if you could recall the exact sequence of events, beginning with the moment when you returned to your home after leaving Dr. Campbell's office.
Oh, please don't ask me to do that. I'll become ill again. Why do you ask that question?
Simply my own desire to understand every crime in which I'm involved. The last minute design of the grotesque pattern.
Well, I really don't remember much. When I came home, all sorts of thoughts ran through my mind. My visit to Dr. Campbell that afternoon, the fact that he was on the way with you, but that I could defeat everyone by killing Richard then and there. Oh, please, unless it's most urgent, I can't reenact that awful night. I just can't.
Very well, Mrs. Blakely. I regret disturbing you.
I thought they were finished with me. I thought they'd allow me to rest. You're like desert birds picking ghoulishly at the dead. It's over, and it had best be forgotten.
Had it, Mrs. Blakely?
Oh, I'm pleased that you dropped by to my office, Mr. Holmes.
Are you, Dr. Campbell?
Yes, I was afraid that after the Blakely case had ended, our acquaintance might end with it.
I hardly thought so, Doctor.
Oh, sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Is there some matter on which I may be of assistance, or is this just a social call?
I do not pay social calls, Doctor. My time is much too valuable to be dissipated upon the amenities of more conventional men.
Then what is wrong, Mr. Holmes?
I've just come from a visit to Mrs. Blakely at the hospital.
Oh, how is she?
Just as sane as ever.
I don't quite know what you mean.
Mrs. Blakely is just as sane as ever. She never was insane, Doctor.
Oh, that's fantastic. I refuse to believe it, sir.
Mrs. Blakely has been presenting the world with a melodramatic performance simulating insanity. A performance that proved most convincing to everyone. Except to me.
You're talking nonsense, Mr. Holmes. I'm a physician. Or you must recognize my ability to judge the symptoms of my patients.
Christine Blakely intended for a long time to do away with her husband. The sudden popularity of Dr. Freud in Vienna gave her just the situation she desired.
Oh, what situation?
She required a technique for avoiding the penalties of homicide so that she might be rid of her husband, so that she might ultimately join the man with whom she was secretly in love.
The man with whom she was secretly in love?
Oh, did I neglect to mention that before, Doctor? You're the man, Doctor. You plotted with Christine and helped her to commit the murder.
I warned Christine time and again that you should be our sole concern, Mr. Holmes. She insisted, though. She wanted her insanity well established with someone of unquestionable repute. So I went to you. I've been prepared for you, though.
With that revolver?
Oh, the revolver is merely to detain you, Mr. Holmes. I shan't kill you that way. You shall have a most regrettable heart attack while paying me this visit. You came to consult with me about chest pains. Then you died.
Interesting plan. Of course, consulting you on medical matters would be foolish. I've looked into your background, sir, and it seems you have no legal right to practice. Your title of doctor is pretense. You never earned it.
I've been well prepared for your accusations, Mr. Holmes. Look, in this drawer. This hypodermic contains a drug, an overdose. I shall inject it into your arm. The needle prick is almost invisible. The injection will strain your heart to the bursting point. Most unfortunate. Now, you were saying about Christine.
Oh, yes. She has been conducting a clandestine affair with you. Her late husband traveled on business. You imparted that information to me yourself. While he was away, you visited the Blakely home.
You found evidence to that?
I never indulge in idle conjecture. Of course I have evidence. You and Christine concocted what you believed was an ingenious idea. You would establish that she was losing her mind. She would publicize the murder in advance. Your nurse was most important.
My nurse?
Yes. You insisted she remain and hear every word of Mrs. Blakely's. She was an indispensable witness. Mrs. Blakely would then kill her husband, plead insanity, be committed to a hospital rather than to the gallows, and within a short time she'd be cured, released, and would join you.
That was the plan, yes.
But you made your first error, Doctor, when you mentioned that you stopped to see a patient at Upper Gloucester Place. That is on Park Road. You couldn't have avoided noticing the road was blocked. Yet, when Watson suggested we dash to the Blakely's via Park Road, you accepted the suggestion. Why, Doctor? Because you were afraid Christine wouldn't have time to kill Richard before he arrived. You wanted the delay at the blocked road.
Excellent, Mr. Holmes. Surprising powers of observation.
When we arrived and found Christine with the body of her husband, you said you'd fetch Mrs. Blakely's things. You knew where they were. You knew the clothes cupboard she used, although you were never supposed to have been to the house before.
I was so right in warning Christine. Now I shall inject this hypodermic. If you resist, I shall be forced to shoot. I'd rather not do that.
Naturally. When I examined the body, sir, I mentioned finding an amazing detail. It was the fact that Christine had killed her husband with surgical precision. It's very difficult to plunge a knife into someone's heart directly without the blades being deflected by the ribs or the chest wall. But hers was masterly strokes. It required some knowledge of anatomy to place the knife so neatly into the center of the heart. It confirmed my previous suspicion. Christine had been coached by someone rather learned in such matters. By you, Dr. Campbell, by you.
May I ask, Mr. Holmes, why you allowed the investigation to proceed?
Because, although the evidence was heavily weighted against you, I do not make accusations unless I am upon extremely firm ground. So, I waited to visit Mrs. Blakely. And she provided me with a final bit of information that I needed.
Did she?
Yes. You told me Mrs. Blakely had no idea that you'd come to see me about her case. You were appalled at my question. But, sir, just a few minutes ago, Mrs. Blakely inadvertently mentioned that the night she killed her husband, she sat in the dining room thinking of the fact that you were on your way with me. Again, undeniable proof that this homicide was carefully prearranged. She knew exactly what you were doing.
A superb series of deductions, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
Now we shall have our unavoidable disaster. Your heart attack. Roll up your sleeve, Mr. Holmes. You're forcing me to remind you that at this range, if I pull the trigger of this gun, it'll blow your head off. I have the needle ready. I said roll up your sleeve, Mr. Holmes. I assure you, your death from the drug in this hypodermic will neither be long nor painful.
I'm quite familiar with the effects, Doctor.
Then you must know you will experience a sudden shooting pain. Very short-lived. And then oblivion. Rather a pleasant way to die, I should say. Roll up your sleeve. That's it. Now raise your arm. Raise your arm. I'll just take this needle this way. Find a vein. Clench your fist, Mr. Holmes. Good. Good. Now the needle, so.
Drop that needle, Dr. Campbell.
Dr. Watson!
Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard is with me, Doctor.
I'll take that gun, Dr. Campbell.
I began to believe you'd never step inside, Watson. Campbell, give your gun to Inspector Lestrade.
Come on. Come on.
No! No! Oh, my hand!
I'll take that gun. There we are.
I took the precaution, Dr. Campbell, of posting Watson and Lestrade just outside your door. Did you overhear every word, Lestrade?
Every word, Holmes. I'll have plenty to tell him in the courtroom. Police should be very grateful to you, Holmes. Very grateful.
As always, Lestrade. As always. The Persian slipper, Watson. My pipe needs tobacco.
Oh, here you are, Holmes. Nothing quite like the armchair here at Baker Street, eh? You know, I've seen in the newspapers that Dr. Campbell, Mrs. Blakely, will go on trial next week. Both for premeditated murder.
Excellent. A full-blown trial with a noose in the offing. None of your gentle medical inquiries into the dark recesses of Christine Blakely's mind.
Amazing, Holmes, amazing. The facility with which you take a seemingly clear-cut case of insanity and prove that it was a scientifically outlined murder. By George, you know, there may have been countless other cases that passed unnoticed, and the killer is now scot-free. Conceivable, don't you think, Holmes? A murder that defies cold logic? It is beyond understanding?
I beg to differ, my dear Watson. Any murder that defies explanation just requires time for me to smoke and think. To me, a case that's supposedly beyond human understanding is simply a three-pipe case. Match, please, Watson.
Well, Dr. Watson, the well-advertised murder deserved the attention it received. It was fascinating.
I'm delighted that you enjoyed it, Mr. Harris. And I do believe you'll enjoy the adventure I've planned for next week equally as well. It's an adventure I've called The Island of the Dead. And it concerns the ancestor of one of history's most ruthless pirates, an uncharted, uninhabited island, and a ship with a dead pilot at the wheel.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelton. Christine was played by Rita Vale. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the Island of the Dead. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Next, it's Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater. Send your merchandise and Christmas gifts the fast way. Use Eastern Airlines Air Parcel Post Services. Packages up to 70 pounds. Contact your local post office for details.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Blood-Soaked Wagon.
Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Stand still, wait. That dart game.
What of it?
The stocky chap throwing the darts. I don't trust him. He's looking this way.
I see what you mean, Holmes. If he's working with the escaped murderer, you send a dart our way. A dart in a man's ear penetrating to his brain, or a dart into the eye.
We must walk past him. Cautiously. Slowly, Watson.
He's staring at us. He's raising a dart. Terrifying expression on his face. Now he's going to throw it!
Here's some good advice about your new suit for this time of year. Be sure that your new suit for spring and summer is especially well tailored and comfortably fitted so that you look crisp and well dressed even in warm weather. And a suit like that does not have to cost a lot of money. You can buy a marvelous new spring suit, Clipper Craft designed and tailored of fine worsted, for only $45. And Clipper Craft suits in tropical weights for as little as $33.75 to $42.50. Now, men who know say that Clipper Craft clothes give you the greatest dollar value in America. When you buy Clipper Craft, you benefit from the unique Clipper Craft plan, by which more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power. They give you amazing savings, finest materials, and the work of master tailors. So if you wanted to look especially well dressed this spring and summer, see what a fine new Clipper Craft suit can do for you. Well, Dr. Watson, you've entitled tonight's story, The Adventure of the Blood-Soaked Wagon. Why, it must have been a hideous spectacle.
It was, Mr. Harris. Began one awful night in the fall of 1899 on the outskirts of London. On a vast, desolate meadow, in the dead of night, a huge series of bonfires was blazing, surrounded by the silhouettes of armed men. Some men were shoveling what seemed to be piles of paper into the flames. Others stood about, revolvers at their sides. Holmes had invited me to meet him at the gateway to the meadow. Oh, Joe, why have you asked me to come out here at this hour? What is this weird ceremony?
I had no doubt you'd find it most intriguing, my dear Watson.
Yes, but what is it?
You know our British banknotes become dirty and mutilated from constant use.
Of course.
The Bank of England periodically calls in such currency and replaces the old banknotes with new issues. The old currency is then destroyed by fire.
Then what those men are shoveling into the fires is currency?
Exactly.
Astonishing. They're burning fortunes. But Holmes, why are you here?
The bank, Watson, foresighted as ever, realizes that this operation has its dangers. If anything were to go wrong, the financial stability of the empire would be gravely threatened. Therefore, they invited me to be present, stating that they'd feel more secure. Their sentiment was easily understood, and the invitation quickly accepted.
Fascinating operation.
This wagon before us, for instance, it's typical. 3 men on it. The driver and 2 guards, all armed.
Those others carrying the bundles from the wagon?
Well, they've removed the lower denomination bundles. The very highest value notes still remain in the wagon.
Yes, I see. They'll be extra cautious now, I imagine. You see, the driver's taken out his revolver. The guards are going to step down. Holmes, the driver shot the guards. It looks as if he's killed both of them.
Yes, Watson.
Good Lord, he's driving off! Stop him! Stop him!
All right, up the police! Get up from Master Robert! Get up! Let's go! Up.
You other men, fire at that wagon!
The wagon, Holmes, but not the driver.
You must be after him, Watson.
The carriage I came in, Holmes. We can use that. It's over there. Come on.
Is the driver about?
I told him to wait. It's so difficult to find a cab out here. Yes, there he is. Driver, we want to follow that wagon.
Me, Governor? Drive my fine new carriage after that madman? Me drive after him so as we can all have our heads blown off?
Perhaps this will change your mind.
£5.
Yes, there's 5 more if we catch that wagon.
Ah, up aboard, gentlemen.
Quickly, man, quickly.
Right you are. Up. Get up! Get up!
But who can this fiendish murderer be, Holmes?
I have no idea, Watson, except that his name is Robert something. I distinctly heard him call to his horses, "Get up for Master Robert." Yes, Robert was clever. He knew it'd be black as pitch along this road. He's doused his wagon lights. Faster, driver, faster.
This is the best we can do, sir.
We must catch up with him. That insane criminal is racing across the countryside with 2 corpses and thousands of pounds of currency.
Can he dispose of the money, Holmes?
Indeed he can.
Yes, but how? The notes were recorded. A warning will be out.
Yes, just as in counterfeit currency. But it's impossible to prevent Roberts using it. Anywhere in the world, he can find countless persons who won't know that the currency is invalid. And it isn't counterfeit in manufacture, it's genuine.
I have in my service, Revolver Holmes. What if we do find the blood-soaked wagon and its driver at the reins? How shall we seize him?
It will not be a struggle of physical objects, Watson. I shall do battle with my wits. Favorite weapon of your humble servant. We must do better, driver, in heaven's name. Look, Watson, there's an inn. See the sign?
Yes. Says the Dancing Lady.
There's the chance Robert stopped here to water his horses. He couldn't have gone much farther. The beasts would be exhausted. We shall stop and inquire.
Stop at the Dancing Lady, driver.
Yes, sir.
Well, perhaps Robert's hidden his wagon behind the inn, eh, Holmes? He might be stalking about with his revolver, waiting to dispose of anyone who's followed him.
Perhaps.
Hold up there. Whoa. Hey.
Wait here in front of the inn, driver.
Right, sir.
Step down, Watson. See the wagon anywhere?
No.
Precious few lights in the inn.
Foul looking. Building's half rotting away. Shall we go in?
By all means. Open the door.
Well, it's deserted. No sign of life. Except for the candles flickering by the bar.
The innkeeper must have heard our carriage. He'll be down.
Someone's coming down the stairs.
Maybe the innkeeper, but it may be Robert. Stand by that pillar, Watson, in the shadow, as I am. So we see him first. Shh. Wait. Wait.
Hello. Who's here?
You are the innkeeper?
So I am. What might be the idea of standing in the shadows? Trying to frighten a man to death?
I regret the necessity.
Well, I've no more room. Full up, bars closed. I'm tired.
We do not wish to utilize your facilities, sir. We are looking for someone who may have passed this way.
He answers to the name of Robert. He was driving a huge wagon with 4 horses.
I don't know anyone of that description. I don't mind other men's business. Even if I did know about this Robert, I'm not the one for tittle-tattle. Now, be off.
My gracious host, this is extremely serious. The man we're seeking is a thief and a murderer.
Then find him if that's your business. Tain't any of mine.
Might we look into your cellar? He may have taken refuge there without your knowing it.
Could he now? With the cellar door locked and the key here in my apron?
You might be concealing him there, and I shall report to Scotland Yard that you've impeded justice, unless we're permitted in the cellar.
Very well, Mr. Pokeabout. Step this way. Here's a door.
Oh, step down first, Holmes.
Wait, stop, Watson.
What is it?
A board sticking up from the first step.
Why, I might have tripped on that. Fallen downstairs, struck my head.
And been killed, Watson, certainly.
Well, Mr. Innkeeper, was that an unfortunate accident, or did you arrange it?
Arrange it?
Robert couldn't have passed this in and bribed you to do away with us, could he?
Now get out of here, or I'll take this.
A bread knife, Holmes. He's taken it from the table.
Now get out, both of you. Oh, so help me.
I have no intention of leaving until we've seen that cellar.
All right. Then I'll just take that throat of yours and this knife and do what I promised to do. Night prowlers, eh? This knife's very sharp and will do the job nicely. Now we'll see how it cuts.
When you buy a new suit, remember, a good new suit is an important purchase, so don't take any chances. Be smart and buy that new suit from a trustworthy local merchant who wants to keep your trade by giving you the latest styles and the most for your money. In your neighborhood, there's an outstanding example of that kind of trustworthy service. The fine local store that sells famous Clippercraft clothes. Superbly designed Clippercraft all-worsted suits at only $45 and tropical weights from $33.75 to $42.50. The exceptional quality of Clippercraft clothes is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and sport jacket. The trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. You can always rely on Clippercraft clothes and the store that proudly sells them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were caught with a furious innkeeper striding toward you with a bread knife while you lost precious moments in pursuit of the killer who'd run off with the blood-soaked wagon.
Yes, Mr. Harris? As that innkeeper drew closer and closer?
I told you. There's less likelihood of an accident, sir. If the knife were in my hand. Simple technique of jiu-jitsu. Take the knife, Watson. I'll force it from his hand.
Oh, my fingers! Yes, I have it, Holmes.
Excellent. Now, Mr. Innkeeper, if you'll step aside, we shall have a look at your cellar. Push this board aside.
I'll go down, Holmes.
Interlopers. That's what you are. I'll call the police. I have an absolutely amazing faculty for remaining a considerable distance ahead of the police.
It's a very small cellar, Holmes. Empty. Just a few wine barrels here and some flour. No sign of Robert.
Come up then, Watson, quickly.
Brixton, that's where you belong. You two should be in Brixton prison.
To the carriage, Watson. We must continue along this road.
Yes, certainly.
Good night, Mr. Innkeeper. I return your knife with thanks for your dazzling hospitality.
All right, driver. We'll move along now.
Yes, sir.
Top speed, driver.
Top speed, Mr. Holmes.
Well, Robert may be very far away by now, Holmes. Out of our hands, free of justice. Prepared to flood the world with worthless currency.
Beg your pardon, gentlemen, that there's a crossroads up ahead.
By George, we won't know which fork Robert's taken.
We may, Watson. Look, on the road ahead.
The chap walking there?
Yes.
Miserable-looking creature. Vagabond, eh?
Pull up beside him, driver.
Up! Hold up! Whoa!
Hello there.
You call me?
Have you seen a large wagon with 4 horses go racing by?
Oh, no, not me. I didn't see nothing, so help me.
How long have you been in this vicinity?
Oh, a few hours. I was sleeping by that ditch. Tried to get a job at a circus down the road, but it weren't no use.
This wagon was driven by a criminal. Aiding him constitutes a serious offense.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing, honest.
Surely someone with a prison pallor as pronounced as yours is familiar with the law. Shall we escort you to the police as a suspect?
Oh, no.
Shall we examine your pockets, for instance, where we'd find currency? It would be a special type, I imagine. Faded, dirty, stolen by the driver of that wagon and presented to you as a bribe.
Well, all right. The bloke did pay me to keep quiet, but it didn't worth the silly £5 note he slipped me. I won't risk going back to prison.
Good work, Holmes.
When did he pass here? Where's he gone?
Well, he was here about 10 minutes ago. Took the left fork of the road toward the village. Well, you won't turn me in, will you? Be a kind soul, Governor.
No, we shan't turn you in. The left fork, driver, toward the village.
Well, we've passed the village, Holmes. Still can't find Robert. You know, look, Holmes, there.
Yes, Watson, his wagon. He's abandoned it by the road.
But stop!
No. The abandoned wagon's of no value. We must find the man. And since that traveling circus the vagabond mentioned is just ahead of us, I'd say that Roberts left his wagon here and raced to the circus grounds. Pull up by that entrance to the circus, driver.
Righto, Mr. Holmes.
You will wait here by this main gate, driver.
I understand, Mr. Holmes.
Now step down, Watson. Our man's somewhere at this circus.
Keep a sharp eye on that gate, driver. You may spot our man. Short, fat.
And carrying huge parcels, I'd say. Parcels of high-denomination currency.
I'll watch for him, Dr. Watson. If I see this Robert Sylvester, I'll whoop hello and hang on to him for dear life.
Splendid. Come along, Watson. There's the ticket booth.
Oh, beautiful bright lights, eh, Holmes? Oh, that queue. There's so many people.
I'll explain. We must pass through immediately.
Here, you two. To the end of the queue, if you don't mind.
Constable, I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson.
Yes, and I'm His Excellency, the Prime Minister. Now get along to the end of the queue.
Constable, a homicidal maniac has vanished with a fortune from the Royal Mint. He's somewhere inside these circus grounds.
Now, you shut up and wait your turn.
But I am Sherlock Holmes.
It so happens that I'm a very close friend of that great detective I am.
Told everyone in the village about it. I helped him out on many a case.
Oh, you have you?
Constable, this gentleman standing before you with the pipe and the cape is Holmes.
Stay in line, you.
We're losing priceless time, Holmes.
Yes, confound it, that cashier of the ticket booth is very stupid and slow. Constable, did a short, stout chap pass into the fair a few minutes ago, probably carrying large parcels?
Yes, a friend of yours?
He's the criminal we're after.
Oh, yes, surely.
But it's all true, Constable. Won't you join us, break through this gate and pursue the murderer? Well, Constable?
Stay in line, I said.
If you won't allow us through instantly,
Wait, Holmes, the cashier's ready for us now.
At last. 2, please. Right, come, Watson. Let's search every booth, every tent.
Hadn't we better take the constable along?
That imbecile, what use would he be? Now, let's look for Robert. Very carefully, Watson. Remember, he's sporting a revolver and he's already killed 2 men. An additional 2 would mean nothing to him, nothing at all. Let's begin the search.
Well, no sign of Robert, Holmes.
We haven't inspected beyond the ground, Watson. Look there.
That woods?
Right. He might have dashed into those woods.
Then let's try.
Wait.
What is it?
The dart game.
What of it?
You must pass it slowly. The stocky chap throwing the darts.
Aha, yes. He too might be in this with Robert, eh? If Robert's hiding in the woods, our dart-playing friend might send out one our way, eh? Just one could easily be fatal. The ear to the brain.
Walk past him cautiously.
Bullseye. It's a dead shot.
Walk toward the woods and keep watching him.
Yes, I am. Just a few more steps. He'll be out of range. He's looking this way.
Never mind. Walk on.
He's raising a dart. Staring at us.
We're past his range. Now over the ropes, across the road to the woods. Run! It's not much light, Watson. Just the moon. Thick foliage. It's clearing ahead. I see water. Yes, there's the Thames.
Yes, there's the Thames.
All right, stand where you are, both of you.
You've led us a most intriguing chase, Robert, here to this river bank.
The chase is over. You're going to die now. Don't move.
You're waiting for a small boat, eh, Robert? With your dreams in those great parcels at your feet. The stolen currency. The boat will be headed across the river to fresh horses, I presume.
You won't live to spread an alarm, to announce my whereabouts. You're going to die, like the 2 guards. I still have my revolver, you see.
We must stop him, Holmes.
Oh, we have a moment, Watson. Robert must wait for the boat. And for his master.
His master?
What do you know of that?
A great deal. You must be joined by the man who devised this scheme. Your employer.
Who is it, Holmes? The innkeeper? The vagabond? Someone back at the meadow there? Someone we've never met, Holmes?
No, Watson. The head of this operation has been with us ever since this chase began.
He's what?
The man behind this criminal maneuver is the driver of our carriage, Watson.
Our driver?
He's not an ordinary carriage driver, however, not an ordinary criminal. This crime is the brainchild of the one man for whose prowess I have a certain degree of respect. The most dangerous man in England, Professor Moriarty.
You've again justified my faith in your powers of deduction, Holmes.
Pleasant to greet you by your correct name, Moriarty. I see you've dropped your disguise.
It's no longer necessary. Robert will now kill both of you.
I admit to having been deceived earlier, Moriarty, but you committed an error, too.
I did?
Oh, yes. As we left you at the carriage by the fair gate, you referred to this man as Robert Sylvester. No one mentioned or even knew this chap's last name, but you did. It meant that our driver had a direct connection with the escaped criminal. At the same moment, I realized that this was my first opportunity tonight to look at our driver closely, under the fair's bright lights which Watson admired.
And you saw through my disguise there?
Precisely. A superb idea. To be the carriage driver who brought Watson to the meadow. You could observe every effort to apprehend Robert.
Yes. An inspiration, I thought. One commits a crime, yet one is with the forces of law as they seek to solve the crime. A delightful experience for me. It appeased my appetite for new adventures in the world of evil. I see the lights of our boat approaching. Go on, Robert. You will kill Dr. Watson and Holmes now. Empty your revolver into those 2.
Yes, Professor.
Ready, Robert?
Ready, Professor.
I have always warned you, Holmes, that the ultimate triumph in our years of combat will be mine.
Oh, there you are. The constable from the circus.
Robert's gun, Watson.
Yes, I have it, Holmes. Stay where you are, Robert.
What on earth's this all about?
Moriarty, he's dashed back into the woods.
I'll wing him home. I missed him. He's gone. He dashed about those trees like a jackrabbit. Shall I offer him home?
No, Moriarty as a quarry is more elusive than your quickest animal.
Well, so you came to rescue us, eh, Constable?
Yeah, rescue you?
Yes. Now there's our prisoner, Robert, with his stolen currency.
Stuff and nonsense. I came here to arrest you and your friend with the cape.
You what?
Cheating the poor cashier of his proper change, eh? She sent me after you. Took a while to find you, but the jig's up now.
I deliberately cheated the cashier, Watson. You may recall I noticed she was dull, easy prey. I knew we'd need a policeman to save us were we in trouble. I knew she'd send this lumbering woodenhead after us. Probably the only way to come along.
Lumbering woodenhead, is it? You'll whistle a different tune at the village jail, you will.
Constable, don't you realize what's happened? Look at those parcels. Rip one open.
Why, there's a fortune in them.
Now, you can tell your friends the truth. You did work with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson, and you've helped us capture a thief and a killer. You've eliminated an awful threat to the economic stability of the Empire. Do you believe us now?
Oh, I believe this fellow's a criminal, and that's stolen currency, and I've helped save the day. But as for him being Dr. Watson, and you're being Mr. Sherlock Holmes, oh, that's a likely story. A likely story indeed.
Well, Dr. Watson, pursuing the blood-soaked wagon was an unforgettable experience.
Well, Mr. Harris, there are many such thrilling recollections of my adventures with Holmes. And one of the most surprising was the one I've selected for next week.
And what do you call it, Doctor?
It's the adventure of the three Garridebs. It concerns one of the queerest wills ever fired. A butterfly collector and a gambler's duel to the death.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Three Garridebs. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast presents Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Fabulous Celebrities.
Holmes, all I see in this warehouse are these large crates of heavy machinery. Dash it, what are we doing here in the dead of night, anyway? What are we looking for?
A killer, Watson.
A killer?
Precisely. At any moment now, Watson, that pile of crates, it's toppling down toward us. Look out!
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the great Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Mr. Harris, good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Hard at work on your memoirs, I see.
I am indeed, Mr. Harris. At the moment, I've just finished a rather extraordinary adventure in which Holmes, after experiencing great threat of personal danger, finally trapped a dangerous killer who for many days had terrorized London.
Sounds interesting, Dr. Watson. What's this case called?
My friend Holmes always referred to it as the adventure of the fabulous celebrities. Before I relate it to you, Mr. Harris, suppose you give our audience a word on that celebrated product, Clipper Craft Clothes.
Certainly. When it comes to quality, there are certain identification marks you can always trust. For example, the sterling mark on fine silver and the Clipper Craft label sewn in the lining of truly fine clothes. Both symbols of superior quality and value. Clipper Craft clothes are produced in historic New England by craftsmen with a tradition as proud as that which built and sailed the Yankee clipper ships to rule the seven seas. Make it your custom always to look for the Clipper Craft label, the wheel of a Clipper Craft ship. You'll find it in Clipper Craft's remarkably expensive-looking topcoats and overcoats, priced at only $40 to $47.50. You'll discover it in Clipper Craft's sensational new zipper-lining topcoat, one of the smartest Clipper Craft style ideas that ever stretched your hard-earned dollars. Yes, when it comes to quality, compare Clipper Craft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of the fabulous celebrities?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in the year 1901, a year when Holmes was at the very pinnacle of success. By the turn of the century, as you know, the name of Sherlock Holmes was famous in every corner of the civilized world, and people stared at him whenever he walked out of our quarters at Baker Street. And then, very suddenly, it became very dangerous to be a celebrated person in the city of London. In the short space of 3 weeks, 4 persons of great prominence were struck down by a mysterious assassin. And finally, in great desperation, Inspector Lestrade asked us to appear at Scotland Yard.
Mr. Holmes, you understand Scotland Yard's conducting its own investigation of these baffling murders.
Oh, quite, Inspector Lestrade, quite.
In due time, of course, we should no doubt trap this peculiar assassin. However, knowing your taste for the unusual and admitting that you have some talent in these matters...
Coming from you, Inspector, I consider that a great compliment.
It is indeed. We've never been reluctant to give the official police a hand in these unusual matters, eh, Holmes?
No, Watson, we have not. Now then, Inspector.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Let us review the facts. A mysterious and deadly killer is roaming the metropolis of London. His special victims are persons of great prominence. In the last 3 weeks, he's assassinated a great English beauty, a champion heavyweight pugilist, a world-famous astronomer, and a famous admiral.
Yes, and every one of them a likely candidate for any Hall of Fame.
Quite, Watson, quite. But to continue, Inspector, in each case, the celebrated victims' valuables were not taken from their corpses. In short, we may deduce that those important people were murdered for some other motive rather than money.
That is correct, Mr. Holmes. But we have found no clue, no trace.
Exactly, Inspector Lestrade. You found no clue, no trace. You have let the trail go cold, and we must make a fresh start. Come, Watson.
Where to, Holmes?
Baker Street, my dear fellow, Baker Street. To think, to plan, to use the tools of logic. Assuming, of course, that we're fortunate enough to find a cab in this foul weather.
By Jove, Holmes, we're in luck. There's a cab at the curb right here on Derby Street. You can just make it out in this beastly fog.
Yes, Watson. Hello there. Hello, cab!
Well, he's seen us. I must say I anticipated a dreary and chilly wait. It's rather surprising. That cab driver, he's driving his horses straight... Holmes, he's trying to run us down! Look out! Holmes, are you all right?
Yes, Watson, I'm quite all right. Just managed to get out of the way of those horses.
Yes, but that driver, what the deuce was he trying to do?
Obvious, my dear Watson. He was trying to kill me.
Oh, thank heaven, Holmes, we're finally here at Baker Street. I've had a feeling that some kind of danger was stalking us through this wretched fog.
Yes, quite, Watson. As for myself, I am aware of the danger, not as a mere presentiment, but as an actual fact.
What do you mean?
The driver of the carriage on Derby Street. He might very well be the assassin we seek. Remember, Watson, I am a person of some renown and am therefore vulnerable to his rather peculiar taste for victims. But here's our door.
Yes. What we need now, Holmes, is a good fire. Holmes! The top of the steps outside our flat.
There's someone lurking there. I can see a shadow. Quick, Watson, down. Down there!
Holmes, are you...
I'm all right. Bullet just grazed my neck, went through the collar of my greatcoat. Quick, up the stairs, after him.
Well, Holmes, the beggar went up the stairs onto the roof. I lost him in the fog, curse it. Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
Do you think this assassin
is the same who has accounted for the others? Yes, I most certainly think he is. The driver of that carriage and the man lurking in our hallway are one and the same.
Well, Holmes, you've got to be careful. He's made 2 attempts on your life in one night. The beggar may try still again.
Undoubtedly he will, Watson. It seems that for the moment the hunter becomes the hunted. But I hope to reverse that order in a very short time.
Dash it, Holmes, I must say you're rather matter-of-fact about this whole thing.
Quite, Watson. I'm thoroughly aware that my personal existence is in great jeopardy. But I cannot allow any emotion on this score to cloud my reason. The assassin who seeks my life is a very cool fellow, and I must meet him on his own ground. But the hour is late, Watson. There'll be time enough tomorrow to deal with my assailant. Watson! Watson, wake up!
What is it? Holmes, what the devil?
We seem to have a nocturnal visitor.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes, for the love of heaven, let me in.
Better have your pistol ready, Watson.
Yes, I'm all ready, Holmes. Wonder what the deuce the beggar wants. 3 o'clock in the morning.
We shall soon see, my dear fellow.
Why, it's Sir Hartley Ames, Governor of the Bank of England.
Mr. Holmes, shut the door, quick.
By Jove, he's got a gash across his cheek.
Yes, Dr. Watson. An assassin attacked me with a knife near my home. Just grazed me. It was not serious. The bleeding stopped. Mr. Holmes, I came straight here.
Pray be seated, Sir Hartley. Rest yourself.
Thank you.
Now then, you say you were attacked?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, yes. I couldn't get a glimpse of him in the fog, but I think the fellow followed me to your very door.
Interesting. Very.
Then, Holmes, it must be the same fellow.
Undoubtedly, Watson. The killer is abroad tonight pursuing his strange custom of hunting illustrious persons, such as Sir Hartley.
How does it happen, Sir Hartley, that you didn't go to the official police?
Oh, impossible, Dr. Watson. That could mean only disaster. The financial structure of the empire is based on delicate factors. If it became known that my life was in jeopardy, it might cause a panic on the exchange, a run on the bank.
Sir Hartley is quite right, Watson.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, what shall I do?
At the moment, there's but one thing to do, Sir Hartley. Dr. Watson and I will escort you to your home, and when you get there, lock your door and bolt your windows, and under no circumstances leave unless I summon you.
Well, Holmes, now that we've seen Sir Hartley safely under lock and key, we can look forward to a night's sleep, eh? Good Lord, it's 5 in the morning.
Yes, Watson, it's good to be back at Baker Street.
Yes, especially in view of this beastly weather. The fog has turned to rain. Oh, someone's coming our way.
Yes.
Begging your pardon, gentlemen, which one of you is Sherlock Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, indeed. So you are the great Holmes, the world's most famous detective.
Look here, old man.
Please, Watson. Now then, sir, state your business.
Oh, my dear Mr. Holmes, I have no business. It's just that I wanted a look at you. It isn't often a poor man like myself can stand face to face with a great person like yourself. No, indeed. It isn't often. I must say you look exactly like your photographs. Exactly.
Thank you. I am flattered. And now, my good man, if you've had your fill of staring at me, we should like to enter our quarters.
Oh, no offense, Mr. Holmes, no offense at all. It's just that I'll be able to tell my friends I've talked with the great Holmes.
The cheek of the fellow, Holmes. The infernal impudence of the bounder.
Watson.
Eh?
Did you notice that old man's coat and shoes?
Why, no.
Interesting. Very.
Holmes, what in blazes are you talking about?
First, Watson, the man's coat was hardly wet, yet it's raining.
Yes, I know.
Second, certain areas of his boots seem to be waterproofed. The rain dampened the leather only in splotches.
Well, what of it?
I merely mention these as elementary observations, Watson, which may or may not prove significant. But, for the first time, I believe I see a glimmer of light in this very intriguing adventure.
Well, Dr. Watson, so far it's been quite a story.
Yes, Mr. Harris. And I might add that events thereafter shaped themselves with dizzying speed. I shall relate to you the second half of this remarkable adventure after you tell your audience some remarkable facts about Clippercraft clothes.
They are remarkable indeed, Dr. Watson. When I describe the qualities of Clippercraft clothes to you, I myself sometimes think that Clippercraft values seem too good to be true. But Clippercraft fabrics are actually as luxurious as they are long on wear. And the superior talent of Clippercraft experts shows up admirably in the smart hang of your jacket, the comfortable, roomy fit of your Clippercraft suit. It's when you check all these superb features against the amazingly low price for suits bearing the Clippercraft label that you realize Clippercraft values are nothing short of sensational. Only $40 and $45. Why, even a pure worsted suit with the Clippercraft label costs only $45. Yes, you save plenty, because more than 1,200 independent stores throughout America have concentrated their vast purchasing power to make these great Clippercraft values possible. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the fabulous celebrity.
Yes, Mr. Harris, I was. On the evening after our encounter with the strange old man, a note was thrust under our door. It carried the waxen seal of the Bank of England, and its signer was Sir Hartley Ames. It was an urgent message from Sir Hartley, bidding us to meet him that night at a warehouse he owned at Irongate Wharf, near London Bridge. The note said simply that Sir Hartley had some new and vital information on the assassin, and he wished to transmit this information to us. I was watching my friend's face as he finished reading the letter, and I saw his eyes narrow. Then quickly, Holmes examined the seal through his magnifying glass.
Aha.
What is it?
My dear Watson, this seal of the Bank of England is a forgery.
A forgery?
Precisely. A devilishly clever piece of work, a fine imitation. The forgery, nevertheless.
Then the letter
is bogus, obviously.
Well, then it's a trap. Someone is trying to lure us to that warehouse.
Quite.
Well, then we better hurry to Sir Hartley's and warn him.
I fear it's too late, Watson. I'm willing to wager that Sir Hartley has in some similar manner been lured from his home. I'm willing to wager further that he is at the warehouse.
Yes, but Holmes, if it's a trap, surely we're not going.
On the contrary, we are. Perhaps, Watson, we can spring the killer's trap without savoring the cheese.
The warehouse is a dark and chilly place. Must say. Deserted.
I must differ with you there, Watson. It only seems deserted. I have a feeling we're being watched.
Tell you the truth, so do I. Walking up this corridor between these huge piles of machinery.
Yes, marine machinery. Sir Hartley Ames, among other things, owns a steamship liner.
Holmes.
What is it?
I just kicked something.
What was it?
Something soft. It felt like...
A body?
Yes.
Quick, Watson, a match.
Here you are, Holmes. Good heavens. It's Sir Hartley Aim.
Yes, shot through the heart. And note, Watson, there is a flake of paraffin in his left nostril. A significant detail, I might add.
Yes, but hold on. What are you doing?
A quick search of Sir Hartley's pockets. I have an idea that... Aha!
What is it, Holmes?
A note, Watson. A forged note from myself to Sir Hartley asking him to meet us here.
So that's how Sir Hartley was lured from his home.